Chapter 1301 Evacuation. With the power of standard crossbows, it is impossible to penetrate the hard SHL of ghost-marked soldier ants. And it is also impossible to hit these ghost-marked flying ants that are as fast as phantoms. These flying ants shuttle back and forth among the arrows in the sky. And occasionally the arrows collide. When it reached the insect wing, it made a series of crisp sounds. The ghost-striped flying ant lost its balance and fell from the air. Hundreds of ghost-patterned flying ants almost launched attacks frequently among the arrows. And soon some of the followers were thrown under the cliff. The hundreds of followers are all elite warriors of the heavy armored infantry regiment, possessing an extremely firm will to fight. After they were caught by the ghost-patterned flying ants, they almost all chose to take advantage of their last breath to stab the dark red abdomen of the ghost-patterned flying ants with their weapons. And even if they died, they would drag them with them to die together. The escape route of the cave has been completely blocked by ghost-patterned soldier ants, and a large group of ghost-patterned soldier ants have emerged from the Dark Worm Valley. They emerge from rock crevices, giant mushroom forests, and caves on the rock wall, along the cliffs. Come over here quickly. Cerdak felt a little regretful. He should not have gone so rashly into the cave when he encountered those ghost-marked soldier ants. The ghost-striped ant queen seems to be able to control every ghost-striped red ant within its territory with its strong mental power. It is basically playing a trick to lure the enemy deeper. Soldak immediately drew his broadsword, raised his Gerda shield, and ordered the herald beside him to blow the retreat whistle. He made a few simple gestures to the two-headed ogre that fell in the valley, asking him to find a way to follow him. The head ogre wants to break out, but these ghost-patterned soldier ants can't stop him, and he led the exploration team, turned around, and quickly retreated into the cave. This is the nest of ghost-striped red ants. The more open the place is, the more ghost-striped soldier ants will be attacked together. Although the exit of the cave behind is blocked by ghost-striped soldier ants, that is where the exploration team left. The only way out. Cerdak rushed to the front. A layer of holy light appeared on Gerda's shield, and the broadsword in his hand also exuded a gleaming light. Cerdak waved his shield towards the ghost-marked red ants rushing at the front. In an instant, its dark red fangs were smashed into pieces, and the broadsword in his hand then penetrated into the brain-cracked skull. The ghost-striped soldier ant's body twitched and curled violently, and life quickly disappeared from his body. Carrie Decker, who was behind, didn't even wait for Soldak's orders, and immediately rushed to the back of the team with a magic shotgun. Soldak led the exploration team forward, and she was about to block the rear at this time. The pursuit ensures that the entire exploration team is sufficiently complete. Otherwise, once there is chaos behind them, the entire team will be dispersed by the ghost-striped red ants in an instant. Her marksmanship was very good, and the speed of the ghostly patterned flying ants was nothing to her. She could knock down a flying ant just by raising her shotgun. She fell at the back of the team and jumped repeatedly on the boulder, continuously after killing a few. Several flying ants finally pounced on her at the same time, desperately trying to drag her down with their winged bodies. These flying ants all had 2-foot-long sharp mouthparts on their heads. Gary Decker only had time to kill 7 ghost-marked flying ants before he was forced to fight hand-to-hand. It's just that the ghost-striped flying ants don't understand at all that Carrie Decker is a heavily armed gunner, and her close combat skills are far better than her marksmanship. Moreover, she wears a craftsman's heavy sword on her waist all year round. This kind of sword has a short blade, but is very flexible and very heavy. Moreover, she was wearing a set of heavy armor with magic patterns, regardless of her shoulders or chest. The armor was no weaker than a dwarf chain shield. As Gary Decker continued to kill the ghost-patterned flying ants, he quickly stabilized the situation behind the exploration team. Cerdak rushed at the front, and the ghostly patterned soldier ants rushed up from the cave like a tide, drowning Cerdak almost instantly. None of the heavy armored infantry warriors behind him could keep up with him. Just when a group of heavy armored warriors were shocked, a ray of holy light fell on him. This holy light formed a beam of light, which condensed into the shadow of an angel, fell behind Cerdak, and completely overlapped with Cerdak's body in an instant. Cerdak has a layer of light runes attached to his body, and a pair of light wings appears behind him. Some magic patterns of rune language continue to condense on the front of the body. As the magic patterns dissipated, a series of spells blessed Cerdak's body. The ghost-patterned soldier ants coming up from all around were unable to break through the holy shield in Soldak's hand. Just when the battle situation reached a brief stalemate, Selena, who had been protected by her entourage, suddenly climbed up to a stone platform. She knelt on the flat stone, made a prayer gesture with her hands in front of her chest, raised her head, and revealed her beautiful face. With her eyes closed, She kept reciting the prayers of the night. The prayers that came out of her mouth seemed to possess strange magic power, and every word seemed to draw away a ray of light. When the last trace of light was withdrawn, the cave seemed to be shrouded in a veil of black mist. The fog of war. This is the most powerful dark magic gifted to her by the goddess of the night. As the black mist continues to spread, the cave shrouded in black mist seems to be completely isolated from the outside world. Serdek understands the fighting method of these ghost-striped red ants. Their teamwork is so tacit, but it does not mean how smart these soldier ants are. Generally speaking, the soldier ants appear so orderly because they are constantly accepting orders from the ghost-striped ant queen. But after they fell into the black fog of war, the original connection between them and the ghost-striped ant queen was blocked by the black fog. The ghost-patterned soldier ants in the black mist could not receive the instructions from the queen, and immediately fell into chaos. They stopped cooperating with each other and launched attacks on the enemies around them. Serdek stood in front, holding a shield in his hand, constantly blocking the bites and attacks of the soldier ants. Some of the sprayed acid fell on the shield, and under the defense of the holy light, a stream of the choking black smoke came. At this critical moment, Aphrodite, wearing a black robe, also quickly walked out of the void gate. She came to Selena's side, chanting a strange spell, and a huge black magic circle appeared under her feet. A huge eyeball appeared on top of her head, and the eyeball emitted water ripples that continued to spread outward. The magic power on her body was flowing away like a flood that burst a dam. If anyone could see Avro at this time, you will find the insect wings emerging behind her, and see the two devil horns on her head constantly absorbing the magic power around her, and continue to replenish it into her body. Sleeping Cloud? If it were just the Sleeping Cloud, it would not be able to hypnotize this group of ghost-patterned soldier ants in a fighting state. But it is another situation in the fog of war. These fogs seem to plunge the ghost-marked soldier ants into a terrible nightmare. At this time, the cloud of sleep spreads, and the nightmare in the fog suddenly turns into a nightmare. Real sleep. These ghost-striped soldier ants and ghost-striped flying ants fell to the ground one after another in the black mist. Their legs twitched slightly, and their movements slowly became static. Serdek cut off half of the head of the ghost-patterned soldier ant in front of him with a sword, raised his leg to kick the falling corpse away, and quickly took out a towel to wipe the acid rot on the shield. At this time, the infantry soldiers who were fighting with the ghost-patterned soldier ants stopped one after another, looking at the motionless ghost-patterned soldier ants with some helplessness, and then focused their eyes on Serdek. Let's take action. Please note that you only have one chance to kill, so you should strike cleanly and be sure to find the key point, Serdek ordered to the followers behind him. This may be the easiest battle for the heavy armored infantry soldiers. The ground is full of sleeping ghost-marked soldier ants. They only need to walk over with their swords and chop off the heads of the ghost-marked soldier ants with one sword. The only thing worth noting is that you need to be precise and ruthless when beheading. Once you can't kill him with one sword, you have to hit him immediately. Otherwise you will be seriously injured, and the undead ghost-marked soldier ants will attack you crazily once they wake up. This group of soldiers is in the fog of war, and their vision is not blocked. They walk among these ghost-striped soldier ants, and they feel like they are in a vast cauliflower field. When the knife is raised and dropped, a cauliflower is thrown into the basket. Inside, and Gary Decker, who is responsible for breaking up the regard at the back of the team, was experiencing a rain of flying ants at the moment. Countless ghost-patterned flying ants flying in the air fell from the air with a crackle, and instantly covered the ground with thick layers of ants. There were countless ghost-patterned soldier ants chasing after them. The two-headed ogre, covered in acid and rot, took great strides to catch up from the zigzag mountain road, and then dived into the fog of war at the entrance of the cave. The ghost-patterned soldier ants followed behind him and dove in, fell to the ground almost instantly, and then fell into a coma. The ogre ran to Carrie Decker in great embarrassment and watched her cutting off the heads of the ghostly patterned flying ants on the ground and putting them into bags. He also began to squat down to help. He threw the big stick aside. One hand held down Ghostwind's head, the other held down his neck, and his head was twisted off with both hands. The body size of these ghost-striped flying ants is about the same as that of an adult, and the ferocious-looking head can just be held in Gilliam's huge hand. As the frost armor on the ogre slowly melted, the acid rot on his body also flowed to the ground. The ghost-striped soldier ants, who were chasing Gulaitum behind, did not dare to rush in easily. Serdek knew that Selena could not support it for long, so he led the infantry soldiers to deal with the soldier ants blocking the cave. And then without hesitation, he evacuating quickly in the fog of war, The only regret was that many of the trophies could not be brought back to the camp. All that could be brought back were heads with magic cores hidden inside them. There was no time to check whether these ghost-marked red ants had life magic marks on them. When Serdak's exploration team walked out of the cave and followed the ropeway back to the stone arch bridge, the ghost-patterned soldier ants in the Dark Worm Valley appeared at the entrance of the cave. Chapter 1302, Switch to War. Hearing that the Lord Army was preparing to move the camp to the east side of the giant mountain, the military merchant group began to pack their bags. They loaded all the goods into four-wheel trucks before dark. The tents were not put away because tonight we have to spend the night here, so we can take down the tent early tomorrow. The vanguard of the Lord's army has already moved towards the camp east of the giant mountain. This is the third day after Soldak returned to the camp with the exploration team. The Lord's army began to prepare to leave the stone arch bridge. But the stone arch bridge across the lake was blocked. There will still be 3 heavy armored infantry regiments left, with a total of 4,500 heavy armored infantry soldiers and 500 crossbowmen. A total of 5,000 troops will be stationed at the bridge entrance. All the large forces of the Lord's army moved to the east, and Serdak was preparing to lead the Lord's army to rush into the Dark Worm Valley through the cave on the east side of the giant mountain. After the merit exchange list was announced, it greatly aroused the fighting enthusiasm of other Lord armies. At first, they came to Belen with the army. In fact, most of them were just doing errands. After all, they were private armies formed by the lords of the Ganbu Plain with their own money. The lords raised these private armies to guard their own territories. And the other point is to go out on an expedition to explore other new territories. However, with the frequent outbreak of plain wars, the armies of the small lords of the Green Empire have been defeated one after another on the plain battlefield. Nowadays, few lords will send their troops out to develop their territories at this time. If Serdak hadn't had a brilliant record recently, and was still a great lord of the Ganbu Plain, I'm afraid there wouldn't be so many lords who would dare to follow him and send troops to the Belen Plain to open up territory. Now almost everyone in the Alliance Lord Army is staring at the top 100 on the merit list. And everyone wants to know who will win the magic pattern structure that will eventually top the list. It has to be said that there are still many ruthless people in the Lord Army. But these people are usually used to keeping a low profile. Now they have exploded. Even Samira and Andrew's personal achievements have not entered the top 10 in the rankings. These Lord Armies have been submitting letters of challenge very frequently recently, and each team has completed its tasks very well. In fact, the lords of the Ganbu Plain already know that Serdak acquired a large area of land in the Three Rivers Plain, and then harvested a large amount of magic materials from red ants. The dividends of the war allowed them to make a lot of money this autumn. Not only it is the plain of Ganbu, even many lords in Bena City and Helensa City heard that Serdak was making a lot of money here in Belen Plain, and they secretly tried various ways to get it, join in, and get a piece of the action. However, they were blocked by the many harsh conditions put forward by Serdak and blocked by the walls of the Alliance Lord Army. Watching the main force of the Lord Army marching eastward one after another, some adventure groups wanted to follow the main tribe to the battlefield ahead, while more adventure groups stayed at the entrance of the ant nest, staying outside the entrance of the cave every day, and guarding the ghost-patterned soldier ants fight inside the cave entrance. Although they take great risks every day, the ghost-patterned soldier ants harvested every day are the biggest motivation for these adventure groups to continue here as long as you have the strength, are willing to take risks, and have a good adventure group to join. The daily harvest can make these adventure group members laugh from their dreams. These ghost-striped soldier ants will not crawl out of the cave to kill. It seems that they have been frightened by Serdak's Lord Army. They just stick to the entrance of the cave every day and never step out of the ant nest. In fact, even if these ghost-marked soldier ants run out of the cave entrance, so many adventure groups are still capable of fighting. What these adventure groups fear most are actually the ghost-marked male ants that can break out of the stone under their feet. So part of the adventure group followed Serdak's large army to the east side of the giant mountain, while the other large part of the adventure group stayed at the entrance of the ant cave. Serdak's army of lords gave up all the ant hole hunting spots here, hoping to leave more adventure groups to snipe the ghost-marked red ants here. The Lord Army can also shrink its forces and participate in the upcoming cave attack and defense battle. Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego listened to the two-headed ogre's vivid description of the strange scenery in the Dark Worm Valley, and they all asked Soldak to fight, preparing to lead a heavy armored infantry regiment to rush into the cave first. But when they all boarded the high stone arch bridge and saw the cave hanging high on the cliff, they couldn't help but worry about whether their heavy armored infantry regiment could defeat the defenders when they attacked the entrance of the cave. The ghostly patterned soldier ants there stood firm. For Samira, these things do not need to be considered too much. As the leader of the archer regiment, no matter which infantry regiment goes into battle, her archer regiment must follow behind to provide long-range fire coverage. Now she only cares about the corpses of the ghost-patterned flying ants brought back by Carrie Decker. Carrie Decker introduced to her that when the first ghost-patterned flying ant appeared, almost the entire exploration team was gone. Reacting to the situation, they were so fast that people could not catch up with their rapid flight with the naked eye. This is the thing that Samira needs to be most concerned about. Because if she doesn't get it right, her archer team may have to reduce its personnel, which is what Samira least wants to see. Another thing is how to send the bed crossbows to the battlefield at the entrance of the cave. After all, these bed crossbows cannot be lined up on this narrow stone arch bridge. In the past 2 days, the busiest person was probably Selena, the high priest of the twin goddess temple. She almost used some of her free time after meals to start developing followers in the military camp. Basically, the private army of the Lord of Serdek, they are the foundation of the rebel army, and most of them are natives of the Ganbu plain. The influence of the Statue of Liberty has not penetrated there at all. So for the goddess of the night to be able to send some good news, the heavy armored infantry soldiers in the military camp accepted the goddess of the night and became a new group of believers. In addition, the rocks flying from the north of Belan frequently hovered over the Lord's army. These rock birds were very smart. No matter how tempted the Lord army was, these rock birds refused to fly down. Under the supervision of Samira and Gary Decker and a squadron of archers, the soldiers of the logistics department of the Lord's Legion finally spent 10 days to connect a line between the stone arch bridge and the convex rock at the entrance of the cave. Cableway. And a thick layer of wooden boards was laid on the cableway. The span of this chain bridge is not very large, only a short dozen meters, and is now connected by more than 20 arms-thick chains. Even if the passage to the cave was completely opened, and as the vanguard of the attack on the cave, Andrew successfully landed at the entrance of the cave with his heavy armored infantry regiment almost on the day the rope bridge was built, and even fought back several counterattacks by the ghostly patterned soldier ants. During this battle, Serdek was sitting on the stone arch bridge. He was mainly responsible for treating the wounded in a timely manner, and using his free time to check whether the trophies contained precious magic patterns of life. Chapter 1303 Absorption. After discovering that the Lord army was trying to enter the Dark Worm Valley through the cave, the ghostly red ants launched a fierce counterattack in order to prevent the Lord army from invading. The cave was overwhelmingly crowded with ghost-patterned soldier ants, and they were trying to use their numerical superiority to retake the cave. Most of Serdek's Lord army were heavy armored infantry warriors, and their combat effectiveness was not very strong. But Serdek, there are several second-level experts around him, as well as half of the constructed knights. Under the leadership of Andrew, a heavy armored infantry regiment first seized the entrance to the cave. The ghost-patterned red ants launched a fierce counterattack. The heavy armored infantry regiment could not withstand the attack of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. Then Andrew transferred half of the constructed knights to the battlefield and immediately stabilized the battle situation at the entrance of the cave. Subsequently, the commanders of other Lord armies also petitioned Serdek, hoping that their armies could also fight in the cave battlefield. So Serdek organized these Lord armies into 8 teams, with 4 teams every day. They appear in the cave battlefield alternately, and it takes 2 days to complete a major rotation. However, due to the unprecedented fierce resistance of the ghost-striped soldier ants here, not only casualties occurred every day, but the Lord army did not successfully capture the cave, and the battle continued at the entrance of the cave. Andrew and Tego led the elite construct knights to repel the ghost-patterned soldier ants several times. But this group of ghost-patterned soldier ants were able to regain the lost position every time they changed defenses. After entering November, the temperature in Belan Plain dropped suddenly. But the war situation here has been in a stalemate. Serdek's Lord army fought with the ghost-patterned soldier ants, and there were new gains every day, but they were unable to penetrate the depths of the cave. The merchant group accompanying the army can purchase hundreds of corpses of ghost-striped soldier ants almost every day, and some lucky infantry soldiers have picked up some gems similar to citron from the caves. These uncut raw gemstones have also reached out to follow the army, sought after by caravans. In this way, many caravans and adventure groups appeared in the northern occupied area of the Belan Plain this winter. It is said that the adventure groups that first followed the Lord army into the Three Rivers Plain had already found their first pot of gold. Now the adventure group that entered the mountains outside the Dark Worm Valley also made a lot of money. On this long supply line, that passes through the Invercargill Forest and hilly mountains and the Doden Gorge. There are almost everywhere trucks transporting supplies. This plain war is actually constantly squeezing out the wealth contained in the Darkworm Valley. And the wealth itself is these ghost-patterned soldier ants. This was also the original purpose of Serdak's original plan to come to the Belan Plain. He needed to raise a sum of money to invest in Ruth City and change the city's current, dirty, messy predicament. He also wanted to invest in Ruth City. Hanging gardens are built on the outer city walls. Only in this way can this ancient city attract some investors and tourists again. The ghost-striped soldier ants were transported to Bena City one by one. Their meat became delicacies on people's tables, and their hard armor was sent to the leather-making workshop. These hard armor skins are excellent materials for making warhorse armor. Currently, businessmen from the western provinces have gone to Bena province to purchase some of this kind of hard armor skins. Serdak didn't know how many ghost-patterned soldier ants were hiding in the Darkworm Valley. In the past month, the Lord's army had killed nearly at least 10,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants on the battlefield at the entrance of the cave. Judging from the current signs, the ghost-striped soldier ants seem to be endless, constantly pouring into the battlefield through the caves, in order to form a numerical suppression on the battlefield. The red ants rush to the battlefield and never go back. Either die in battle, or die from exhaustion after fighting hard until the end. Even Serdak threw some black powder barrels on the battlefield, but he couldn't make these ghost-marked soldier ants fight hard on the battlefield to retreat. During this period, the ghost-striped male ants in the Darkworm Valley often emerged from the ground. They often emerged from the lake and attacked the logistic supply line behind the Lord's army. However, Serdak was also prepared for this. The mage group has been conducting reconnaissance and surveillance in various places. As long as these ghost-marked male ants dare to show up, they will soon be rushed to the battlefield by the cavalry led by Samira or Gary Decker. And these ghost-marked male ants will be dealt with immediately. The magic core in the magic sealing box can be filled almost every few days. And the magic materials harvested in addition are sent to the merchants and exchanged for gold coins, which can completely offset the daily expenses of the Lord's army. By the beginning of December, someone in the Lord army finally accumulated enough merit points and successfully redeemed the set of magic patterns on the list. This swordsman, who is affectionately called Old Cat by his companions, is just a swordsman in his prime. He is the commander of the 7th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment of Lord Colin's army. During the battle, he used a screwdriver in his hand, with a bee stinger and a sharp storm sword. He can kill almost randomly in the soldier ant colony. This month alone, more than 300 ghost-marked soldier ants died in his own hands. His life-saving fighting style also caused him to be injured repeatedly, and he would be sent to Serdak for treatment every time. When he exchanged for a brand new magic pattern structure, he immediately ran to the gate of the military camp and put on the entire set of magic pattern structure on his body in full view of everyone. Many soldiers from the Lord's army cast envious glances at him when they passed by him. It was the magic pattern construction suit on the merit list that was redeemed. And those warriors, who had accumulated a lot of merit in their hands, retreated to the next best thing and began to redeem other rewards. Some people exchanged for a single piece of magic pattern structure. Some exchanged for magic weapons. And some even simply exchanged some magic crystals and sent them home through the military merchant group. The profiteering side of war is vividly displayed in front of these Lord army soldiers. The soldiers of the Lord's army also gradually became familiar with the way of fighting these ghost-striped soldier ants. And the Lord's army's front line also began to slowly advance into the cave. In fact, the most difficult thing here is that the ghost-patterned soldier ants that have just rushed to the front battlefield will pour the acidic liquid stored in their belly towards the Lord's army. Even the tower shield cannot completely block this corrosive liquid, which is almost the same as soldiers who have fought against the ghost-patterned soldier ants will all have such corrosive wounds on their bodies. Although not fatal, it is very painful. Now in the entire wounded soldier treatment camp, most of them are infantry soldiers whose skin has been burned and corroded, and even the bright red muscles and white bones inside are exposed. For Serdak, during this month of fighting, he was able to obtain some precious life magic patterns from the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants that occasionally appeared. Originally, these life magic patterns were used to form another half of the construct, knights, to strengthen those magic pattern war horses and construct knights. But now, Serdak will also implant these life magic patterns into wounded soldiers who have lost large areas of skin. Of course, Serdak will not take out these magic patterns for free. These warriors who were cured after being seriously injured rejoined Serdak's Lord army after their bodies recovered. Chapter 1304 Absorption 2. In the garrison camp, Snowflakes were already flying outside. But inside the tent was warm and cozy. The magic scroll of the fire-gathering technique was placed in a brazier, and a kettle was hung on it that was boiling sizzlingly. Snowy night. The two wounded soldiers lying in the tent couldn't sleep, although they had the blessing of the blessed body, which speeded up their recovery and alleviated the pain on their bodies. They were worried about their future life, keeping them awake. When on the battlefield, everyone held their shields in front of them. As Lord Army soldiers with certain combat literacy, they are unlikely to be timid when danger comes. It can only be said that their luck is not good. Those ghost-patterned soldier ants that rushed up are all a group of pot-bellied monsters. Rushed to the battlefield and sprayed out a large amount of acid liquid, and used this to regain a large area of the battlefield that had just been lost. The two wounded soldiers lying in the tent could be said to be two unlucky ones, being drenched from head to toe in acidic liquid. Although there are helmets and heavy armors to protect the body, there are always areas where the protection is incomplete. One person had acid fluid flowing down his back collar, and another person had his legs stained with acid fluid. At that time, the situation was, there is no way to deal with emergencies. You can only survive by holding up a shield. When they were rescued from the battlefield, their bodies suffered severe corrosive burns. Not only did large areas of skin turn into thick blood, but their tendons were also damaged. They were sent to the tents of the rescue camp. Just like those, the seriously injured people lived together, and almost all of these people were treated by Lord Surdak himself. I heard that soldiers who can live in this kind of treatment camp have to pay a ghost-striped soldier ant every 3 days as a medical fee. Many commanders of the Lord's army grit their teeth and pay such high medical fees. In fact, they are not so eager to hope that the wounded soldiers can get better as soon as possible. This is just the most common method used by officers to win people's hearts. Officers, only if we show this attitude will the other warriors work for the Lords without hesitation. It's just that once this kind of injury is serious enough to become disabled, even if it is cured, then things will not be so beautiful. These seriously injured people are an extremely heavy burden for the Lords. Sometimes the Lords prefer that you pay a pension to settle this matter once and for all. However, this situation will not happen in Surdak's Lord army. As long as you're not dead, you have to carry it back to me. This is what Lord Surdak personally requires of all Alliance Lord army soldiers. And if you abandon your comrades on the battlefield for no reason, you will be held accountable by the Military Justice Department after the war. The two seriously injured men in the tent were once very outstanding shield warriors in Lord Colin's army, but now they can only lie here. A flurry of snowflakes flew in along the tent curtain, and the only sounds in the tent were heavy breathing, and occasionally 1 or 2 uncontrollable moans. Have you heard? The guy next to me was cured by Lord Surdak last night. Yesterday, I saw that the skin on his chest was almost corroded and his ribs were exposed. But today, he has actually recovered. More than half of the time. What's even more amazing is that he can actually get out of bed and walk around freely, and even do some restorative exercises. The voice was very soft, with a slight hoarseness in his voice, and his tone was full of envy and helplessness. I know. The companion next to him was obviously not asleep either. Do you think Lord Surdak will treat us like that? The hoarse voice sounded again, his tone full of hope for this matter. The companion next to him snorted softly and said, What do you think? If we are injured like this, there is no possibility of healing. I heard that Lord Surdak needs to spend a huge price to heal such injuries. What do you think about us? What qualifications can make him think that it is worth spending a huge cost to treat him? Could it be an advanced healing prayer like that of the High Priest of the Temple of Liberty? The hoarse voice came from a believer in the Statue of Liberty. Even a prayer of healing can't regenerate the skin. His companion ruthlessly exposed his illusion. The hoarse voice asked again, Do you think we can go to the battlefield again in the future? You are lucky to be alive. Do you still expect anything else? The companion chuckled softly, followed by the sound of drinking water. I mean, if your leg is gone, living will only drag down your family. Will you continue to live? The hoarse voice asked the companion. His words seemed a bit heartbreaking, and his companion did not answer or speak. Although the two of them didn't close their eyes all night, they just lay there quietly, not even crying in pain. Until just before dawn, a woman in black cannon came over to check on the condition of the wounded in the tent. Her face was hidden under her hood. When she walked in, even the last light in the tent disappeared. If you are willing to embrace the darkness, I will find a way to heal you, the woman said. The two wounded men felt as if they were in a dream. Everything seemed so unreal. Do you have a way to cure us? So they asked boldly. Yes. The answer was very decisive. Are there any conditions? The hoarse voice asked impatiently. Abandon freedom and believe in the dark night. The woman said something that neither of them could understand. In many cases, only a magician would speak in such a tone. But then the woman gave a more collaborative explanation. The price I paid may be very high. It may be more expensive than a set of magic pattern equipment. So you need to do things for me until you create these values before you can regain them. Freedom. I promise that those things will not allow you to trample on social morality. Nor will they allow you to violate your inner bottom line. Are you willing? The two injured people were obviously a little moved. The hoarse voice said quickly, if it can heal our injuries and not order us to do things that are against our wishes. If we just join the Lord's army to fight. I am willing. Aren't we going to have to fight everywhere? I do too. Another voice said. After getting a satisfactory answer, the woman turned around and left. While lifting the tent curtain, she also said to them, I hope you won't be so reckless next time we fight. The tent immediately fell into silence. The woman left quietly. What happened just now seemed like it happened in a dream. When it was daytime, Lord Cerdak came over to check their injuries, and sure enough he said to them, I will arrange a new treatment plan for you tonight. The two wounded men lying on the bed looked at each other, and their eyes once again showed the hope of living. Cerdak waved to the assistant behind him, indicating that he should write down the names of the two wounded soldiers and communicate with the officers of the Lord's army where they were located later. Chapter 13:05 Snowy Night. In the Lord's camp, a young officer with a slight bone fracture in his arm was standing in front of Soldak, with his arm hanging in a somewhat restrained manner. As a captain of the Northern Legion, he was a construct knight with good skills. Moreover, he was also a minor nobleman in Bena City. And now he actually ran up to Soldak and asked him to join his lord's army. Soldak gently rubbed his forehead with his hand and said to the young officer named Bernge, Your injury can heal naturally. There is no need to implant the strengthening magic pattern. I simply want to join your lord's army. Baron Bernge said to Soldak with a smile. Cerdak shook his head slightly, tapped the table with a magic pen in his hand, and said directly, We will not accept officers from the Lord's army in active service. At least not during the war. I hope you can give up this idea for the time being. However, my Lord army is very eager for a capable construct knight like you. If you are still willing to come to me after your service period is over, I will welcome you very much. Baron Bernge looked happy, saluted Soldak with a military salute, and said, I understand. Lord Cerdak, my service in Lord Norton's army is about to expire. After this plain war is over, I will voluntarily quit Lord Norton's army and join your constructed knights. I'm really looking forward to that day. Cerdak stood up, shook hands with him, and then sent the young construct knight away. In recent days, many of the seriously wounded soldiers in the wounded barracks have been so seriously injured that if they do not have the life magic pattern implanted, they may become permanently disabled. Some of the seriously wounded soldiers' injuries are even life-threatening. So Soldak thought about it for 2 days, and decided to use the strength and resilience life magic pattern to treat these seriously injured people. These seriously wounded soldiers were lying in the wounded barracks, and were already a burden to each Lord's army. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, the commanders of the Lord's army had to bite the bullet and treat them. Now Soldak proposed to the commanders of these Lord's army that he would be fully responsible for the subsequent treatment of these seriously injured soldiers. But the only condition was that these seriously injured people would be separated from the original Lord's army, and they would be able to recover after their injuries. Will join Cerdak's Lord army. The Lord army itself had no conditions for treatment, and was unwilling to spend high treatment costs. So these commanders readily agreed. As those seriously injured soldiers were implanted with the magic patterns of power of ghostly pattern soldier ants. After their injuries recovered, they found that their own strength had actually improved a lot. The warriors who did not originally have the basic conditions for constructing knights, as they recovered, they gradually became stronger in battle, and have become reserve knights of the constructed knights. Lord Cerdak treated the wounded in this way, which greatly enhanced his reputation among the ordinary soldiers of the Lord's army. More importantly, he gathered a large number of warriors with fighting will and great training value in the Alliance Lord army. This life magic pattern will become a key to unlock the shackles of their physical limits and pave the way for their future growth, and boosting adds endless possibilities. So much so that many soldiers in the Lord's army hope to transfer to Cerdak's Lord's army. Of course, it is impossible for him to do this, because once Cerdak agrees, what he will face is that the Alliance Lord army will directly fall apart and completely break up. The noble lords of the Ganbu Plain need Surdak to bring them some victories and open up some new territories. But they must not poach all the elite warriors in their lord's army. He could no longer remember how many lord officers he had rejected. Most of the young officers expressed their desire to join Lord Surdak's private army. A magic table lamp was lit inside the tent. And in the middle brazier was a magic scroll burning with blue fire. The flames burned the iron plate that was slightly raised around it. A cook was wiping butter on it. And the wooden tray next to it was beautifully cut beef was served on top. Several commanders of the Lord's army gathered together, each holding a wine glass filled with slightly sour fruit wine. They are also discussing about the seriously injured joining Lord Surdak's army. He took in those warriors who had to be given up even after recovering from their injuries. It is said that the price paid was very high, at least a very precious high-level magic scroll, said the commander of the Collins family. Normally, the relationship between the Collins family and Marquis Luther is not bad. But in this matter, some interests have formed. The commander of the Langdon family is very young. He is a young member of the Langdon family. He comes here simply to brush up on battlefield qualifications. He does not even have any say in the matter. But his status is clearly placed there. Did you say that the wounded were healed using the Holy Light blessing technique in the Temple of Liberty? The young man from the Langdon family guessed. His words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of other commanders. Several eyes fell on his face. And a silent accusation clearly passed into his heart. Please, can you be more thoughtful when you speak? If it was just the blessing of the Holy Light, do you think he would cause such trouble? The Norton family commander answered in a dignified manner. The commander of the Collins family whispered to the commander of the Norton family. Have you heard about the alchemist next to him? It is said that she can make a magic pattern strengthening scroll, which can enhance the physical fitness through magic patterns. Many knights in his constructed knights had similar experiences. The commander of the Norton family nodded and said, I have heard about this. I heard that almost all of the knights in Lord Soldak's half of the constructed knights have forcibly improved their physiques through magic patterns before they can become constructed of knights. I heard that this kind of scroll is very precious, so I said it would cost a lot. The commander of the Collins family continued, his tone full of desire for that kind of enhanced scroll. The same was true for the commander of the Norton family. He said with some envy, I really hope that I will have the opportunity to become a close friend with such an alchemist master in the future. The commander of the Collins family shook his head and said, I think if their relationship is just close friends, there is no way it can reach this level. What kind of close friends do you think they would be? Who could get so many high-level scrolls? You mean? The eyes of the commanders around him brightened. The commander of the Collins family immediately took a breath of air and waved his hands. Hey! Hey! Don't think nonsense. I didn't say anything. The wine glasses touched each other, and the smell of barbecue came from the tent. In this snowy night, there seemed to be a different temperature. Chapter 1306, Invasion of Worm Valley. It may be that the Queen Ant hiding deep in the dark Worm Valley finally realized that the stalemate between the Ant army and the Lord army in the cave has been a kind of disguised consumption for the ghost-striped red ants. And it may even be possible. It greatly affects the timing of the next ant outbreak. Therefore, the number of giant soldier ants participating in the battle began to increase among the soldier ant colonies in the cave, while the number of ordinary ghost-striped soldier ants participating in the battle was relatively reduced. Moreover, the ghost-striped soldier ants no longer have a life-threatening fighting style. A few days ago, they were like, no matter what the enemy forces on the opposite side are like, they must die in front of the battle anyway. Now, they are starting a tug-of-war under the leadership of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants, waiting for an opportunity to inflict some serious damage to the Lord's army when facing off against them. In fact, the tactic of the ghost-striped ant queen was quite successfully executed by the soldier ants. Compared to a few days ago, more seriously wounded soldiers have been carried off the battlefield recently. But for Surdak, he hopes to see more giant soldier ants, because every time a giant ghost-patterned soldier ant appears, it means that he can harvest some magic patterns of life. Every time giant ghost-patterned soldier ants appeared, Samira and Gary Decker were able to appear in time and hunt them down. With their own strength, they killed more than half of the giant soldier ants. In fact, the Lord army is not in a hurry to invade the Dark Worm Valley. They hope to eliminate more ghost-marked red ants in this cave. Fighting in this passage can allow elite forces to be more concentrated. In addition, the various Lord armies are not very interested in occupying the Dark Worm Valley. They hope to take this opportunity to harvest more warcraft materials. This kind of reliance on war to gain wealth has become rare in the Bina province in recent years. Although Surdak has been strictly controlling the total strength of the Lord's army, The Alliance Lord's army has continued to grow in combat effectiveness during this winter. When December entered, the original 50,000 Alliance Lord's army here has grown to 80,000. Originally, each of the business groups that followed the army had the right to operate a single product, which at least allowed these business groups to make money. But now, a trading market has formed near the camp. Businessmen come to buy magic materials every day, and the bidding for the goods has become very fierce. Until Andrew led a group of construct knights to repel these ghost-patterned soldier ants. The soldiers of the Lord army stood on the ledge at the exit of the cave on the other side, looking at the clusters of giant mushrooms under their feet, many of which were colorful. There are even some mushrooms with dark red fluorescence. Almost everyone was stunned by this magnificent scenery. Those giant mushrooms were so exaggerated that they were actually taller and stronger than the trees in the forest outside. The ghostly patterned soldier ants were forced to retreat by Andrew's constructed knights, and the Lord army finally occupied the cave. The ghost-patterned soldier ants that surged up from all directions failed to regain control of the cave under the joint attack of the construct knights. Then the heavy armored infantry regiment built fortifications at the entrance of the cave, and set up crossbows against the entrance of the cave, so that they could completely occupy the cave. As long as ghost-marked red ants step into the entrance of the cave, the first thing they will face is the giant crossbow arrows of the crossbow. Now that Cerdak has a large number of magic crossbow arrows bought from the Imperial capital, he will not use them on the battlefield. If you don't skimp on these consumables, as long as you can pick up the corpses of those ghost-marked red ants after victory, it will be a sure profit. And here, the heavy armored infantry soldiers and archers, led by senior officers, actually occupied the exit from the cave to the Darkworm Valley. However, entering the mushroom forest of the Darkworm Valley, the Lord army has been dispatched 5 times in a row recently. Each time, they hurriedly retreated to the cave's defenses after paying a heavy price. The main reason is that there are a large number of ghost-patterned flying ants in the Darkworm Valley. Only a few second-level experts under Cerdak can deal with these flying ants at extremely fast speeds. Other warriors have no way to deal with these flying ants. The weird flying speed is helpless. As long as a Lord army enters the mushroom forest in the Darkworm Valley, these ghostly patterned flying ants will attack like crazy. Although the heavy armored infantry were wearing heavy armor, they still had no way to deal with these ghost-marked flying ants, and the other lords could only passively take the beating. So in the following period, the Lord army made no achievements after occupying the cave. They just guarded the entrance of the cave, waiting for batches of ghost-marked soldier ants to rush up and kill them in one fell swoop. December is the season of snowflakes, and the mushrooms in the Darkworm Valley don't seem to be afraid of the severe cold. However, those ghost-striped worker ants finally chose to get into the ant nest to escape the severe cold at low temperatures. The Lord army that occupied the cave was finally able to dispatch armies one after another into the circular valley, when a heavy snowfall almost froze the Darkworm Valley. In fact, it was larger than Cerdak expected, and the entire valley was covered in giant mushrooms. The main residents here are probably these ghost-striped red ants. They are usually accustomed to eating these mushroom trees. Many ghost-striped worker ants sneak out to collect some food in this severe cold environment, and then return through the secret exit crypt. The real ant nests are in the southwest area of the valley. Some soldiers found the entrances of the ant nests. However, most of the entrances to the ant nests have been sealed with a clay composed of saliva mixed with gravel. Many of the entrances have been covered with clay. The snow is nowhere to be found. The Lord army searched around in this dark insect valley, but they did not find any use value in these mushroom trees. Probably only the ghost-striped worker ants would eat them. In the Darkworm Valley, after the valley is completely frozen in winter, it is filled with deathly silence. Cerdak found many old mushroom trees, which look more like hard firewood. Occasionally, a rock flies across the sky, and whenever this happens, the Lord army's soldiers will treat them with caution. Cerdak didn't expect that the Lord's army could occupy the entire Darkworm Valley so easily because of the weather. However, this time Cerdak did not order to continue the pursuit. He explored the valley for several days. The discovered cave entrances were marked one after another. And then, Cerdak began to gradually gather the troops, letting the troops take turns to hold on to the cave leading to the outside. During this period, there were also several battles in which ghost-striped red ants braved the severe cold to attack the Lord's army garrison. When the battle just started, the ghost-striped soldier ants looked very brave. By the time they stayed in the Darkworm Valley for half a day, the cold wind in the valley had frozen their limbs hard, making even walking very difficult. Chapter 1307 Seal. Obviously, the ghost-striped red ants have entered the winter state. probably to avoid being found by the Lord army, and blocked most of the cave entrances on the eve of the heavy snow. Now the ghost-striped red ants have retreated from the dark worm valley to the depths of the cave. The sky was filled with the cries of rocks. This should be considered a hunting ground for them. Unfortunately, with the invasion of the Lord army, the rocks also lost this hunting ground. Lance and the mage reconnaissance team are paying attention to this group of rocks from the north every day, and Cerdak is worried that they will attack the Lord army in groups. Although he gained a lot from entering the White Forest plain this time, and the ghost-marked red ants took the initiative to avoid the underground lair, Cerdak did not intend to give up this battle with the ghost-marked red ants. As the Lord army gradually entered this place, located in the Dark Worm Valley, the military camp is built under a giant mushroom umbrella. The surface of these giant mushrooms is like hardwood with texture, even if the mushroom umbrellas are covered with a thick layer of snow. These giant mushrooms still stand firm in the insect valley. Many giant mushrooms have traces of being bitten by ghost-striped red ants. The red ants even chewed some holes in the giant mushrooms. However, they do not eat this kind of wooden giant mushrooms. Their food is the fresh and soft food, fungal spores. Presumably, the winter food reserves are enough for them to get through for a while. After the temperature dropped sharply, the ghost-striped red ants lost nearly half of their combat effectiveness in the extremely cold weather. It was obviously a better choice to hide in the ant nest to avoid fighting. But Soldak has no intention of letting these ghost-striped red ants go. Their reproductive power is so strong that this dark insect valley can no longer accommodate their population. So an outward expanding ant wave only breaks out once every 10 years. This time Cerdak wanted to be a little harsh on these ghost-striped red ants. Throughout the Dark Worm Valley, there can be hundreds or even thousands of ghost-marked red ant nest openings. And most of the ant nest openings are now buried under the ice and snow. The heavy armored infantry squadron of the Lord's army began to explore the entrances of these and holes in the Worm Valley. And half of Cerdak's conscripted knights also entered the Dark Worm Valley together with the magic pattern war horses, as well as the heavy armor of other Lord's army. The cavalry regiments entered the Dark Worm Valley one after another. The cavalry can gallop freely in the Dark Worm Valley, and quickly provide support to various areas. So the search range of the heavy armored infantry regiment almost involves the entire Dark Worm Valley. In just a few days, Soldak harvested hundreds of ant nests. In the tent, the commanders of each lord's army gathered together and reported to Cerdak. Count Soldak, our 7 search teams found 17 ant nest entrances in the western district. The entrances were very tightly blocked by mud. We tried to open one, but the mud was mixed with the mucus secreted by red ants. The condensed colloid soil layer is very difficult to dig. The commander of the Collins family reported to Soldak and marked the entrance of the ant nest they found on the map. Cerdak nodded, and then looked at the other Lord Army commanders sitting aside. The commander of the Langdon family, who was sitting next to the commander of the Collins family, coughed slightly and said to Soldak, "We organized 9 search teams to search for 16 ant nest entrances. We once encountered ants at the 4th entrance. A battle broke out among the red ants in the cave. They didn't seem to be in love with fighting. They sent a few soldier ants to get out, and the red ants behind them blocked the entrance of the ant nest again." Soldak looked at Andrew. Andrew touched the stubble on his chin. The Nanai warrior seemed to have something to say. "The red ants are determined to avoid fighting with us this time. They probably want to wait until this winter passes, and the poison mist swamp seals the Dark Worm Valley again. At that time, even if we continue to stay here, the logistics supply will be forced to stop." Andrew gestured on the map, and then said, "So our best time to fight is in winter." Gary Decker, who was sitting next to him, placed a helmet with a visor on the long table. Her straight black hair fell like a waterfall on the back of her head. Since returning from the battlefield, she seemed to have become more ladylike. "It's just that once we enter the ant nest, all the advantages we currently have will be gone," Gary Decker said. "The ants can crawl freely in the ant nest, but our heavy-armed warriors cannot. And when they arrive, we won't be able to use the crossbows or black powder barrels at that time. And we can't bury our soldiers in them. So I don't agree with attacking the ant nest," the commander of the Collins family suggested, "unless we apply for a constructed swordsman group from above. I think only the elite constructed swordsman group can fight deep into the ant nest." Soldak immediately shook his head and said, "The current lords will not send out the constructed swordsmen they have finally accumulated." Commander Collins turned around and asked, "So, Lord Soldak, what are we going to do next?" Cerdak tapped the table with his fingers to get the attention of all the commanders who were discussing in private, and then said his plan. "Since they don't want to come out, I will go to the cave entrances everywhere next. Setting up a ceiling array will block the ant nest. I'm really worried that all the ghost-striped red ants hiding in the ant nest will rush out. I estimate that by then, our tens of thousands of lords' army will not be enough to see. Finally, Soldak added, and the weather is not cold enough now. It's just that the commanders present were a little confused as to how many ceiling arrays were needed for so many ant nest entrances. 30 young magicians were crowded inside a large, clean tent. These magicians had followed Serdak's lord army and had been staying in the Belan Plain for half a year, according to the agreement signed with Serdak. According to the contract, as long as they insist on staying here for the first half of a year, they will each get a natural magic pattern. They had seen similar magic skins in Lance's hands, so they agreed to Lance's invitation and came to work for Lord Serdak. Now, a new opportunity fell on their heads. The mysterious alchemist master next to Serdak was actually willing to teach them a simple ceiling circle. As long as they are magicians in the mage group, they can learn it. Of course, the price for learning this ceiling array is that each person needs to draw 10 ceiling arrays. Although the structure of the magic circle is extremely simple, all the magic runes are not a magic pattern magic circle constructed in accordance with the ancient elf language. This ceiling circle is completely unfamiliar to these magicians. They are like babies learning babbling words. They have barely learned the ceiling circle by rote memorization. The magic principles in it are far from the elf magic. According to the explanation of the mysterious alchemist master, this ceiling circle contains the hex technology of the goblin era. It is not ancient elf magic, so it may be difficult for you to learn. In addition, don't study too deeply. Otherwise, many principles and magic pattern construction are contrary to elf magic. If you think too much about those incomprehensible things, it will be easy to misunderstand it. Make people insane. But these magicians never thought that the magician standing in front of the blackboard and explaining the theory and structure of magic to them would actually be a succubus. Moreover, her lower abdomen has been slightly swollen, and the black magic robe can no longer hide it. Every time she walks in front of the blackboard, she will naturally touch her lower abdomen. In just a few days, she became the goddess in the hearts of these young magicians. Even if she wears that mysterious mithril mask, even if she is a pregnant woman with a slightly bulging belly, none of these can stop the charm exuding from her body. The night after the last teaching, Aphrodite complained to Serdak. If King Amazdan knew that her first students would be a group of human magicians, she would definitely come out of H.L. in anger. Take her back to H.L. with your own hands and tie her to the furnace of purgatory to be tortured. Serdak was laying his head on her bulging belly, listening to the gurgling sound inside. Hearing this, he raised his head and looked at Aphrodite. Aphrodite showed a sweet smile, gently stroked Serdak's stubbled chin, and said, Dak, you have to grow up quickly. At least King Amazdan will come to hunt us down. You have to be able to escape. The big devil you mentioned would really go to the human world to hunt us down because of such a trivial matter? Serdak asked worriedly. This is not a trivial matter. There is a secret to magic here. If there are a few smart people among them, more advanced ceiling magic will probably be derived from this ceiling circle, Aphrodite explained. Serdak sat up, leaned over and held Aphrodite's pretty face with both hands, pecked her dark purple lips, and then said, Hearing what you said, I really want to remind Lon. Chapter 1308 Visitors from the Village. Snow poured into the valley with a howling north wind, and the top of the mountain in the north was already covered with a thick layer of snow. The heavy snow formed a thick ice L on the giant mushroom umbrella. As long as people in the Darkworm Valley raised their heads, they could see the ice and snow above their heads looking crystal clear in the sunlight, probably because the ice blocked the north wind. Although the temperature in the Darkworm Valley was low, it didn't feel like the wind cutting your face under the extreme cold. A large amount of sulfur was transported from Wall Village to the camp in the Darkworm Valley. In the past few days, magicians have been busy using magic sealing arrays to seal the entrances of each discovered ant nest. According to Serdak's request, there will be 1 or 2 ant nest holes left in each area. The rest are temporarily sealed with a sealing array. It is said that this array can form a subspace space gap. It is okay that the ghost-marked red ants in the ant nest cannot come out. If they want to get out of the sealing array, they can. It will crash into the subspace gap, and its body will be shattered into pieces by the cracking gap in an instant. The biggest drawback of the sealing formation is that once a large number of ghost-marked red ants attack the formation will detonate, and the seal will be released. When the sealing array exists, the strong sense of crisis brought about by the unstable space-time rift will magnify the array infinitely, which will naturally scare away the ghost-marked red ants. After the magician set up the sealing circle, they hurried to the next area. 10 four-wheel trucks filled with sulfur powder drove into the military camp in the Darkworm Valley. The sulfur was originally used to make black powder. The man escorting the four-wheel truck was Geert, a young Vol villager. He was sent to the Belan Plain by the old village chief Bright. Along the way, I saw many new things that I had never seen before. It was even the first time that he knew that this world could be divided into several pieces of land. According to Uncle Bright's request, he only had to deliver the sulfur powder to Lord Serdak's military camp to complete the task. He followed the convoy into the military camp and found that the military camp was at least a dozen larger than Wall Village. A series of military camp tents are very neat under the mushroom trees. Pairs of soldiers filed out of the military camp, stepping on the snow and heading into the forest full of giant mushrooms. Gilt originally fantasized about being able to meet his friends in the village when he arrived at the military camp. But now his fantasies were gradually shattered. This camp was really too big. He looked at the soldiers coming in and out of the military camp with some confusion. And he was a little envious of the heavy armor they were wearing. When the carriage passed by the training ground, he even wanted to jump out of the car to see how sharp the spears on the weapons rack were. When the carriage passed a drying yard in the military camp and saw the bandages and white sheets hanging on the clothesline, Gilt swallowed again and lowered his head. The convoy stopped in front, and Geert quickly jumped out of the truck, walked quickly to the front, and took out the voucher he had brought from Wall Village from his arms. When the truck carrying sulfur powder finally arrived at the military camp, it was Serdak who sent the news back to Wall Village through Pussy Mountain. It took more than a month to deliver the news all the way. Serdak looked at the young man who jumped out of the truck. He looked familiar, but he couldn't call out his name. "His name is Gilt," Selena reminded quietly, standing next to Soldak. Soldak then strode up, and when Gilt was in a daze, he patted him on the shoulder and said very familiarly to him, "Gert, Uncle Bright asked you to escort the car to deliver the sulfur. Is there anything else I want you to say to me?" Gilt replied without thinking. "Uncle Bright said that the production of sulfur mines is constantly decreasing, so you can save some money when using these sulfur powders. Is everything okay in the village?" Although he knew the current situation in Wall Village, Serdak still had to ask questions. Geert said to Soldak with admiration, "Half of the villagers in our village have not carried out winter storage this winter. The market at the entrance of the village is too lively. You can buy everything, and everyone has a little money in their hands. So life is very nourishing." After hearing Gilt's introduction, Serdak kept nodding his head and seemed to be in a good mood. However, Serdak didn't stay here too long before he was called away by the two commanders. Then several officers who came out of the deserted land came over and greeted Gilt one after another. Although we don't know each other that well in the village, when we go to the battlefield, as long as we hear about things related to the desolate land, we will feel more friendly. Everyone chatted with Gilt for a while, and when they heard that the family was doing well, they felt much happier. After the batch of sulfur powder was handed over to the warehouse manager in the military camp, everyone surrounded Gilt and left the material warehouse. They took him to the camp cafeteria to have a bite to eat, and then took him back to the military camp tent, preparing to let him stay in the military camp, have a good night's rest. After everything was settled, everyone sat together and chatted. "Gert, are you going back to Wall Village this time?" an officer in the deserted land asked. Gilt looked around and replied, "Of course. Brother Serdak also asked me to bring a batch of supplies back." The officer on the side immediately stood up and corrected him. "Hey, Geert, you have to call him Earl." Looking at the convinced expressions of the officers around him, Gilt nodded quickly and said, "I understand." Geert smiled and said to everyone again, "By the way, I also saw Selena." The officers almost stood up at the same time, and then corrected her solemnly. "Gert, you'd better not call her by her name in the future. You can call her Priest Selena." Gilt looked at this group of fellow villagers with a confused expression. He was a little confused about how Selena became a priest. Packs of sulfur mixed with charcoal were filled into the entrance of the ant nest, and finally a large number of dead branches were thrown in until the hole was completely filled with dead branches and leaves. Then some kerosene was poured on the dead branches, and the dead branches were removed easily. The torch in his hand went into the entrance of the ant nest and ignited the dead branches stained with some kerosene. After the fire started, someone took the opportunity to throw a metal plate with wind control runes in, and then used the frozen soil on the side to rebury the hole. Streams of acrid thick smoke continued to emerge along the gaps in the frozen soil. It was not until these heavy armored infantry soldiers buried a small mound at the entrance of the ant nest that the acrid thick smoke was completely sealed inside. At first, there was no movement in these ant nests filled with sulfur powder. At night, it felt like the entire valley in the Dark Worm Valley was shaking violently. Chapter 1309, Killing in the Dark Night. The huge body of the ghost-striped male ant broke through the hard rock and drilled out of the snowy surface. The huge fangs were forced to dig into the hard rock, and many of the sharp teeth had been cracked. The dark hard armor is also full of dents and scratches. Only half of their bodies were exposed from the ground, and puffs of acrid smoke came out from the gaps between their bodies and the rocks. Some ghost-striped male ants even broke out of the ground directly from the giant mushroom rhizomes. Those giant mushrooms, with a large amount of snow on the top, lost the support of these rock formations and began to become crumbling. Countless huge ice blocks fell down in midair, and some even giant mushrooms have to fall over. The ghost-striped soldier ants following behind staggered out of the ant nest. Some soldier ants even dragged the curled-up bodies of other worker ants. After rushing to the ground, they couldn't wait to climb on the canopy of the giant mushroom. Hundreds of red ants crawl out of their nests. On a snowy night, thick, burnt yellow smoke was rising everywhere throughout the Dark Worm Valley. Rolling fog appeared in the Dark Worm Valley, and the fog swept across the entire land, even covering the clouds and the moon, shrouding some of it. Even those giant mushrooms seemed to want to raise the umbrella cover as high as possible. Only in this way can they avoid these thick fogs that seem to be alive. These thick fogs are a bit too sticky. Whether human warriors or ghost-striped red ants fall into them, they will be trapped. All perception will soon be blocked. Of course, there are some warriors who are exceptions. A group of construct knights under Lord Surdak are galloping freely in this fog. They can even avoid horse traps hidden under the snow in advance. Now this insect valley is full of ghost-striped soldier ants choked by the thick smoke, as well as ghost-striped male ants that are as bulky as chariots. These soldier ants are clustered around the male ants. Teams were quickly assembled with the ghost-striped male ants as the center. It's just that they are obviously trembling in the darkness that blocks their perception. They have lost the mental control of the queen ants, and these soldier ants have become at a loss what to do. And those ghost-striped male ants also became extremely violent in the fog. They dragged their heavy bodies forward and crawled forward. They didn't care whether there were ghost-striped soldier ants next to their legs. Anyway, if they were stepped on, their bones and tendons would be broken. The body will burst out with some acid and body fluids, and then it will die miserably. After the number of soldier ants crawling out of the cave gradually decreased, those flying ants that could no longer spread their wings dared to come out of the cave. They were about the same size as worker ants and became extremely fast because of their pair of insect wings. Now that they have been stuck in the ant nest for a long time and smoked by sulfur smoke, the wings of some flying ants have been curled up. They barely spread their insect wings and flew up staggeringly. Their dark red claws sneaked into the umbrellas of some giant mushrooms. On the pillars, there was a squeaking sound, and it was obvious that their own perception was also limited to a very small range, so that they did not dare to fly at will. The ceiling formations at the entrances of some ant nests were also continuously broken through, and more soldier ants and worker ants rushed out from inside. Obviously, those ghost-striped worker ants are at the bottom of the ant tribe. They dragged their shaky bodies and struggled to crawl out in the thick smoke. Most of the worker ants were already dying, as a large amount of acrid smoke filled the entire valley. The Lord's army, which had been preparing for the attack, rushed out of the camp. All soldiers wore masks on their faces, so that they would not inhale excessive smoke and collapse on the battlefield. Superior. The soldiers of the Alliance Lord Army rushed into the battlefield, looking for ghost-marked red ants all over the world in the Dark Worm Valley. Serdak's Lord's army was divided into 3 teams. Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego led the constructed knights and the cavalry in the cavalry battalion to advance towards the eastern front. This cavalry can be said to be the strongest of Serdak's Lord's army. With strength, the cavalrymen of the constructing knights raised their knight spears one after another. The blades of Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego were pointing in the direction of their charge, and Samira and Callie Decker headed southeast with a second team composed of 21 armed thunder rhinoceros, nearly 1,000 archers, and 2,000 heavy armored infantry warriors. The army with crossbowmen as the main force will be dispersed into 21 island-shaped fortresses and enter the battlefield. 42 crossbows will hunt down all ghost-patterned soldier ants within sight. Surdak, Selena, and Aphrodite led the 5,000 heavy armored infantry regiment to form the third team. They will march in the east-north direction. Although the heavy armored infantry soldiers led by Serdek, the usual strength cannot resist the ghost pattern soldier ants. But now they are in extreme weather conditions, and have been sealed into the ant nest by the Lord Army and smoked into a semi-conscious state. The most important thing is that there are people in the team who can control the fog of war. Selena and Aphrodite, who masters the sleeping cloud. Everywhere along the way, the fog of night swallowed up everything. There are constant ghost pattern worker ants falling asleep in the thick smoke. The heavy armored infantry warriors carry the heavy tower shield behind their backs. With a heavy sword in their hands, they chop off the heads of all the ghost patterned red ants they encounter on the road, regardless of life or death. Mainly because the heavily armored warriors could not tell whether the ghost-marked soldier ants lying on the ground were completely dead or in a coma. So they simply killed all the ghost-marked red ants they met again. This night, the entire Darkworm Valley was a one-sided massacre. Serdek prepared a soldier identification plate for each Lord Army soldier. This metal plate has simple logos of horseshoes, shields and bows engraved on the side. And there is a row of numbers behind it. Each soldier's number is unique. According to Serdek's request, the warrior who first captures the head of the ghost-patterned red and must put his or her own seal on the forehead bone between the compound eyes of the ghost-patterned red ant, so that even if the body of the red ant is discarded casually on the battlefield, when the logistics personnel clean the battlefield, they will also record the merits of the soldiers based on the marks on the seals. This battle in the Darkworm Valley is like picking up money for ordinary heavy armored infantry soldiers. Of course, the merits gained from such an easy killing are naturally not as much as the merits gained from normal killings on the battlefield. But as long as the soldiers' legs and feet are diligent, they can still gain more. And if you are lucky, you can still see those giant ghost-patterned soldier ants in the fog. In the past, they were the targets of the strong. Now ordinary soldiers can also rush up and kill them randomly. If some complete outriggers are handed over, give it to the logistics department and occasionally get more generous rewards. The battle continued until dawn, and some ants were still crawling out of the nest one after another. As the sky gradually gets brighter, the hunting operation is coming to an end. The Lord Army in the Darkworm Valley has withdrawn to the camp under the cave. However, there are still a large number of ghost-marked red ants in the Darkworm Valley. The large land of the Darkworm Valley, they were all turned upside down by the ghost-striped male ants. And many giant mushrooms collapsed during this war. For these ghost-striped red ants, the biggest enemy in the Darkworm Valley at this moment is the cold. If they cannot enter a shelter where they can hide in this cold winter, because their bodies do not have fur to keep them warm, even if they are strong no matter how powerful the monster is, it will freeze to death in this severe cold before the thick smoke in the wormhole has cleared. Some ghost-striped red ants have already stiffened their limbs due to the severe cold. The soldiers of the Lord's army took advantage of this time to rest all morning. After lunch, there was again a scene in the Lord's army camp of armies leaving the camp and entering the Darkworm Valley to fight. Logistics department personnel and four-wheel trucks accompanying the military merchant group entered the Darkworm Valley through the cave. And then truck after truck of magic materials were transported out of the cave. During the day, Selena cannot turn on the fog of war, so the ghost-marked red ants in the Bug Valley are still connected to their queens. The red ants in many places have begun to try to hide in the ant nests again. Andrew and the constructed knights and cavalry regiment led by Wolf Knight Tego have been fighting fiercely since last night, and they have not returned to the camp to rest. The Armed Thunder Rhinoceros led by Samira and Gary Decker returned home early with a full load. Seeing Samira's troubled appearance, Serdek waved to her on horseback and told her to take a good rest on the platform wooden house. Gary Decker, on the other hand, didn't show up at all and went directly to the platform cabin to rest. Most of the trophies brought back by the two ladies from the battlefield were the heads of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants and ghost-patterned male ants. These trophies almost filled all the shelves of the entire Armed Thunder Rhino team. And the crossbowman group was consumed. The number of magic giant crossbows was also quite astonishing. Serdek felt that if the giant crossbows in their hands had not been used up, they might not have withdrawn from the battlefield so quickly. Officials from the logistics department responsible for counting supplies and trophies came over personally to count the supplies on these shelves. The moment they pulled away the tarpaulin covering the supplies, all the staff in the logistics department looked straight. The heads of ghost-striped male ants were neatly arranged on each shelf. And there were also a huge number of giant ants. The legs of the ghost-striped soldier ant. Serdek originally wanted to ride out of the camp for another inspection, but he did not expect to encounter so many giant soldier ant legs that needed to be identified. After the death of a warcraft, the magic marks of life on its body will disappear quickly in a short period of time. so Surdak did not dare to neglect, and immediately got into the tent and began to identify whether the magic marks of life on the legs could still be preserved. Just when Surdak was inside the tent, using his eye of truth to examine the legs of these giant soldier ants, a whistle suddenly sounded outside the camp. Surdak quickly put down what he was doing, picked up his sword and shield and ran outside the camp. Hundreds of ghost-patterned flying ants were seen dancing in the sky. Teams of archers stood on the platform on the back of the thunder rhinoceros, shooting rain of arrows at them. Instead of retreating, those ghost-striped flying ants continued to wander in the sky. It wasn't until Surdak climbed to an observation deck that the ghost-patterned flying ants actually locked onto him. Almost all the flying ants were like cannonballs, swooping down on him without hesitation. Chapter 13:10 The Threat of the Queen Ant. Just when Surdak was holding up his shield, he was preparing to fight back against these ghost-marked flying ants. Samira and Carrie Decker also appeared next to Surdak in time. They seemed to have just emerged from the sleeping bag. Their long hair was messy, their eyes were sleepy, and they were only wearing exquisite silk nightgowns. But he was holding a sky-strike bow and a magic shotgun in his hands, facing hundreds of ghost-patterned flying ants swooping down from the sky. Without hesitation, a shadow of a great elf windrunner archer appeared behind Samira. The shadow of the great elf was at least 10 meters high. His movements were consistent with Samira's. Both were in a lunge, with the bowstring fully drawn towards the sky. On the high thunder rhinoceros platform, a magic crystal in the gem groove of the sky strike bow in Samira's hand shattered instantly, and the released magic halo immediately formed arcs of electricity, spreading outward along the sky strike bow. The arrow on Samira's long bow became extremely bright, and a bolt of electric light flew out with a spreading arc. It immediately penetrated the body of the ghost-marked flying ant at the front, and then penetrated several more in succession. The ghost-patterned flying ant, Guangya, finally lost his last bit of strength, and finally remained in the body of a ghost-patterned flying ant. The lightning condensed in the sky struck all the ghost-patterned flying ants, and the lightning was like a thunder waterfall spreading from the clouds. The sky in the Darkworm Valley suddenly lit up. Some ghost-striped flying ants were probably paralyzed by the electric arc, and they fell from the sky one after another. There were even countless transparent insect wings flying in the sky, as sad and beautiful as the fallen leaves in the autumn wind. Carrie Decker, who was standing aside, looked at the epic weapon in Samira's hand with amusement, and then looked at the magic shotgun that he had carefully maintained. He suddenly felt deeply the difference between magic weapons and epic weapons. Big gap. Callie Decker probably didn't notice at all. Samira shot this arrow, and the magic patterns on her arm suddenly lit up. She also used the power of the elf's blood, and one arrow made her feel exhausted. She didn't even look at the sky again. She jumped back from the platform to her thunder rhino, and got into the cabin without even thinking about it. Carrie Decker felt that there was no need to refill the gun, so she put the magic shotgun on her shoulder with some embarrassment. She rubbed her cold hands, and then gave Surdak a polite smile, turned around and followed Samira's footsteps, running back to the wooden house on the thunder rhinoceros platform. Only a group of stunned infantry soldiers and crossbowmen were left in the camp. They rarely see the second-level experts unleash such powerful martial arts, which makes them more aware of the huge gap between them and the second-level experts. Those ghost-patterned flying ants that were lucky enough not to be electrocuted to death in the sky were also shot down by the arrows fired by other crossbowmen. Only one looked shaky, but it flew towards Surdak very firmly, until it landed on the observation deck where Surdak was with its transparent insect wings, and its extremely vicious eyes stared intently at him. Staring at Surdak, it was lying on the observation deck, its head with two blood-red compound eyes twisting crazily, as if it might explode at any time. It can be seen that it seems to be suffering from some great pain, as if something powerful has penetrated its body. That thing is trying to control everything, but this body is too small. It is suffering from that extreme sense of tearing. The head that originally looked like a gadfly turned out to be a blurry human face after continuous distortion, but the eyes were still those of red ants, and Surdak could feel the extreme stiffness from that face. Although there were vague facial features, Surdak's intuition told him that it was not a human face. "Stop it! Human, I admit that you can easily find the weaknesses of our ant tribe, but if you continue hunting like this, you will face the craziest revenge from the ghost-marked red ants." The hoarse and metallic silver sound was made by the vibration and friction of the wings, and it was full of a decisive threat and warning. A weird smile, or a contemptuous smile, finally appeared on the ferocious face, and then the whole head exploded into a pool of blood. As the body fell, the blood splashed onto the observation deck, and the magic core in the head seemed to have also disappeared. Then it exploded. The dark eyes were like abyss. Without her having to tell her identity, Serdek could guess that the body of the ghost-patterned flying ant contained a trace of the ghost-patterned ant queen's thoughts. Maybe it was the ghost-striped ant queen took control of the flying ant's body and gave him an ultimatum. The ghostly patterned flying ants in the sky have disappeared, and the camp has returned to calm. Serdek felt that since he planned to attack the Darkworm Valley, he was on the hostile side of the ghostly red ants. This hatred could not be resolved and would only end if one party was completely destroyed or escaped. To Serdek, the threat of the queen ant was like the trash talk shouted by both sides on the battlefield. No matter how the scolding ended, the knife would be drawn in the end. Is he afraid of the revenge of the ghost-striped red ants? Of course I'm afraid. But now the battle has progressed to such an extent that even the most powerful ghost-striped male ants among the ghost-striped red ants couldn't count how many died last night. Could it be that if Serdek stopped and retreated at this time, the ghost-marked red ants would not retaliate and a beast wave would break out in the future? The answer is of course impossible. The queen's threats were of little use to Serdek. The Darkworm Valley is such a large hunting ground, and Serdek has no intention of giving up. Now the entire Darkworm Valley is full of corpses of ghost-marked red ants that have not been cleaned up. Next, the work of cleaning the battlefield will require the soldiers of the Lord Army and the accompanying troops. The business group worked together to complete it. Serdek identified the legs of the giant soldier ants brought back by Samira, and the cavalry regiment of Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego also returned to the camp before dark. And the loot they captured was even richer. A large bundle of giant soldier ant legs was then delivered to the military camp tent. Serdek was busy for a while, and finally selected nearly 300 life magic patterns from these giant soldier ant legs. It was a pity that those who failed the ghost-marked male ants in the wilderness were too big to be transported back to the camp in time. Serdek didn't have time to run around in the Darkworm Valley, so he could only give up the large life magic pattern on the ghost-marked male ants. Collect. Selena, who was lying in the tent, didn't wake up from her sleep until it was completely dark. Her body could recover quickly at night, and her eyes were extremely clear at the moment. Serdek sat on the edge of the bed, touched her forehead, and asked her with a smile, "Don't be so stupid next time." Mentally exhausted. It's no joke. If it hadn't been for the fact that it was dawn, and I couldn't get power from the goddess, maybe it wouldn't have happened like this. You don't have to worry. Priests like me need to communicate with the goddess through my body every day, so this kind of mental power is not serious," Selena said with a pale face, looking at her hair that was wet with sweat. Serdek felt an unspeakable feeling in his heart. Chapter 13:11 Ghost Pattern Ant Queen. At night, Selena, who was sleeping deeply again, suddenly woke up from her dream. She sat up from the bed hugging the quilt, and Serdek immediately opened his eyes, seeing Selena pressing her hands on her chest and breathing heavily. He sat up and handed her a glass of water. Selena held the water glass and took 2 sips to try to calm herself down. In the dark tent, Serdek could clearly see the panic in her eyes. Even the sweat on his forehead was cold. The cold night wind blew in through the gaps in the tent. Serdek put his arm around Selena's round shoulders and asked her softly, "What happened? The master of our dreams? High Priest Selena also has nightmares?" Selena let out a long breath. There was another compartment in this living tent. Signa and Nika lived in the next room. She was originally planning to let them live in another tent, but she was worried that they would when he encountered danger. Serdek drew a curtain in his living tent. Selena calmed down for a while before resting her head on Serdek's strong shoulder. She seemed worried that the chat between the two would wake up Signa and Nika next door, so her voice was very soft and sexy. Air's round lips were close to Serdek's ear, and every breath she took seemed to make Serdek's ears feel itchy. "I feel it. She's getting ready to break out of her giant delivery room and come out with her bodyguard to fight." "Ghost-striped Ant Queen?" Serdek asked in surprise. This is winter. Even someone as powerful as the ghost-striped Ant Queen is not afraid of the severe cold, Serdek thought secretly. "That's her. In my dream, her body was forcibly divided into 2 parts. One part is a huge delivery room, as big as 20 thunder rhinos connected head to tail. The tail part of this delivery room is always they are all releasing huge fraternal eggs. And the other part is its true body, which is very small compared to the delivery room. But the power she possesses seems to be able to cut open my dreams with her fingers," Selena whispered said to Serdek. The power of the ghost-striped Ant Queen was expected by Serdek, but he did not expect that the ghost-striped Ant Queen would be so cruel to him. Forcibly split his body into 2, and the combat body and the delivery room were completely independent. open. He didn't know what harm the ghost-striped ant queen would do to the ghost-striped ant queen. But at least the ghost-striped ant queen had gained freedom. It seems the daytime threat isn't just talk. It's already taking action. How many levels of Warcraft strength do you think it can possess? Cerdak turned sideways, put his arm around Selena's shoulders, and asked her. Selena rested her head on Suldak's arm, curled her body, and hugged Suldak like a koala, with her long fluffy hair spread out, one hand on his chest, and one on his chest. She pressed her leg on his leg and said, "At least level 6. But because she left the delivery room, although she lost most of the burden on her body, it also caused her to lose a lot of strength. But she could only leave the huge delivery room to transform into a fighting body. Dak, otherwise we should prepare to withdraw from the Dark Worm Valley. We can't defeat it, even with the power of night granted by the goddess Selene. The fog of war I control may not affect it at all, and it chooses to fight in the daytime. I probably can't even help you." There was a trace of worry in Selena's eyes, probably a reminder from the goddess of the night. "Oh, it's okay. What is supposed to come will always come. This is winter in the Dark Worm Valley. Do you think it is not afraid of the cold?" Cerdak said with a smile. And at the end, he joked with Selena. Selena was like a lazy orange cat, squinting her eyes and responded, "I have no idea." At dawn the next day, no living red ants could be seen on the battlefield, and a layer of white frost had condensed on the bodies of many dead red ants. In this cold and dark Worm Valley, there are four-wheeled trucks accompanying the military trade group everywhere. These ancient Bolai horses are covered with thick blankets. When they breathe, they spray out a large amount of white from their nostrils. Water vapor. It is simply unrealistic to move the entire ghost-marked male ant onto a four-wheeled carriage. Now that the body of the ghost-marked male ant is completely cold, even dismembering it with a bone-cutting knife will be quite troublesome. The logistics department of the Lord Army could only mobilize a group of heavy armored infantry warriors with magic weapons, and ask them to participate in dealing with the remaining ghost-marked male ants in the Dark Worm Valley. The coachmen who accompanied the military merchant group were the most diligent porters, and they tried their best to carry every valuable loot in the valley. The members of the adventure group are not allowed to enter this valley yet, mainly because these valuable trophies can be picked up everywhere in the valley. In the battle the night before yesterday, the magic materials harvested were much more than Cerdak expected. So much so that the carriages of the military merchant corps that came in a hurry were seriously short of transport capacity. The corpses of ghost-marked red ants have been piled up in many places. At present, these trophies will not even be transported directly back to the military camp. Instead, they will be sold whole to these military merchant groups and packaged for processing. At the same time that the war broke out in the valley, a dozen ghost-striped male ants also appeared near the ant hole at the foot of the mountain. However, since the last time the Adventure Group Alliance army was at the lake, they were attacked by 2 ghost-striped male ants, so that each adventure group suffered heavy losses. And now they have become much smarter. They pay special attention to the prevention of ghost-marked male ants. Even though I have become accustomed to the hunting method of blocking the entrance of the cave every day, I am always on guard against the ghost-striped male ants suddenly emerging from the ground. When a dozen ghost-marked male ants suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain, a group of strong men from the adventure group who had been prepared for them rushed out to stop these ghost-marked male ants. In addition, Cerdak had also been prepared. He also knew that the exit of the ant nest at the foot of the mountain was likely to become the second escape route for the ghost-marked red ants. In addition to putting some magic seals on the blocked cave entrance, the 3 heavy armored infantry regiments stationed on the Stone Arch Bridge have also entered a state of alert. He also left 40 crossbows and 2 tin catapults just in case. The back road of Stone Arch Bridge cannot be cut off. At this time, the power of the bed crossbow and catapult became prominent, facing the huge ghost-marked male ants. As long as the magic crossbow arrows were used on the bed crossbow, it was still very effective. The battlefield at the foot of the mountain also won a victory. And this time the adventure group made a lot of money. You must know that the ghost-patterned male ant belongs to the 3rd level Warcraft category, and the Warcraft materials on its body are relatively high-end, and its body is huge, although the hard armor of its body is too thick. But the level is there. The price in the market is not too cheap. Most of the adventure groups had great success in hunting at the entrance of the ant nest at the foot of the mountain. The lords of the White Forest Plain felt like they had eaten lemons. People in the entire Belen Plain are paying attention to the war here, while the lords of Wilk City are envious. They are also pointing out that Cerdak is actually breaking the north by doing this. Balance of occupied areas. In the past, There were ghost-striped red ants, and the Dark Worm Valley could also be regarded as a hunting ground for rocks. It is precisely because of the existence of these red ants, and the peace contract signed by Archduke Newman, and the rocks, that the rocks have never crossed the thorny mountains to hunt cattle and sheep on the grasslands. Now Serdek's Lord Army is at war with the ghost-striped red ants, which has seriously affected the hunting of the rocks. So the cattle and sheep on the grassland have also suffered due to this war. All of this is due to Serdek. The trouble caused by Dak launching this war to eradicate the ghost-marked red ants. Therefore, the lords of Wilk City hope that Lord Soldak can end this war as soon as possible. Serdek was also speechless regarding the idea of luring tigers and driving away wolves by the noble lords of the Belan Plain. It seemed that they would rather welcome the beast tide than give up angering the rock in the north. Moreover, he also handed over the air control of Bailin's Plain. To describe it in one word, it is cowardly. However, Serdek had no time to argue with him. In the Green Empire, lords who were qualified to develop territories had considerable say. There is a high probability that these noble lords in the Belan Plain will only severely condemn and protest. So what's the use of that? Lord Serdek's operation to hunt ghost-patterned red ants in the Dark Worm Valley was a great success. The 17 armies of lords who joined the alliance all harvested a large amount of magic crystals, as well as a large area of undivided fertile land in the Three Rivers Plain. A cavalry regiment passed through the giant mushroom forest filled with white snow. This is the cavalry regiment belonging to the Langdon family. It is currently performing patrol missions in the southwest area of the Dark Worm Valley. On this messy battlefield, it is once again covered with under the thick snow. Part of the loot that had not been transported away in time, and most of the sharp ant nest entrances were buried under the heavy snow. The cold north wind has caused the temperature to continue to drop in the past few days, and the remaining ghost-striped red ants have returned to their ant nests. The current ant nest has been riddled with holes by the ghost-striped male ants. Serdek's method of smoking out the ghost-striped red ants by burning sulfur to produce poisonous gas can no longer be used at this time. In the past few days, the commanders of the various lord armies have been very actively thinking of ways. They have become accustomed to the benefits of hunting ghost-striped red ants. So even in such an extremely harsh environment, we never thought about withdrawing our troops. The most popular mission now is the Cavalry Battalion Patrol mission. Although the weather outside is relatively bad, you can still pick up some leftover trophies during the patrol. So the cavalry regiments of each lord's army are very actively fighting for this mission. In this regard, Lord Serdek issued a notice to all cavalry regiments. He strictly ordered the cavalry regiments to remain vigilant during patrols. Now that the ghost-striped red ants have suffered a big loss, they are likely to come back. The cavalry regiment of the Lord Army thought that Lord Serdek was a bit alarmist. In such a cold weather, even if the ghost-marked red ants wanted revenge, even the giant ghost-marked red ants would be frozen as long as they got out of the cave and stayed for half a day. Hard. What qualifications do they have to fight in this weather? This is a common belief among many lord armies. When the cavalry regiment entered a dense mushroom forest, they happened to see a frozen ghost-striped soldier ant. Its legs were still curled and trembling in the cold wind. It seemed that it still had its last breath. It's actually alive. The cavalryman saw a frozen ghost-striped soldier ant under the mushroom forest, and it was still alive. This meant that the ghost-striped soldier ant was destined to have no mark on its forehead. So picking it up would be regarded as a reward from the battle. The merit points allocated in this way will be much higher. After all, the items on the merit exchange list, even a magic dagger, are very tempting to these cavalry. All the cavalrymen quickened their pace, urging their horses to run forward. Just when they came to the ghost-striped soldier ant, the ghost-striped soldier ant, which had been frozen in the wind and snow, suddenly stretched out two 2-foot-long fangs and hit the cavalryman in front. It was cut in half, and the ice and snow on its body fell into pieces. The other cavalrymen were astonished and drew out their swords from their waists and rushed towards the soldier ant that had killed their companions. However, they obviously ignored the uneven marks under the surrounding white snow. Dark red ghost-striped soldier ants burst out from the ice and snow, inserting their sharp spear-like legs into the bodies of the knights and the horses. Abdomen. Each ancient bow-like horse was covered in thick heavy armor, but its abdomen and limbs were not protected at all. The ghost-striped soldier ants emerging from the snow had just enough angle to penetrate the horse's belly. For a moment, the war horses fell to the ground one after another, and the cavalry on the horses were also killed by the ghost-marked soldier ants. They are not even qualified to compete with these extremely ferocious ghost-patterned soldier ants. Only the officers in the cavalry battalion are superior in strength and can still cope with the ambush of these ghost-patterned soldier ants. However, these ghost-patterned soldiers, the soldier ants, seem to have been prepared for this. They move very quickly, and are not afraid of the cold. The battle only lasted for almost a quarter of an hour. In the end, after killing 3 ghost-patterned soldier ants, the cavalry captain was cut into pieces by the swarming ghost-patterned soldier ants. His body was almost broken according to the parts of the armor. The head was directly swallowed into the stomach by a ghost-striped soldier ant. Not all the cavalry were killed and devoured by the ghostly red ants. There were also several cavalry officers whose limbs were broken and were dragged into the ant nest. Nowadays, the ant nests in the Darkworm Valley have become riddled with holes. Wind and snow can even blow in without any hindrance. And there are still traces of smoke and fire on some cave walls. Even in the underground ant holes, there are many corpses of ghost-striped worker ants. This group of dark red ghost-striped soldier ants shuttled quickly through the cave. They walked for an unknown amount of time, and finally entered a cave. The cave was not quite big, but it's warm and cozy inside. Many ghost-striped red ants were crowded in the cave. When they saw these ghost-striped soldier ants walking in, they hurriedly retreated to both sides, revealing a passage. There is a strange ghost-striped red ant lying on a flat rock at the end of the passage. It is almost twice as big as the soldier ant, but it is far smaller than the ghost-striped male ant. Its body has a human face, and it looks more like a plump woman from the chest up. But the body at the back is just 3 pairs of powerful legs. Her body lacks the abdomen, which looks so uncoordinated, and the body it is actually full of dark golden patterns. Even the 2 eyeballs are dark gold. Chapter 13:12 A World Tree. Her eyes were full of hatred for human beings, and her dark golden eyes had a glaze-like brilliance. And her facial expression was also a bit unstable, as if she couldn't control her emotions, and her face sometimes pretended to cry, sometimes laughing, sometimes feeling sad and happy, but desperate and helpless. It is like a crazy woman, and she is trying to control her movements. Sometimes her movements are extremely fast, and sometimes the joints of her arms have strange events of distortion. The lower body is simply supported by 3 pairs of strong and powerful legs. The entire body has lost its abdomen, and its structure is extremely inconsistent. She crouched on the stone like a red ant, stuck out her human head, looked at the captive in front of her, stretched out her long scarlet tongue, and licked her red lips. He asked the prisoner, whose joints were all smashed, in a voice like metal friction, "Where do you come from as an army?" The sound was like a demon crawling out of H.L., with endless killing hidden in the coldness. The Lord's army prisoner raised his head high without saying a word, with a holy radiance on his face, and closed his eyes, as if he was worshipping something. Then, a spear-like tentacle from the depths was poured into the chest of the captive of the Lord army. The moment the hot blood on his chest spurted out, her beautiful face came closer, and opened her big mouth. Drink the warm blood without restraint. That kind of satisfaction seemed to make her soul tremble. Her arms of the human body were raised high, and she let out a very thin scream toward the sky. The ghost-patterned soldier ants did not stop, but immediately escorted another prisoner of the Lord's army, who had both hands and feet disabled, to the boulder. The queen ant asked exactly the same question to the Lord's army soldier. "Where do you come from as an army?" The queen ant stretched out her left arm and gently stroked the head of the Lord's army soldier with her hand. In addition, her 2 spear-like legs were pressed against the chest of the Lord's army soldier, and the sharp thorns even penetrated into the chest, in the flesh and blood. She was constantly licking the blood dripping from her mouth, and continued to ask, "What is your purpose here? Open up the territory, and clear out the dark insect valley." The Lord army soldier said with trembling. Then he brought his head closer. His dark golden eyes met the Lord's army soldier's eyes, and continued to ask, "How many people are there in your Lord's army?" 50,000 later increased to 70,000. And there are also some adventure groups. Almost 100,000. The Lord army soldier continued to answer. When saying this, the ghost-striped ant queen paused for a moment, seeming to be confused about the analytical form of quantity in human language. Its brain recovered after a moment of downtime, with a hint of weirdness in its dark golden eyes. Bloodshot, but it has already begun to ask the next questions. "Who is the leader of your Lord army?" "Lord Serdek." After asking all the questions, the ghost-striped ant queen's expression returned to calm. She gently sent her spear-like tentacles forward and killed the Lord army soldier. When drinking blood, it no longer feels impatient and soul-trembling, but it is still extremely satisfied. After questioning 17 Lord army soldiers in a row, The ghost pattern ant queen finally stopped. She seemed to roar at the cave dome. Soldak, you only have 50,000 troops. Yet you dare to break into the Dark Worm Valley and clear it out. We, the ghostly pattern Red and Empire. Since you like the Dark Worm Valley so much, then stay here. Probably the surrounding ghost-striped soldier ants felt the anger of the queen and made sharp hissing sounds at the same time. The ghost-striped soldier ant cannot survive in the harsh north wind of winter. But the ghost-striped ant queen possesses a Pokemon that can change the climate and environment. It is a drop of life essence solution hidden in its body for countless years. Over the years, there is no way to successfully digest this drop of life solution. Although there is no way to absorb the life essence, the gift of life essence makes its life extend endlessly. It has been so long that it cannot remember its own age. It has been so long that her abdomen is like 20 thunder rhinoceros connected together are so big that they have grown into human faces. She squatted in the center of the cave, holding a solution of life essence as green as emerald in her hands. The drop of solution was like a crystal gem. The light shone through her fingers and arms, dyeing half of her body emerald green. When World Tree gave it this drop of life essence, it hoped that it could be well preserved and then use this drop of life to create the next generation of World Tree. Unexpectedly, it sealed this drop of life essence in its body for thousands of years. This period of time was so long that the group of ghosts marked red ants degenerated from the original 6th level guardian monsters to 2nd level to 3rd level ordinary ones. Warcraft, probably without the nourishment of the World Tree, are not as powerful as they were before. And such a long time is enough to dispel the ghost pattern ant queen's fantasy of using this drop of life essence to become a half-legend in one fell swoop. The ghost pattern ant queen looked at the seal on her abdomen with some reluctance. The dark golden pattern also expressed her mother's expectations for herself, to strengthen the ghost pattern ant tribe, so that the ant tribe could dominate the entire Belan plain, and let it this new queen ant replaces the dominant position of the World Tree, which has been the path to godhood paved by its mother. It's a pity that such a wonderful story failed to follow the script. After it obtained the essence of life, its power did not rise to the level of a semi-legend, but instead it became immortal. For so many years, it has been working tirelessly to reproduce the next generation. It hopes that the newly born queen ant can surpass itself. It is a pity that after so many years, it was not until the ghost marked red ant suffered a genocide that it finally realized that perhaps the ghost marked red ant had always been attached to the World Tree, and all the glory in the past was that World Tree. Given. Now! It drips life into a pool in the cave, and the cold pool suddenly becomes extremely green. The majestic vitality suddenly filled the entire cave. It squatted on the edge of the cold pool, quietly watching the changes in the pool. The expression on its face was very complicated at this time, with countless emotions fused together. And then it said to itself, he said softly to the pool, "This World Tree has left us only so much life essence. I know that our ant tribe can occupy this place not because of the ant tribe's ability, but because we have inherited this drop of life essence from the World Tree. I thought that this a drop of life essence would make me half a legend. But it's a pity that my bloodline has never been able to reach that point." Its back originally had a high bulge, and the complex magic pattern seemed to have been painted later. After saying this, it opened a slit in the hard armor with countless dark gold runes on its chest, and squeezed out a seed like a sunflower seed. This seed was about the size of an adult human. The pointed germ carries endless vitality. The ghost-striped ant queen said to this white and tender seed, "Don't you want to grow up? Don't you long to take its place? Then let this valley become green again. Let it once again become the new cradle of countless lives. Let it be the starting point for you to become a god. And our ant tribe will continue to protect you by adhering to the tradition of thousands of years. Grow and become your most loyal guard, the most supreme son of the World Tree." As it spoke, it crawled beside the pool and threw the seed of life, which was as big as an adult's body, into the pool. The next moment, powerful vitality was released from the seed of life like a surging ocean tide. The brilliance erupting from the seed directly dyed the entire cave in dark green, and the emerald green cold pool was showing to the naked eye. The visible speed disappeared, and a fragile root squeezed out from the germ, and quickly penetrated into the stone crevices deep in the cold pool. After the golden leaves unfolded, a trace of bud climbed towards the top of the cave. At the same time, the endless greenery spread crazily throughout the cave. Finally, it spread along the countless caves underground to the depths of other caves. The entire empire of ghost-marked red ants hidden underground felt this vitality. Countless plants and ghost-marked red ants in the caves competed for living space. This sea grew rapidly during such changes. It frantically absorbed the life purification in the cold pool. It didn't care about winter or summer at all. It just broke out of the ice and snow. In the icy cold wind, it was full of giant mushrooms of darkness insects. In the center of the valley, a bud grew upward despite the wind and snow. With it as the center, endless greenery spreads out, like a thick blanket of green grass appearing in the world of ice and snow. The queen ant laughed crazily. She felt that she could control this fragile green life. She wanted to attach every ghost-striped red ant to the roots of this tree and vine. She even wanted to make this fragile tree in the world. The roots of the saplings grow around the ant nest and become a huge support for the ant nest of the ghost-marked red ant empire. In the dark insect valley covered with ice and snow, a young seedling found a glimmer of life. It grew wildly in the cold winter with infinite desire. Around it, green smeared throughout the dark warm valley. Wherever its vitality spread, the aura of the vegetation began to revive rapidly. Almost at the same time, Serdak, Andrew, Bonita, Selena, Samira, and other second-level experts who were particularly sensitive to the atmosphere of the surrounding environment immediately discovered the great changes in the dark warm valley. Frostwolf Bonita even led Wolf Knight Tego out of the military camp, and it howled toward the center of the dark warm valley. Serdak walked outside the tent, squatted down next to a snowdrift, stretched out his hand and gently pushed aside the layer of snow covering it. On the frozen soil under the ice and snow, pieces of withered moss actually regenerated. It turned new green, and the fishy smell of moss rushed into Serdak's nose with the unique fragrance of plants. Selena also followed Soldak out of the tent, squatted down and said to Serdak, "Something seems to have changed here. I will know what happened here when it gets dark." The ice and snow in the valley are actually slowly melting, and the melted ice water seems to seep into the frozen soil. It seems that it can no longer be called frozen soil, because it is so soft that it looks like land waiting to be cultivated. And then the temperature of the dark warm valley begins to warm up a little bit. As the grass continued to sprout through the remaining snow, some ghost-striped soldier ants emerged from the ant nests. And then a large group of soldier ants emerged from the ant nests. The ghost-striped soldier ants almost crowded the giant mushroom forest. The valley was not so cold. They were munching on the moss while moving in groups towards the Lord's army camp in Serdak. This time, the first ones to be blocked were the cavalry patrolling in the dark insect valley. They never expected that the ghost-patterned soldier ants, which had been beaten to the depths of the ant nest, were like in the forest after the rain. Mushrooms sprouted out one after another, and the surrounding cold seemed to be driven away by them. If there was only a group of ghost-patterned soldier ants, the cavalry could still fight them, and even bring their heads back to the camp. If only a few groups of red ants appeared, these cavalrymen might have a chance to escape. But with ghost-patterned soldier ants appearing in all areas of the dark warm valley, these cavalrymen who went out to patrol did not even have any chance to escape. If you want to return to the camp, you need to rush all the way back. The ferocity of these ghost-striped soldier ants is obviously different from those of the ghost-striped soldier ants, whose limbs were frozen stiff a few days ago. They are more flexible, strong, fierce, cunning, and more capable, cruel and murderous. Not many of these cavalry who went out on patrol could return to the camp alive, and almost a large number of patrols died on the road outside. Serdak finally knew that the threat of the ghost-striped ant queen a few days ago had now come true. The ghost-striped ant queen had really used some means to launch a full-scale counterattack against the Lord's army. Serdak was caught off guard as soon as he made the move. He never expected that these ghost-striped soldier ants would not be affected by the weather, and ran out of the cave one after another to launch a full-scale attack on the Lord's army. Originally thought that half of the ghost-marked soldier ants had been wiped out with poison gas and siege. But now it seems that Serdak realized that he had underestimated the number of soldiers in the Red Ant Empire. Countless ghost-marked soldier ants crowded tightly outside the Lord's army's garrison camp in the dusk. The ghost-striped red ants had the numerical advantage, and some ghost-striped soldier ants began to try to feign an attack. A magic arrow fired from a crossbow harvested the lives of the ghost-patterned soldier ants outside the camp. Many ghost-patterned soldier ants rushed to the edge of the wall outside the camp. At this time, the soldiers in the Lord's army camp realized the benefits of erecting a wall in the camp. If the ghost-patterned soldier ants outside wanted to get in, they had to at least climb over the wall. And what was waiting behind the wall was actually a group of constructed knights wearing constructed armor. Behind them were the crossbowmen standing on the shelves of the Thunder Rhinoceros. When the arrows rained down, countless ghost-patterned soldier ants were struck by arrows in their joints, and were chopped down to the ground by the construct knights. It's just that there are too many ghost pattern soldier ants attacking the camp wall, some of which are similar to the scale of the original beast wave. And the wall of the camp here is not as tall and strong as the north wall of Duodan town. Chapter 13:13 Calling. Outside the camp gate, countless ghosts marked red ants tried to break through the thin log wall. A group of construct knights stood on the wall and chopped down the ghost marked red ants that climbed up. Constructed knights are blessed with the magic pattern power of the construct. Basically, they have a magic weapon and can kill the ghost pattern soldier ants effortlessly. It's just that there are too many ghost pattern soldier ants rushing up from outside the wall, and the construct knights are simply too busy. Fortunately, there was a row of armed thunder rhinoceros parked behind the constructed knights, and a group of crossbowmen stood on the shelves, covering the outside of the wall with arrows. From time to time, barrels of black powder were thrown out from inside the wall, making constant explosion sounds. Serdek was waiting at the gate of the camp, fully armed and carrying a sword and shield. Andrew, Wolf Night Tiger, Gulaitum, Gary Decker, and Samira all rushed over. They were wearing magic pattern structures and standing next to Soldak with weapons in hand. The ghost pattern soldiers outside the ants kept crashing into the camp gate, and even the crossbowmen on the observation deck could not suppress their charge. With a click, the door bolt blocking the camp gate broke instantly. The wooden fence gate was completely broken by the ghost-striped soldier ants outside, and dozens of ghost-striped red ants rushed into the camp instantly. Soldak raised the Gerda shield glowing with holy light and stood at the front of the team. At dusk, the holy light on the shield shone on the ghost-patterned soldier ants, and a layer of bright silver appeared on their hard armor. The ghost-patterned red ant that rushed forward big Gerda's shield with its sharp fangs. Sir Dark took the opportunity to thrust a sword from behind the shield, and the sharp broadsword pierced its jaw, before the corpse of the ghost-marked soldier ant fell down and hit him. Serdek picked up the Gerda shield, took a step and stepped on the split head of the ghost-marked soldier ant, and struck the soldier ant behind with another sharp sword strike. Gulaitum's body was covered with frost armor, and he was protecting Serdek's back. He picked up a big wooden stick in his hand and fought back a group of ghost-patterned soldier ants that were attacking from all sides. Andrew and Wolf Night Tiger rushed up from the left and right sides, and their attack was far more fierce than that of Serdek. The head of one of the ghost-patterned soldier ants was split in half by Andrew's axe, and the other ghost-patterned soldier ant was killed. Tygo chopped off the head with his war blade. 5 ghost-patterned soldier ants were killed instantly at the entrance of the camp. Gary Decker and Samira stood behind and fired cold shots. Ghost-patterned soldier ants kept falling to the ground. 6 second-level experts were guarding the front entrance of the camp. Dozens of ghost-patterned soldier ants fell one after another. In front of the gate, not a single ghost-marked soldier ant can rush in. This combat team composed of level 2 experts stood guard at the entrance of the camp, like a sea-fixing needle, which immediately greatly increased the momentum of the Lord army in the camp. Countless heavy armored infantry soldiers were wearing heavy armor and rushing toward the battlefield. At this moment, in the Darkworm Valley, the ice and snow melted, and the vegetation revived. Night fell quietly at this moment, and the sky quickly became dark. This military camp was in danger under the crazy attack of ghost-striped soldier ants. There were choirs praying in the distance in the camp. The billowing fog of war continued to spread outwards, permeating the entire camp, swallowing the ghostly patterned soldier ants into it. The ghost-patterned soldier ants that entered the fog of war were confused for a moment, and then they fought randomly on their own. They would actively attack enemies close to them, instead of following the Queen's orders and continuing to enter the camp. At the same time, above the mist, a huge eyeball slowly rose. The hypnotic ripples continued to emit the cloud of sleep, and the ghost-patterned soldier ants in the fog around the camp began to become drowsy, and some even fell silent on the spot. The camp, which had become crumbling under the fierce attack of the ghostly patterned soldier ants, gradually recovered. The Lord's army was in the fog of war, and once again regained the initiative on the battlefield. Led by Andrew, Wolf Knight Tego and Gulaitum, the construct knights rushed out of the camp and launched a counterattack. Zigna's eyes turned pure black. Her body exuded, and she stood next to Soldak with a condescending look. She stretched out her little finger and pointed in the direction of the center of the Darkworm Valley, using a strange tone, said to Serdek, "Right over there. A powerful being was born, and the mutation in the entire valley came from this. The ability to revive everything in the entire valley in winter should be the remaining power left by this dead world tree. I can only help you at night. You have to make a decision before dawn. You need to be more careful about whether to go or stay. I plan to temporarily withdraw all the Lord's troops into the cave." Serdek wiped the blood on his face and said decisively, after an orderly evacuation from the camp throughout the night. At dawn, more than 50,000 Lord's troops had all retreated to the inner platform of the cave. Since there was enough time to retreat this time, most of the supplies were moved out by the heavy armored infantry soldiers. The night was replaced by dawn. The fog of war of the night goddess disappeared. Selena's face was pale, and she fell from the altar exhausted. He came down, and was held firmly in Soldek's arms. Her body is now like a huge container that can only carry the blessing of the goddess of night in the dark night. She is just coveting the moment before dawn, and wants to maintain the fog of war longer. It is often at this moment that she is attacked. Power bites back. In comparison, the succubus is much smarter, and she will never do such forced things. Before the fog cleared, Aphrodite drew a door to the void, held her slightly bulging belly, and quietly left the battlefield. The fog of war receded, and more ghost-striped soldier ants appeared around the camp. In addition, dozens of ghost-striped male ants charged towards the empty camp at the same time. When the ghost-striped male ants touched the log wall, the entire log the wall collapsed under the force of the ghost-marked male ants. Countless ghost-patterned soldier ants rushed into the camp. There were densely packed ghost-patterned flying ants flying in the sky. From the ledge at the edge of the inner exit of the cave, a group of crossbowmen fired arrows, shooting down the ghost-patterned flying ants flying all over the sky. In just one night, spring seemed to have entered the Darkworm Valley. The ice and snow melted, and the grass sprouted green buds. Samira stood on the ledge at the inner entrance of the cave, looking far away at the giant pods that emerged from a group of giant mushrooms in the center of the valley. The giant pod-like plant has only a few sparse leaves, and a strong main stem is growing towards the sky. It grows very fast, as if building a ladder towards the sky. Hundreds of rocks were hovering in the sky, and the dark clouds condensed into a huge vortex. The center point of the vortex was on the pod. Thunder and lightning kept moving in the clouds, and from time to time, they made roaring sounds. In this battle between the ghostly patterned soldier ants and the Lord army, they began to try to fight for their lives. The ghost-patterned ant queen did not hesitate to use the lives of the ghost-patterned soldier ants to reduce the number of the Lord's army soldiers. The ghost-patterned soldier ants rushed to the battlefield, and would not dodge the Lord's army's attacks at all. They only wanted to inflict damage to the Lord's army soldiers before they died. The damage was severe, and in just one morning, nearly 1,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers fell on the battlefield. Therefore, the number of dead ghost-marked soldier ants was twice that of heavy armored infantry soldiers. But even this battle-loss ratio was not what Serdek wanted to see. This forced Serdek to dispatch the constructed knights, guarding the inner platform, to confront the attacking ghost-patterned soldier ants head-on. This group of fierce ghost-patterned soldier ants climbed up from the cliff, and had a clear battle goal. Serdek could only mobilize powerful construct knights from various lords' armies. Although the exit platform in the cave is not large, the battle here has become extremely difficult. Even with the support of crossbowmen, each lord's army has suffered some casualties. The only thing that made Serdek happy was that the ghost-striped ant queen never showed up. According to the reminder from the goddess of the night, the ghost-patterned ant queen is the most threatening existence in this valley. It is a powerful magical beast whose strength has reached the peak of the 6th level. The last 6th level monster that Serdek came into contact with was the evil demon king on the Gonbu plain. However, the head of that evil demon king was sealed in the Mage Tower display warehouse of the Makuso Magic Guild at that time. Therefore, that demon king cannot exert his full strength. This time, it is said that the ghost-striped ant queen specially separated her main body from the incubation room for this battle, and her combat power may be much stronger than usual. This is what Serdek is most worried about. In the cold winter, the Darkworm Valley turned lush and lush overnight, and everywhere you looked was green. A large number of ghost-patterned soldier ants appeared in the valley, and almost all of them gathered towards the Lord's army. Nika's first aid tent was filled with many injured heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers. Even the construct knights, who rarely appeared in the ward, appeared in the ward. This time, Serdek also actively participated in treating the wounded soldiers. Rescue work. Nearly 1,000 soldier ant heads were used as sacrifices, and almost every wounded person lying on the hospital bed would receive the divine blessing of the blessed body. The constructed knights on the battlefield also have the two most basic low-level blessings, Blessed Body and Blessed Shield. The 5 second-level experts around Serdek received 2 advanced blessings, Hegemony and Insight. However, what Serdek failed to notice was that at this moment, the bodies of the southern indigenous maids who followed Nika had some obvious changes. They were originally priests in the temple of the indigenous tribes in the south of the White Forest Plain. Later, they were captured by slave captors, bought back by the merchant Malcolm, and then given to Lord Suldek. Serdak's understanding of them was only that they had the power to be close to nature and had a little bit of healing power. That's why Serdak asked them to follow Nika and set up an emergency medical team in the military camp. Obviously, in the past 6 months, the results of this medical team have been very remarkable, and they can basically save Serdak from the first aid tent was liberated. Only at a critical moment like now, Serdak's power of holy light and God's blessing are needed. And now at this moment, when the pod-like world tree sapling in the center of the Darkworm Valley begins to grow wildly towards the sky, the seal totems printed on the priests of the natural temple began to emit emerald green light. And at the same time, in the deepest part of their hearts, they also heard the call of the Son of Nature. At this moment, the group of indigenous girls and the emergency medical team knelt down almost at the same time, praying towards the call in their hearts. At this moment, Serdak was still offering high-level sacrifices to the two-faced demon god in the tent in exchange for the blessings of those high-level gods, and did not even notice what was happening on the emergency medical team's side. At the same time, in the large rainforest in the southern part of the Belen Plain, countless great druids from aboriginal tribes, who believed in nature, were also summoned by the Son of Nature. They left their homes almost without delay, carrying only simple things on their backs, with bags and wooden weapons in their hands. People from various tribes lined up to walk out of the rainforest. They abandoned their homes, their livestock, and their cultivated fields. These tribal aboriginal people have been living here without fighting against the world. They believe in the Son of Nature. They also have the ability to identify herbal medicines and have some formulas for treating diseases with herbal medicines. Their strong fighting power in the jungle also impressed Will. The lords of Kes City were very troubled. For so many years, they have been living in seclusion in the large rainforest in the south, never appearing in front of the imperial people. For a long time, the lords of Wilk City even ignored that there was such a group of indigenous tribes in the forest. Now, tens of thousands of tribal aborigines are walking out of the rainforest. When they march onto the grassland, countless teams converge into a torrent. The lords of the entire White Forest Plain are watching them in fear. After all, this number is too large. Too much. This mighty army was even larger than the total population of Wilk City. They ate the dry food they carried along the way, went north along the river, and also took the initiative to avoid Wilk City. They seemed to have no intention of attacking Wilk City, and the lords in the city breathed a sigh of relief. Wherever these tribes passed by, all the ranchers who saw this army would drive their cattle and sheep to stay away. Many local indigenous herdsmen would send their only cattle, sheep and food, and some will also take the initiative to join this huge torrent. When they did not show any hostility to the imperial people on the Belen Plain, a business group actually took the initiative to approach this huge torrent. And then truckloads of food were transported over to replenish these tribes and aborigines, so that they could during the long journey. At least you won't have to worry about food. Some trucks in the caravan began to take the initiative to pull the elderly and children in the team who could not walk. Judging from the map, the direction they were heading happened to be the town of Doden. According to the information revealed by the indigenous herdsmen, these tribal aborigines, who came from the south, felt the call of nature to them. It took them almost a month to get from the southern rainforest to the town of Doden. During this period, spring had actually begun to bloom in the Darkworm Valley ahead of the cold winter. The giant pod-like world tree sapling finally looked like a big tree. And under the command of the ghostly striped ant queen, the cave, the combat platform on the inside, which was not too large, had been completely demolished by the ghost-marked male ants. In this month, the Lord Army encountered the most brutal attack by the ghost-patterned soldier ants. Due to the limitations of the battlefield, the scale of the daily battles between the ghostly-patterned soldier ants and the Lord's army was not large. Serdak sent almost all construct knights, so the casualties on the Lord's army were further reduced. Chapter 13-14 The Contract in the Dream. The fighting during this period became extremely difficult and cruel. Many heavy armored infantry died on the battlefield at the entrance of the cave, and injuries were commonplace. But for some unknown reason, the ghost pattern Ant Queen has been dormant in the Darkworm Valley, and has never personally launched an attack on the Lord Army. Serdak also heard for the first time that hundreds of thousands of natives from the southern tribe were marching to Doden Town overnight. They were a group of devout believers in nature. They pursued the truth of vegetation from nature, and were good at using herbs. The dozen girls who followed Nika were very involved in common herbal medicine. They could find some plant roots from the grass and treat the injured warriors. Now, Serdak can only wait and see what happens. The news came from the merchants of Doden Town. It was said that this group of southern tribesmen only wanted to pass through Doden Town. Surdak could guess that they were summoned by the Son of Nature, and their destination was naturally the Darkworm Valley. This group of tribal aborigines must have come for the towering pod growing in the center of the Darkworm Valley. In any case, this is by no means good news for Surdak's Lord Army. The noble lords of Wilk City cunningly chose to sit on the sidelines at this time. Of course, they would not help Surdak to stop these tribal aborigines. If possible, they wished that Surdak's Lord Army could suffer some losses on the battlefield. At this time, the noble lords of Wilk City would never send troops to help. The Chester Great Swordsman from the Wilk City Military Department sent a confidant to the battlefield in the Darkworm Valley overnight. He wanted to listen to Suldak's opinion. If necessary, the Luther Legion, all the garrison troops, will be mobilized to stop these tribal aborigines on the prairie. At present, Luther's army and Surdak's Lord Army combined do not exceed 150,000. If Surdak wants to stop hundreds of thousands of tribal aboriginals from moving north, they must completely abandon the battlefield in the Darkworm Valley area. Moreover, this group of southern tribal aborigines did not show any hostility. They are just moving towards faith. So Surdak has been hesitating and has not made up his mind to stop them. With the revival of everything in the Darkworm Valley, the ghost-patterned soldier ants are fighting the Lord's army at the entrance of the cave this month. Lord Surdak's army has been engaged in a bitter battle for the past month, with the number of casualties rising, and various voices emerging from within. Some Lord Army commanders hope that Surdak can evacuate the Darkworm Valley as soon as possible, so as to ensure maximum benefits. Some lords hope to move to the Three Rivers Plain. When the lake freezes in winter, the red-backed giant turtles fall into a deep sleep and take out their nests in one fell swoop. Some lords are worried that once the ghost-striped ant queen appears, the war situation here will further deteriorate. The worries of the lords are reasonable, but these proposals are not what Surdak wants to see. He never thought about giving up the Darkworm Valley at this time. Suldak sat in the military tent, took the towel handed over by Selena, wiped his greasy face, and rubbed his forehead as he had a headache. Selena stood behind him, put her hands on his shoulders, and asked him to lean back, with the back of his head resting on her plump chest. She pressed his forehead with her thumb and index finger to let him relax. Recently, Surdak has been under tremendous pressure. He thought more than once about leading the Lord Army to evacuate here. The war in the Darkworm Valley has only been stalemate for a month, and there have been so many voices in the Alliance Lord Army. Suldak now has a profound understanding of how difficult it will be for Archduke Neumann in the Warsaw Plain, and he does not know how to withstand it. How much pressure is required to maintain the current situation? Today, the situation of Surdak's Lord Army is not very optimistic either. Once this group of aborigines from the southern tribes enters the Darkworm Valley and forms a flanking attack with the ghost-marked red ants, his overlord army will have no way to go. But even so, he still has the confidence to lead the Lord's army out of here. So Surdak can continue to wait patiently here. A familiar voice calls in my ears. Dak? Dak. Surdak suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the black sky was in chaos. He was lying barefoot on the grass. He supported his body with his hands, sat up from the soft grass blanket, and looked around with a blank expression. Here is a platform that is not too big. The ground is covered with grass and looks like a demi-plane. Surdak just blinked and saw Selena wearing a priest's robe, appearing leisurely opposite him. She is like the master here and can control everything here. Just stretched out his hand flatly, and a tray filled with wine and fruits appeared in his palm. But just when she turned back to look at Suldak, that face turned into another beautiful face. It was that face that seemed to be radiating with infinite light, forcing him not to look directly at it. He didn't even need to think. An idea came to his mind naturally. That face belonged to the goddess of the night. God cannot be looked at directly, not even in Selena's dreams. Surdak quickly lowered his head, not looking directly at the woman, and blinked his sore eyes hard. Tears bursting out wet his eyes, and his vision became blurry. Then, those dazzling lights slowly disappeared, and Selena reappeared next to Suldak, with a graceful smile on her face. She held a clay pot, walked to Surdak, let Surdak lie on her lap, and then poured out the water in the pot to clean Surdak's eyes. The water was very cool, and seemed to contain some magical power. "This is my dream! I pulled you into my dream!" Selena lowered her head and whispered in Suldak's ear. Surdak looked at her face and reached out to touch it. Her face was soft and smooth, and it didn't feel like she was in a dream. Maybe this is an extremely real dream. Selena didn't explain much. She pointed her finger at Suldak's side and said, "Look over there." Surdak turned his head and saw a pod rising into the sky at an infinite distance across the grass. It looked exactly like the pod in the Darkworm Valley. That's why he subconsciously asked, "The pod in the center of the Darkworm Valley?" Selena wiped the water from his face, pulled him to sit up, and explained to him, "Uh-huh. It's not a pod. It's a world tree seedling. If it grows into a world tree in the future, that is the same existence as the goddess." Surdak also thought about the extraordinary origin of the pod in the Darkworm Valley, but he never thought that it turned out to be a world tree sapling. "Why did you call me into your dream?" Soldak asked Selena strangely. The two of them were together almost every day these days. Even if they had something to say, they could talk when they were awake. Selena pointed to the pea pod-like world tree and said, "It's this world tree that wants to communicate with you. My dream can't accommodate it. The goddess helped me a little, and then she seemed to want to chat with you. She probably has some things to tell you that she doesn't want me to relay. It's just that I couldn't look her in the eyes right now. So she left." "A world tree sapling wants to communicate with me." Suldak's eyes widened, and his heart was extremely messy. The world sapling revived everything in the valley, and was obviously an accomplice of the ghost-striped red ants. At this time, it contacted itself through the dream of the goddess of the night. Was it hoping that she could surrender and withdraw from the valley? Surdak was thinking wildly at this moment, and then he raised his head to look at the soaring pod in the distance. But the pod in front of him suddenly turned into a tree. The tree is at the highest point of the grassland, looking like a golden tree dozens of meters high. The huge crown of the tree is covered with golden leaves, which can make a rustling sound when blown by the breeze. The world tree sapling did not transform into a human face. A gentle force of nature entered Surdak's heart. Surdak clearly felt that it was saying lo. This kind of spiritual communication was actually the one who can best express his truest thoughts. If it weren't for Selena's dream, Surdak wouldn't be able to hold on for long. "Hello, human lord. I am Woodward Lynch, the son of nature." The gentle voice of the world tree came over. "Hello, great son of nature Wardwoe Lynch. I am Surdak," Surdak said quickly. The gentle voice continued, "You are very good at talking. First of all, I want to thank you. It was you who launched an attack on the ghost-striped red ants and threatened them with annihilation, so that I could see the light of day again from the stomach of the ghost-striped ant queen, where not only all life was extinct, it will absorb the original life from me every moment. Now I have been able to sprout and grow in the Darkworm Valley. Although I am still weak now, at least I am in a much better situation than in its stomach." Surdak didn't know how to continue the conversation, but fortunately his gentle voice did not stop, but continued. "The reason why it released me is probably because it thought I was just a seed that fell into an indefinite sleep and had no memory of the outside world. But it doesn't understand the inheritance of World Tree. Everything it did to my mother and me, every detail is engraved on me." Soldak then took the opportunity to ask, "With all due respect, why would it let you out in this situation?" The World Tree continued in a gentle voice. "Probably to use my power to revive the vegetation in this valley and allow all things to grow. Only in such an environment can the ghostly patterned soldier ants exert their strongest combat power. And although it didn't guess that I had all the memories, it was still suspicious of me. It never appeared on the battlefield for so many days, just to put some restrictions on me. This time I found you through the goddess of the night. I also hope that we can join forces to deal with the ghost pattern ant queen. I need to use some of your strength." Surdak's eyes lit up, and he was about to say, Okay. If you have any requests, just ask." World Tree Sapling has passed on its request. "Please listen to my conditions. If we form an alliance, I need you to do 3 things for me." The World Tree proposed 3 things. "The first thing is that we must join forces to deal with the red ants, the enemy that currently poses the greatest threat to me. As the guardians of the World Tree, they have completely betrayed their original promises, and they even want to absorb me. The Mother's power eventually became the demigod of this world, so I want them to accept the punishment. This is a simple thing, and it's what I'm doing now." Soldak nodded in agreement. World Sapling said again, "The second thing is, after things calm down here, you have to help me clean up all the giant mushrooms here. Dig them all out of the Darkworm Valley and transport them away. That's no problem. I heard that this giant mushroom has great medicinal value." Surdak agreed happily. World Sapling then made his last request. "The third thing, I want to punish those rocks." Before Surdak could reply, the message from the World Sapling was passed on. "And some of the benefits I can give you are that except for the living space I need. Everything in this valley belongs to you. And the valley will be protected by me. And my followers in the Belan Plain will work for you." Hearing what World Sapling said, Surdak immediately thought of the aborigines of the southern tribes who were heading towards the Darkworm Valley. Those aborigines seemed to be its believers. Wouldn't this mean that there would be dozens more people at once? Thousands of people. "Do you have any way to deal with the ghost-striped Ant Queen?" Soldak took the opportunity to ask. "As long as it can help me get out of trouble." "I have a way." The voice of the World Sapling echoed in Surdak's spiritual sea of consciousness. "The Queen Ant has set some restrictions on me. There are ghost-pattern worker ants entrenched at the ends of all my roots. Currently, if I move even slightly, these worker ants will immediately eat my rhizome. I need your help to solve this problem. And I have the power given by the essence of life. I think I should be able to defeat it." The thing that World Sapling talks about is naturally the Queen of the Ant tribe. Since someone came forward and wanted to help him deal with the Ant Queen, Surdak certainly had no reason to refuse. Moreover, this matter was contacted by the Dark Goddess. Surdak said, "In this case, then we can draw up an alliance contract. To be honest, I never thought that I would have the opportunity to form an alliance with a big tree in my life. And it is also a world tree." In this dream, Selena was the leader here. She waved her hand, and a high-level contract scroll appeared in her hand. Surdak unfolded the contract scroll, carefully wrote on it what he had said to the World Tree Seedling, and finally signed his name. The World Tree Sapling simply left a soul imprint, and a light blue leaf pattern appeared on the scroll. Then a gentle voice came next. "I didn't expect to use a human lord to escape from the hands of the ants." Chapter 13:15 Reinforcements. When he woke up from his dream, he found an alliance contract in the palm of his hand. Surdak picked up the dark gold magic scroll. The dark pattern on the back of the scroll turned out to be that of a man who was imprisoned in a well. "Goddess." She raised her hands in the air and tried to get out of the well. Surdak wiped his face with both hands, and then recalled all the details in the dream. Although he was completely awake, he still felt a little incredible. Selena, who was lying next to him, also opened her eyes at this time. Although her eyes revealed endless fatigue, there was a faint smile on her lips. After she sat up, she hugged Soldak's neck from behind and rested her chin on his strong shoulders. Soldak held Selena's hand, and then closed his eyes, thinking about the scene in the dream. He never expected that this world tree would be held hostage by the ghost-striped Ant Queen. The climate changes in the Darkworm Valley were all caused by a drop of life essence left by the previous world tree. Although this drop of life essence released, the vitality is so strong that everything in the valley will grow in the harsh winter, and it allows the ghost-striped soldier ants to have a good living environment. However, more of this world tree seedling is for itself. It needs to grow quickly and strengthen its own strength. The brutal battle at the entrance of the cave continues, and many brave warriors still fall on the battlefield every day. The Lord's Army's military camp merit list has been updated with the third batch of prizes for merit exchange. This time, the top 10 on the merit list are almost all magic pattern structures. As long as the first-level warriors in the Lord Army have some ideas about magic pattern construction, they will risk their lives for this set of magic pattern construction that can be passed down to their families. As for the ghost-striped Ant Queen, she has been dormant deep in the cave of the Darkworm Valley these days. She arranged 17 ghost-striped male ants to guard the roots of the world tree seedlings, but she still felt that it was not enough and continued to mobilize them. The ghost-marked male ants in the bodyguard group around them are lurking in several underground holes. As long as the world tree seedling makes any uneasy behavior, and the queen of ghost-marked ants gives an order, these ghost-marked male ants will do whatever it takes. Bite off all the roots of the world tree seedlings. The queen ant sent out a large number of ghost-pattern soldier ants, but they were unable to break through the Lord's Army's defense line, which also made the queen very angry. More soldier ants surrounded the cave. They almost pressed their heads against the buttocks of their companions in front of them and rushed into the cave desperately. It was a pity that the entrance of the cave was always guarded by 2 strong men of level 2 who were as solid as stone. Under the fierce battle between them and a group of construct knights, these ghost-pattern soldier ants had no advantage. On the other hand, what surprised the lords of Wilk City was that Soldak actually allowed the southern tribal aborigines to enter the Invercargill forest through the Doden Gorge and go to the copper mine. These southern tribal aborigines received sufficient supplies, and all the elderly, children, and women stayed behind. Only the elders of the tribe continued northward with the young warriors. These believers of the Son of Nature soon passed through the Great Rift Valley. They finally saw the sacred mountain in their hearts at the bridge camp. After crossing the chain bridge, Countless people knelt in the ice and snow, looking at the snow-capped sacred mountain in the distance, holding hands, stretched flat on their chest, and begin to pray silently. There are nearly 300,000 followers of Son of Nature, and there are at least about 17 indigenous warriors who have crossed the chain bridge and set foot on this battlefield. The merchant group accompanying the Lord's army finally felt the huge logistical pressure. Who would have thought that Lord Cerdak actually sent an order 10 days ago that the merchant group accompanying the army needed to provide food and cold-proof clothing to this group of Aboriginal warriors. The entire chain bridge, there are only tens of thousands sets of cold-proof supplies stored in the camp. These are spare supplies prepared for the Lord's army. Now, the sudden influx of such Aboriginal warriors immediately made these merchants, who were accompanying the army, a little confused. Only when they saw Lord Cerdak delivering boxes of magic crystals to the iron chain bridge camp behind, did these merchants deeply realize that a kind of pain that cannot be earned. And these tribal elders, wearing colorful bird feathers, did not stop at the iron chain bridge camp. After they obtained the first batch of emergency supplies, they led a group of the most elite warriors across the poisonous fog swamp overnight to march towards this place in their hearts, heading to the sacred mountain. When they boarded the stone arch bridge across the lake, these tribal elders with deep wrinkles on their faces knelt on the bridge, pressed their foreheads against the bridge, and whispered something that only the Aborigines could understand. Prayer. Behind them, a large number of soldiers also knelt on the bridge, following the tribal elders in reciting those prayers. This move by the tribal Aborigines immediately paralyzed traffic on the stone arch bridge for a whole day. The Alliance Army of the Adventure Group, located at the foot of the mountain on the other side of the stone arch bridge, looked at the tens of thousands of Southern Tribes natives pouring onto the stone arch bridge, and they all stopped their weapons in surprise. No one thought that these tribal Aboriginal warriors would be the reinforcements of Lord Cerdak. At this time, tens of thousands of tribal Aboriginal warriors suddenly rushed to the battlefield at the foot of the mountain. The warriors in the Adventure Group even seemed a little overwhelmed. Then, they saw these tribal Aboriginal warriors heading towards the east side of the giant mountain. When they saw so many reinforcements arriving on the battlefield, the excitement that came out of their hearts was simply indescribable. Many adventure groups even went to the east side of the mountain recently. During the hard battle, they all had the intention of retreating. But now their right hands holding the hilt of their swords unconsciously tightened their grips. There is also an emotion in my heart that I want to vent outward, such as standing there and roaring and shouting loudly. They are even more convinced that Lord Cerdak will win in this plain war with the ghostly red ants, and they will also get a share of this plain war. Nearly 70 elders of the southern tribes arrived at the cave where the Lord army was stationed. Cerdak was waiting for them by the pontoon at the entrance of the cave. These tribal elders were all dressed in colorful feathers and bark. Look! When they arrived at Cerdak, they all saluted him. Lord Cerdak, we were summoned by the Son of Nature and came here day and night. Now our tribe's warriors are willing to accept your command. An elder with skin as old as tree bark on his face stood up first and said to Cerdak, said humbly, You sons of nature from the south, can I trust you? Cerdak stood at the entrance of the cave and asked calmly towards the tribal Aborigines in front of him. The costumes of the indigenous people of these tribes are primitive, and most of them are composed of bird feathers and tree bark. Even if many people wear cotton-padded clothes supported by the Lord's army, the cotton-padded clothes will still be wrapped with a layer of bark. These people crowded on the stone arch bridge and the narrow chain bridge, looking piously at the cave in front of them, and Lord Cerdak standing at the entrance of the cave. Everyone cheered in unison. We are willing to accept your command, Lord Cerdak. After a short exchange, Cerdak learned that this elder with a face as old as tree bark was the oracle of the Southern Tribe's nature temple, Elder Bijit, and he was also a druid with the power of nature. Chapter 13:16 Counterattack. The profession of druid can be said to be very rare in the Green Empire. Only a small number of druids live in the forests of the Elven Kingdom that respects nature. Cerdak had never even heard of the druid profession before this. He had a very clear definition of a warrior and a mage in his mind, but he did not expect that there was a special profession in this world, known as a druid. Aphrodite told him about the abilities of some druids. I heard that druids can imitate the abilities of powerful monsters in nature. Some druids can transform into giant bears, and some druids can transform into giant bears, wild wolves, or some druids can summon wild beasts such as crows, wolves, and vines. It is said that there are some druids who can control the natural world and have the ability to even destroy the world. Cerdak curiously asked the druid elder what his ability was. Elder Bijit explained to Cerdak for a long time before making Cerdak understand the abilities he possessed. From Suldak's point of view, his ability seems to be somewhat special. He can neither transform into a violent earth bear nor a frost wolf. Nor can he summon a pack of wolves. The druids, who believe in the son of nature, all raise some vines. This is also the main reason why they go to live in the south. Because during the northern winter, these trees and vines are forced to enter a period of dormancy. Without the vines, these druids can be said to be a group of ordinary warriors. But they also have something special. That is, they are compatible with plants. They have a deeper understanding of various plants. So they can use many ordinary plants to carry out treatment. These people are a group of herbal masters. These abilities are not very helpful in this war. The constructed knights are still at the forefront of the battlefront. On the narrow cave battlefield, at least 1,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants are harvested every day. This means that the Lord Army harvests at least 1,000 magic crystals every day. And also there are corresponding magic materials. This time, Surdak left almost nothing behind, and would bless these construct knights with God's blessing through the sacrificial altar almost every day. The constructed knight, who possesses the 4 divine blessings of divine blessed body, blessed shield, hegemonic body, and holy shield, will have his own strength and resilience greatly improved. This place is like a training ground. In just over a month, the strength of these knights has increased, and some knights have even crossed a small level here. Carrie Decker exited the battlefield wet all over. The heavy armor on her body was covered with scratches after the battle, and her face was even stained with some blood. The magic shotgun hung on her waist, and she couldn't even crawl. She didn't have the strength to get on the Thunder Rhinoceros platform. When she climbed up the platform with difficulty, she saw Samira sitting on the console of a bed crossbow, concentrating on sniping at the ghost-patterned soldier ants emerging from the cave entrance, and laid down on the platform. Her long hair became a little greasy after being soaked with sweat. She almost let herself collapse on the platform, then turned her head to look at Samira, and said weakly to her, "I finally know why you were able to be promoted to the ranks of second-level experts." When Samira used her assistant to load the magic crossbow, she turned around, held the steering wheel with one hand, and asked Gary Decker, "What?" Gary Decker turned over with difficulty, lying on his side, and said to Samira, "Look at the few people on the battlefield who have the divine blessing body and the overlord body. Andrew and Tego are like tireless madmen on the battlefield. They will never retreat until the blessing effect disappears. And what's the reason? The two-headed ogre becomes unstoppable once it is hungry. As long as you have such a training platform, it will be difficult not to advance." Once Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego rushed to the battlefield. They were 2 complete lunatics. They hardly reserved their power, and they also relied on the magic pattern structure to suppress their power. They almost killed indiscriminately on the battlefield. They never take care of their companions behind them, like 2 never-ending killing chariots. Many times, as long as the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants appear on the battlefield, they will become prey in their eyes, and they will rush over to kill them even if they are injured. Ever since Wolf Knight Tego had a set of magic patterns, he had almost the same mentality as Andrew. Gary Decker couldn't do what they did. He would be exhausted if he continued fighting on the battlefield for a whole day. Naturally, he would be unwilling to retreat at this time. When Samira heard what she said, she just smiled slightly, and then said to her, "This is only a small part of the reason why we broke through the second rank. After this war, I guess you will understand why we were able to advance after you get the reward." Hearing what Samira said, Carrie Decker suddenly became energetic. She turned over from the platform, sat up and asked, "Is there any other reason?" The half-elf archer with light red eyes nodded slightly, said him and then said, "Of course. Who doesn't have some secrets yet?" Carrie Decker became even more curious. She stood up from the platform, approached Samira and asked, "You put it like that? I feel like I really can't wait." Samira aimed at a ghost-marked soldier ant that had just emerged, pulled the trigger, and suddenly a magic giant crossbow flew out, pinning the ghost-marked soldier ant to the rock wall. On the rock wall opposite her, there were countless corpses of ghost-marked soldier ants hanging densely on them. "Actually, you've noticed it too, but you usually don't want to say it." Samira shook her aching arm and signaled her assistant to continue loading the crossbow, while taking the opportunity to say. Gary Decker hesitated, and then said, "Well, that means those strengthening magic patterns. They all say that Aphrodite made them, but I don't believe it." Samira smiled slightly and asked, "What don't you believe?" Gary Decker spread his hands and said bluntly, "I would rather believe that is Selena's ability. I don't believe that Aphrodite is that strong." The 2 stopped talking at the same time, then turned to look at the ladder. At this time, A messenger climbed up from below, ran to Samira and Gary Decker, saluted first, and then said, "To Lord Erdak sent an order, asking Captain Samira to mobilize all armed Thunder Rhinoceros to provide sufficient fire support to the front line after blowing the counterattack horn." After saying that, the messenger left the platform. "What does it mean?" Samira jumped down from the crossbow console and asked Gary Decker as he prepared to summon his subordinates, who were resting in the cave. Gary Decker subconsciously touched the badly worn magic shotgun on his waist. He was worried about where to go to repair it, and then said, "What else can I do? Just to blow the counterattack?" Horn, looking from afar, on the battle line, the constructed knights, who had been in a defensive formation, led by Surdak and Gulaitum, launched a fierce counterattack against the ghost-patterned soldier ants that continued to pour into the cave entrance. Chapter 13-17 Sneak Attack. Surdak raised Gerda's shield high with one hand to block the attack of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. The two-headed ogre following him picked up the big stick in his hand and knocked these ghost-patterned soldier ants away. He flew out and threw a fireball, which hit the soldier ant that happened to be following behind. The flames enveloped the ghost-striped soldier ant, and it instantly turned into a huge fireball. The fireball was accompanied by a scream of squeak, 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 squeak. Surdak stepped on a flame-like aura under his feet, and the surrounding Construct Knights also shared this night aura. A group of Construct Knights held up their shields and moved forward step by step. Aura of enthusiasm. The anger that had been accumulated in their hearts was fully released. The knights waved their swords and slashed at the hard armor of the ghost-patterned soldier ants with angry power. The dark red hard armor of the ghost-patterned soldier ants was cut with wounds by the knight's sword. More than 500 Construct Knights and swordsmen were summoned from each lord's army, and almost all of them followed Surdak and rushed forward. Behind this group of Construct Knights, there was a group of knights wearing bark and holding weapons. The tribal warriors with big wooden sticks came up from behind to kill them one after another. These tribal aboriginal warriors are a bit reckless. They are like a group of lunatics who are less afraid of death than the ghost-patterned soldier ants. If the Construct Knights were not blocking the front, I am afraid they would all rush into the camp of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. During the melee, the Lord Army continuously fired magic crossbows, and a group of magicians threw fireballs. Although the ghost-marked red ants were not afraid of death and refused to take a step back from the battlefield, Surdak leading a group of constructed knights, they stepped on the corpses of ghost-marked red ants and charged forward. In just 2 hours, the Lord's army recaptured half of the previously lost cave. At this moment, outside the entrance of the inner cave, there was no longer the original platform. After the melee, it turned into a steep slope. Several giant ghost-striped soldier ants and ghost-striped male ants crowded outside, and countless soldier ants poured in from all directions. There were a large number of ghost-striped flying ants flying around in the valley, and for a moment, it felt like the offensive of the ghost-striped red ants was overwhelming. The tribal aboriginal warriors and druid elders, who followed the Construct Knights, finally saw the world tree located in the center of the valley. This tree had grown hundreds of years in just over a month. Meters high. A group of indigenous warriors suddenly burst into cheers, shouting on the battlefield in a language that Surdak could not understand. The excitement was like seeing infinite hope in their eyes, and their fighting spirit was unmatched in the cave. As Surdak led the Lord Army to push the battle line out of the cave, the battlefield became open. The 500 or 600 meter Construct Knights could not fill the front line. Surdak and Gulaitum were overwhelmed by the giant male ants are entangled. Their bodies are like a steam locomotive, and they can crush the huge rocks in the mountains by waving these huge legs at will. During the battle, other ghost-striped soldier ants will rush towards you from time to time. Once entangled by these soldier ants, you will receive a killing blow from the ghost-striped male ants. The heavy armor of the two-headed ogre Gulaitum had a scratch mark from the giant male ants' 2-meter-long fangs. Although Nahor immediately patched it up with ice armor, Surdak saw that it turns out that Gulaitum must have been seriously injured, so that every time he swung the stick, his movements became a little out of shape. On the battlefield, a Construct Knight raised his shield to block the bite of the ghost-patterned soldier ant. and stabbed the knight's long sword into the gap between the ghost-patterned soldier ant's head and chest with his backhand, and pulled the sword to cut open its head. But when the sword blade was pulled away from the body of the ghost-marked soldier ant, it was stuck by a thrust. In such a short moment, 2 ghost-patterned flying ants swooped down from the air. The construct knight only had time to raise his shield, and the flying ants landed on the shield with huge momentum. A flying ant construct knight could barely resist it. Holding the shield, a flying ant flew on top of his head and threw him to the ground in an instant. When the constructed knight saw the sharp mouth part of the ghost-patterned flying ant thrust into his neck, he immediately gave up the knight's sword in his hand, pulled out the long dagger from the outside of his thigh, and inserted the mouth part of the ghost-patterned flying ant. He cut it off at the waist, and then stabbed it in the red goggles. A spurt of juice spurted out. The construct knight wanted to wave his shield to throw it away, but saw another ghost-patterned flying ant severing its mouth parts, inserted in the gap in the armor on his shoulder. The magic pattern construct on his body glowed with magic, and the construct knight suddenly gained strength again. He violently chopped off the head of the second ghost-patterned flying ant with his backhand. But before he could get up from the ground, a giant ghost-patterned soldier ant appeared in front of him, opening its sharp fangs. The huge fawn was like a pair of sharp scissors, cutting towards his waist, and he was thrown to the ground by 2 ghost-patterned flying ants, their legs clinging to the armor of the construct knight. He thought he couldn't turn over to avoid it, so he could only press down from above with the scissors open. The construct knight has no choice but to wait for death to come. On the battlefield, the first training that all soldiers receive is not to close their eyes no matter what the circumstances. He opened his eyes wide, and even saw a trace of acidic liquid left at the corner of the mouth of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant. At this moment, a flower vine suddenly emerged from the soft soil. The soil splashed and exploded. The flower vine was thicker than an adult's legs, and there were some fine leaves stained with mud on it. The top of its head seemed to have a huge mouth, and around the huge mouth were 8 curved teeth. It rushed out straight and hit the giant ghost-striped soldier ant's jaw hard. This flower vine pushed the head of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant away, allowing the construct knight to gain a glimmer of hope. The construct knight quickly pulled away the dying ghost-patterned flying ant that was on his body, then rolled and squatted on the spot holding the shield. Look at the thick vines that have tightly entangled the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants. But the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants are surprisingly powerful. The legs and fangs keep pulling outwards, seeming to tear the flower vine off. The construct knight even heard a clear snapping sound. The construct knight didn't have time to think too much. He pulled out the stuck knight's long sword from the body of the ghost-patterned soldier ant. He jumped on top of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant in 2 or 3 steps. He held the hilt of the sword firmly with both hands and held it tightly. The knight's sword was driven hard from the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant's forehead into its skull. The giant ghost-patterned soldier ant was trembling violently. The front leg wanted to fight back against the construct knight, but was tightly entangled by the flower vine again. The 2 constructed swordsmen who caught up from behind stabbed the eyes of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ant with their long swords at the same time, killing the big guy completely. When the construct knight looked towards the flower vine, he saw it burrowing into the soil like a giant earthworm, and beside it stood an aboriginal tribal elder surrounded by tree bark. As Shuvine joined the battle, the lords finally began to understand that this was the druid. However, among these tribal aboriginal warriors, only more than 70 tribal chief elders have inherited the power of druids. The rest of the tribal warriors still hold big wooden sticks with several sharp animal teeth riveted on them and follow them. Behind the tribal elders, he fought with ghost-patterned soldier ants on the battlefield. Although they wear bark armor, and although their movements are very clumsy in battle, this does not seem to affect their combat effectiveness at all. Their footsteps are always following the vines hidden in the trees. As long as the ghost-patterned soldier ants are entangled in the vines, which is the target they kill, everyone swarmed up and rushed around the ghostly patterned soldier ants. No matter how hard the armor was, it couldn't withstand these big sticks with teeth. With the addition of these tribal druids, the advantage of the Lord army gradually increased, and the ghost-marked red ants were retreating steadily on this slope. However, Serdek did not continue to expand the battle. Instead, in the afternoon, the battle line was retracted to the inner entrance of the cave. But at the same time, a large number of black powder barrels were placed near the slope. The army of ghost-patterned soldier ants counterattacked several times, but were suppressed by the crossbowmen at the entrance of the cave with arrows, this time with the help of the druid elders. The battle is simpler than before. However, the tree vines of these druid elders cannot be fought in caves. These tree vines can only be summoned from places with soil. These druids are also a group of herbalists. as long as the warriors on the battlefield are slightly touched. The druid elders will kindly hand them over and remove the green ointment. Just stick it on the wound. Then wrap it up with a bandage. And the wound will heal quickly. Although the Lord's army had a certain advantage on the battlefield, Cerdak was not eager to expand the results. Instead, he called together the commanders of all the Lord's army and held a temporary meeting in the cave. Cerdak laid a complete map of the Darkworm Valley on a boulder. Although this map was a bit simple, at least the entire Darkworm Valley was clearly drawn. And a tree was clearly marked in the center of the Worm Valley. Seedlings of the World Tree. Cerdak used a charcoal pencil to draw a circle in the center of the Worm Valley, and said to the commanders of each Lord's army, "This time I plan to lead a combat team to sneak attack the nest of the ghost-patterned red ants when the ghost-patterned ant queen leaves the nest. This time I will bring all the second-level experts around me, as well as a few tribal aborigines. Named Druid Elder. The ghost-striped ant queen is likely to lead a large number of ghost-striped soldier ants to attack the cave when we leave." The reason why Cerdak said this was because he would get the exact information from the World Tree, and he would wait for the ghost-striped ant queen to completely leave the nest before sneaking into the ant nest with his men. Only by avoiding the ghost-striped ant queen can the combat team rescue the World Tree from the control of the ghost-striped male ants. "Commander Soldak, we will withstand the attack of the ghostly ant queen and hold on until you come back," the commander of the Collins family's Lord Army immediately promised. "No, that's not what I said." Cerdak touched his nose and said to the commanders, "Once the ghost-striped ant queen appears with a large number of ghost-striped soldier ants, you will immediately retreat to the cave and defend to the death. Live at the entrance of the cave. According to my estimation, you don't need to hold on for long before they will evacuate. If they continue to fight to the death and there are huge casualties on our side, you can blow up the entrance of the cave and then retreat to the bridgehead camp in the Great Rift Valley along the way you came." Cerdak told these lords. Warned, a group of Lord Army commanders looked at each other and said somewhat unconfidently, "Commander Cerdak, we..." Cerdak waved his hand and said to them, "Listen to what I'm saying. Once they evacuate during the battle, it means that it's time for us to launch a massive counterattack. How much victory you can achieve by then depends entirely on your ability." Hearing what Cerdak said, the commander of the Lord Army suddenly saw another result, and his eyes became extremely bright. Everyone stood up one after another, saluted Soldak and said, "Yes, Commander Cerdak." Apparently, Cerdak had even considered the retreat route of the Lord Army this time. The commanders of the Lord Army knew that this time it was probably a decisive battle against the ghost-marked red ants. And those tribal aboriginal warriors had already passed through the cave in a steady stream. They settled down near the entrance of the cave and seemed to have no intention of retreating. As the combat tasks were arranged, Cerdak began to wait patiently and put pressure on the army of ghost-marked red ants on the battlefield. According to his plan, once the army of ghost-striped red ants declines, the ghost-striped ant queen will inevitably come out to command the battle. At that time, it will be the best time to sneak into the ant nest. After the commanders of the Lord's army learned about the battle deployment, they also actively mobilized their elite troops and strived to be at the forefront of the battle line, so that when a major counterattack was launched, the elite troops could eat the biggest cake. The ghost-striped ant queen in the ant nest has completed control of the World Tree. Just at dusk, the message from World Tree finally reached Cerdak through Selena. The ghost-striped ant queen left the ant nest with her bodyguards and headed towards the cave. At the same time, Cerdak also took the second-level experts around him and 20 Druids selected from the tribe's aborigines, and took advantage of the night to rush to the ghost-marked red ant nest in the center of the Darkworm Valley. In order to avoid the ghost-striped soldier ants in the valley, Cerdak went to the ant nest through the temporary tunnel opened in the soil by the Druids' flower vines. The ghost-striped ant queen was surrounded by personal guards, passed through the dense mushroom forest, and directly arrived at the battlefield at the entrance of the cave. Cerdak was hiding in a tunnel full of earthy smell, and he could already hear countless soldier ants running on the ground. The hard armor between them kept colliding and making crunching sounds. These crisp sounds were intertwined with each other. At the same time, there is a feeling of numbness on the scalp, and every step of those ghost-striped male ants seems to make the earth shake violently. When their huge abdomen is dragged on the soil, a deep ravine will be formed. Chapter 13:18 Invasion. At the front of the tunnel are two giant flower vines that are twice as thick as the water tank. They are entangled in a spiral shape, spinning constantly in the soft soil of the valley, digging a straight tunnel leading to the ant nest in the center of the Darkworm Valley. Along the way, Cerdak was even a little worried about digging through the underground ant nests to let these ghost-striped red ants notice their movements in advance. In fact, Surdak thought too much. This insect valley is very vast, and it is not easy to encounter an ant nest here. One of the two strongest flower vines belongs to the great elder Bijide, the oracle of the Temple of Nature, and the other belongs to the eldest among the druid elders. It is said that these druids can absorb the essence of plants and trees, so the lifespan is very long. Elder Bijide is already 180 years old, but it seems that there are only a few more wrinkles on his face, and he is still very energetic. At least now, I can follow Soldak into the tunnel. Surrounded by a group of druids, he is walking at the front of the crowd. From the cave to the center of Worm Valley, the group walked for almost half the night. Surdak would occasionally come out of the tunnel to take a look at the cave, because it was at night, and the cave would shoot into the night sky from time to time. A magic flare seems to have not been lost for the time being, however, from a light yellow at the beginning, to orange later, and now it has turned into a red flare. It is obvious that the situation on the cave battlefield is quite tight. There is still the fragrance of earth around the body, and the leaves of the surrounding weeds are still tender green. How long will it take to reach the center of the ant nest? Surdak raised his head and asked Samira on the giant mushroom umbrella. Samira jumped off the giant mushroom, walked to Soldak, and replied, "It's not too far. About 5 kilometers. Soldak simply got out of the cave, sat on the grass and dusted himself, and said to Andrew, who came out from behind, "We can't walk slowly like this. If we keep walking like this, the cave or the battlefield on the side may be about to collapse, and we need to speed up." Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego are both typical war madmen. When they heard Soldak say this, Andrew immediately responded, "Then get to the ground." "I think so." Wolf Knight Tego also echoed. Not far away, there was a group of patrolling ghost-striped worker ants. These worker ants probably heard the sounds coming from here, and they got out of the grass to explore here. Samira shot 3 arrows vigilantly, nailing the 3 ghost-striped worker ants to the tree. The remaining ghost-striped worker ants immediately fled in all directions. But before they could escape far, several flower vines suddenly emerged from the soil. They rushed out and entangled these ghost-striped worker ants one after another, and were then beaten to death by the druid, who caught up from behind. During the last section of the journey, Surdak felt that walking on the ground would be faster, so the group gave up on the tunnel dug by the twin flower vines and crawled out of the tunnel. In the night, the world tree sapling in the distance was like a huge shadow in the Worm Valley. These druid elders just looked at the black shadow in the night and knelt on the grass to worship. Surdak did not dare to waste any time and led the raiding team towards the depths of the ant nest. I originally thought that the closer we got to the ant nest, the more patrolling ant colonies we would encounter. However, after we walked for a while, we found that there were much fewer patrolling ant colonies here than expected. It seemed that the central area was not that busy either. Multi-worker ants. The druids lined up, quietly following Surdak's group. Just when Surdak was walking through a dense mushroom forest, he suddenly saw a huge ghost-striped male ant emerging from the mushroom forest. The ghost-striped male ant didn't seem to have any desire to attack. It shook its head and tail, come over in steps. Surdak looked up and looked carefully, only to find Aphrodite wearing a black robe sitting on top of its head. She grasped the 2 tentacles on the top of the ghost-striped male ant's head with both hands. Every time she pulled the tentacles, a ghost-striped male ant will take a big step forward. The way it crawls on the ground is like a giant lizard swaying from side to side. "How about it? Do you want to give you a ride?" Aphrodite sat on the head of the ghost-marked male ant and asked Surdak with a proud look on his face. Surdak readily climbed onto the broad back of the ghost-marked male ant, smiled at Aphrodite, who was controlling the ghost-marked red ant, and said, "If I had known you could get this, why would we bother digging a hole in the ground and running here?" Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego from behind jumped onto the back of the ghost-striped male ant without hesitation. Aphrodite casually explained why she didn't seduce her in advance. "This thing can't be controlled for long, and this behemoth can easily be noticed by the queen ant." Surdak stood on top of the ghost-marked male ant, looking at the skyscraper-like world tree in the distance, and couldn't help but marvel. The tribal elders and druids behind also climbed onto the broad back of the ghost-striped male ant. And then the ghost-striped male ant quickly ran towards the world tree, meeting the red ant guards, who were patrolling for the first time along the way. When they met this ghost-striped male ant, it was as if they didn't see the people on the ant's back. In this way, the group of people, surrounded by a circle of flower vines, quickly headed towards the world tree, until Elder Bijid knelt on the back of the male ant with some excitement, and a group of druids were chanting prayers loudly around him. At this time, among these tribal elders, A golden leaf suddenly floated down. This picture, the fallen leaves were surrounded by pale golden light, floating steadily in front of everyone. Elder Bijit excitedly pointed to the fallen leaf and said loudly to Suldek, "This is the guidance of the Son of Nature. It is guiding us." After saying that, he excitedly jumped off the back of the ghost-striped male ant and chased towards the golden leaf. Suldek ordered Andrew and others, "Let's follow too." A group of people immediately followed. Gary Decker, who was lagging behind, put his magic shotgun against the ghost-striped male ant and fired a shot at the weakest part of its back of the head. Suddenly, a huge ghost-striped male ant was thrust into the soil. The body also slumped forward. The golden leaf lived up to expectations and floated into an ant tunnel. They happened to see some ghost-striped soldier ants in front of them. Andrew and Tiger sneaked up from the side without even saying a word. The two of them sneaked up from the side almost at the same time. He took action and easily eliminated a group of ghost-patterned soldier ants. Then a small whispering sound came from the ant nest. Elder Bijite waved his hand to let the flower vines rush forward, and a battle immediately broke out in the rugged ant nest. Chapter 1319 Ghost Army. This is not only the nest of ghost-striped red ants, but also the birthplace of world tree seedlings. Serdek followed the flower vines into the ant nest, and a fierce battle immediately broke out. What Serdek didn't expect at all was that the ghost pattern would take away all the guards this time, in addition to a large number of ghost pattern worker ants. The only ones left in the ant nest were some patrols of soldier ants. These the ghost pattern soldier ants seemed to be unable to form a normal resistance in front of second-level powerhouses like Serdek. Even in the rugged and dark anthill, Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego were still able to use the complex terrain to kill everyone. In addition, here, the druids have already met the Son of Nature, whom they say they believe in, and can naturally accept the guidance of the World Tree without any hindrance. Here, World Tree can sense the movements of the ghost-striped red ants, and Serdek came here specifically to help World Tree get out of trouble. There are many ghost-striped male ants hidden in the ant nests here. The purpose of staying here is to bite off the roots of the World Tree in an emergency. Serdek led the second-level experts to break into the first cave where the ghost-marked male ant was hidden. The cave was not big enough, and it was not even big enough for the ghost-marked male ant to move around in the cave. The body and the 6 legs of this ghost-striped male ant are completely hugged on a thick tree root, and it looks like it has entered a deep sleep state. Serdek walked in with his shield, but the ghost-striped male ant didn't notice it at all. It wasn't until Serdek walked in front of it that it suddenly opened its big dark red eyes and saw what was nearby. Serdek was so close. Before he could open his sharp fangs as a male ant, Serdek raised his broadsword with a holy light, took a big step forward, and inserted the broadsword into the ghost pattern in the male ant's eye socket. No one knows the weaknesses of the ghost-marked male ants better than people like Serdek. Between the back and the head of the ghost-striped male ant, there happen to be 2 pieces of hard armor that are relatively fragile. When they kill the ghost-striped male ant, both Andrew and Samira would find a way to break through these 2 pieces of hard skin, use a weapon to smash the brainstem inside, and the ghost-striped male ant will die straight up. For the ghost-striped male ant, its eyes are not a vital part that can make it fatal. After Serdek handed over a sword, the ghost-marked male ant turned its head crazily and wanted to cut Serdek in half with its fangs, just as its huge body turned its head in this narrow cave. Samira, who was waiting for an opportunity, suddenly rushed to the back of the ghost-marked male ant, holding a sharp sword in his hand, and with his other hand, he peeled off the hard armor on the back. When the male ant was a little stunned, the arrow in his hand was inserted directly into the beating brain stem. She casually stirred it up, and the ghost-striped male ant's body gave out a violent earthquake. Moreover, its huge mouth spit out a large amount of acidic rot, and the huge poisonous sacs in its body quickly deflated. The ant cave looks very clean, except for some plant roots hanging on the cave walls. Some cave walls are stained with the acid rot. In some places, there are areas repaired by ghost-striped worker ants. The worker ants secrete some acid from their bodies, mixing it with the excavated soil, and repairing the damaged cave walls can make the ant nest walls stronger. Elder Bijite's tree vine led the way, and Andrew followed closely. When he encountered some ghost-striped soldier ants, he basically killed them quickly without waiting for them to react, regardless of their strength or weapons and equipment. The second-level warriors were able to crush these ghost-patterned soldier ants. When these ghost-striped soldier ants saw the invasion of foreign enemies, they immediately rushed to kill the target, so each collision was extremely short-lived. Andrew even gave up his defense and fought hard to be bitten by the ghost-striped soldier ants. Kill them as soon as possible. Both Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego are very good at this lifeless fighting method, which made the tribal druids look frightened. After all, no one wants to encounter this kind of war madman on the battlefield. The topography of the caves in the underground cave is extremely complex. But because there are tree vines leading the way, and once the cave deviates, the tree vines will immediately dig through the ant nest again, jumping back and forth between the various caves. Serdek continuously after killing 3 ghost-marked male ants. It was decided to separate all the second-level experts. These druids would lead them to the ant nest where the ghost-marked male ants were hiding and kill those ghost-marked male ants. Serdek stepped on the halo of enthusiasm and summoned the holy thunder 4 times in a row, killing 4 ghost-marked male ants deep in the cave. Just when he killed the last 2 ghost-striped male ants, these ghost-striped male ants obviously knew that there were some intruders in the ant nest. They even started to hug the roots of the world tree and violently attack them with their huge fangs, feeding on underground roots. It's just that the seedlings of this world tree are not completely waiting to die. Its tiny roots are like countless tentacles entangling the ghost-striped male ants that are eating the roots. Although these roots cannot strangle these ghost-striped male ants, but it can be a great hindrance to them. Serdek and the druid rushed into these ant nests. They didn't even have to block the attack of the ghost-patterned male ants. The druid who followed behind only had to block the ghost-patterned soldier ants that were chasing after them in the cave. Serdek walked up directly, found the ghost-marked male ants in the roots, and stabbed the back of the head with his sword, killing these ghost-marked male ants immediately. Moreover, the roots of these world trees are entangled with the ghost-marked male ants, and they can immediately continue to repair themselves with nutrients from the corpses of the ghost-marked male ants. Just after Serdek killed 4 ghost-marked male ants one after another, the druid who was following him immediately came up to him and said respectfully, "Lord Serdek, with your help the Son of Nature has completely escaped the restrictions of the ghost-marked red ants, and the queen is currently leading her bodyguards back to the ant nest." Serdek wiped the broadsword stained with some acid liquid, put it back into the scabbard, and said to the druid, "Are the other ghost-marked soldier ants temporarily unable to harm the Son of Nature?" "Indeed." The druid put his hands on his shoulders, saluted Serdek and said, "Then let's go up there and wait for the queen ant to arrive." After Serdek finished speaking, he stepped on the forehead of the ghost-marked male ants and strode out of the ant nest. He did not mention the trophies on these ghost-marked male ants and allowed the world tree seedlings to grow from the ghosts. The striped male ants draw nutrients from them. It is relatively easy to go down these ant nests, but if you want to climb out, you have to use your hands and feet. Fortunately, there are some steep places. Serdek is like a scholar druid, holding on to the tree vines with one hand. The branches and leaves let the vines drag them up. After he got out of the ground and breathed the fresh air in the forest, Serdek felt deeply the unique stench of reptiles in the ant nest. They couldn't notice the rapid passage of time in the underground cave. But when they emerged from the underground, they found that it was already dawn. And after they emerged from the underground, they were standing under a big tree. A giant tree hundreds of meters high. The tree trunk was like the base of a skyscraper. It didn't look very thick, but when Serdek actually stood here, he realized that the tree was at least 50 meters in diameter. Although it didn't speak, the leaves of the whole tree were shaking violently, and Serdek could feel the strong call. The tribal elders and their vines had completely knelt down in front of the world tree. They closed their eyes and seemed to be communicating with the world tree. Since it was daytime at the moment, Serdek discovered that the location of the world tree was not only in the center of the Worm Valley, but also that there was no giant mushroom forest within 100 meters of it. This area was extremely open. He walked to the side of World Tree, closed his eyes, and let himself enter the sea of spiritual consciousness. He immediately felt that the entire sea of spiritual consciousness was resonating with the huge figure. "Thank you, human lord, for letting me get rid of the control of the ghost-striped red ants." The voice of World Tree is like a giant bell in Serdek's spiritual sea. The sound of the bell seems to be able to dark spiritual consciousness was shaken to pieces. And the voice of World Tree continued to be heard. "But our danger has not been eliminated. I need to work with you to resist these ghost-marked red ants. And the queen is on her way back. Then do you have any good ideas?" Serdek tried hard to stabilize his spiritual consciousness and asked rhetorically. "When I was a seed, I was imprisoned in the stomach of the queen ant. So I know it very well. When it returns with the army of red ants, it will definitely make all the ghost-striped soldier ants crawl, go up to my body, and devour the leaves on my body. At the same time, the male ants that follow it back will burrow into the ground and bite off my roots. I need you to help me resist the attack of these soldier ants." World Tree, the voice became much gentler. And then he added, As long as we can kill the queen, these red ants will become independent. Surdak frowned and said, Our army is still near the cave. Even if we launch a counterattack immediately, we will not be able to get here for the time being. At this moment, in his field of vision, he saw ghost-patterned soldier ants crawling out of the giant mushroom forest, gathering into a large circle 100 meters away. These ghost-patterned soldier ants did not rush up. They were gathering continuously. Surdak scratched his hair and said to the world tree in the sea of spiritual consciousness, If it's just to resist these soldier ants, I think I can give it a try. Then Surdak asked World Tree, In addition, do you have any good methods to deal with that queen ant? World Tree replied, We can. Countless ghost-striped worker ants emerged from the ant nest. They looked extremely flustered. Apparently they didn't want to face the ant queen's anger. But the place had become a mess. A large number of ghost-patterned soldier ants and worker ants are crowded on the surface. And there are countless ghost-patterned flying ants in the air. Just like the locusts flying all over the sky in a locust plague, flying back and forth around the world tree. But there is a line around the world tree. The invisible wall of air prevented these ghost-marked red ants from almost 100 meters away. In just over an hour, almost tens of thousands of ghost-striped red ants have gathered here. And the number is still growing rapidly. Surdak could even hear the counterattack horn coming from the other side of the cave, as well as the constant explosion of black powder barrels. The ghost-striped red ants seemed to be determined to deal with the world tree sapling first. There were countless cracking sounds of hard bones on the ground, and the sound of vibrating insect wings in the sky produced a huge buzz, which made everyone feel dizzy. Brain swelling. Ghost-patterned soldier ants are still gathering. Surdak looked up at the sky. The reason why this place is called the Darkworm Valley is because there is no sunlight here even at noon, and all direct light is blocked by the southern mountains. At this moment, the armies of the lords and tribal aborigines were unable to rush to the rescue quickly. If he wanted to stop the massive attack of this group of ghost-patterned soldier ants, Surdak had only one way. This time, he took out the bone whistle hanging around his neck again and blew the phalanx at the ghostly-patterned soldier ants 100 meters away. No sound, because it was a sound range that living things could not perceive. Just after the whistle sounded, a bloody door slowly emerged on the land in front of Surdak. There was a blood-colored magic pattern array underneath this door. The gate was covered with countless mandala tree vines, and countless skeletal hands stretched out from the bloody gate. When the bloody gate slowly opened, a ghost lord wearing noble clothes floated out of the gate. Surdak, I didn't expect you to treat me to afternoon tea in such a beautiful back garden. Count Phonak put one hand behind his back and held a scepter in the other hand. He floated out of the door. This time he was accompanied by his young son and the skeleton magician. It could be seen that they also had a lot of possessions. Powerful soul power. Count Phonak, this is the Darkworm Valley in the White Forest Plain. If everything goes well this time, this place may soon become my back garden. Surdak introduced to the Ghost Lord. The blue soul fire of Count Phonak kept jumping in his eyes. He glanced around and saw countless ghost-marked red ants. It turns out that you have brought me so much fresh soul power. And it is also a Zerg monster. This allows me to strangle without any psychological burden. I like this kind of battle that can quickly grow the legion. Can I take action? Fu Count Nek asked Surdak very politely like a noble gentleman. Surdak nodded quickly and said calmly, The main reason why I invite you to have afternoon tea this time is also to ask for your help. In that case, as Count Phonak spoke, he suddenly raised his arms high, and the sleeves of the aristocratic clothes fell down, revealing the white bones of his arms. The scepter in his hand exuded ripples full of deathly energy, and these ripples moved towards him in circles. The outside was rippling, and in the eye sockets of his white skull, the two soul fires slowly turned blood red. A series of magic spells were recited from Count Phonak's mouth, and the bloody door that emerged behind him suddenly expanded 3 times again. The prohibition inside the gate suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and countless ghosts and ghosts suddenly emerged from the gate. These ghosts and ghost patterns were like floods that burst the embankment, sweeping towards the ghost-patterned red ants 100 meters away at extremely fast speeds. Ethnic group. There are hundreds of thousands of ghost warriors contained in the countless dead energy, and the momentum of thousands of horses galloping is simply suffocating. Surdak discovered that this ghost army was at least several times stronger than the last time outside Makuso City. Unexpectedly, Count Phonak was unknown when he lived in Helensa City. But after entering the world of the dead, the development momentum is so rapid. Chapter 1320 on the battlefield. Tens of thousands of ghosts simultaneously screamed at the red ants in the sky. The terrifying mental impact suddenly caused the heads of these hard-armored red ants to explode. And even some limbs became deformed in the impact of the insubstantial ghost army. Fragmented, countless ghost-patterned red ants turned into handfuls of ashes under the impact of the ghost warriors. And when their bodies were disillusioned and turned into ashes, the soul power was like thick white smoke. And these smokes seemed to have after a certain kind of vitality was extracted from the body of the ghost-marked red ant. It was like countless messages flowing into the river. These white mists gathered together and nourished the group of ghost warriors who passed through it. The tide of ghost warriors was like tens of thousands of galloping horses, attacking the ant colony under the command of Count Fornek. However, they didn't seem to be able to stay here for too long. As the ghost warrior at the front began to evaporate black air from his body, Count Fornek waved his hand, and the bloody gate that was originally in front of the world tree disappeared out of thin air. Less than 50 meters in front of the ghost army, a brand new bloody gate emerged from the soil. Then the gate opened, and a group of ghost warriors poured into the bloody gate in an instant. When the last ghost warrior entered the bloody gate, the last breath of soul on the battlefield was absorbed by these ghost warriors. There are only countless dead red ant bodies left on this battlefield. Those bodies seem to have been weathered and aged for countless years. When the wind blows gently, they will turn into handfuls of gray sand and fall on the grass. Even the green grass around the world tree turned into dry hay after the ghost army passed by, dissipating in the wind together with the corpses of the red ants that turned to ashes. During the whole process, Count Fornek was like a conductor of a symphony orchestra, holding his hands in front of his chest, and the scepter was like a baton in his hand. When the song ended, he seemed to be still immersed in the beautiful music, in the melody. When he opened his eyes, a large area on the battlefield became deserted and dead. Count Fornek opened his arms to Serdek, nodded slightly in greeting and said, "Dak, thank you for the sumptuous afternoon tea you prepared. This time has benefited my ghost army a lot. Of course, we must follow it's a law of the world. So I'm afraid it's your performance time next." After saying that, he turned to his youngest son and the alchemist's assistant, who were standing aside silently watching the whole process. At the same time, he floated towards the blood-colored door in the distance. Inside that door, countless skeletal hands struggled to climb out, and some arms even lifted half of the bones. The body was taken out of the house. Seeing this scene, Count Fornek flashed several times in succession and arrived in front of the bloody gate in an instant. When he was at the gate, the young alchemist assistant suddenly turned around and waved to Soldek, and then followed Count Fornek into the bloody gate. As the blood-colored gate disappeared, the skeletal hands that struggled out instantly turned into pieces of black mist. For a moment, there was silence around Serdek. The army of ghost-striped red ants had been completely dispersed, and a destructive clicking sound came from the distance, and an invisible spiritual shock came from a distance. But the world tree sapling formed a golden light shield in the next moment, not only protecting the 100-meter-high tree within it, but also Serdek and others were also protected by the golden light shield. The spiritual stimulation visible to the naked eye rushed onto the light shield and immediately shattered at the same time as the golden light shield. Serdek even had a strong feeling, as if a huge glass ceiling had suddenly broken. He subconsciously raised the Gerda shield in his hand, but no broken glass fell from above his head. In the dense forest of giant mushrooms not far away, each giant mushroom suddenly collapsed, and among the splashing grass blades and smoke, a half-human, half-ant queen without tail, abdomen and wings, her body almost turned into an afterimage, galloped from the cave battlefield. It almost burst out. The strongest power also increased the running speed to the limit, and the entire army of red ants and bodyguards attacking the cave were left far behind. It rushed back desperately, completely afraid that the world tree seedlings would escape its control. Now a large number of ghost-striped red ants disappeared from her perception area in an instant. The ghost-striped ant queen was on the verge of going berserk at this moment. All those who dared to stand in front of her were turned into pieces, and her body seemed to be semi-illusory. In this state, there is a hint of dark gold all over the body. Her body was completely wrapped in golden dark patterns, and countless magic powers formed a vortex around her body. Even the gray clouds in the sky began to gather on top of its head, and arcs of electricity kept running from the gray clouds. Serdek looked at the strange celestial phenomenon, and could feel a powerful aura approaching rapidly from a distance. Although he had encountered level 6 monsters before, they could only be regarded as weakened level 6 monsters. Now this ghost-striped ant queen is at the peak of level 6. The gap between the two almost spanned a level, and Serdek could clearly feel the oppressive feeling of being completely crushed. Andrew beside him immediately gathered his power. and the wolf night tiger transformed into a beast almost at the same time. The two of them rushed towards the ghost-patterned Ant Queen. Serdek quickly stopped. "You guys come back soon." It's a pity that these two war-mad men who often kill each other on the battlefield can no longer hear Serdek's shouts at this moment. Andrew's body was burning with fire, and arcs of electricity flashed across his hands and the butcher's axe. Tego almost turned into a giant frost wolf that could walk upright. His hands turned into sharp claws, and he ran on the battlefield using both hands and feet. He was actually much faster than Andrew running at full strength. The frost wolf Bonita behind him let out a shrill roar almost at the same time. But Tego rushed forward without even looking back. Seeing that the ghost-striped Ant Queen became more and more clear in the sight. It was in the center of the storm, and there were no followers around. The ghost-striped red ants on the battlefield had not yet gathered on a large scale, and the ghost-striped Ant Queen seemed I couldn't wait any longer and headed straight towards this side to kill them. The first person she met was the wolf knight Tego. This strong orc who once wanted to die now transformed into a giant wolf. As he was running, he was raised in the air. The huge wolf head suddenly pounced on the upper body of the ghost-patterned Ant Queen and headed towards her. His neck opened with a bloody mouth, and Tego seemed to be surrounded by a layer of strong fighting spirit. But just at the moment when the huge wolf head was about to touch the queen ant's neck, the queen's body suddenly disappeared, and then her body appeared behind Tiger. A sharp black leg with dark gold patterns was like a spear. It was strangely inserted into Tego's back, and the black spear tip emerged from his lower jaw. The ghost-striped Ant Queen didn't seem to let go. The moment the outrigger was pulled outward, Soldak even saw a bloody gash on Tego's back. After the mad transformation, Tego was more like a mad wolf, but his back was cut open by one of the queen's legs. Before Tego could dodge, he actually hugged the leg with his backhand, biting it with sharp teeth. Secretly, only a few tooth marks remain on the golden legs. The body of the ghost-striped Ant Queen was in the air, and its 6 black legs stretched out, throwing Tiger's broken body far away. Tiger's body fell to the grass like a defeated piece of leather. His whole body was severely distorted and looked bloody. At this time, Andrew was only 2 steps away from the ghostly patterned Ant Queen. The upper body of the Ant Queen's humanoid body was covered with dark scales. But Samira's sky strike bow arrived first, and a golden light flashed in front of the Ant Queen's forehead. It looked like she couldn't dodge, but she didn't expect that she suddenly opened her mouth, and a sharp arrow came out of her mouth and collided with Samira's golden light arrow. 2 thunderbolts collided in midair at the same time and dissipated simultaneously amid lightning and thunder. The ghost-striped Ant Queen pounced on Andrew, who was swinging his axe. Andrew's sharp axe was carrying countless electric arcs. When he swung it out, his other sharp axe was swung behind him at the same time. The ghost-striped Ant Queen's body disappeared in front of Andrew again, and appeared behind him the next second, just as a butcher's axe flashing with electric arc struck. The stabbing leg of the ghost-striped Ant Queen collided with the sharp axe, and countless electric arcs suddenly flew out, before Andrew could swing his second sharp axe. The other 3 sharp legs of the demonic Ant Queen had pierced his demonic structure and lifted him high into the air. At this time, the demonic Ant Queen was the only one left. 2 legs support the body. 2 tree vines that were much thicker than buckets suddenly broke out of the ground. They spread their petal-like teeth and swallowed the queen's 2 strong hind legs into her belly. The ghost-striped Ant Queen had no time to tear apart Andrew in midair, and threw Andrew towards the ant colony gathering behind her. The 4 sharp legs stabbed downward at the same time, instantly cutting the 2 tree vines into several sections, and it fell from the tree. After escaping from the tangle of vines, he let out a sharp and piercing cry and pounced on the group of druid elders guarding the world tree. Serdek did not dare to neglect and rush forward with his shield. What everyone needed most at this time was trust in each other. And as a knight, he also needed to stand at the front of the team. Not only did the silver light of the holy shield appear on the shield, Serdek also drew the rune words of ancient oath in front of him. Suddenly, an ancestor shadow held up a shield and completely overlapped with Serdek, and an angel with wings of light appeared behind him. And the angel's wings hugged Serdek layer by layer. Serdek blocks the path of the ghost-patterned Ant Queen by stepping on the halo of enthusiasm. The ghost-patterned Ant Queen's eyes with golden patterns lit up, and her human face had a cruel smile. After her body was extremely twisted, 6 legs actually stabbed towards Soldak at the same time, and her body also between the silence and the movement. It was as if he flashed in front of Soldak. The first leg pierced Serdek's sacred shield. Then, the second leg pierced the shield of ancient oaths, and the third leg broke the wings of the angel shadow. A beam of light fell from Serdek, He spent a huge amount of mental power to awaken the magical armor suspended above the door in the center of the spiritual sea. A light armor made of light and sound appeared in Serdek. On Dak's body, there was a faint illusion of a pair of wings behind him. The remaining 3 legs fell on the light armor almost at the same time, and the light armor dissipated. In fact, the light armor dissipated because Serdak's mental power could not bear the sacred armor at all. Even if Serdak forced it to appear, it could only last for a short moment. Serdak concentrated the sacred power in his body on the broadsword. White hot, the broadsword brought 5 afterimages and slashed at the neck of the ghostly Ant Queen's humanoid body. However, the black scales on the Ant Queen's body were actually extremely hard. When the broadsword in Serdak's hand slashed on it, only a white mark appeared. But the Queen Ant's dark hands had already firmly grasped the blade. Her upper body was as soft as a snake. She put her creepy face in front of Serdak, opened her mouth, and stretched out to stab the sword at Serdak. At this moment, the tree vines controlled by the druids had rushed around the ghostly patterned Ant Queen. They seemed to have received some kind of blessing. Some white roots grew on the surface of each tree vine, and more than a dozen tree vines appeared. It wraps around the ghost-striped Ant Queen like a spiritual snake, grabbing tightly at its legs. Gulitum, who caught up from behind, stretched out his hand to drag Serdak back, but managed to dodge and thrust a sword into his face. Gary Decker charged up and fired a shot, leaving only a white spot on the chest of the ghost-striped Ant Queen. The 6 legs of the ghost-striped Ant Queen were entangled in the tree vines, and they could not break free for a while. At this time, roots came out of the soil. These roots all had green traces of life, like shackles holding the ghost back. The tattooed queen is trapped in place. The sky strike bow in the hand of Samira, who was standing not far away, once again shattered a magic crystal. The power of lightning filled the bow arm, and a light arrow was shot out again. Along with the light arrow, a bolt of lightning hit the head of the ghost-patterned Ant Queen at the same time, and the light arrow also successfully penetrated into the ghost-patterned Queen Ant's chest. The ghost-patterned Ant Queen once again let out a shrill hiss. Its face, the body, has been extremely twisted, but the body is unable to break free from the roots of the tree no matter what. Just as she was struggling again, the ogre covered in ice armor also hit it on the head with a stick. The blow almost made it dizzy. The druid elders also gathered around. Serdak raised the broadsword that shone with holy light and inserted it into the gap between its joints. The broadsword cut open the thin hard armor, and the ghost-striped Ant Queen immediately broke one of its black legs. Seeing this scene, the ghost-striped Ant Queen screamed again, and countless ghost-striped red ants rushed over like crazy. A green light spot appeared on the upper body of the ghost-striped Ant Queen, and then her abdomen suddenly bulged, and then she opened her mouth and spit out a large amount of acid. The vines and roots quickly melted away in the acid. After the ghost-striped Ant Queen escaped from the trap, she quickly retreated towards the ant colony. Seeing the ghost-patterned Ant Queen trying to escape, Serdak used his last bit of sacred aura to draw a war call rune in front of him. A light door appeared in the center of the huge magic pattern array. As the light door opened wide, a dragonborn came from inside. Chapter 1321 Under the Battlefield. The moment the red dragon Israel emerged from the light door, the battlefield in front of him was filled with a large number of red ants. The ghost-striped Ant Queen quickly fled towards the direction of the ant colony. Israel's innate hunting instinct made it widen its eyes. Half of the body escaped from the light door, then spread out its dragon wings more than 10 meters long, and ran out of the light door with 2 hind legs. He just pushed forward hard on the boulder, and the dragon wings flapped hard twice before flying into the air. The crimson dragon scales even made Serdak's face turn red. The aboriginal druids with tree vines on the side were so frightened that they slumped on the spot. They stared at the low-altitude flight with their mouths open. The red dragon in. Everyone has a big mouth. Iser didn't even say H, low to Serdak. It only had eyes for the ghost-striped Ant Queen with a broken leg and her body wandering a little while running away. With a dragon roar, Iser's belly suddenly released a trace of fire. The flames condensed in Iser's belly, as if they could transmit heat to the outside through the thick dragon scales. As its abdomen grew larger and larger, the dazzling red light finally formed a dazzling flame, and a hot dragon's breath was sprayed out from Israel's mouth, along with a large amount of magma, all poured into an ant colony that just gathered together. Just under the flames, the ghost-patterned Ant Queen suddenly jumped up, and a mottled shield even appeared on its body. However, it only lasted for a few seconds before it was broken under Israel's dragon breath. However, the Queen Ant took advantage of it. In just a few seconds, he jumped into the air nimbly, The battlefield below was plunged into a sea of fire, and all the red ants stained with the dragon's breath were like a group of dancers on the fire. They ran and fled, screaming in death. The ghost-striped ant queen was now preparing to jump onto the umbrella cover of a giant mushroom. Just when it jumped up, the red dragon Iser, who had just taken off from behind, stretched its neck, opened its huge mouth, and bit the queen ant in one bite. Its sharp teeth almost cut off the hard legs of the ghost-striped ant queen, biting them all off, and then violently shaking her head. The queen ant that was held in Israel's mouth was shaken to pieces. She was originally about to stab Israel's chin with a spear-like leg, but at this time, it seems completely impossible. The ghost-striped ant queen desperately resisted the red dragon Iser. It actually gave up all 6 hard legs to escape from the dragon's mouth. At this moment, only her humanoid upper body and half of the black carapace fell to the ground. She looked like a human woman with her lower body embedded in the hard carapace. Using her remaining hands, she crawled frantically on the grass. A group of ghost-striped soldier ants wanted to protect their queen. But unfortunately, Israel, who folded his dragon wings and landed on the grass, stepped on the hard carapace and was unable to continue crawling forward. In the distance, the ant queen's personal guards have rushed out of the mushroom forest. Dozens of ghost-striped male ants are even larger than Iser. At this time, Israel bit the ghost-striped ant queen again, and then hung it upside down in midair. Serdek also caught up from behind. He first glanced at the ghost-patterned ant queen hanging in midair, and then the voice of World Tree came from the sea of spiritual consciousness. "Lord Serdek, don't kill it yet. I have a better way of handling it." After hearing the message from the World Tree, Serdek quickly waved to Iser. Israel, who originally planned to swallow the ghost-striped ant queen in one gulp, stopped, shook his head suddenly, threw the queen to the ground, stepped on it with a huge dragon claw, and then killed the ferocious dragon. The head stretched out in front of Suldak and asked him, "What's wrong, Dak?" "Iser, you can't eat it yet. I'll keep it for some use." Suldak raised his head and said loudly to Iser, who was folding his wings, "I caught this." The red dragon Iser roared and said to Suldak in dragon language. Serdek responded in dragon language, "You can taste the big ones first. This queen ant does not entirely belong to you. It needs to be taken out and distributed with other allies." Although the red dragon Iser roared again, he did not continue to bite the ghost-striped ant queen. He only stepped on the ghost-striped ant queen's armor to pieces. And then, they spread their wings and pounced into the red ant colony. Middle. The destructive power of a red dragon that has mastered dragon language magic is extremely terrifying, especially when it faces a group of weak ants. Those bulky ghost-striped male ants had no resistance in front of the red dragon Iser. After Iser pounced with his claws, the exposed head was almost swallowed into his stomach. Israel was killing all the ants in the ant colony, and Serdek squatted down and looked at the ghost-striped ant queen lying flat in a pool of blood. For normal human aesthetics, although the ghost-striped ant queen has half a human body, this half of the body is covered with dark red scales. The dark red is like the color of blood scabs. The queen's head, there is no hair on it, but some white fluff like fluff. The lower part of its chest looks like a silkworm chrysalis, or more closely like a crab sh. L with missing legs, but the hard armor on its back has circular patterns. Although she was bitten to death by Israel, the powerful aura of the queen ant did not dissipate. Serdek found that it was very different from the young ant queens he had seen before. First of all, this queen did not have wings. If it had wings, I am afraid Israel would not be able to catch it so easily. In addition, it has a half-humanoid body, and does not have a fat belly. Now the hard armor was cracked by Iser's step, and the whole body was scorched by the dragon's breath. Serdek even felt that it might die at any time from such a serious injury. At this time, Serdek felt the cold and disgusting aura of destruction, and the vast and majestic aura of life, which appeared in the sea of spiritual consciousness almost at the same time. "If it weren't for you, I might have returned to the prosperous age of Bailin's Plain 10,000 years ago." The cold and disgusting aura of destruction has been silent. "Now you can choose to put an end to your sins, or you can choose to sign a soul contract, and the entire ant tribe will become slaves in this valley." The cold and disgusting aura of destruction extends outward, trying to attack the majestic aura of life, but is forced back by the majestic aura of life. "I know. Lord Serdek, we can take action." World Tree used his spiritual power to convey the message to Serdek. Serdek understood what World Tree meant by taking action, which was to kill the ghost-striped ant queen. He immediately walked towards the dying ghost-patterned ant queen with his broadsword in hand. "Wait a minute. I'm willing to sign a soul contract. An extremely cold voice came into Suldak's spiritual consciousness. Chapter 1322 Soul Contract. The cold and disgusting aura of destruction was completely quiet. And the dying ghost-striped ant queen lying on the ground was also completely lying on the blood-stained grass, with only the sides of her ribs undulating slightly, as if she was breathing slowly. A tree vine hangs down from Serdak's head, and it is actually wrapped with a piece of tattered bark. There is no writing on this piece of tattered bark, only a faint breath of life. You can feel this piece of bark at a casual glance. How extraordinary. The whole bark is full of magic. The bark scroll fell into Serdak's hands. Serdak re-unfolded the bark scroll, and then looked at the bark and found that there was no text of any kind inside. Only some simple patterns like ancient murals, which describe this story. That is a simple drawing of an ant kneeling in front of a tree and a human being on a scroll-patterned background that looks like a dragon. The ghost-marked red ants on the surrounding battlefield had completely stopped. The red dragon Iser probably had no appetite for the ghost-marked male ants. So he returned with some reluctance and set off a strong wind when he landed next to Serdak. Then Serdak introduced such a soul contract to Yisel. In the end, the ghost-patterned ant queen almost pressed her forehead against the scroll, leaving a bright red blood contract. The ghost-striped ant queen then lay flat on her back, looking like she was ready to be slaughtered in front of World Tree and Yisel. So, my dinner is gone. The red dragon Iser looked at Soldak with a resentful look on his face, spitting out two flames from his nostrils from time to time. There was a huge bulge in its abdomen, and it looked like it had eaten a lot. Serdak walked up to Iser's side, reached out, and gently touched the dragon scales on the lower part of its neck closest to the ground, and then said to Iser's lowered head, "Obviously it's more useful to keep it, but I also know that you put in a lot of effort to catch it. Israel, I will make it up to you." Serdak stood next to the red dragon Israel and shouted to it. The red dragon looked at his body, that was constantly turning into light. The dragon's scales began to appear blurred. He did not complain anymore and directly said to Serdak in dragon language, "It's good that you know that I don't have much time to stay here. Next time there is such a high-level prey, remember to call me in time. And next time, I will not be as easy to talk to as this time. When the time comes, I will devour them without hesitation." As he spoke, Israel once again opened his huge mouth towards the dying body of the ghost-striped ant queen. "I know. I will go to the secret room to see you again in a few days, and I promise to prepare a feast for you." Soldak comforted Israel. After Soldak promised to bring it some delicious food, Israel flapped its dragon wings twice with some joy, flew into the light door again, and disappeared together with the light door. The red dragon Iser left the Belan plain, and the huge burden in Serdak's spiritual sea of consciousness was relieved a little. However, when he felt some sticky liquid coming out of his mouth and nose, he reached out and wiped it, and found that a lot of blood was pouring out of his mouth and nose. And he was also accompanied by strong dizziness. The Queen Ant signed a soul contract with the World Tree. According to World Tree, the Queen Ant signing of this contract scroll means that the entire ant clan will forever become the slaves of World Tree and Serdak. And there is also a simple leaf mark on the forehead of the ghostly pattern ant queen. It's just that it was lying in a pool of blood on the grass, looking like it might die at any time. He didn't know whether it was deliberately pretending to be weak to show him, or whether it was really injured like that. No matter what it was, it is a tragic gesture of a loser. Even the ghost-striped red ant stopped completely, waiting for the verdict of Serdak and World Tree. Serdak discovered that the number of red ants currently existing in the entire ant tribe is still extremely large. More than 60% of the entire red ant empire is composed of ghost-striped worker ants. What appears on the ground now is still the army of the red ant empire. Most of the ghost-striped worker ants are still hiding deep in the ant nest. The total number of all ghost-marked red ants still amounts to millions. Next, Serdak ordered Samira to notify the Lord Army on the other side of the cave to suspend the pursuit of the ants. Now, to Serdak, these red ants are more like the ones he raised in the Worm Valley. A group of cattle and sheep. Even if they are slaughtered, there is no need to rush. Then Gary Decker and Gulidum brought back the almost torn bodies of Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego from the battlefield. In Soldak's view, both of their bodies were almost completely cold. But the blood in their bodies had not completely solidified, and there was no breathing or heartbeat. Even Tiger's entire body was covered by the sharp claws of the ghost-striped ant queen. A huge blood hole was dug out, and the broken vertebrae made his body look extremely broken. Serdak's holy light technique could not save them. Thinking that Andrew had been following him with all his heart in the past few years, Serdak saw him lying on the grass with blood on his face. So he sat down next to Andrew. He took out a white silk handkerchief and wiped his blood-stained face. The frost wolf Bonita on the side was also crawling next to the wolf knight Tego, constantly licking Tego's cheek with its long tongue, and letting out low whimpering sounds from his mouth. Serdek had thought that there would be some price to pay for killing the ghost-striped ant queen this time, but these costs were somewhat unacceptable to him. At this time, he suddenly had the urge to rush over and kill the ghost-marked queen ant lying in a pool of blood with one sword, and then completely peel off the dark golden magic skin from its body. The complete life magic patterns on its body made Serdek drooled at the sight. Just when Serdek regretted not being able to kill the enemies for Andrew and Tego with his own hands, a tree vine hung down in front of Serdek again. The tree vine exuded powerful vitality, and at the same time, a spiritual power was transmitted into Serdek. Serdek's spiritual sea of consciousness is also the only means of contact between World Tree and Serdek. Don't worry about it, my friend. I have a way to help your two companions recover. But before that I need to ask you, are you willing to use such a precious opportunity on your two companions? World Tree asked Serdek in the sea of spiritual consciousness. Of course I do, Serdek replied without hesitation. Well, Lord Serdek, you must remember to treat yourself like this. With my current ability, I can only help you once a year. These 2 times are because I promised to give you some compensation before. While the World Tree was chattering and pouring some thoughts into Serdek's mind, it condensed a drop of water full of life on the end of the tree vine. One of the drops fell on Andrew's face, and the other dropped on the empty chest of Wolf Knight Tego. After the introduction of World Tree, Serdek understood. The reason why World Tree signed a slave contract with the ghost-patterned ant queen is entirely because the ghost-patterned red ants are the main force that cleans up the giant mushrooms in the Darkworm Valley. So World Tree cannot completely eliminate the ants in the Darkworm Valley. Giant mushrooms grow on the World Tree, and the spores are everywhere in the rotting trees, which can never be cleaned up. As long as there is rotten wood, there will be spore mushrooms, because the mushrooms that grew on the older generation of World Tree were full of nutrients. They naturally form giant mushrooms. These giant mushrooms can also be regarded as one of the biological chains of decomposing rotten wood. The presence of too many spores and giant mushrooms will accelerate the decay of the tree. Back then, the ghost-patterned red ants were also the guardian beasts of the older generation of World Tree. Unfortunately, as the ghost-striped ant queen gained rudimentary wisdom and selfish ideas, the old World Tree was bitten and corrupted by ghost-striped red ants and giant mushrooms, and eventually fell down. After obtaining the life essence of the World Tree, the ghost-patterned ant tribe turned their backs on the World Tree. Instead of giving the World Tree seedlings the most precious drop of the source of life, they sealed it in the stomach pouch of the ghost-patterned ant queen and prepared to digest it alone. It's a pity that for thousands of years, the ghost-striped ant queen has not been able to digest this source of life. On the contrary, over the past few thousand years, the entire ant tribe has been slowly degenerating. In the nearly 1,000 years since the World Tree fell, the giant mushroom spores have been extremely prosperous. But when the nutrients in the roots of the World Tree were exhausted, the huge roots turned into rocky valleys. The giant mushroom spores in the valleys absorbed enough nutrients and slowly shrank. In the end, the giant mushroom forest can only cover the entire valley. Even so, the mushroom forest has begun to become increasingly petrified in recent years, and there are fewer and fewer new mushrooms. Today's giant mushrooms can no longer provide enough food for the red ants. So the red ants try to hunt outside the valley. This food chain slowly shrank and became what it is today. Chapter 1323 The Omelette in Front of You. Andrew was soaked in a huge oak barrel, which was filled with green sap. Although he was unconscious, his damaged body was healing rapidly. Wolf Knight Tego is in another barrel next to him. Frost Wolf Bonita is lying on the side, guarding Tego. Tego's injured part is relatively large, and his body recovery is relatively slow. But at this moment, he is when he was awake. He could even see the huge wound on his chest with his eyes. Seeing Serdek and his party walking into the cave, Tego, who was soaked in tree sap, blinked at Serdek and barely moved the muscles on his face. Serdek walked over and saw that Tego's hands and feet soaked in the tree sap could still move slightly. So he smiled at him and said, "You and Andrew can survive this time. So thank the World Tree. If it were not willing to give you 2 drops of diluted life essence, maybe you would have already crossed the Forgotten Plains and gone to Count Fawnak." Hearing what Serdek said, Wolf Knight Tiger obviously struggled, although he could not speak yet. He wanted to reach out and gesture to express to Serdek that the orcs would not enter the world of the undead after death. but go to the beast, the holy mountain where God is. Seeing that he was a little excited, Soldak quickly comforted him. Okay, if you have any questions, we'll talk about it after you recover. Your mission now is to recover from your injuries. I heard that this life essence can allow you to gain the blessing of the Earth Spirit when fighting in the future. As long as your feet do not leave the earth, you will be able to gain great recovery power. Cerdak stood beside the oak barrel. To Wolf Knight Tego continued. Elder Bijit is waiting for us at the intersection. Gary Decker walked in from outside the cave and said to Soldak, Let's go! Cerdak turned around and ordered the group of people behind him. After saying that, he walked out of the cave. This was originally the place where the red ants lived. All the caves were built and designed to facilitate the crawling of the six-legged red ants. However, it is not that easy for humans to walk. In some places, the vertical drop of the wormholes is dozens of times. Meters. All extend straight downward. The people who entered the depths of the ant nest were all level 2 experts. And almost everyone was riding a ghost-patterned soldier ant. Although there were some bumps along the way, and the soldier ants would even crawl on the vertical cave walls, there were still many obstacles along the way. Consider it a success. Groups of ghost-striped worker ants entered underground caves. This time, Cerdak also wanted to follow the ghost-striped ant queen into the deepest incubation chamber of the ant nest, because the dying body of the queen ant still needs to be integrated into the incubation room there. Cerdak and the druid elder Bijit completed the final seal on the ghost-striped ant queen there. It wasn't until the ghost-striped red ants were completely defeated that Cerdak discovered that the lineup of personal guards around the ghost-striped ants was quite luxurious. In addition to thousands of giant ghost-striped soldier ants whose bodies have turned red and purple, there are nearly 500 ghost-striped male ants. In addition, there are also evolved ghost-striped flying ants. Unfortunately, in the final battle, the ghost-pattern ant queen has been led by Cerdak and World Tree, and this powerful personal guard has not exerted its due combat power at all. Nowadays, a large number of ghost-marked red ants have become slaves jointly owned by World Tree and Cerdak. In order to maintain the original ecological balance in the Darkworm Valley, only half of the ghost-marked red ants will be executed. Obviously, compared with those that are better managed, the ghostly patterned worker ants, this personal guard army will be the first red ant army that needs to be eliminated. This time Cerdak walked into the nest of the ghost-striped red ants. The first purpose was to send the ghost-striped queen ant back to the incubation chamber at the deepest part of the wormhole. The other purpose was to see the real situation inside the wormhole. At least, to check out the potential power of the ghost-striped red ant. Yggdrasil and the ghost-patterned ant queen have reached a soul contract, and the ghost-patterned red ant has become the enslaved party. It can be said that the rights of life and death are completely in the hands of World Tree and Cerdak. World Tree has formed an alliance with Cerdak, and 300,000 southern tribes and local indigenous people will migrate to the Darkworm Valley to settle. So these ghost-striped red ants will be further cleaned up next. The Darkworm Valley will become the new home of the tribal aborigines. And the northern occupied area of the White Forest Plain is now in the hands of the Green Empire. The Darkworm Valley is also about to be included in the Empire's territory. So according to the rules of Cerdak and World Tree to form an alliance, Cerdak needs to incorporate this area into his territory. At the same time, maximum freedom must be given to the indigenous tribes in the Darkworm Valley. They are the sons of nature who believe in the World Tree. The dying ghost-striped ant queen was always in Gilliam's line of sight. Every time the two-headed ogre saw the broken body of the ghost-striped ant queen, he couldn't help but drool. Cerdak felt that the two-headed ogre Gilliam at this moment must have the same feeling as the red dragon Iser, who bit the ghost-striped ant queen for the first time. They both saw the fat in their mouths, sighed, but cannot eat the kind of depression in the stomach. This is simply too cruel for foodies. Moreover, except for the bloody arms on the upper body of this queen ant, all the rest of the body's legs are missing. Caught between the fangs of a ghost-striped soldier ant, she is nothing more than a piece of fresh meat on a cutting board. Dak, I think if I can eat this queen ant, my strength will be greatly improved. Gulida muttered as he followed Cerdak. Give up this idea. A living queen ant is more useful than a dead one, Cerdak said without looking back. It was very dark inside the cave, and everyone had lanterns hanging around their waists. However, facing the deep cave, the fear felt in the claustrophobic space made people very nervous, especially since there were little whispers everywhere in the cave. As long as you look at other forks, you can see swarms of ghost-striped worker ants everywhere. However, the inside of the ant hole is not stuffy, and the passages taken by these ghost-striped soldier ants are the widest, so wide that the ghost-striped male ants can pass here unimpeded. Although the two-headed ogre Ghoul was unwilling to do so. He could only mutter in a low voice. These ghost-patterned soldier ants are extremely obedient. After the ghost-patterned ant queen became a slave, the entire ant clan seemed to have not changed much at all. Except that they no longer had the same respect for Serdek and the druid elders as before. Hostility. The team walked very far inside. Just as the original adventure group member described it. This underground cave was like a huge underground palace. After entering this crypt that extends in all directions, if you don't want to get lost, you may have to carefully mark each fork in the road. The team walked far down and finally saw the kind of house whose walls were stained with huge fraternal eggs waiting to hatch. Each of those white fraternal eggs is almost 1 meter in length and about half a meter in diameter. They are orange-red all over, with mottled and irregular gray patterns on the egg ls. When everyone passed by such an egg storage room, Ghoul looked at the fraternal eggs and his eyes lit up again, as if a plate of fried eggs was placed in front of him. Chapter 1324 Incubation Room. The group of people rode ghost-patterned soldier ants into the depths of the cave, and gradually encountered more caves where fraternal eggs were stored. There were also some ghost-patterned worker ants taking care of these fraternal eggs in the caves. Serdek discovered that even these fraternal eggs also exist in this sequence level. The scattered crypts around them are all small and light-colored different eggs without many patterns. When they are placed in some large crypts deep in the crypts, full of adult height different eggs, the lines on these deviated eggs became extremely regular. Serdek could clearly see the curled shadows of red ants inside some of the deviated eggs that were about to hatch. The legs together look a little numb. Serdek could even tell that it was a ghost-striped soldier ant. Unexpectedly, these soldier ants were much larger than the adult ghost-striped worker ants from the moment they were born. Although the cave here is not stuffy, the sour and rancid smell inside the ant nest has become very strong. The team still did not stop and continued walking along the wide cave. The walls of many large caves were basically modified by the ghost-striped red ants in the later period. After the clay on the cave walls condensed, they looked like concrete. And the cave walls also changed. It is much smoother. In order to increase the utilization of space, many fraternal eggs are hung on the ceiling of the cave. In this dark cave, you can also see some whitish umbrella-shaped mushrooms, which are translucent in color. When the druid elder Bijit saw this kind of mushroom, he was so excited that he jumped off the back of the soldier ant. After falling several times in the cave, he finally climbed to the place where the white mushroom grew. Unexpectedly, Bijit, there were actually 2 ghost-patterned soldier ants guarding the mushroom. But they were forced to take a few steps back when they saw Elder Bijit walking over. But the pair of heads with red eye masks were still staring at Elder Bijit, and the fangs protruding from the mouth were constantly opening and closing. However, the tribal elder was not polite to the red ants. When Serdek rushed over, he actually picked the whole mushroom and restored the rot soil after picking the mushrooms. He smiled at Serdek. Dak said, "After a while, this kind of ghost mushroom will grow here. This kind of mushroom is dried and ground into powder. It can be used to prepare invisibility potions. I haven't seen ghost mushrooms in a long time. Are these ghost mushrooms?" Serdek asked in surprise, as he took the 2 mushrooms that were larger than a wash basin handed over by Elder Bijit. He has heard of the name ghost mushroom. When the Lord Army opened up the 3 Rivers Plain before, they also found some magic herbs. The caravans that specialize in purchasing magic herbs are usually more heroic, and the prices they offer are usually very beautiful. Serdek had seen the name of ghost mushroom on a price list of magic herbs. He was able to remember this name because it sounded very special and made people feel that this must be a poisonous mushroom. Elder Bijit wrapped his share of ghost mushrooms in a piece of linen cloth, nodded and admitted, "It's not wrong. Although this kind of mushroom grows in a harsh environment, it is very easy to identify." Serdek never thought that an elder of an indigenous tribe not only spoke fluent imperial language, but was also very knowledgeable. "Great Elder Bijit. When did you learn imperial language? You speak it really well." Serdek took out a magic sealing box, put the ghost mushroom in it, and asked Elder Bijit, "This kind of ghost mushroom is not easy to preserve. Since you have a magic sealing box, I will give you these 2. Seeing that Serdek was carrying a magic sealing box, Elder Bijit decisively handed his pack of ghost mushrooms to Serdek, and then said, "As for my imperial language, I have learned it for a long time. In the tribe, it is not uncommon to know a few words of Grim Empire language. Then store them with me first. When we take these ghost mushrooms out, what are you going to do with them? Do you want to make them into medicinal powder?" Serdek put the magic sealing box into the storage space of the magic belt. and then asked Elder Baijide. Elder Baijide laughed and said cheerfully, "Why is it so troublesome now? Your army is followed by so many business groups. They have provided so many supplies to the indigenous people of our tribe along the way. I just hope that we can think of them when we obtain warcraft materials and magic herbs. I will sell these ghost mushrooms to the business group, and so many people will follow me to Invercargill Forest. So I also need to raise some supplies to house them." Surdak patted the magic belt and said to Elder Baijide, "Then let me help you deal with these ghost mushrooms. You will never suffer any losses." After saying that, Surdak reboarded the waiting ghost-striped soldier ant, sat on its back, and then asked, "By the way, Elder Baijide, will your tribe move to the Darkworm Valley?" Elder Baijide immediately responded, "Of course. We must protect the Son of Nature. Lord Surdak, will this be your territory in the future? Can our tribe settle in your territory?" Seeing a hint of worry in Elder Baijide's eyes, Surdak said, "I will apply to Wilk City, even if it is to replace the land in the Three Rivers Plain. I will include the Darkworm Valley area into my territory." Then he said, "You can live here. I promise that in my territory, all Aboriginal tribes will have complete autonomy. This can be proved by the Aboriginal tribes in Invercargill Forest. I will not interfere in the internal affairs of indigenous tribes for any reason. And indigenous tribes do not have to worry about any impact of imperial laws on their tribes." Perhaps Surdak has a good reputation among these Aborigines. So Elder Baijide asked seriously, "I heard that the Green Empire's laws include a system for universal recruitment of soldiers?" He was probably worried that all men in the tribe would be forcibly recruited by the conscription order, which would be a devastating disaster for any tribe. Surdak waved his hand and said bluntly, "The Empire's decree currently does not include Aboriginal tribes. But having said that, half of my lord's army are tribal Aborigines. But this is not because of forced recruitment under the universal recruitment system. Yes, each tribe took the initiative to apply to join the lord's army. You will gradually understand some things later. And I am not planning to open the Darkworm Valley to the outside world for the time being. After all, the world tree needs a certain amount of space to grow, and this will become a closed area. And I don't need to worry about your livelihood. As long as the ghost-striped red ants here are continuously transported out as commodities, the economic benefits generated will probably be enough to feed everyone." When Surdak finished saying this, he saw Elder Baijide visibly heaving a sigh of relief. Surdak finally knew that Elder Baijide had probably been worried about this all along the way. Now he heard the promise made by himself, and it was completely consistent with the message sent to him by World Tree. The chief elder of the tribe seemed much more relaxed, and even smiled more openly. Then the two talked a lot about the system and laws of the Green Empire, as well as the current unoptimistic situation in the Empire. Hearing that all the priests and priests of the Temple of Liberty had left the Empire, the Elder Baijide even told Suldak that there were many young people in his tribe who were good at some herbal healing methods. If Urdak needs it, he can let these young people in the tribe join Surdak's Lord Army. Surdak asked Elder Baijide, "Can those young druids come?" Elder Baijide nodded and replied, "Yes, there will be some druids joining your army." The team entered a super large cave. Surdak felt that this place was more like a closed stadium. The huge space inside could accommodate at least 100,000 people. Surdak felt that this should be the deepest part of the ant nest, because from the entrance, through the darkness, he saw a huge belly like a train lying in the middle of the cave. In the dark environment, this 300 to 400 year-long train's huge insect belly is like 20 thunder rhinoceros connected at the end, and it exists segment by segment. Although the color of this worm's belly is dark red, there are very regular white spots on both sides of the worm's belly, emitting a gleaming white light in the cave. Thousands of ghost-striped worker ants are busy in this cave. This stone chamber has at least dozens of exits. A team of worker ants carrying orange fraternal eggs lined up neatly in the cave and left here quickly. What makes Surdak feel horrified is that although this insect belly has no front body, it can still produce fraternal eggs normally. And after arriving here, the dying queen ants seem to be alive. Chapter 1325 After the War. The strong soldier ant carrying the ghost-striped queen walked up to the front of the insect's belly. The several hundred meters long insect belly was still releasing fraternal eggs in an orderly manner. Surdak found that there were more than a dozen ghost-striped male ants on the left and right sides of the queen's abdomen. Almost all of them were lying on the ground listlessly, with their tails tightly pressed against the side wall of the queen's abdomen, and also let out a low whine. The fraternal eggs in the worm's belly are constantly moving backwards under weak peristalsis, and this seems to be the process of their growth in the worm's belly. After they are conceived, They continued to move forward in this several hundred meters long passage. Then it moved back. And when these deviant eggs had completely acquired a hard SHL, they also wriggled to the tail of the insect's abdomen, and then spit them out from a wall of flesh that was constantly opening and closing, one after another, and almost every deviant egg was contaminated with some mucus. The entire incubation room was filled with mucus and sour smell. The worker ants wanted to place the deviated eggs excreted from the worm's belly in the ant nest. Then the worker ants would further clean up the deviated eggs until these things were done. After that, the fraternal eggs will be moved out of this huge delivery room and into the surrounding incubation room. When they saw the queen, all the worker ants stopped what they were doing. Some worker ants carefully put the fraternal eggs aside and leaned down towards their queen. Almost all the ghost-striped worker ants in the cave doing the same action. This is to welcome, but also seems to be silently mourning for their king. This was the first time the queen ant used her upper arms to support her body after being seriously injured, and then looked at the people around the cave. Soldak had previously suspected that although the queen ant only had half of her body left and no legs, and the hard armor had become shattered, the actual injuries to the queen were not as bad as imagined. Oops. Now it seems that the ant queen is really pretending to be dead on the back of the ghost-striped soldier ant, and it actually still has the ability to move. But after it made a simple movement, some blood seeped out again from the broken part of the body. It can be seen that it is full of desire to return to the belly of the insect. This 6th level monster now does not have the domineering power of higher level monsters. The soldier ants carried the dying queen to the front of the insect's belly. At this time, Surdak and his party also approached. It was not until they got closer that Surdak could feel the huge insect belly that was nearly several hundred meters long. What a sense of oppression it brings. The 7 to 8 meter high insect belly is higher than a 3-story building. Moreover, the insect belly is completely made of thick soft skin, and it is bulging and stuffed with things. This is not the tail end of the insect's abdomen. So there is a circular wound in the insect's abdomen, with bunches of fresh meat extending outward, looking like a sea anemone. The queen ant was held up by 2 soldier ants, and with all the ants worshipping her, her chest and abdomen were rejoined with the huge insect abdomen. Just after the connection became one, the flesh threads in the belly of the worm quickly penetrated into the queen ant's body. Surdak seemed to feel that countless nutrients and vitality were poured into the body of the ghost-striped ant queen. Some viscous black liquid seeped out from the cracks in the hard armor. This liquid seemed to solidify quickly when it encountered air, quickly repairing the broken hard armor on its body. Then, possibly due to some kind of fusion, the ghost-striped ant queen let out a hysterical scream. The sluggish it burst out with a powerful aura. The sharp whistling sound made Surdak feel dizzy. The wound at the waist junction of the queen ant is constantly growing new carapace, and then its body is tightly connected to the insect's abdomen. Not only was the shattered hard carapace on the queen ant's body healing rapidly, but the 6 broken legs also formed a thick dura mater. Surdak even saw a bulging bulge appearing in the transparent dura mater. Those should be the legs that the queen is about to regenerate. Amid the screams, the queen ant's body burst out with majestic vitality. The huge insect belly was not as quiet as before. The entire insect belly began to squirm continuously. Hundreds of white striped windows were arranged around the insect belly. Through these fluorescent white windows, Surdak could even see clearly. The fraternal eggs are neatly arranged in the insect's belly. I can feel that its soul has at least doubled in size. This section of the worm's belly not only retains strong vitality and resilience, but also retains a part of the queen's separated soul. Elder Baijide said calmly, standing next to Surdak, looking up at the huge body of the ghost-striped ant queen. He said to Surdak. Surdak didn't expect Elder Baijide to say this. He didn't understand it for a while. So he asked casually, "Does that mean that when its body was split into 2, its soul was also torn apart?" Elder Baijide took a step further, reached out and gently stroked the rough and mottled outer skin of the insect belly, and said affirmatively, "At least part of it is left. However, after the soul that dominates the body was severely damaged, the part of the soul that remained in the belly of the insect became relatively stronger. It is precisely this part of the soul that did not sign a contract with us. This is what I am most worried about." Thing. Surdak's heart trembled slightly, and he asked Elder Baijide in a deep voice, "Then what should we do?" Great Elder Baijide has now become the spokesperson of this world tree, and Surdak is also happy to communicate in this way. Elder Baijide quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry too much. I'm going to place some seals here, and then lock it with shackles. Finally, I will come to check the seal situation every once in a while," Surdak said. I can prepare some iron ropes and lock its body firmly here. Immediately afterwards, Great Elder Bijid led several druid elders to set up a sealing array in the cave. The druids were well prepared and brought with them some magic materials and magic crystals used in the sealing array. Although there were many, the magic materials are very primitive. They just carved some magic patterns on several boulders around the cave and then inlay the magic crystals into them. This kind of magic circle can at most suppress some of the power of the ghost-marked Ant Queen and confine the ghost-marked Ant Queen in this cave. Once the queen leaves the cave, the sealing magic circle will activate an early warning. The most important thing to restrain this ghost-patterned Ant Queen is to rely on the soul contract signed the day before yesterday. This time, Serdek and Elder Bijid mainly wanted to know the situation inside the ghost-striped Red Ant Cave. Now it seems that the entire Red Ant group has not weakened in this war. So next, it means that the tribal aboriginals and the Serdek Lord army will further reduce the number of ghost-marked red ants. The red ants that will bear the brunt of the reduction will be the personal guards who follow the ghost-striped Ant Queen. Because these soldier ants and male ants are all second and third level monsters. Not only do they have magic cores in their heads, but they can also the decomposed magic materials also have high economic value. Seeing that the queen ant returned to the cave and once again became a machine for producing ghost-striped red ants, Serdek and his team had completed their trip to explore the ant nest. By the time Serdek returned to the surface, a large number of tribal aboriginal warriors had arrived at the center of the Darkworm Valley. Serdek's Lord army was ordered to station in the cave, and did not enter the Darkworm Valley in large numbers. Only the constructed knights entered the central area of the Worm Valley, and set up camp on the grassland vacated around the World Tree. The tribal aboriginal warriors, who came to the Darkworm Valley lived on this grassland. Some skilled aborigines even woven some straw mats out of some withered grass. However, there were very few trees in the Darkworm Valley. There are huge mushroom forests everywhere, and many of the giant mushrooms have become lignified. These aborigines found some giant mushrooms close to the World Tree, and used their kitchen knives and axes to chop out holes in these giant mushrooms. Open the door. What Serdek didn't expect was that these giant mushroom umbrella columns were actually empty inside. Apart from a musty smell, after a little cleaning, people could actually live inside. Serdek immediately began to count the number of injured people in this battle, with the commanders of each lord's army. This time the Ant Queen led her personal guards to fight the lord's army at the entrance of the cave. Not only the indigenous people of the tribe, thousands of soldiers were killed in the battle, and the lord's army also suffered heavy casualties. More than 1,000 lord's army soldiers were killed by the Queen Ant alone on the battlefield. Fortunately, the native tribes left some druid elders behind, and they treated many wounded soldiers during the battle. Now the commanders of the Lord army follow the constructed knights into the valley, and large groups of ghost-patterned soldier ants can be seen everywhere. If Serdek and Yggdrasil hadn't teamed up to capture the ghost-patterned Ant Queen, would the Lord army have been able to obtain it? This battle is ultimately won, and the outcome is really uncertain. The reason is that the number of the Red Ant army here is much larger than the commander of the Lord army expected. Although it seems like spring inside the Darkworm Valley, it is still the harsh winter season outside the valley. The first thing Serdek needs to arrange this time is to order a large number of iron chains from the merchant group accompanying the army. When building the iron cable bridge between the cave and the stone arch bridge, Saldek asked the Swayjun merchant group to prepare a large number of chains. Moreover, there were not many iron chains used in the cave and the stone arch bridge. Swayjun merchant group still had some stocks here. But if these chains alone want to lock the ghost-striped Ant Queen with a body size of 300 to 400 meters, the chains stored in the military commercial aviation are still far from enough. So the merchants can only send the news back to Bena's city and continue to customize a large number of iron ropes. After the ghost-striped Ant Queen reunites, according to Serdek's vision, at least hundreds of shackles will be needed to imprison the ghost-striped Ant Queen in the center of the ant nest. The second thing Serdek did was to conduct large-scale treatment of the wounded soldiers of the Lord's army. He also took this opportunity to allow the Lord's army to rest and recuperate on a large scale, and to take this opportunity to allow the Lord's army soldiers to rely on their personal merits. Redeem the prizes on the merit list. Magic crystals, gold coins, etc. This is a large-scale battle reward event, and it is also a rare opportunity for the Swayjun merchant group to make money. Because in order to fulfill his promise, Saldek displayed almost all the good things brought by the Swayjun merchant group. Whichever one the Lord Army soldiers choose can be redeemed with merit points. And then, the Lord Army Logistics Department negotiates with the merchants to pay for it. Therefore, the types of reward materials this time are extremely rich. Even if you don't need these rewards, They can be exchanged for magic crystals or gold coins. Chapter 1326 The Spoils of War. Outside the camp, 300 construct knights served as executioners in the Darkworm Valley for 10 consecutive days, killing the ghost-patterned soldier ants in the Queen's guards on the execution ground. Many knights had already killed them to the point of mercy. This kind of senselessness, the execution ground of resistance, is also a test for these construct knights. That is, if they stand in front of those who have no resistance, even if they are alien monsters. As executioners, will they become soft-hearted? In fact, since this winter, the Lord Army and the ghost-striped red ants have been fighting continuously, and the resentment between the two sides has accumulated to the extreme. However, after such a killing, some construct knights still couldn't hold on, and were defeated directly from the execution ground. There were really too many people killed, and this place was like a slaughterhouse. After the people were killed, they would be personally identified by Lord Surdak before they were divided into skins, cut flesh, and dug out the magic core in the body. After this operation, the ghost pattern with soldier ants quickly turn into leather and fresh meat. Many giant ghost pattern soldier ants are the focus of Surdak's attention. He needs to find more magic patterns of life from these giant soldier ants. As for the more difficult to kill ghost striped male ants, they were slaughtered by the two-headed ogre Gulidum himself. For this, the ogre did not have the psychological burden of a constructed knight. The two-headed ogre will pick out 2 of the queen's bodyguards every day, and then kill the 2 ghost-striped male ants very cleanly. The only trouble is that there are a lot of fresh ingredients that need to be stripped from the male ants, come out, and put it into the magic sealing box with a fresh keeping function. In addition, the hard armor of the ghost-marked male ants is not so popular. The only thing worth looking forward to is the magic pattern of life on the male ants. These are Suldak's biggest gains in private. A steady stream of warcraft materials were delivered to the merchant groups accompanying the army, offsetting the spoils that the merchant groups had paid in advance for the logistics department of the Lord's army. In recent days, the military merchant group's camp outside the Darkworm Valley has become very lively. Although it is the cold winter here, and you can see a land of ice and snow, the tents set up at the camp are warm and cozy, and there are many pockets. The warrior with gold coins will come here and drink 2 glasses of wine. Sometimes the food in the military camp cafeteria is large and delicious, but some Lord Army soldiers want to go outside to have a meal. After they are full, some people will choose to get into the tent behind the tavern. This is renovation period of camp life. After winning a war, the victor can always enjoy some beauty and happiness. The Green Empire is obviously a country built on these wars. The Empire's various resources on the Roland continent are on the verge of exhaustion. Only by continuously occupying other planes can they obtain enough resources. However, in recent years, plane wars have broken out frequently. Not only the war with the natives of the plane. The main enemy faced by the Imperial Army is the Dark Legion from the H.L. forces. Secondly, the demons in the H.L. world also want to open the connection channel and occupy the small plane. Bit by bit invaded the Roland continent, as well as the undead army from the underworld and some other hostile forces. Currently, the Green Empire has invaded many planes, and wars are ongoing in various places. Many plane lords have to lead their armies to fight the fires everywhere. At least in Bylin's plane, they haven't felt the joy of victory for a long time. The victory of the Darkworm Valley War will be spread to Wilk City as quickly as possible. I don't know what the lords of the White Forest Plain will say, but in recent times, the northern pung birds have frequently crossed the Thorny Mountains, entering the prairie of the northern occupied area to hunt cattle and sheep there. This incident has caused great dissatisfaction among the lords of the Belan Plain. However, Surdak did not have the energy to continue heading north for the time being. After the affairs in the Darkworm Valley are over, the Lord's army will return to the Three Rivers Plain before spring arrives. Surdak is preparing to add the entire Three Rivers Plains to the territory of the Alliance Lord's army before the summer. As for the 3 things that Surdak promised when he formed an alliance with World Tree, punishing the ghost-striped red ants, reducing the giant mushroom forest, and attacking the Pung Bird clan in the north. At least Surdak has now completed one of them. Next, we have to rely on ghost-striped red ants to reduce the number of giant mushroom forests in the Bug Valley. Surdak is not ready to start a war against the Pingi yet. The cave in the eastern part of the Darkworm Valley is the only channel connecting the Worm Valley to the outside world. The military camp of the Lord Army is built here. Since the place is guarded by the Lord's Army, only the 4-wheeled trucks of the merchant group can enter the Worm Valley to carry various supplies. Members of the adventure group are temporarily prohibited from entering the Darkworm Valley, and the heavy armored infantry regiments including the Lord's army are also prohibited from entering any reason to enter Worm Valley. The only people who can enter the Worm Valley are the tribal aborigines. It is said that the 300,000 southern tribal aborigines temporarily living in the copper mine camp will migrate to the Dark Worm Valley collectively. There were 2 maps hanging in the tent of the military camp, one of which was the Dark Worm Valley, and the other was a regional map of the Three Rivers Plain. He stood in front of the map and used a charcoal pen to map the poisonous mist swamp outside the Dark Worm Valley. Draw a large circle, which takes up almost 90% of the entire map. Before Serdek could speak, the commanders of the Lord Army looked at each other, because they knew in their hearts that Lord Serdek wanted to include the entire Dark Worm Valley into his territory. But the commanders present, they have no reason to argue at all. These commanders also know in their hearts that the Dark Worm Valley can win the decisive battle so quickly. This is inseparable from the indigenous tribes in the south, and Serdek should be related to this. A group of southern tribesmen reached some kind of agreement. Some clues can be seen from the current policy implemented by Serdek that only allows the southern tribes natives to enter the Dark Worm Valley. Lord Serdek was probably preparing to give up this land to the indigenous tribes in the south. So when he drew a large circle on the map with charcoal, all the commanders of the Lord's army remained silent. Serdek said to the commanders in the military camp tent, "This place must be allotted to me. In addition, I also need to ensure the integrity of this land. 2/3 of the surrounding land will be handed over to the Green Empire and the Bena province, including the large poisonous fog swamp and the Lupier Lake. So your lords cannot get any land here, but I will make some compensation for this. I will give up half of the assets of the Three Rivers Plain Dam, including half of the lakes in the 3 canyons upstream. Once the dam is built there, the upstream will become an extremely vast lake in the future. I only need there are half of the lakes, and the other half of the lakes are equally divided among the 17 lords represented by the commanders here. In the end, I will give up the current territorial allocation of the Three Rivers Plains that we occupy, but we will still have the Red Ridge Giant Turtle to occupy the mountains, lakes and rivers." Right. This statement will be effective within 1 month. I know that some of the commanders may not have the right to decide this matter, so I give you 1 month to discuss it with your lords. If you have any objections, you can come to Bailin's Plain, and we can discuss it face to face. The commanders sat around without saying a word. No one knew better than them how big the land of the Three Rivers Plain was, and they also knew that even if the noble lords behind the Lord Army they commanded arrived here in person, they would not be able to get there from Sioux. Erdak dug out every bit of land from the Dark Worm Valley in his hand. The first person to stand up was Viscount Cleowen, the commander of the Lords of Constantinople. He is considered the most outstanding army commander of the younger generation of the Owen family. His straight noble dress makes him look very handsome. At that time, he took the lead and said to Soldek, "We, the Owen family, agree to this distribution plan." As soon as these words came out, the other commanders in the military camp suddenly felt the pressure. Then, they thought that even if Lord Serdek's distribution plan was sent back, nothing would be changed. So they all stepped forward to accept Sue's plan. This distribution plan proposed by Erdek. Some commanders who couldn't figure it out at the moment were forced to agree with everyone. So they later stood up and expressed their agreement with Serdek's distribution plan. Even Serdek never thought that the land distribution plan of the Lord Army could be decided so quickly. As for the trophies of demonic red ants, such as Warcraft materials, magic cores, etc., whichever Lord's army captured them during the war belongs to that Lord's army. Chapter 1327 The Great Lord. After the Belan Plain entered January, the Lord army led by Serdek began to withdraw from the Dark Worm Valley in full force. However, the military merchant group located outside the Worm Valley did not completely evacuate. A large amount of supplies continued to be transported into the Dark Worm Valley. Before the arrival of spring, 300,000 indigenous people from the southern tribes will continue to migrate to the Worm Valley. Once spring arrives, the poison mist swamp will completely seal the gate to the Dark Worm Valley, and it will become very difficult to enter the Dark Worm Valley by then. Fortunately, these southern tribes and indigenous people have already arrived at the copper mine settlement in Invercargill Forest. From there, they only need to follow the caravan to the Quoto camp on the north bank of the Great Rift Valley, and then set off from the Quoto camp to rush to the Dark Worm Valley. If you break up the journey into the caves, each section only takes 3 or 4 days. Moreover, the caravan also dispatched some 4-wheeled carriages this time to carry children and elderly people from the southern tribes. This large-scale migration was not officially organized, but the migration efficiency was much higher than that of officially organized migrations. Many Aboriginal people walked forward without saying a word. Even though it became colder and colder as they went north, they did not complain about the hardship and fatigue. A large amount of dry food was prepared with the military merchant group. Along the way, there are porridge shacks offering free cereals everywhere. A bowl of cereal can not only fill your stomach, but also keep away the cold. Elder Bijid knew that the reason why these business groups were able to take care of these tribesmen was because Lord Serdek said hello to the merchant groups accompanying the army. However, after all, the number of his migrating tribesmen was as high as 300,000. Even if he only drank cereal every day, porridge and food consumed every day should also be calculated by car. In recent days, the indigenous people in the Darkworm Valley began to drive a group of ghost-striped worker ants to manage the mushroom forests in the valley. Many of the fresh ghost mushrooms hidden in the ant nests were collected by the indigenous people and quickly sent to them in the hands of Lord Serdek. It is said that this mushroom is a precious magical herb, and the price has always been high in the magic market. In addition, 30,000 tribal druids led 30,000 indigenous warriors to join Count Serdek's Lord army. Elder Bijid arranged for some aborigines to transform a large number of giant mushrooms around the world tree into livable mushroom huts. Although these huts are still relatively rough, the first batch of tribal aborigines who arrived in the Darkworm Valley have already once lived in. This kind of mushroom hut is very suitable for living. But if you want to make them very comfortable, you need to spend a lot of thought, such as upper and lower floor partitions, beds, doors and windows, etc. When the Lord Army evacuated the entrance of the cave, in order to enable the tribe's natives to resist the northern rocks, Serdek left 80 bed crossbows in the Darkworm Valley. These bed crossbows will be moved into the Darkworm Valley. The residents drove the ghost-striped worker ants to place 80 crossbows on the tops of the giant mushroom umbrellas. These Aboriginal warriors, who are the sons of nature, will use bed crossbows to hunt the northern rock in the Darkworm Valley. To this end, Serdek also spent a huge sum of money to order 100 sky-shooting crossbows from the imperial capital. These magic giant crossbows are lighter than bed crossbows, but they do not have a chassis wheel frame, and the crossbow arrows are nearly 2/3 smaller than bed crossbows' giant crossbow arrows. This kind of sky-shooting crossbow mainly has a tilting frame with a larger adjustment angle, and can easily aim at the bird hovering in the sky. Because the crossbow uses a shorter pure iron arrow shaft, the entire range is much better than that of the bed crossbow. Just customizing these sky-shooting crossbows requires merchants to go to the imperial capital with orders and magic crystals. Therefore, it is still full of uncertainty whether the merchants going to the imperial capital can come back before the poison mist swamp blocks the Darkworm Valley. The Lord Army retreated to the Great Rift Valley Bridgehead camp in a mighty manner, and the adventure group finally ended their winter hunting trip. The large armies of the Lord's Army are heading towards the three rivers plain one after another. After the rivers thaw, the Lord's Army will fight in the area where the red-backed giant turtle is. In mid-January of 258.9, Serdek submitted an application for territorial development to Wilk City, officially incorporating the Darkworm Valley into its territorial territory, and promised to include the Poison Mist Swamp outside the Darkworm Valley and the surrounding Darkworm Valley, give up a large area of the lake, and complete the Green Empire's 433 Territory Development Agreement. This time Lord Serdek's Lord Army in the White Forest Plain has increased to 100,000, which has almost exceeded the total number of private armies owned by the noble lords of Wilk City. In addition, the thorny mountains in the White Forest Plain have most of the fertile land to the north belongs to Lord Serdek. Although Serdek does not have large grasslands, it has the hills and mountains in the south, and the Darkworm Valley in the north. After owning this large area of land, Serdek has become Belan, the largest lord of the plain. Therefore, after the application submitted by Serdek was sent to Wilk City, it was immediately placed on the desk of Consul Florian. Consul Florian readily signed his name, and then submitted the application to the House of Representatives in Wilk City. This time, no member was willing to raise objections to Count Serdek's application, so the application was soon threatened. Erkstown was approved. Clerks from the Bureau of Land Management will rush to Darkworm Valley soon to verify the approximate area of this land. But in fact, this place is already regarded as the private property of Count Serdek. The only thing that makes Selena feel depressed is that the indigenous people of these southern tribes have their own beliefs, and no one wants to become a believer of the goddess of the night. Serdek has only now figured out one thing. In fact, the Green Empire has a relatively loose policy towards the indigenous tribes on the plain. The Imperial Army has repeatedly clashed with the indigenous people. The main reason is that in order to occupy more land, The local lords will impose tyranny on the local tribes and indigenous people when they enter the city. Take the indigenous herdsmen in the occupied area in the northern part of the Belan Plain. The local nobles and lords almost all hire them to herd horses at the cheapest price. And some even work for free. Soldak came to Wilk City again because Wilk City held a meeting of all noble lords. This was not the first time that Soldak came to Wilk City. The only places he was most familiar with in this city were the road from the teleport gate to the North City Gate, and the Wilk City military headquarters. He even never stayed in Wilk City. Soldak took Samira to stay in a hotel called The Hill, near the military headquarters in Wilk City. The decoration of this hotel was very special, and looked like a dwarf. It was said that the entire building was hidden in a large mound. And only after living in it did I realize that every room in it is circular. With circular rooms, circular doors and windows. And the beds and wooden tables in the rooms look like a simple partition. Even the waiters here are forest dwarves from the elf world. The outside of the hotel is covered by large vines. Even though it is January, these vines still show a hint of green. It's not cold in Wilk City. Walking on the streets of the city in the afternoon, there is an inland river in the city that flows very slowly. The water is not very clear. Occasionally, you can see some women squatting by the river washing clothes. And the child was squatting by the river, fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. The fish hiding in the river were lazy. Or maybe their bait was bad. And there was only half a barrel of clean water in the barrel. Half-elf archer Samira and Guns Rose carried Decker walked in front. They looked at the shops on the other side of the river and whispered to each other about women's topics. Surdak and Guidam walked side by side. The two-headed ogre had grown a lot taller. This time he fought against the ghost-marked red ants. And his strength increased by leaps and bounds. It was Guidam who was almost as tall as at 4 meters tall. Surdak was considered a slightly burly man among the Green Empire people. But standing next to the two-headed ogre, he barely reached his waist. A row of protruding bone spurs has grown on the two-headed ogre's back. And the totem patterns on its body have become more and more complicated. Andrew and Wolf Knight Tiger were recuperating in Doden Town. This time they escaped from the H.L. Gate. And it would take at least 2 or 3 months for them to fully recover. When the group of children by the river saw the tall two-headed ogre, they seemed to be frightened by his burly figure. They stood on the pier, their mouths wide open, and saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths. A young girl with a pile of toast on her head had just walked to the bridge. When she saw the two-headed ogre walking towards her, she was so frightened that she fell into the river. Fortunately, Gary Decker had quick hands and quick eyes. He flew over and pulled the girl up before she fell into the river. "Are you okay?" Gary Decker stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the girl's eyes. The girl put down the bread basket on her head and saw that the buttered bread was still there. She forced a smile and shook her head. She also said a few words of thanks to him. But she didn't know how to say them. "How much does this butter bread cost?" A huge figure squatted in front of the girl. The two heads' eyes fell on the butter bread. And one of the heads asked angrily, "Each loaf of bread is 7 coins. The girl replied guiltily, feeling a little worried. "What should I do if he reaches out and grabs it?" "I've got it all covered," the two-headed ogre said without raising his head. When the girl heard the sound of the urn, she was slightly startled. And then 2 shining silver coins flew out and landed steadily in the young girl's hand. Then, the basket on Goo's head suddenly lightened up, and a pile of bread was picked up by a big hand. She stood at the end of the bridge, watching those people leave, and was speechless for a moment. "Dak, why are we going to attend the meeting of lords in the Belan Plain?" Guidam asked Surdak while stuffing half of the toast to his good brother Brain Flour. "At least come here and get familiar with each other. After all, we are all lords of the Belan Plain, so it is necessary to meet." Surdak walked along the stone road of the inland river. The high-rise Parliament Hall of the House of Representatives. The roof came into view. This is the administrative center of Wilk City. The City Hall, House of Representatives Chamber, Guard Camp and City Defense Security Brigade are almost all nearby. This was the first time that Surdak attended a meeting of lords in the Belan Plain. He did not know all the members at the meeting. However, no matter where he goes, members of Congress will come up to him and greet him warmly, and many of them will introduce themselves. The seat where Surdak sat at this meeting was at the front of the noble lords in the House of Representatives. This fully showed that, as a great lord who owned the largest territory in the Belan Plain, Surdak's status was also among all the noble lords. Superior. Soldak rarely spoke during the entire meeting. But at the end of the meeting, he proposed to the Speaker of the House of Representatives that Wilk City should build an airport terminal. and that the copper mine in Invercargill Forest will also be built in the near future. Build an airport terminal. And then the magic airship will be able to pass through. The speaker just said to think about it. Once Wilk City builds an airport terminal, the agreement signed with the Pingnao clan will be completely void. This is not what other noble lords want to see. The lords' meeting also discussed the development prospects of animal husbandry and mining in the White Forest Plain. Animal husbandry is the industrial pillar of the White Forest Plain. Surdak does not have a pasture, so he did not participate in this topic. But he owns 2 mines. In fact, the copper ore and iron ore from Invercargill Forest have almost monopolized the metal market in Wilk City, with low selling prices in the past 6 months. There are some other small lords on the Belan Plain who own a small amount of mineral deposits. But since the Surdak copper mine began to transport copper ingots, the copper ingots produced by these small mines have no profit at all. To refine a copper ingot, the local lord would also put several copper plates inside. Therefore, these small lords hoped that Lord Surdak could increase the selling price of copper ingots. But this proposal was rejected by Surdak without hesitation. If the price of copper ingots is increased, his copper ingots will be uncompetitive in Bina City. The other minor lords were completely helpless against Surdak's tough attitude. After the meeting of lords in Wilk City, Surdak declined the sumptuous dinner prepared by the House of Representatives and walked through the portal at night and returned to Marquis Luther's mansion in Bina City. This time, Marquis Luther knew in advance that he was coming and prepared a sumptuous dinner at the Marquis mansion. Marquis Luther was also greatly surprised by the results of Suldak's campaign on the Belan Plain. He expected that he might occupy part of the Three Rivers Plain, but he did not expect Surdak to open his mouth so wide. He swallowed almost 2/3 of the land in the Three Rivers Plain in one mouthful. And then he had to stuff the remaining 1/3 into his mouth before he could give up. He knew that Surdak would send troops to attack the ghost-marked red ants, and thought he was just trying to earn some magic crystals and magic materials from the red ants. But he did not expect that this time he would wipe out the entire ant tribe in the Dark Worm Valley in one fell swoop. You must know that when Grand Duke Newman led the Bena Legion, he hesitated for a long time before finally announcing that the Bena Legion would withdraw from the Belan Plain. At first, I was worried about the connection between the ants and the rhinoceros. But now, it seems that even if the ghost-striped red ants were wiped out, the rhinoceros did not take any large-scale retaliatory actions. Chapter 1328 Demon Pattern. The back garden of the Marquis Mansion was covered with a thick layer of snow, and the gardening green plants turned into snow walls and ice and snow sculptures. And the corridors have been cleared. Marquis Luther walked in front, leaving a clear footprint on the snow with his thick long leather boots. Surdak followed obediently behind. Although the back garden of this Marquis Mansion is very beautiful, it is very deserted. This is the best location in the aristocratic area of Bina City. You can see the high tower of Duke Newman's palace from the back garden. The sky is blue, the air is crisp, and the cold wind carries the ice and snow debris, blowing on the face like a sharp little blade. Mrs. Mabel's 3 daughters were married off after the harvest festival. Marquis Luther was fighting in the Nasser Plain at the time and did not attend the wedding of the 3 daughters. However, the dowry was not inferior to that of any noble. Compared with the sea, Sevi's dowry probably just lacked a city. The daughters were all married, and the Marquis Mansion seemed much deserted. Marquis Luther has no sons, and everyone knows that the first heir to the Luther family is Hathaway. So Surdak has become half the owner of this place. The pavilion in the back garden was cleaned out by the attendants. Marquis Luther walked into the pavilion and looked at the snowy scene in the backyard. It was obvious that he was in a very good mood. Mrs. Marion led a group of maids to bring out steaming tea. When Surdak saw Mrs. Marion approaching from a distance, he immediately walked out of the pavilion and saluted Mrs. Marion. Mrs. Marion has nothing to be dissatisfied with this young man, who has grown step by step from a little knight to become the son-in-law of a major lord in the province of Bena. This young man has a very good spirit of chivalry, justice, humility, and compassion. Courage. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but admire her husband's vicious eyes. What are you going to do next? Marquis Luther held his hands on the cold railing, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows were like those carved by an axe. In the spring, the Lord's army will continue to explore the Three Rivers Plain. I am preparing to achieve the goal of occupying the entire Three Rivers Plain before summer. Surdak took a cup of hot tea handed over by Mrs. Marion and said to Marquis Luther. Marquis Luther knew the situation in the Belan Plain very well. He turned his head and asked in surprise, "Oh, then what method have you come up with to deal with those red-backed giant turtles? Let them come out of the lake during the dry season, and then let the ghost-striped soldier ants use their lives to fill them up." Soldak said casually. Marquis Luther took a breath, obviously ignoring this matter. When Cerdak occupied the Dark Worm Valley, he also conquered the ghost-marked red ants. He was fully capable of controlling those ghost-marked red ants. Marquis Luther suddenly discovered that the greatest value of these ghost-marked red ants was not the demons in their bodies. Instead of cores and hard armor, it can become the cheapest cannon fodder on the battlefield. Try to keep this kind of thing as secretive as possible. Marquis Luther wanted to say something, then turned to look at Soldak, and found that he was standing beside him with a calm face. So he gave Soldak some more advice. Your territory has risen too fast, and the power you possess has clearly threatened the real big lords of the Bena province. They will even worry about the power you control once you take over the Lord army of the Luther family in the future. It will break the balance of forces in Bena province. So in the next period of time, you'd better restrain yourself. Cerdak nodded and said, I understand. This time, I have decided to give up the territorial allocation of the Three Rivers Plain. Regardless of whether the war on the Belan Plain can end before summer, I will return to Rue before the end of spring. Special City accompanies Hathaway. Seeing that Marquis Luther didn't say anything, Cerdak continued, Root City has already saved enough construction funds. The wealth gained from this plain war is enough to support the construction of the road to the north of the tower, as well as the city garden expansion. In addition, Invercargill Forest and Darkworm Valley also need time to stabilize their situation. So I plan to return to Ruder City to live for a while. Cerdak talked about his plans for the next 6 months. Marquis Luther asked Soldak, What are you going to do about those birds in the north? Without thinking, Soldak said, The second batch of orders for sky-shooting crossbows have been sent out. This time I plan to order 5 3-masted magic airships. I plan to build an airport terminal in the Belan Plain. The sky-shooting crossbow and the magic airship form the initial force of the air battle to suppress the Pingyaz activity area. Marquis Luther didn't even expect that Cerdak would buy 5 magic airships at once. You know, the price of an ordinary magic airship is about 2,000 magic crystals. And the price of a large magic airship is double that. But also to train the captain and crew of the airship. Each airship represents a huge expense. It seems that you gained a lot from the ghost-marked red ants this time, Marquis Luther said to Soldak. Soldak nodded and said, And some of the profits will be continuous. By the way, I brought a gift to you and Mrs. Marion this time. With that said, Cerdak took out a magic sealing box from his magic belt. This was a number 3 magic sealing box. It didn't look like anything special. After Cerdak opened the magic sealing box, rolls of red and black striped magic skin were exposed inside. Marquis Luther looked over curiously and said, Oh, I thought the supplies you brought over in the carriage were gifts to us. Cerdak chuckled and said, Those are just some trophies that I want you to share with Madame Marion. They are not considered gifts. With that said, Cerdak picked out 2 rolls of magic skin from the magic sealing box and placed them on the stone platform in the pavilion. What is this? Marquis Luther looked at the magic skin scroll and asked curiously. It's not that Marquis Luther has never seen magic scrolls before. The magic scrolls made by magicians are much more sophisticated than these magic skin scrolls. So he asked this question. Cerdak did not hide anything, and said frankly, This is a magic pattern that can strengthen the body, different from the inscription master's magic pattern construction. This kind of magic pattern does not need to be painted on, but the entire piece of magic skin is directly implanted. Body. Cerdak unfolded the magic skin. It was peeled off from the giant ghost-striped soldier ant, so it was square, but the edges were a little irregular. My carrying capacity is almost at full capacity now, Marquis Luther said to Soldak. As people reach middle age, their physical fitness declines year by year, so even their own carrying capacity also decreases. Soldak did not expect that Marquis Luther could maintain his own carrying capacity so well. Soldak explained, This actually does not require much carrying capacity. So I also prepared a copy of this type of magic pattern for Mrs. Marion. When Marquis Luther heard what Soldak said, he asked curiously, Then what benefits can this magic pattern bring to me? Build some strength and stamina, Cerdak replied. Marquis Luther's eyes lit up slightly, and then he said, It seems that I really can't refuse. Then he was a little curious about what magic pattern Soldak had prepared for Marianne. So he asked, Then what did you prepare for Marianne? Cerdak quickly unfolded the second magic skin, pointed at the magic patterns on it and said, Agility and balance. This can make the lady dance more gracefully at the ball. Hearing that Soldak actually prepared a magic skin for herself, Mrs. Marion said curiously, Dak, although I learned some swordsmanship when I was young, I was not even a first-turn swordsman. So are you sure I can use this magic skin? Of course. Mrs. Marion, this is what I have carefully prepared for you, Soldak said confidently. Probably Marquis Luther and Lady Marian were looking forward to it. So the originally sumptuous dinner was tasteless. Marquis Luther is also planning to take Soldak to a dance held by the lords of Venice City, allowing him to take the opportunity to get to know some of the upper-class nobles of Venice City. He will attend the dance because he will be preparing to implant the magic skin in the evening. Also cancelled. In the guest room on the second floor, Soldak spent half the night and finally implanted 2 life magic patterns on Marquis Luther and Lady Marian. Marquis Luther is himself a second-level swordsman. He has 2 magic patterns drawn by the inscription master himself, one on the lower abdomen and the other on the thigh. So Cerdak implanted these magic patterns this time. The process on Marquis Luther's left chest was of course very successful. After all, Cerdak had successfully implanted at least hundreds of these magic patterns. Feeling the sudden power in his body, Marquis Luther said to Soldak with emotion, "Now I finally know why Speaker Fred always looks at you differently. When you saved him, did you also give him a favor? Implanting such a magic pattern and thus improving his body?" Although Cerdak didn't speak, he didn't deny it either. Cerdak thought a lot about implanting the magic skin for Madame Marian. But the magic pattern was not too complicated. So in the end Madame Marian decided to implant it on her calf. After the magic pattern was successfully implanted into Mrs. Marian's right calf, she stood up from the sofa and took a step forward. There was an obvious feeling of being stuck in the air in her legs. When she stepped out, seems extremely light. What a wonderful ability. I really hope this is a nourishing magic pattern. That will at least make my skin look younger. Mrs. Marian stood in the center of the room, lifted up her petticoat, and stared at her calf engraved with magic patterns. Sighed. Cerdak stared at Madame Marian speechlessly and swallowed back the words that came to his lips. Because in addition to the magic pattern of life that increases agility and balance, he really has a magic pattern of nourishment. But he felt that the magic pattern was useless and did not take it out. Lady Marian couldn't wait to dance with Marquis Luther in the living room. Her graceful dance made her look like a forest elf dancing on flower petals. She whispered to Marquis Luther in a good mood, "I think the reason why elves have such a high talent for dancing is that they probably have this kind of magic pattern somewhere on their bodies." Chapter 1329 Inside the City. I don't know since when. The desolate land on the northern outskirts of Helensa City has belonged to the territory of Earl Cerdak. This large piece of desolate land stretches from Oak Ridge in the south to the southern end of Paglos Mountain in the north. The name of Earl Cerdak has been tagged. But those who can notice these things are basically the nobles in Helensa City. Now the name Lord Cerdak has spread almost throughout the entire Bina province. And no one will pay attention to this trivial matter. The Junior Knight Academy, located on Durandal Street in Helensa City, once again ushered in the annual spring semester. At this time every year, the academy welcomes a large number of new students. Little Peter, wearing a black robe, sat opposite the academy gate. On the railing, I was very envious of the freshman who could enter the college. He is not old enough to go to school. And Cerdak is also planning to let him undergo a magic awakening ceremony. He is currently studying meditation and spiritual perception with Master Gerald in the Helensa Magic Guild. Probably every boy has a knight's dream in his heart. Little Peter hopes to be like his father. He is not very interested in magicians. Whenever he has time, he and his servants will go to the door of the Knight Academy to watch the fun. He still insists on morning exercises every day. He heard that his father would also practice sword swing and shield blocking tirelessly every day. So he became even more enthusiastic about this matter. It has been half a year since little Peter came to Helensa City. He used to be just a country boy from Wall Village who had never seen the world. But now he is adapted to life in the city. The servant stood aside. He was hired by Natasha in the village before little Peter came to Helensa City. He was originally an honest hunter from a neighboring village. Unfortunately, there have been too few gray rock iguanas in the past 2 years, and they have also made a lot of money. He didn't have much money. So after moving to Wall Village, he worked as a handyman in the village for a period of time, and also worked as a gardener for Lord Soldak's house for a period of time. Now he followed little Peter to the city of Helensa, and stayed with little Peter every day. "Master, I heard that the Earl won the battle in the Belan Plain," the servant said excitedly. "Where did you hear that?" Little Peter turned his head and asked in surprise. The servant pointed to the people walking on the street, and said to little Peter, "The streets are talking about this now, and it is said that there is a special report in the magic newspaper." Little Peter was so excited that he jumped down from the railing in the next second and walked quickly towards the magic district. As he walked, he said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go buy a magic newspaper." The Night Academy is not far from the magic district, but it still needs to pass through 3 streets. "Peter!" At this time, a rich voice came from behind him. Little Peter suddenly stopped, then turned around and rushed towards the person behind him. "Father! Why are you back suddenly?" Little Peter asked innocently. Soldak held Little Peter's armpits with both hands, lifted him up high, and said, "The fighting over there has temporarily stopped for a while, and I have some free time. How is your grandmother's health? Have you gone back to visit her recently? I go back twice a month," Little Peter said proudly. Soldak put Little Peter on the saddle behind him, then held the reins of the horse with his own hands and walked back along the long street. The house where Little Peter lives is located in the magic district, and now Natasha also lives there and is responsible for taking care of Little Peter's daily life. "I came here this time just to bring her to the city. Do you want to go back with me?" Soldak asked Little Peter. Little Peter replied without hesitation. "Okay," Soldak said, "but you have to take a carriage." This winter, old Sheila's health became a little worse. Even if she was lying by the fireplace, some parts of her body would feel sore when she carried the stove on her back. In her daze, she suddenly heard the familiar brisk footsteps, and then she woke up from her light sleep. She usually didn't dare to sleep deeply, for fear that if she did fall asleep, she would never wake up again. She had not yet seen Peter grow up smoothly, and she wanted to watch him start a family with her own eyes. She was familiar with the footsteps, and her ears were much better than those eyes covered with a layer of light white mist. "Peter, didn't you just come back last week? Why did you come back so quickly? The road in Oak Ridge is so difficult in winter. Are you being bullied there?" Old Sheila asked towards the door. Road. Little Peter just walked into the living room, threw off his thick leather boots, put on his furry slippers, and ran quickly to the fireplace. Little Peter's body brought a chill from the outside. "No, Grandma. Father is back. This time he is going to take you to the city to stay for a while." Little Peter explained the purpose of his visit. Soldak also followed and walked into the living room. Old Sheila's physical condition has never been good, and many of the diseases she suffered from when she was young are becoming more and more serious. Soldak cannot help her implant the magic patterns. Her body cannot bear those magic patterns at all, so she can only do this keep it. Every time Soldak came back, he would use the holy light technique to help old Sheila recuperate her body. But since he became a plain lord, he has come back less and less often, and the number of such treatments has become even less. "You're back." Old Sheila dealt with it casually. Although my heart was full of gratitude to the man in front of me, there were some words that I just couldn't say, and I couldn't even squeeze out a smile. "When I come back this time, I still want to take you to Helensa city and live with Natasha and Peter. The rented house there is big enough." Soldak walked to the recliner, squatted down, stretched out, putting his hand on old Sheila's knee. As the power of the holy light fell, old Sheila suddenly felt a warm surge in her knees. "I just want to stay here and don't want to go anywhere." Old Sheila kept her eyes on little Peter's face and said stubbornly. Soldak looked at Peter, who was picking up dried fruits from the plate, and said to him, "Peter, it's rare for you to come back. Why don't you say hello to your friends?" Little Peter threw the nuts back on the plate, stood up again, and agreed. "Okay, I'll go find them right now. In fact, I have brought them gifts." After saying that, he hurriedly walked out. It wasn't until old Scylla watched Peter's figure disappear at the door that she slowly looked back. "I know what you are worried about. With this, you won't have such worries anymore." Soldak sat on the sofa next to old Sheila and placed a scroll of magic parchment in old Sheila's arms. "What is this?" Old Sheila asked with a puzzled look. Soldak smiled and said, "I leave a statement about territorial inheritance to you. I won't read it to you. You can find someone who knows the imperial writing to read it for you. With it, you can feel free to follow little Peter to live in Helensa city for a while. I think little Peter will live there most of the time in the next few years." Although old Sheila did not look at the scroll again, she reached out and held it tightly. After a moment of silence, he asked, "I heard that you participated in the Plain War?" "Well, the land plain. We won the battle," Soldak replied. After another silence for a while, old Sheila seemed to wake up from a short sleep, and then slowly said, "Then you should pay more attention. I heard that you have a lot of land over there in Ruth City. If it is enough for you, if you are running a business, Don't take risks. Serdek sat there peeling nuts with a dagger, and casually agreed. Well, when this war is over, I will probably rest for a while. Old Sheila closed her eyes and stopped talking. Serdek sat on the sofa in the living room, peeling nuts one by one, until he ate all the nuts on the plate, then got up and went upstairs. Chapter 1330. Inside the city too. The magic caravan drove on the mountain road of Oak Ridge. The snow made the mountains and fields white, and the falcons hovered in the blue sky. In the mountains, a gray hare jumped out of the snow cave. It could fly several meters away with every jump. But the falcon still pounced on the gray rabbit like a falling meteor. The falcon accurately it pounced behind the hare, opened its wings suddenly the moment it landed, and grabbed the hare's back with its strong claws. The eagle and the rabbit rolled several somersaults on the hillside, and the harrier finally climbed up the snowy slope with difficulty. Climb up. Both claws just grabbed the limp rabbit and flew into the air again. Old Sheila's eyes returned to the carriage from the snowy scene outside the window, looking at Serdek opposite, who was wearing a set of exquisite armor. She knew that the wealthy life in front of her family was all earned by this man from the battlefield. The Green Empire has a universal military recruitment system, and a large number of soldiers die on the battlefield every year. For civilians, if they can come back alive on the battlefield, then their life has officially begun. In the past, what Wall Village feared most was letters sent back from far away, because that letter was likely to be bad news. Because civilian soldiers go to the battlefield and rarely make money on the battlefield. A falcon in the mountains still has to fight for its life in the snow-covered world for a rabbit. Serdek is now leading an army to fight outside. I really don't know what kind of pressure he needs to bear. She closed her aching eyes, and little Peter stayed with old Sheila and pulled up the blanket on her knees. Serdek, who was sitting across from him, raised his head and realized that little Peter had really grown up a lot. As if he had transformed from a naive child into a well-behaved boy all of a sudden. He rubbed his hands and warned little Peter again. The recent period is the best time for you to learn meditation and magic perception. You must complete the exercises that Captain Gerald asks you to do seriously, and don't be tired. He is considered the most outstanding magician in Helensa City. Master, little Peter complained to Serdek with a grimace. Father, I don't really like the profession of magician. I wear black robes every day and lock myself in the laboratory of the magic tower. What fun can I have? Serdek reached out and touched little Peter's hair, and said to him seriously, as long as you awaken the magic pool, you can become a magician noble. Do you know what that means? Little Peter shook his head in confusion. Then you will know that being able to walk into that gorgeous magic tower will arouse the envy of many peers. And when a flame condenses in your hand, how different your life will be. Serdek said to little Peter, drew a picture of the pie and added, when you come of age, countless nobles will come to your door and ask you to marry their beautiful daughters to you, and they will also bring a generous dowry. As he spoke, Serdek smiled slightly, as if he had thought of something interesting. But I want to be an excellent knight like you. Little Peter expressed his ideal. Serdek shook his head and said, if you have magic talent, I hope you can become a magician, because on the road of knighthood, you will meet more competitors, and you may not be able to obtain the holy light. So I hope you can try to participate in the awakening ceremony. If you can't become a magician, it's still too late to go to the Knight Academy. Listening to Serdek's detailed plan for little Peter's future, old Sheila's eyes rarely showed a trace of softness. In her blurred vision, little Peter looked like Duck when he was a child. Even his personality and some small movements were exactly the same. So little Peter was the softest place in her numb heart. Okay, I'll listen to you. Little Peter agreed obediently. The wheels of the magic caravan crushed the ice and snow on the road, and passed through the south gate of Helensa City before the city gate closed. A group of knights standing at the city gate stood neatly on the suspension bridge and walked in the direction of the carriage. Standard military salute. Although Serdek was too lazy to greet them, he still had to open the door and raised his hand to greet the knights. Seeing those knights sucking their fat bellies into their chests and saluting their father with serious faces, little Peter felt very proud. A gorgeous magic caravan was parked on the roadside at the city gate, and the emblem on the car was the emblem of the Christie family. As Serdek's carriage slowly passed by, the door suddenly opened, revealing the thin face of Darcy Christie. The news of Serdek's return to Helensa, except for Natasha, was in the city. Only Carl knew, and it seemed that his good friend had passed the news to Mrs. Mariana. Stop! Serdek shouted to the coachman. The coachman cleverly drove the magic caravan to the side of the road. The two ancient Bolai horses, which were spitting out this white water vapor, paved the ground with their hooves somewhat restlessly. The coachman quickly jumped out of the driver's seat and took out a huge towel to wipe the sweat from the steaming horses. In this weather, once the sweat on the horses' bodies condensed into ice, they would easily get sick. Soldak jumped out of the car and looked behind him. Darcy Christie, who was wearing an aristocratic dress and a silver fur scarf around her neck, stepped out of the magic caravan and looked over with sharp eyes. It seemed that she was waiting for Serdek here. Serdek strode over, his leather boots crunching against the snow. "I heard you were back, and I wanted to see you." A smile appeared on Darcy's face, but her voice was a bit cold. Probably those who have walked back from the Styx Rivers ferry will become stronger in character. She now has a full aura. "If you want to talk to me about anything, you can send someone to deliver a message to me," Soldak said to Darcy. Seeing Darcy, he couldn't help but remind him of Baron Armand de Cuny, who was hiding in the Dunstan family. Serdek had actually met him several times recently beside Speaker Fred. "How long can I stay in Helensa City this time?" Darcy stood next to Soldak and spoke next to the low shrub wall on the street. A group of knights from the Christie family separated the pedestrians, so that the two of them could not be disturbed by others. "Leave tomorrow morning." Serdek looked at the busy street, and it immediately became a little crowded, and frowned. Darcy chuckled and said, "So if I don't wait for you anymore, I'm afraid I won't see you this time." Soldak turned around and looked at Darcy. Although she had fully recovered, she was much thinner. The cheekbones on her face were a little prominent, but her eyes were very bright. Soldak continued, "I heard from Carl that you manage the city of Helensa very well. As the governor of the city of Helensa, as long as you control the army in the city, no one dares to spy on your position. And after all, we can be considered allies. So if you have any trouble, you can write to me." Hearing what Soldak said, there was a trace of disappointment in Darcy's eyes. She raised her lips into a very forced smile. That kind of pride contained a stubborn and arrogant look. She turned her head so that Soldak couldn't see her, full of sadness. After a short moment of silence, more and more magic caravans were crowded on the street. "Little Peter is still waiting for me over there." Soldak made an apologetic gesture to express that he wanted to leave. Darcy suddenly turned around and shouted, "Dak!" Soldak stopped. "I seem to have forgotten to say thank you to you." Darcy felt that this sentence contained all her strength. Serdek waved his hand, jumped onto the carriage in 2 strides, and ordered the carriage driver to move forward. In the evening in Helensa City, after the sun sets, the shadows in the city gradually increase. The shops on both sides of the street begin to light up the windows full of products, and there is even a hint of barbecue aroma floating in the street. Perhaps it was because he had stayed on the battlefield for too long. Serdek looked at the strong market atmosphere on the street, and the strong killing atmosphere in his heart became calmer. The magic caravan is parked in front of a row of small buildings in the magic district. It only takes 5 minutes to walk to the magic guild. This is a gathering area for magicians. Many magicians live here, so although the house is not big, but the rent is no cheaper than luxury houses in aristocratic areas. This house was rented by Lance for Soldak, because it was very close to the magic guild. Little Peter would not have to walk too far to go to the magic guild every day. And the magician Gerald was Helensa. The leader of the magic guild law enforcement team is usually very busy. Once he can't take care of Little Peter can just run home. Soldak walked down from the carriage of the magic caravan first, and the servant quickly ran out to open the door and help Little Peter carry old Sheila out of the carriage. Natasha stood at the door, holding a thick blanket. When she saw Soldak, her eyes were full of joy and a touch of resentment. "I'm tired and want to sleep for a while," old Sheila said to Natasha, and then closed her eyes. If Soldak hadn't been accompanying her all the way, old Sheila's physical condition would have been impossible to complete the trip. "Grandma, I will take you to the room that has been prepared for you." Little Peter took the initiative to step forward and, together with the servant, sent old Sheila to the room that had been prepared for her. Old Sheila was lying on the big soft bed, holding Little Peter's hand tightly and unwilling to let go. In the living room, Soldak opened his arms towards Natasha. Natasha, who was wearing a home skirt, came over and snuggled into his arms, resting her head on his chest. Her long silky hair made Serdek nervous. "My nose is a little itchy." She smelled of lavender. "Sorry. It took me so long to come back to see you," Serdek whispered to Natasha. Natasha shook her head vigorously, hugged his waist tighter with her hands, and replied in a low voice, "I am very content with my life now. Really, even if there is a bathing place in the military camp, It is far less comfortable than a bathtub at home. Not to mention there is a gentle wife rubbing his back carefully. The dinner was very simple, with barbecued meatballs, wheat pancakes, and creamy mushroom soup, which was warm in my stomach. The two went to bed naturally. On a winter night, there is no place more comfortable than a warm bed. Soldak was probably relaxed, and fell asleep without even talking a few words. Natasha wrapped Soldak tightly from his back. During the battle in the dark warm valley, Soldak also received part of the World Tree's gift. He felt that since communicating with World Tree, his spiritual consciousness has grown a lot again. In the dream, Soldak once again walked into the door, in the middle of the sea of spiritual consciousness, and jumped into the ice sea. He could even stretch his body, wave his arms to wave the cold water in front of him, and face the waves on the sea, swim towards the land full of ice and snow. Although the low temperature of the sea water almost froze his soul, he still gritted his teeth and persisted, until he was exhausted. An arm happened to rest on the ice on the shore. This was not the first time he touched the edge of land. Soldak struggled to get his body out of the water, and turned over to lie on the land covered with ice and snow. After lying there for a while, he felt that his body was covered with frost, and his body was almost frozen into a popsicle. Then he tried to move his joints a little bit to get up, and walked step by step towards the snow peak against the ice and snow. It's obviously just the soul and his own spiritual body climbing the snow peak, making it seem like he has a real body. It wasn't until he fell down on the snow-covered hillside again that Soldak woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes, and looked at the sunlight coming in through the cracks in the curtains. The sky should be getting brighter now. He hugged the quilt, and leaned against the bed with his body aching. He felt his stomach growling a little, and he was thinking about getting out of bed to eat something. Natasha brought the prepared breakfast to the bedside. Soldak insisted on getting up and washing up, and then the two of them had a warm breakfast in bed. Soldak put on the magic pattern structure again, and then went downstairs to say goodbye to old Sheila. Then he walked out of the villa and boarded the magic caravan that had been waiting outside. The magic caravan carried Soldak to the Garden Hotel in Helensa City. He said hello to Boss Cohen and quickly climbed to the room on the top floor. When he opened the wooden door, he saw Aphrodite's bulging belly, sitting by the window eating a grilled salamander neck. She saw Soldak walking in, and while holding her grease-covered fingers, she asked Soldak, "Would you like to go to Red City and see those two people again?" Soldak took a fork and picked out a piece of tender meat from the salamander's neck. He tasted it before asking, "Forget it. You'd better take a good rest. Are you sure you want to go back to Pussy Mountain? Compared to the villa in Helensa City, I wish I could lie quietly on a wicker chair by the lava pool." Aphrodite rolled her eyes and said. Soldak immediately comforted him very knowingly. "I understand. How about I arrange for Samira to come over and accompany you? Don't you feel her hostility towards me when she looks at me recently?" Aphrodite curled her lips. "Well, I'm always a little worried about leaving you alone there." Soldak wanted to hug the succubus, but was pushed away by Aphrodite. "I can summon you at any time. There is nothing to worry about." Aphrodite showed a trace of disgust in her eyes, and then said, "Okay, if you want to leave, leave quickly. I have to sleep for a while, and I will catch up. Leave before noon." The two of them are not in harmony with each other, just like an old couple who have been married for many years. Chapter 1331 Reward. Most of the Lord's troops outside the Quoto camp have already headed to the upper reaches of the Three Rivers Plain. The large dam built there has been suspended due to the winter freezing period, but many preparations are being carried out in an orderly manner, in order to be able to control the rivers in the upper reaches of the Three Rivers Plain. Soldak specially transferred a group of craftsmen from Wall Village this time. They participated in the construction of the Wall Village Reservoir Dam almost entirely. Although the current Three Rivers Plain Dam is smaller than the reservoir dam in Wall Village is at least dozens of times larger. But the structural principles of the dam are basically the same, except that there is no volcanic ash on the Belen Plain. So rocks can only be packed into iron cages to form a large dam. The main body of the dam is then filled with Sanha soil into the gap in the middle of the dam. When Soldak returned to the Quoto camp, the main force of the Lord's army had basically left. There were only some logistic baggage left that needed to be hauled by a large number of carriages to the upper camp in the Three Rivers Plain. And there were also a group of wounded soldiers, temporarily recuperating at Quoto camp. The camp no longer had the hustle and bustle of the past, and in the quiet winter days, it actually felt a little deserted. Andrew and Wolf Night Tiger are still recuperating at Quoto camp. Their injuries are basically healed, and they can do some simple exercises. However, Their bodies have not fully recovered. Any strenuous exercise may tear the healed wounds apart. Living here is mainly because Nika and the medical team are also in the Kwoto camp. During this expedition to the Darkworm Valley, it can be said that Nick and her treatment team treated nearly 10,000 injured Lord Army soldiers. In addition to the Lord Army, members of the adventure group who were injured in the battle would also run to the military camp, as long as they paid enough remuneration. The military camp also accepts injured members of the adventure group. Nika and her medical team are composed entirely of women from the temple. When the merchant Malcolm gave those maids to Soldak, he never expected that these women would become the maids of the Dawn Temple. And now he has become a pharmacist in the medical team. With his excellent ability to identify herbal medicine and treatment methods, he is deeply loved by the soldiers of the Lord Army. With the addition of druids from the southern tribes, the medical team has gradually grown in size. These druids were already acquainted with the maids in these natural temples. Now that they meet again, they will naturally talk about the past events. For Nika, she is the saint of the Dawn Temple. And the believers, who are composed of immigrants in Doden Town, still hope that she can return to the temple as soon as possible. Otherwise, there is no need to go to Mass every week during the recent period. But Nika is obviously not ready to go back to Doden Town just like this. Serdek opened the tent door and walked outside, when he heard banging sounds coming from all around. After pulling out the tents, the garrison in the remaining area had to pull out the iron rods that had been smashed into the frozen soil in the open space of the military camp. And they also had to tidy up a large area of land. Now that a large number of adventure groups have evacuated from here, the scale of the Kwoto camp will inevitably be reduced. It will be the same as before. So the large area of land that the camp has expanded before will be abandoned. Moreover, in the future, the entire Darkworm Valley will no longer be a hunting spot. So these adventure groups will follow the Lord Army to the Three Rivers Plain to find new ways to make money. Of course, there were also thoughtful members of the adventure group who began to try to learn more about the Northern Rocks. They began to make no preparations for hunting those rocks. Serdek has long discovered that the Belan Plain has a lot of warcraft resources. But among the many subplanes in the Bena province, the Belan Plain is not famous for producing warcraft materials. The reason is that, at best, the lords here are very conservative. And to put it more bluntly, the lords of the Belan Plain are more timid. At the beginning, large areas of land in the Belan Plain were developed by the Bena Legion under Duke Newman. Now this group of lords, who have settled in the Belan Plain, are basically a group because their ancestors have some meritorious deeds. Or they have some in their hands. With spare money, I use merit and magic crystals to exchange for a piece of land from Duke Newman. Not only are they content with the status quo, but they have no idea at all about opening up territory. Especially in recent years, plain wars in various places have suffered setbacks. Even the Bena Legion of Grand Duke Newman is trapped in the Warsaw Plain and cannot move. The Duke has repeatedly sent recruitment orders from the Warsaw Plain, hoping that the noble lords of the Bena province can lead their private armies into the Warsaw Plain and start. There were also some big lords who responded positively. But as the private armies of those big lords were trapped in the Warsaw Plain, the lords of the Belan Plain were even more afraid to act rashly. Samira is wearing a set of salamander skin armor and is guarding outside our tent for Serdek. At this time, I saw Serdek walking out of the tent and climbed back to the platform of Thunder Rhinoceros. His body was as flexible as a jungle cheetah. He climbed up to the 8-9 meter high platform in a few leaps. Soldak looked up at Samira's vigorous stretching of hands, only to find that Gary Decker had just finished taking a bath in the wooden platform cabin. His hair was wet. He was wearing a thin bath towel on such a winter day and peeked out of the wooden cabin. He raised his upper body to greet Serdek. The white and flowery arms and the wet long hair formed a sharp contrast in color, especially the swollen breasts that were ready to pop out under the bath towel. In the past, when he was at Blue Bridge Fortress, Soldak even had a frank conversation with Gary Decker. He didn't have any special feelings at that time. But now this half-covered look made him a little bit intolerable. Serdek immediately looked away, thinking that he would reward the followers around him this time when he returned to the Belan Plain. So he raised his head again, squinted his eyes, and shouted to Gary Decker. "Callie Decker, please come to the medical tent later." "Us? Okay. Got it, boss." Gary Decker deliberately interpreted Soldak's call to her as referring to her and Samira. Samira pretended not to hear, pushed open the door of the wooden house, and walked straight in Gary Decker's view. When it came to facing Serdek, the half-elf archer seemed to lack the courage to face it alone. Soldak walked into the medical tent, Nika was leading a group of maids to change dressings for the wounded in the tent, making the tent noisy. It wasn't until this group of wounded soldiers saw Soldak opening the curtain and walking in that the surrounding area quickly became quiet as if they were infected, leaving only the sound of air conditioning sucking. The aborigines of the southern tribes migrated to the Dark Worm Valley from the south of the White Forest Plain this time. These aborigines did not carry many supplies with them, but the aboriginals of these tribes carried a large amount of accumulated medicinal herbs on their backs, in order to thank Surdak for taking care of the 300,000 aborigines along the way. The druid leader Bijah the Great Elder gave a large amount of medicinal herbs to Lord Surdak. Therefore, there are no herbs in the military camp. Only a very small part of these herbs are magic herbs, and the others are common plants in the forest. It's just that when these herbs are ground into powder and prepared by the druids, they will have a good self-healing effect. Nika also followed the druid's suggestions, and would give them to the wounded soldiers every 2 days. Change the bandage once. When Surdak walked into the tent, Nika and the maids were changing healing medicine for the wounded soldiers. Andrew and Wolf Rider Tego were also lying in the innermost part of the injury tent. As the commander of the cavalry battalion, the tent where Andrew lived was an extension of the medical tent, although the two are connected into one. This side is also considered an independent area. The two of them were lying on 2 separate wooden beds at the innermost side. Frostwolf Bonita was lying beside the bed of Wolf Knight Tego. Her huge body was extremely conspicuous in the tent. When Surdak walked into the tent, he is sleeping with his eyes closed. Andrew and Tego were covered in bandages, like 2 mummies, tied tightly to the bed and unable to move. But even this did not affect the mood of the two chatting at all. It seems that this Orc Wolf Rider is very adaptable to this medical environment. There is half a bottle of unfinished fruit wine beside the bed of the two of them. Wolf Knight Tego was much more seriously injured than Andrew. Under the same treatment conditions, his injuries healed much faster than Andrew. This is probably a problem with the orc's physique. And the orcs themselves also have very powerful abilities. Resilience, especially for Orc Wolf Riders. Boss, why are you back so soon? Andrew lay on the bed, waving his only half-movable arm to greet Soldak. In comparison, Wolf Knight Tego was much freer. He could barely sit up from the bed. How are you two recovering? Soldak walked between Andrew and Tego's beds, and sat on a stool and asked casually. Andrew smiled and said energetically, If Nika hadn't tied us up, I would have been ready to go out and ride a horse for some exercise. I think the injuries on my body have basically healed. He wanted to show Surdak his body's flexibility, but unfortunately his whole body was covered with bandages, and he couldn't move at all. Soldak smiled slightly. Of course he knew where Andrew was injured before, and pressed his hand on his wound. Even Andrew seemed unable to bear the pain, blushing and taking a deep breath. Is this what you call recovering well? Soldak scoffed. However, such ridicule obviously did not affect Andrew. Head, you probably don't know that I was given a new ability by the World Tree. Andrew touched his movable half-arm to the floor under the bed, and then said to Soldak, When my arm touches the earth at that time, I could clearly feel a surge of life force pouring into my body, and my whole body seemed to have endless strength. It felt like an aura of power magnified countless times. Do you both feel this way? Surdak looked at Wolf Knight Tego curiously. Andrew and Tego looked at each other and nodded in unison. Surdak possesses the Earth Nourishes magic pattern. The second magic pattern on his body has this effect, which can continuously draw power from the earth to nourish the body. Now that Andrew and the Wolf Knight actually obtained this ability out of thin air, Surdak was naturally very surprised. But he was relieved casually, since the two of them accepted World Tree's treatment with life essence. It would not be a big deal to obtain some of World Tree's abilities, but they should communicate with World Tree if they have the opportunity one day. Soldak then thought of his purpose again, and said to the Wolf Knight sitting aside, Tego, you have been partnering with Andrew for so long, and you probably know that Andrew has 2 magic lines on his body, which give him the power of fire and lightning. When Tego heard what Soldak said, he nodded slightly to show that he knew. This Wolf Knight is very keen on all things related to combat. At this time, Gary Decker, who had put on a light leather armor, and Samira, who was dressed in fiery red, walked in from the outside at the same time. The wounded barracks immediately became silent, and even the sound of sucking air when changing bandages disappeared. All the wounded soldiers seemed to have become indomitable heroes at this moment. Go through the medical tent and into the area where Andrew and Tego are. Surdak motioned for Gary Decker and Samira to sit down as well, and then said to several people, It just so happened that Gary Decker also came. During the battle in the Dark Worm Valley, I got a few good magic patterns in my hands. He paused as he spoke. Samira understood immediately, stood up and lowered the curtains of Andrew and Tego's tent and the medical tent, turning this place into an independent space. Cerdak first glanced at Andrew and found that he was covered in bandages. Then he patted Samira's shoulder. When Samira was slightly startled, he reached out and removed her salamander shoulder armor and arm guards, revealing a round and white arm. This arm is engraved with the Magic Ape's double strike magic pattern. This magic pattern is hidden on Samira's arm and will only be clearly revealed when she runs the magic pattern. Just like the one on Samira. This is not the magic pattern structure carved on the body by any inscription master. But the effect seems to be similar, Cerdak explained. They are all magic patterns, and they can give you add some abilities to yourself, which can be to enhance physical fitness, strength, agility, or to strengthen single abilities such as balance and speed. It can also give you elemental powers such as fire, frost, thunder and lightning. In short, you can choose the one that will help you the most. Of course, the prerequisite is that I must have this kind of magic skin, Cerdak continued. Then I can help you implant it into your body, so that you can acquire such abilities. Based on my current experience, when warriors strengthen their own strength, they can not only improve their combat effectiveness, but also it will be helpful to break through the current bottleneck. This time, both you and Gary Decker can choose a magic pattern magic skin. Boss, I have asked the inscription master to inscribe 2 magic patterns on my body. Gary Decker said this without any hesitation, and lowered his head to unbutton the leather breastplate. After taking off the leather breastplate, she turned around and lifted up the thin cotton vest, letting Cerdak see the magic pattern structure engraved on her back. Cerdak asked casually, "Do these 2 magic pattern structures put a heavy burden on your carrying capacity?" Fine. Gary Decker was slightly startled and didn't understand why Cerdak asked this. I have always suspected that the magic pattern structure and this magic pattern skin will not affect each other. No one around me has engraved this high-end magic pattern structure before. If you are willing, I want to make a new one on you. Attempt? Cerdak said to Gary Decker. Chapter 1332 Reward 2. Cerdak dug out pieces of magic skins filled with magic elements from the magic sealing box. These magic skins had very complete life magic patterns on them. Every time he pulled one out of the magic sealing box, he could feel the magic power rippling on the magic skin. When his fingers gently touched these magic skins, rays of magic light spread outward with his fingertips. Gary Decker and Wolf Knight Tego couldn't hide their surprise. Andrew and Samira, who were sitting next to them, were used to it. They couldn't help but comment and said, "Didn't you get anything good from this battle in the Darkworm Valley?" Cerdak also sighed slightly, nodded and said, "The magic pattern that I look forward to the most is still on the Queen Ant. I haven't gotten the magic skin with better properties for the time being. These are all accumulated in the past." There were several soft magic skins on the table, exuding a strange smell. After Cerdak's detailed introduction, Gary Decker and Wolf Knight Tego realized that the square red devil's skin with the black ghostly pattern on it was what Cerdak had grown up from. The legs of a giant ghost pattern soldier ant were peeled off. This giant ghost pattern soldier ant is the largest and most powerful one. Encountered a siege by the Lord's army at the foot of the mountain outside the Darkworm Valley. If Samira hadn't controlled the bed crossbow and shot it with 3 magic giant crossbows in succession, even if Andrew and Tego wanted to kill this giant ghost, I'm afraid you have to pay some price for tattooing soldier ants. The magic patterns on this hard armor are not only very complete, but there are also strengthened and expanded magic patterns in the surrounding area. It's just that this life magic pattern looks a bit hard. When Gary Decker hits the hard armor with his fingers, it will make a banging sound. Gary Decker was a little worried. If such a piece of hard armor was implanted into his back, it would be troublesome if his back turned into a turtle SHL. Although Cerdak said that this magic skin can increase strength and toughness, Gary Decker did not say anything. On the other hand, Wolf Knight Tego placed the magic skin in front of him, and whispered to Frost Wolf Bonita from time to time, seeming to have some thoughts about this magic skin. Cerdak then introduced the next one. The second magic pattern of life he took out was the magic pattern skin peeled off from the ghost patterned Ant Queen. 2 identical ones were implanted behind Aphrodite's back. Magic skin. Since then she has had a pair of insect wings. As long as she runs those 2 magic patterns, she can have the ability to fly temporarily. However, the magic pattern magic skin on the Queen Ant actually does not have the ability to fly. It is just a new ability derived from Aphrodite implanting 2 spiritual magic skins. In fact, The new ghost pattern magic skin on the Ant Queen. The ability of the life magic pattern is mental control. Neither Gary Decker nor Wolf Knight Tego needed this kind of spiritual magic skin. Although this magic skin is peeled off from a level 4 monster, it is not very practical. Soldak took out 2 magic skins with magic patterns in succession, and Gary Decker didn't think they were very good. She glanced at Samira beside her with a guilty look. The half-elf archer whispered to Gary Decker, "Don't worry. Decker still has some magic patterns in his hand. Be sure to choose the one that suits you best." When Gary Decker heard what Samira said, he began to expect Soldak to bring out other magic skins. As expected, Soldak did not disappoint Samira. He turned around and took out the 3rd magic skin from the magic sealing box. This was a waxy white magic skin with sapphire blue patterns. This magic skin, the skin appears to be very soft, and it also has a shiny film. The life magic pattern on it is completely preserved, and even the countless filaments at the edges are preserved. When Samira reached out to touch it, an arc of electricity shot out of the leather, and there was a crackling sound, causing Samira to retract her fingers like lightning. "Is it another magic skin with lightning properties?" Samira asked curiously. Soldak once had a magic skin with thunder elements, which has now been implanted in Andrew's body, allowing him to have the additional attributes of both fire and thunder elements when fighting. Soldak knew what Samira wanted to ask, so he shook his head and said, "This one is completely different from the one on Andrew. It was peeled off from the leader of the salamander ghost snake. It can only slightly increase the strength attribute, but it can allow the owner to have extremely powerful power in a short period of time. And every time it attacks, it can also generate huge concussive force to force the enemy to retreat." In fact, Soldak couldn't describe the ability of this magic pattern too accurately. "Repulse?" Samira asked blurtly. "Yes, this is the attack effect," Soldak said. Almost most of the new ghost snakes have this ability. When the Lord Army soldiers are hunting the new ghost snakes, they will always be attacked by the new ghost snakes at lightning speed during the battle. Sometimes they will feel a strong concussive force the Lord soldiers back several meters. Hearing Soldak introduce the magic skin of the new ghost snake, Gary Decker's eyes never left the waxy white magic skin. So much so that Soldak took out a card to obtain the 3-element magic pattern from 3L dogs, and a card to peel off the flame magic pattern from the flame dog. Gary Decker almost didn't hear Soldak clearly. Introduction to Graham. Finally, Gary Decker pointed to the magic skin of the leader of the salamander ghost snake and said, "Boss, I want this one." Without any hesitation, Soldak directly handed the soft, satin-like magic skin to Gary Decker. In this battle in the Darkworm Valley, although the Lord's army won a complete victory and harvested more than 1,000 life magic patterns, Soldak did not obtain many high-quality life magic patterns. Most of them were obtained from giant ghosts, obtained from soldier-patterned ants and ghost-patterned male ants. Since it was not during the insect tide, there was only one queen ant in the Dark Insect Valley. The rest of the new generation of queen ants are still just eggs and are still dormant for the time being. These fraternal eggs that give birth to the queen will hatch into a group of queens with insect wings on their backs in 10 years. Gary Decker and Samira sat together and discussed in a low voice. Although Gary Decker got the life magic pattern of the leader of the salamander ghost snake, she still wanted to hear Samira's advice. Only Wolf Knight Tego thinks very simply. When he fights on the battlefield, he suppresses his opponents with pure power. So he wanted the strength and toughness magic pattern skin peeled off the ghostly patterned soldier ants. But it seemed that he was also considering it. He would occasionally speak a few words of orc language to Frostwolf Bonita. Nita responded with 2 whimpers. But it seemed that there was no obstacle to the communication between the man and the wolf. In just one afternoon, Soldak completed the implantation of the first magic skins of Gary Decker and Wolf Knight Tego. The entire implantation process went very smoothly. And then Gary Decker and Wolf Knight Tego couldn't wait to leave the tent and ran outside to try out the new abilities they had acquired. Soldak stayed in the tent and discussed with Andrew when to enter the Three Rivers Plain, capture the large area of land occupied by the red-backed giant tortoise, and completely incorporate the Three Rivers Plain into the territory of the Green Empire. As a war madman, Andrew was very eager to fight with the giant red-backed turtles hiding in the Great Lakes and swamps. So even though Andrew was lying on the bed with bandages all over his body, he still eagerly hoped that Soldak would let him take the Construct Knights to the river to hunt this large monster. Soldak now needs to devote most of his energy to the construction of large dams in the upper reaches of the Three Rivers Plain. Moreover, he will take time to return to the Pussy Mountain lava mine recently. He will bring some gifts to appease the Red Dragon Israel in the treasure chamber. After all, Israel failed to eat the queen ant, so she should still have some problems. Unhappy. However, the queen ant is now suppressed in the deepest part of the ant nest's cave. Not only is it suppressed by the magic seal arranged by Elder by Jide, but it is also wrapped with several heavy iron ropes. When Surdak left the Darkworm Valley, the first batch of iron ropes had been transported into the ant nest. 8 iron ropes were pulled out from the body of the ghost-striped ant queen, and the other ends of the iron ropes were fixed on the boulders surrounding the ant nest. However, in Suldak's view, the iron ropes that bind the ghost-striped ant queen here are more symbolic than practical. They are not precious magic metals. As long as the queen ants struggle hard, they can easily pull apart these iron ropes to escape. At this moment, news comes from the Darkworm Valley that the druids in the Darkworm Valley have begun to try to train the first batch of ghost-patterned soldier ant warriors. In the future, these ghost-patterned soldier ants will join the Lord Army of Surdak, will become cannon fodder in the Lord's army.
Boss, do you really want to incorporate those ghostly patterned soldier ants into the army and become cannon fodder on the battlefield?
Andrew lay on the bed and asked Soldak in a low voice. Chapter 1333 Reward 3. Surdak sat on a small square stool, peeling nuts with a jeweled dagger. These nuts are a specialty of the Belan Plain. Each nut is as big as a fingernail. It tastes bitter when you eat it, but the aftertaste has a special aroma.
If you want to survive as a defeated person, you have to pay some price. Right. What's more, they were defeated so completely,
Surdak said. Andrew rolled his eyes, obviously disdainful of Suldak's statement. He felt that these ghost-striped red ants could be killed directly on the battlefield, even if they were directly executed as prisoners of war. But turning them into slaves and then rushing to the battlefield was somewhat inconsistent with his understanding of war.
If we were the ones who failed, where do you think we would be now?
Soldak asked Andrew. Tiger, the wolf knight lying next to him, continued.
Perhaps it will be eaten directly, or it may be made into honey by the worker ants and hung in the ant colony cave. That's it. So there is no need to feel pity for these monsters, because there is no influence. Without a contractual relationship, they will always be man-eating monsters, Surdak said to Andrew. Andrew didn't speak anymore. Perhaps as a native of the Maka Plain, he was a little sensitive to this topic. When implanting the magic pattern of life, Surdak discovered that the wolf knight Tygo was injured much faster than Andrew. His physique was naturally strong, and he also had extremely terrifying self-healing abilities. I am afraid that the two-headed ogre goo even Lightum can't compare. At first, the spine was almost broken, and a huge wound was opened on the chest. In just over a month, I was sitting up from the bed, with my feet on the edge of the bed. Although my body was wrapped in countless bandages, I could chat casually. Wolf Knight Tago's life magic pattern was pasted by Surdak on the outside of his right thigh. It looks like an orc's totem pattern, with a dark red outer edge on the outside of the dark magic pattern lines. This area is not bandaged, and you can clearly see the magic elements flowing through the veins. He tensed the muscles in his thighs, feeling the new strength. Surdak implanted the life magic pattern into the thigh of the Wolf Knight Tago. In fact, it is a kind of fusion. After the ceremony is completed, as long as Tago's body does not reject the life magic pattern, the life magic pattern will be part of the body of Wolf Knight Tago, and the power of the magic pattern itself will also enhance the Wolf Knight himself. The biggest difference between implanting the magic pattern of life and constructing the magic pattern with inscription is this. The former is demanding and requires becoming a physical part. As long as the latter has an inscriptionist and magic ink, he can draw various magic pattern structures. Of course, this type of magic pattern structure engraved on the body requires the warrior to reach the level of a second-level powerhouse before it can be engraved on the body. Because this kind of magic pattern structure requires the warrior to have the ability to perceive magic elements, so that he can control them. The magic pattern constructs the power above. This is not necessary for the magic pattern of life, as long as the carrying capacity is sufficient. Even ordinary warriors can implant this type of magic pattern of life. Wolf Knight Tago took off the bandages wrapped around his limbs without saying a word. He didn't care what Andrew and Suldek said. The orcs would rather die on the battlefield than become slaves. When Surdak saw the Wolf Knight Tago taking off the bandage, he leaned over to check the healing status of the wounds on his arms. After the scabs were lifted off many scars, most of them revealed new light pink skin. The wound is healing pretty well,
Suldek said. Tiger didn't say anything. He just sat on the wooden bed and smiled innocently. Surdak implanted the strength and toughness magic pattern obtained from the ghostly pattern soldier ants into Wolf Knight Tiger, and Tiger was obviously very satisfied with it.
Why didn't you see Ghoul Item?
After checking the healing status of Tego's wound, Serdek asked. Andrew pointed in the direction of the cafeteria behind him and said,
The brothers always like to squat in the cafeteria recently, and they have to make a lot of food every day. It is said that their stomachs are never full recently. Is Ghoul Item going to break through and advance again recently?
Serdek asked with some confusion. Andrew shook his head, indicating that he did not understand the situation. Serdek left the wounded soldier's tent and came to the camp canteen. Sure enough, I saw the two-headed ogre wearing a white apron in front of the stove. There was a huge frying pan in front of him. He was concentrating on holding an oil brush and brushing a layer of animal fat on the bottom of the pan. Then he picked up a fraternal egg that was one size larger than a winter melon, placed it flat on his knees, and then used a chisel to cut a small hole in the fraternal egg. Then the two-headed ogre took out a wooden stick, inserted it into the fraternal egg along the narrow hole, stirred it vigorously, and finally poured the turbid egg liquid inside into the hot pan. The two-headed ogre's cooking method is very special. The omelette is just spread out in a thin layer on the bottom of the pot. He skillfully uses a spatula to fold the omelette in half 4 times, then places it on the edge of the pot before continuing. Pour the egg liquid into the frying pan, and while the egg liquid is not completely cooked, flip the omelette again. This long omelette slowly snowballed in the frying pan, and soon turned into an omelette as long as an arm. Ghoul Item did not brush the sauce on it, but sprinkled a little salt on it, opened his big mouth, and ate it with big mouthfuls. After the two-headed ogre fried the entire fraternal egg and ate it into his stomach, and finally ended the meal, he raised his head and said to Serdek,
Dak, this fraternal egg tastes pretty good.
Serdek looked at the empty fraternal egg SHL and said to the ogre,
I heard from Andrew that you often go back to the cafeteria to eat recently.
Ghoul Item chuckled, pointed to the fraternal egg SHL in front of him, and said to Serdek,
These are the fraternal eggs. As long as you eat them regularly, you can gain some of the power of red ants.
The two-headed ogre took out a fraternal egg again, with ease, and placed it in front of Serdek.
So are you going to eat these fraternal eggs all the time these days?
Serdek tapped the hard SHL with the handle of the dagger in his hand and asked casually. Ghoul Item smiled naively, and his good brother Nailware reminded Serdek.
I just think these fraternal eggs have some commercial value, and there are still so many in the nest of ghost striped red ants. I think you can ask the druids in the valley to take out some more and sell them to the business groups outside. Now I have tried them all. These fraternal eggs are similar to World of Warcraft meat. They also have the effect of increasing physical fitness and strength. Moreover,
these fraternal eggs are easy to store. The queen ant will produce thousands of fraternal eggs every day. If this is possible, then this is no more profitable than an iron ore mine.
Soldak really wanted to do business with the ghost-patterned red ants. But according to his plan, he planned to send those ghost-patterned soldier ants as cannon fodder to the battlefield of the Three Rivers Plain. If they died in the battle, their Warcraft materials would also be lost. It will be wasted. If you collect it directly, you can still sell it at a good price. Serdek asked Ghoul Item in surprise.
Have you been thinking about this recently? No. I just occasionally think about it when I eat fried eggs. This thing can actually be sold.
The two-headed ogre said to Serdek with great frankness. The camp is armed with Thunder Rhino's shells in a wooden hut on the platform. Gary Decker stood in front of a mirror, twisted his body, and looked carefully at the light blue magic pattern of life behind him. Seeing that there was only a blue magic pattern on the smooth back, and that the skin on the back was not peeled off by Serdek in pieces, he breathed a long sigh of relief. On the other hand, this magic pattern was quite beautiful. Gary Decker put his hand on his shoulder, tried hard to reach his back, and rubbed the clear lines. Then he happily said to Samira, who was sitting next to him on the floor,
I thought the whole skin would be applied, so I specifically chose one that I could accept. It turns out it won't affect my skin. If I had known this, I would have been more careful.
Just pick and choose.
Gary Decker turned around again and was very satisfied with his new magic pattern.
Actually, this picture is already very good,
Samira said from the side. She was not comforting Gary Decker. This demon skin peeled off the body of the new ghost snake was very suitable for this heavily armed female gunner.
I asked you before. How come you and Andrew, both level 2 powerhouses, haven't engraved magic patterns on their bodies until now? It turns out that there is such a reward in the military camp,
Gary Decker said enviously said. Samira looked at Gary Decker, whose upper body was almost completely naked. There was a palm-sized magic pattern structure on the front of her lower abdomen. 6 gray lines extended out from the center of her lower abdomen, making Gary Decker your first constructed magic pattern look like a spider web. Samira's eyes fell on it and asked,
Is this your magic pattern construction?
Gary Decker nodded immediately and introduced to Samira.
The first magic pattern structure is basically here. It is said that it can condense the power of elements more conveniently. Mine is a primary power-oriented magic pattern structure.
Samira looked carefully at the magic pattern on Gary Decker's abdomen, but didn't say anything else.
By the way, I know a good inscription master. Would you like to consider customizing a magic pattern structure?
Gary Decker said to Samira.
I don't have this idea at the moment.
Samira shook her head and said casually. The two women were chatting casually in the wooden house. Just now, Gary Decker went out to test the power contained in the magic pattern of life. It was really a magical feeling. Now Gary Decker's excitement is not over yet. Suddenly a soldier's voice came from outside.
Lord Gary Decker, there is a businessman outside the camp who wants to see you.
Gary Decker quickly put on the tight vest, then opened the only window in the wooden house, stuck his head out, and said to the soldier,
Who is looking for me? Did he say what's up?
The soldier was fully prepared and immediately said when faced with Serdak's question.
It's Helensa, a businessman who sells magic weapons. He said he has a weapon in his hand that you are more interested in. So he took the liberty to ask to see you. What am I interested in?
She looked back at Samira, and seeing that she didn't know about it either, she said to the soldier,
Let him come up and wait. I'll go down right now.
Gary Decker wore a set of light leather armor and walked out of the wooden house with brisk steps. The Helensa businessman stood at the feet of Thunder Rhinoceros. The bearded man immediately became energetic when he saw Gary Decker jump off the platform. He held a leather box in his hand and placed it at his feet. Salute to Gary Decker. Gary Decker turned around and walked into the military camp tent nearby. The red-haired Helensa quickly followed in carrying a leather box. Gary Decker walked into the tent and sat in a chair, waiting for Helensa to walk in. After the businessman walked into the tent, he placed the exquisite leather wooden box in his hand in front of Gary Decker, and then said,
This is the magic shotgun that Lord Serdak asked us to look for. Although it is not the epic magic weapon that Serdak requested. This shotgun can be said to be a top-notch shotgun of excellent quality. This is the one we auctioned from the Imperial capital. I bought it at a high price.
Hearing Helensa say this, Gary Decker just glanced casually. Seeing that Gary Decker was not active, the businessman Helensa was a little panicked and quickly introduced to Gary Decker.
Look, the entire barrel is forged from a single piece of magic black iron. Look at the exquisite fine gold decoration on it. The barrel and firing device are both plated with precious Krypton gold. Everything on the firing device, the magic patterns were all engraved by the dwarf master himself. Look at the side handle and the signature engraved by the master himself. This is a two-shot magic shotgun, and the most outstanding thing is its huge power.
Gary Decker waved his hand casually and held the shotgun in his hand. He did not want to listen to the introduction of the businessman Helensa, but asked him,
Are you going to sell this shotgun to me? How much will it cost?
Businessman Helensa's eyes lit up, and he immediately approached and said,
Sir Soldak has already paid for the purchase of magic weapons. If you think the shotgun is not bad, then keep it. If it doesn't meet your expectations, we will continue to search at large auction houses in various provinces of the Green Empire until we find an epic shotgun that you are satisfied with.
Samira, who walked in from the outside, heard what the businessman Helensa said, and said,
Gary Decker, the boss is so kind to you. Neither Andrew nor I enjoyed this benefit at the beginning.
Businessman Helensa immediately answered,
We are also looking for Lord Andrew's weapons. Ha!
Gary Decker wanted to laugh and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. At this time, Serdak happened to be returning from the canteen with ghoul item. When he saw Samira getting into the military camp tent, he stopped outside, opened the tent curtain, and asked inside,
What are you talking about?
The businessman Helensa immediately stood up restrainedly, saluted Serdak, and said,
Hello, Lord Serdak.
Serdak saw the businessman Helensa and said with some surprise,
It turns out to be Helensa. When you returned from the Imperial capital this time, did you buy the military supplies I needed? Everything is going very well. Malcolm is on his way back to Belan with 200 sky-shooting crossbows.
Businessman Helensa said respectfully to Serdak. Chapter 1334 General Star. Serdak sat on a back chair inside the tent. He first looked at the black iron shotgun on the table, reached out and touched the coal barrel, and then raised his head to face the businessman Helensa. Explain.
It's been a hard journey.
Businessman Helensa's face was full of smiles, and he tried hard to please Serdak and said,
Lord Soldak, Malcolm has harvested an unexpected batch of goods in the magic market of the imperial capital this time. I believe you will be interested.
Cerdak asked with interest.
What is it?
Businessman Helensa scratched his head and said with some embarrassment.
Malcolm planned to give you a surprise, so he specifically told me not to tell it.
The tent suddenly became quiet, and even the two-headed ogre Gulitum, who had just followed Soldak into the tent, couldn't help but look at the businessman in front of him. Seeing everyone staring at her, Helensa took 2 steps back sheepishly, nodding at everyone and keeping a smile. Everyone was very interested in this businessman who dared to joke with Cerdak. Cerdak waved his hand very casually and said lightly,
Okay, I get it.
Then he turned to look at Gary Decker, who was standing tall in light leather armor, and asked,
What do you think of this gun?
Gary Decker picked up the heavy shotgun with both hands and rubbed the 2 smooth monster teeth tied to the barrel. There seemed to be some kind of totem-like pattern on the teeth, giving the shotgun a kind of Zon appearance. Style. However, the entire gun body looks quite strong, and you can tell at a glance that it is a product of the dwarf country. After all, the strong dwarves do not spare much effort. So both the dwarf heavy shields and battle axes and hammers are notoriously heavy, strong, and resistant. This double-barreled shotgun also continues the consistent style of the dwarves. Even the handle of the gun is polished from complete ironwood.
Boss, are you going to buy this for me?
Gary Decker asked with some uncertainty. There was surprise and touch in her eyes. Soldak nodded and said,
If you like it, stay. If you don't like it, you still have a choice. Can you try this shotgun?
Gary Decker held the shotgun and asked the businessman Helensa. Helensa immediately leaned forward slightly and introduced to Gary Decker.
Of course. But this kind of shotgun L is specially made and has magic patterns on it. You can take this drawing and ask a magician to copy the magic patterns on it in the future.
As he spoke, he also took out a yellowed magic sheepskin scroll from his arms, with a hemp rope tied around the outside of the scroll. Gary Decker said somewhat unexpectedly,
So when using this shotgun, not only does it need to consume magic crystals, but it also needs to consume this kind of magic bullet L?
Helensa nodded and said very implicitly,
That's true. According to the auctioneer, this is also the most special thing about this excellent quality magic shotgun. It is precisely this unique magic bullet that allows this. The only disadvantage of making a shotgun as powerful as an epic shotgun is that each shot is like throwing out a handful of silver coins.
When Cerdak heard this, he asked as Helensa,
Does this gun have a name?
Businessman Helensa touched his nose in embarrassment and said,
No. Oh, here is the name of the gun master who made this gun.
Real epic weapons all have unique names, just like the sky strike in Samira's hand. Apparently the manufacturer of this shotgun also believed that such an excellent quality shotgun did not deserve a name, so he just engraved his signature on the gun. Cerdak saw the unfamiliar line of text on the gun, which looked like a few scratches that were not too eye-catching. If it weren't for a continuous scratch on it, Cerdak really wouldn't have been able to tell that it was actually a scratch. A set of text.
Isn't this imperial writing?
Cerdak asked. Helensa immediately said,
This is dwarf writing. Before that, I asked someone to translate the meaning of this signature. The name of the dwarf craftsman is engraved on it, and it can be translated into Santos. I also asked my colleagues. I took a look at this dwarf craftsman. It is said that this great craftsman is very famous in the dwarf country, and almost all of the shotguns he makes are extraordinary.
A group of people came to the archery range. Gary Decker raised the heavy shotgun. She didn't expect the shotgun to be so heavy. Just carrying it all the way made her arms a little sore. Moreover, there are actually 2 ivory-like spikes tied to the front of the barrel. It can be seen that this shotgun can also be used as a melee weapon when the enemy is close. To be honest, this is in line with her fighting style. She is a heavily armored warrior in her own right, but the weapon she is good at using is a magic shotgun, which limits her fighting style. Generally speaking, gunners do not need to wear heavy armor. On the contrary, soldiers wearing heavy armor do not need to hold a shotgun to fight. However, Gary Decker is such a strong second-level warrior. This gun is heavy in the hand, but holding the butt of the shotgun, I feel that the weight of the shotgun is very balanced. Gary Decker swung it back and forth a few times. This gun could only perform assassination and blocking actions. However, combined with the movements of the military boxing, the set of movements was actually very smooth, without any sense of sluggishness. Seeing the high-ranking officials of the Lord's army gathered outside the archery range, the soldiers in the military camp gathered around them. In a short time, the area around the archery range was surrounded by soldiers. When everyone saw Gary Decker doing military boxing in front of the archery range, they let out a series of whistles. Gary Decker doesn't have stage fright either. After completing a set of moves, he felt more and more comfortable with this double-barreled shotgun. Then she stood by the low wall of the shooting range holding the shotgun. Everyone stared at Gary Decker curiously. She took a small wooden box from the businessman Helensa, placed the heavy wooden box on the low wall, opened the lid of the box, and found 12 magic bullets inside. The loose bullets exude a faint magical aura, and the magic patterns on the bullet SH/LS are like clusters of totem patterns. Gary Decker skillfully raised 2 shotguns, and the weight of the shotguns once again surprised her. The shotgun was stuffed into the barrel at the end of the shotgun. When the shotgun was closed, the machine gun was opened. As Gary Decker injected a bit of power into the shotgun, the entire pattern on the shotgun glowed. The magic circle moved quickly, and the breath on the magic pattern was quickly absorbed into the barrel. The gem grooves on the outside of the shotgun, the magic crystal fragments inside quickly became thinner. Gary Decker raised his shotgun, pointed it at the target 40 meters away, and pulled the trigger very casually. Boom! A ball of flame shot out from the muzzle of the shotgun, and the tongue of flame was 1 meter long. The handle of the shotgun hit Gary Decker hard on the shoulder, causing her to take a big step back involuntarily. Soldak noticed that when Gary Decker took a step back, the footprints he made were very deep. Normal magic shotguns do not have such a large recoil. Looking at the archery targets 40 meters away in front, 3 archery targets less than 1 meter apart were blown to pieces. The bullseyes of the targets were gone, leaving only the lonely pillars standing there. They were made of silver oak, made of archery target. The wood is very hard. In fact, this kind of archery target also tests arm strength. If an average archer has enough accuracy but does not have enough arm strength, then the arrow will not hit the target. Unexpectedly, this double-barreled shotgun blew away 3 arrow targets with 1 shot, and the surrounding soldiers, who were watching, all let out, "Wow!" in exclamation. Surdak told the person in charge of the shooting range on the side, "Go to the warehouse of the logistics department to get a piece of hard armor from a ghost-marked male ant, and then find a craftsman to temporarily nail the hard armor to the target. Let's try this again. The power of a gun." "Yes, Commander Surdak. We will be ready soon." The head of the logistics department quickly agreed. Soon the person in charge of the shooting range led the craftsman to place the male ant's hard armor, which was the size of a door panel, next to the archery target, and then the group of people quickly left. At this time, Gary Decker had already figured out how to hold the gun. When she fired the second shot, she raised the gun with both hands into a gun-holding posture, and used her waist and elbows to hold the shotgun at the same time. As the magic pattern array was activated, a trace of energy in the array quickly flowed into the barrel of the shotgun. Then Gary Decker prepared the trigger, and sprayed a burst of flame from the muzzle again. With a boom, the hard armor of the ghost-patterned male ant 40 meters away was overturned by the sudden impact. Countless iron sands are completely embedded in the surface of the hard armor, and mottled pits appear on the surface of the hard armor. Not only that, some fine gun sand was also embedded in the hard armor. The person in charge of the shooting range carried the piece of hard armor, as big as a door panel, in front of Soldak. Soldak and Gary Decker took the lead in walking forward to check the marks on it. Although the thick skin of the ghost-marked male ants cannot be broken through, the hard armor of the giant ghost-marked soldier ants should be able to penetrate it without any effort. Gary Decker came to this conclusion. "How do you feel about it? Do you want it or not?" Soldak asked again. Gary Decker immediately saluted Soldak and said, "Thank you, boss. I will keep the shotgun." Originally, she rushed toward Soldak and gave Soldak a big hug. But there were too many soldiers gathered around the shooting range. "Go and settle the payment for the gun with the officials of the logistics department," Soldak ordered Helensa. Helensa said cheerfully, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord Surdak." When the businessman Helensa finished these words, the shotgun in Gary Decker's hand was still emitting a trace of smoke from the muzzle. After Andrew and Wolf Rider Tiger gradually recovered from their injuries, they began to perform restorative exercises. Andrew has a rather impatient personality. Hearing that Gary Decker had a weapon of excellent quality, he came directly to his door and asked Gary Decker to practice fighting in the competition arena. Gary Decker happens to be hoping that she can practice the accuracy of her shotgun on the shooting range. But if she wants to quickly become familiar with using the Santos double-barreled shotgun for close combat, she has to do a lot of combat practice on the range. This kind of Samira couldn't help her. and the two-headed ogre ghoul item was completely suppressed by his power. Gary Decker was not mentally prepared to be abused. So now that Andrew is undergoing rehabilitation training, Gary Decker will naturally compete with Andrew on the training ground. Gary Decker and Samira have recently been living together in a wooden platform house, and their relationship has become increasingly close. Gary Decker also officially became the deputy captain of the Samira Archer Brigade. Serdek only stayed in the Quoto camp in the Great Rift Valley for 2 days, before rushing to the Upper Reaches camp in the Three Rivers Plain. Although the frozen soil on the construction site here has not yet thawed, there are already piles of iron cages between the construction site and the river. With the installed stones, the original appearance of the embankment can already be seen on the construction site. The craftsmen here weave long iron cages with steel bars every day, which are filled with stones moved from the mountains. As for the work of moving rocks, all the work of Ghost Striped Worker ants has been done by the Ghost Striped Worker ants. Currently, at the construction site of the large dam in the upper reaches of the Three Rivers Plain, 20 druids and nearly 20,000 Ghost Striped Worker ants are moving between the dam and the thorny mountains. Stone. Long lines of Ghost Striped Worker ants form several thin dark red lines on the plains covered with thick snow. The Ghost Striped Worker ants that come and go seem to have become accustomed to this kind of slavery. They hold up stones and walk in a long line. Unless they freeze to death on the icy road, they will not stop. New Ghost Striped Worker ants are added every day, and corpses of Ghost Striped Worker ants that are frozen hard are carried out from the dam construction site and sold directly to merchants who deal in Warcraft ingredients. In recent days, Soldek has been traveling back and forth between the iron mine and the Three Rivers Plain dam construction site. The iron ore mine in the Invercargill forest is now operating normally, and boxes of iron ore powder are transported every day by the Thunder Rhino caravan to the steel workshop located at the northern end of the Doden Canyon. The 7 smelting furnaces in this steel workshop are in normal operation and can smelt 140 tons of fine iron ore every day. A large number of iron ingots and copper ingots are transported from Doden Town to Wilk City. Most of these metal ingots will be transported to Bena City for sale. Serdek currently has 2 mines. Although there is no mine yet, the market is profitable, but the entire mine is constantly expanding. Now, of the 37 Aboriginal tribes in Invercargill Forest, almost half of the young people are making money in the mines. The tribe leaders finally realized that the indigenous people in the tribe had gradually given up their life of gathering and hunting. Most of them wanted to work in the mines, and some hunters became guides for adventure groups. Currently, a mountain of thorns has been added to the White Forest Plain of the Green Empire. The uncharted and unknown areas at the east and west ends of the Thorny Mountains are almost the best hunting spots for some adventure groups. Now, more adventure groups are beginning to enter the Three Rivers Plain, and more people are flocking here, because everyone firmly believes that Lord Serdek can bring victory again and again. A large amount of Warcraft materials flowed into the magic market from the Belan Plain. After a period of brewing, the news of the victory in the Darkworm Valley finally spread throughout the Bena province. Lord Soldek finally became a rising star among the lords of Bena province. Chapter 1335 Dispute. After entering February, the rocks in the northern part of the Belan Plain hovered over the northern occupied area more frequently. They would swoop down from the sky as long as they were spotted for a few seconds. Many rocks attack cattle and sheep. There are also bad-tempered pung birds, who will take the initiative to attack herdsmen. The feathers of these rock birds are dark yellow in color. Their wingspan can reach 7 or 8 meters wide, and their cries can be heard in the sky. The huge body can easily pull an ox weighing nearly 1,000 pounds into the sky. The sharp beak is like a sharp pickaxe. If an adult ox is pecked by it, its brains will burst and die immediately. The rocks have the ability to perceive the wind element. When they flap their wings, small vortices will roll up in the air. These wind whirlpools are mixed with wind blades that can split the body. They can fly freely in the sky, so they are one of the most difficult groups of monsters to deal with in the Belan Plain. It is said that these rocks contain a trace of the blood power of the Thunderbirds. In recent times, the rocks have really brought a lot of trouble to the people of the Empire living in the northern part of the Belan Plain. The life of the herdsmen on the grassland is miserable. Herdsmen are constantly attacked by rocks, and there are even cases of cattle rushing into the Grand Canyon after being frightened. The appearance of a large number of rocks on the grassland is a good thing for adventure groups. Many adventure groups have begun to try to disguise themselves as lone herdsmen on the grassland, or pull cattle and sheep to the grassland and set traps under them. Animal traps. As long as the bird dares to rush down and pounce on the cattle or sheep, its claws will be locked tightly in the animal trap. Some animal traps will even clamp the bird's head on the spot. Although the feathers of the roc are dark yellow, they are highly sought after by the ladies of the empire. Many ladies like to fill their hats with flowers and feathers, and the roc feathers are undoubtedly one of the most precious feathers. As the adventure group continued to capture rocs, these feathers were put into exquisite wooden boxes by merchants, and made into boxes of exquisite gifts. It is said that this kind of feathers are very popular in the Bena province. As the southwest wind blows across the prairie, it means spring is almost here. When the ice and snow melt and everything recovers, the great rivers and lakes occupied by red-backed giant tortoises in the southern part of the Three Rivers Plain are bound to face a battle. Because in the winter, Lord Serdak's army wiped out the ghost-striped red ants in the Darkworm Valley. This shocked the nobles of the Belan Plain, and also made them realize that the lords led by Serdak the army has strong combat power. Just as Serdak's lord army was actively planning to encircle and suppress the red-backed giant tortoises in the southern part of the plain, groups of lord armies from the White Forest Plain passed through the grassland full of withered grass and snow, and began to move towards the west side of the Three Rivers Plain. Gathering together, the lords of the Belan Plain wanted to take this opportunity to lead the army from the grassland into the Three Rivers Plain, and also get a small piece of this fat cake. For a moment, the Aborigines, who had been living a peaceful grazing life on the grassland, suddenly discovered that cavalry teams appeared in the vast wilderness almost at the same time. Those gorgeous flags were fluttering in the wind and making loud noises. The lords of the Belan Plain are not short of war horses. These cavalrymen all ride the best Gubo war horses. The cavalry marched toward the Three Rivers Plain in a mighty manner. Following the cavalry were a group of businessmen accompanying the army. These businessmen not only brought enough supplies for the war, but were also responsible for escorting the families of senior officers of the cavalry regiment. They carefully and thoughtfully take care of the food, clothing, housing and transportation of these family members, set up temporary tents, provide 3 meals a day, etc. This kind of plain war is basically launched by the lords voluntarily, so the expenses along the way are basically borne by the lords. But there are also many officers of the lord army who will pay out of their own pockets to maintain a combat team of their own, so that they can gain in battle after the victory. The officers can obtain most of the spoils of victory. They set out to the Three Rivers Plain this time with the belief that they must win, precisely because most military expenses are paid out of one's own pocket. It has become very common for officers to take their families with them on expeditions. The closest town to the Three Rivers Plain is the town of Plentos, which is located at the eastern pass of the Thorny Mountains. However, from Plentos town, you have to continue walking eastward for about 4 days to reach the Three Rivers Plain. The lords of the Belan Plain are marching towards the Three Rivers Plain in a mighty manner. Even the town of Plentos is affected, and a large number of caravans will use the town of Plentos as a transit point. Regarding the fact that the lords of the Belan Plain led their troops to the Three Rivers Plain, the troops stationed in the northern towns of the Luther army immediately reported to the Great Swordsman of Chester and Lord Serdak. Although Great Swordsman Chester had long noticed the movements of these lords' armies at the Wilk City military headquarters, he did not expect that the lords of the Belan Plain would go to the Three Rivers Plain with such a tough attitude. At the southern end of the Three Rivers Plain is the very famous Thousand Island Lake in the Belan Plain. Serdak's lord army has no plans to open up the Thousand Island Lake. Great Swordsman Chester originally thought that these lords were going to take advantage of this east wind to attack Belan Chiandao Lake. But Belan lords were not so courageous. Their army did not even reach the south of the Three Rivers Plain directly, but wanted to borrow the road deep into the plains. As a result, Lord Serdak's army, which was actively preparing for war in the upper reaches of the Three Rivers Plain, sent several lords' armies to the border of the Three Rivers Plains overnight to block the lords' army from the Belan Plain on the prairie. As early as January, Serdak announced that after occupying the Darkworm Valley in this plain war, he would give up the right to allocate territory in the Three Rivers Plain. This also meant that the other 16 lord armies that followed Serdak on the expedition will divide this vast plain. The lords of the Belan Plain suddenly intervened, seriously affecting the vested interests of these lords' armies. The commanders of the lord army mobilized nearly 20,000 cavalry in the west of the Three Rivers Plain and set up a line of defense on the east bank of the Eisen River, completely blocking the Belan lord army from the prairie. All the cavalry stood on the sandy hillocks on the river bank, holding knights' spears in their hands, silently watching the Belan lords' coalition, who were preparing to cross the glacier. At the moment when Lord Bailin's cavalry was about to cross the river, the entire ice-blocked Eisen River made a loud cracking sound. The ice on the ice continued to explode.
and the fine ice fragments splashed out formed a small-scale iceberg. During the ice storm, the cavalrymen of Lord Belan's army, who arrived at the river bank, were completely stunned by the sound of explosions. The war horses walking in front were frightened by the explosions, and stood up one after another. The knights, holding their reins in one hand and shields in the other, turned around and retreated to the river bank. In the blink of an eye, a huge crack appeared on the originally frozen river, and countless pieces of ice splashed onto the river. Even the river water under the ice surged up to the surface, leaving the Eisen River in a mess. When the lords of the Belan Plain saw Serdak's lord army on the other side of the river, their faces turned pale with anger, and some even cursed at the other side of the river. The Lord Serdak's army expressed its attitude. The explosion of the ice in the river was to prohibit the Lord's army from the Belan Plain from entering the Three Rivers Plain. If the Belan Lord's army wanted to enter again, it would be tantamount to declaring war on Lord Serdak. Although the lords were extremely angry when they saw the knights on the opposite bank of the river, they did not have the courage to engage in battle with Lord Serdak's army. In addition, combined with Serdak's arrogant actions in the past, the grievances of the lords of the Belan Plain were finally resolved. The accumulation reached its peak. Although the lord's army failed to enter the Three Rivers Plain, letters of complaint were once again sent to the Bena Provincial House of Representatives. This time, the lords of the Belan Plain suffered heavy losses. Not only did they have to pay for the military expenses for the expedition to the Three Rivers Plains, but they also had to take over a large amount of military supplies purchased later by the military merchant group. In fact, some lords also proposed to go all the way south along the Eisen River, from the edge of Qiandao Lake into the southern part of the plain, and compete with Lord Soldak's army for the territory there. But most of the lords believed that the army could not deal with those red-backed giant tortoises, so there was no more trouble after this plan was proposed. Bena Provincial House of Representatives building. Armand walked into the speaker's office carrying a stack of documents. The maid was cleaning the room. He walked to the desk and deliberately placed more than a dozen reports about Count Soldak on Speaker Fred's desk. Position. This time, the lords of the Belan Plain jointly reported it. Apparently, Serdak did something in the Belan Plain that caused public outrage. Armand prayed in his heart that Serdak could be punished, even if he was allowed to stay in the Ganbu Plain. Although he had completely given up on the position of Archon of Helensa, it was a rare joy to see Serdak punished. After placing the official documents, he poured a cup of hot tea for Speaker Fred. This elderly man knew how to take care of his body, and the women around him were constantly changing. Armand tidied up his desk and returned to the desk outside. Speaker Fred has a total of 4 assistants. Armand is not the assistant who ranks highest and is most used by Speaker Fred, but he is not the most marginalized either. He wants to become the most important person besides Speaker Fred Dunstan. But there is still a long way to go. After a while, Speaker Fred, accompanied by 2 other assistants, hurried to the office here. Facing these reports, Speaker Fred could only rub his forehead with his hands. Close your eyes and meditate for a moment. Afterwards, the speaker just casually glanced at these report letters, without even looking at what was written in them. He selected a report letter with neat handwriting and gorgeous wording, signed it, and gave instructions. The assistant next to him sent the report letter again to Duke Newman in the Warsaw Plain. Even if the things mentioned in the report letter are true, do we really need to deal with Serdak? Thinking too much. There is simply no way to deal with this. Now the entire Green Empire is eager for news of the victory of the Plain War. Lord Soldak is simply outstanding in the Bena province. He has the support of powerful warlords behind him. How can he be casual? Just deal with it. Chapter 1336 Battle of Loon Lake. By the time the lords of the White Forest Plain returned to Wilk City, the spring of the White Forest Plain had quietly arrived. The warm wind from the southwest had blown away the ice and snow, and clusters of new green appeared on the vast grassland. The greener it is, the fresh green will disappear quietly after you walk in. The construction of large dams continued at the upstream camp, although the melted ice and snow gathered into the river, causing a sudden increase in the amount of water in the river. This had no impact on the craftsmen building the dam. The 3 main rivers in the Three Rivers Plain, the Eisen River, the Bruin River, and the Anduin River, have successively stopped flowing. The main force of Lord Serdak's army officially entered the Loon Lake in the southern part of the Three Rivers Plain next to Thousand Island Lake with a large amount of ordnance. Loon Lake is not connected to Qiandao Lake, although the two are only separated by a wetland. They are completely independent water systems. Only when the rain is heavy enough to submerge the entire wetland, Loon Lake and Qiandao Lake will be separated, will be connected as one. Spring is also the dry season in the White Forest Plain. Since the three rivers have dried up, the Rune Lake has gradually exposed a large area of lakeside tidal flats in the southwest wind. Large cracks began to appear in the mud at the bottom of the lake under the sun's rays, and Loon Lake continued to shrink every day. As a result, the activity areas of the red-backed giant tortoises hiding at the bottom of the lake are also rapidly decreasing. Their hill-like bodies are like isolated islands in the lake. For many years, red-backed giant tortoises have occupied Loon Lake and the surrounding rivers. They are considered the masters of the rivers and lakes here. However, as the Lord Army gradually occupied the surrounding rivers, they drove all the red-backed giant turtles in the nearby river basin into the Loon Lake. Later, Soldak used a large number of migrant workers to divert the three rivers, completely cutting off the Eisen River, the connection between the rivers Bruin, Anjuin and Loch Loon. Not only did a large number of migrant workers from surrounding towns participate in the excavation of the new river, but even the ghost-striped worker ants, who had just become slaves, also poured into the new river in large numbers. The diverted river water will flow along the wetland into Qiandao Lake. As long as the water source of Loon Lake is cut off, the lake will dry up quickly. The infantry soldiers of Lord Serdak's army head towards the center of Lake Loon every day. Dozens of giant red-backed turtles are almost all trapped in the center of Lake Loon. After the lake dries up, these giant turtles that look like small islands are rounded. Arch turtle LS are exposed from the lake. Although there were a large number of troops surrounding the lake, the giant red-backed turtles trapped in the middle of the lake also found that if they did not break out as soon as possible, once the lake dried up, it would become a dead land. Even if they left by then, they might not be able to survive. It can't be done either. Just one evening in mid-March, nearly 50 red-backed giant turtles were like moving islands in the lake. Their backs were covered with mud, and some water plants were hanging on them. They crawled out of the center of the lake step by step. Deep ravines are dragged out of the mud at the lakeside. And these giant red-backed turtles are like movable two-story Western-style buildings, with thick tortoise LS on their backs. Just as these red-backed giant turtles rushed into the mud near the lake, the Lord's army guarding the lake shore pushed the prepared crossbows from the rear to the high hills near the lake. As the first red-backed giant turtle entered the range of the bed crossbow, the commander of the Collins family Lord's army gave the order to shoot, and the 12 temporarily mobilized crossbow vehicles buzzed with a sound. The operators of the bed crossbow quickly turned the turntable, and the crossbow string of the crossbow cart on the shore quickly tightened, and the crossbow string made a creaking and cracking sound as it continued to accumulate force. Following the commander's orders, giant crossbow arrows flew through the air towards the giant red-backed turtle. The red-backed giant turtle walking in front sensed the approaching crisis and quickly retracted its head into the turtle L, and then a water element shield appeared outside the turtle L, like an upside-down glass bowl. The giant crossbow arrows hit those water element shields, and the glazed halo immediately dispersed, offsetting the momentum of the giant crossbow. 3 giant crossbow arrows hit the giant red-ridged turtle at the front before piercing the water element protective shield outside the turtle L. The giant crossbow arrows that followed hit the exposed thick tortoise L again. The red-backed giant tortoises made a dull sound, and then stretched out their scaly heads, and a magic circle appeared on the entire turtle's back. With the power of the formation, countless water elements gathered from around its body, and a huge water bomb condensed and formed in front of the giant red-ridged turtle, waiting for more than 30 water bombs to condense one after another. Each one is very large. These light balls smashed into the cavalry camp of the Lord Army with fierce roaring sounds. A group of warriors wearing thick tower shields rushed in front of the cavalry, and used the shields in their hands to form a shield wall. Unfortunately, as the giant water balls roared towards them, these lords, the shield warriors in the army, had no time to respond with all their strength, and were hit by water bombs spit out by a group of giant turtles. The scene immediately became chaotic, and the shield warrior in front was thrown away by a huge water ball. As soon as the Lord's army engaged the red-backed giant turtle, they were knocked upside down by these concentrated water bombs. At this moment, a roaring giant crossbow arrow pierced through the head of the giant turtle rushing at the front. Before the red-backed giant turtle could even scream, the blood on its body gushed out crazily. But other red-backed giant turtles walked closer to the lake. The water balls spewed from their mouths caused huge casualties to the Lord Army soldiers. Although they had the full support of Samira's armed thunder rhinoceros, the front row soldiers were still inevitably bombarded by water balls. Then Samarata took out a giant magic crossbow, and the sound of the winch turning was heard all around again, as the Lord's army once again gathered into a shield wall.
The red-backed giant turtle roared into the sky again. And then magic pattern formations were generated under the feet of these red-backed giant turtles. And magic patterns also lit up on the backs of the turtles behind them. These red-backed giant turtles opened their mouths and sprayed out streams of water cannons. These cylindrical blisters smashed the Lord's army into pieces. Following Commander Collins's order, the other Lord soldiers who could continue to fight took up their weapons and rushed towards the red-backed giant turtle. When the battle broke out, the Lord army relied on their sophisticated magic crossbows and 3 second-level experts to suppress the power of these red-backed giant turtles. During the battle, heavy armored infantrymen continued to fall, and giant red-backed tortoises also died due to the joint efforts of Samira and Gary Decker. The battle lasted from dusk to noon the next day, and the 50 soldiers who broke out from the lake, almost all the remaining red-backed giant turtles, were left by the Lord's army by the lake. But the Lord's army also paid a heavy price for this, with the number of casualties directly exceeding 1,000. At the end of the battle, more than 50 red-backed giant turtles were all killed. The furthest red-backed giant turtle climbed out of Loon Lake, nearly a kilometer away from the lake shore. The Lord army began to clean the battlefield and sort out the loot on the battlefield. Chapter 1337 Evacuation. The first breakout battle of the red-backed giant tortoises in Loon Lake ultimately ended in failure. Samira and Gary Decker, 2 powerful second-level players, were stationed on the frontline battlefield. Basically, half of the red-backed giant turtles were killed by the 2 of them, especially since Gary Decker had Santos. After using the shotgun, as long as she got close to the giant red-backed turtle, she could kill one with just a few shots on the spot. This group of red-backed giant tortoises is undoubtedly the overlord of Loon Lake in the Three Rivers Plain. Their tribe has been here for who knows how many generations. It is not that no adventure groups have paid attention to them. After all, these red-backed turtles have been here for many generations. Giant ridge turtles are almost all third-level monsters, covered with precious magic materials, and are very large in size. Even if one is successfully hunted, the adventure group will make a fortune. But the biggest difficulty in hunting these red-backed giant turtles is that they live at the bottom of the lake. In the past, if the adventure group wanted to hunt the red-backed giant turtles, they had to take a boat into the lakes around Loon Lake. In addition, the adventure group members also needed to be proficient in water warfare. In fact, these red-backed giant turtles are almost invincible in the water, whether it is water bombs, water column impact, or water cover. These are not easily resisted by the members of the adventure group. There have been many famous adventure groups on the Three Rivers Plain, and finally returned due to the large number of newts, ghost snakes and red-backed giant tortoises living in the lake. It is a pity that Lord Soldek's army took advantage of the turn of winter and spring this time. After the water of Loon Lake dried up, the activity area of the red-backed giant tortoises in the lake became narrower. Some red-backed giant tortoises were forced to crawl to the land to find new places. Habitat. When these red-backed giant tortoises came to land, they could only be beaten when facing the Lord's cavalry. However, with their strong combat power, they were still not something that ordinary cavalry regiments could handle. Lord Serdak's army also carried a batch of magic bed crossbow, and 2 second-level experts were on duty to hunt down the red-backed giant turtles that landed on the beach. Loon Lake is not deep. It evolved from a low-lying wetland. The Three Rivers Plain is relatively dry in spring, although the snow in the mountains melts. The dry southwesterly wind blows away the water vapor in this land little by little. The water level of the entire Loon Lake plummeted by 3 meters in March. Rise. Even the leader of the red-backed giant turtle hiding in the center of the lake revealed his huge turtle SH.L. The huge Loon Lake has now shrunk by 2/3. All the red-backed giant turtles living in the lake have exposed their SH.Ls, and the soldiers of the Lord Army have also launched attacks on the red-backed giant turtles in the lake. However, as long as they are in the lake, even if they set up a row of magic bed crossbows, were helpless against those red-backed giant turtles. In addition to having a strong turtle SH.L, they can also condense a water shield around the body. The magic bed crossbow cannot penetrate these 2 layers of armor at all. According to the investigation conducted by the magicians, there are at least more than 170 red-backed giant turtles trapped in the middle of the lake. One of the leaders of the red-backed giant turtles occupies the deepest water level in the middle of the lake. Due to the severe shrinkage of Loon Lake, a large number of fish and shrimps have also gathered in this lake, and the red-backed giant turtles have sufficient food. However, if the red-backed giant tortoises in Loon Lake are not cleared away, the land in the southern part of the Three Rivers Plain cannot be completely recovered, and Loon Lake cannot be drawn outside the territory. The commanders of each lord's army reported the incident to Serdak. Serdak specially transferred 50 catapults from the Quoto camp for this purpose. The catapults have a much farther range than the crossbows. And the most important thing is that the catapults can throw flints and black powder barrels. Ridgeback turtles pose no threat. In the eyes of other Lord Army commanders, it is impossible for these black powder barrels to explode the armor of the giant red-backed tortoise. But when these catapults lined up by the lake, they continuously threw 2,000 black powder barrels towards the center of the lake. The entire center of the lake was blown up by the black powder barrels, and almost everywhere was covered in black mud and dead fish. The red-backed giant turtles still huddled in their SHLs for the first few days, and refused to come out despite the deafening explosions. After 10 days, the red-backed giant turtles finally couldn't stand this muddy Loon Lake and took advantage of a dark at night. Dozens of red-backed giant turtles washed ashore again. The Lord's Army Cavalry Regiment, which had been waiting on the shore, dispatched again and successfully hunted all these red-backed giant tortoises. The remaining red-backed giant turtles in the center of the lake even sank their bodies into the mud. Most of the giant turtles entered a dormant state to avoid the harm caused to them by this quagmire-like environment. The Lord's Army's cavalry still couldn't step into the lake, so Soldak had to mobilize 10 heavy armored infantry regiments to rush to Loon Lake again. This time he even mobilized nearly 5,000 ghost-striped worker ants. These infantry soldiers and ghosts on the first day that the ants came to Loon Lake, they all started carrying sand and gravel from the high hills near the lake, and used the sand and gravel to fill in a flat road from the lake to the center of the lake. This road in the lake penetrates the center of the lake at a speed of almost 100 meters every day. This time the leader of the red-backed giant tortoise in the middle of the lake finally realized the crisis in the red-backed giant tortoise community. He could only take more than 100 red-backed giant turtles and flee overnight to Qiandao Lake further south. However, this time Cerdak did not let the Lord Army Cavalry Regiment surround and kill them behind, but only left more than 30 red-backed turtles behind. After removing the giant tortoise's body, nearly 80 red-backed giant tortoises were allowed to pass through the wetlands between Loon Lake and Thousand Island Lake, allowing them to escape into Thousand Island Lake. A group of commanders of the Lord Army stood on a high hill in the wetland, watching the group of red-backed giant tortoises slowly leaving. The commander of the Lord's Army of the Ludwig family asked Soldak with some confusion,
Lord Cerdak, why don't we catch them all this time? These red-backed giant tortoises are worth at least 40,000 magic crystals.
The commanders of other Lord armies also looked at Cerdak.
Don't you understand my decision?
Soldak pulled the reins of the warhorse, walked out of the crowd, controlled the horse, and turned around to face the commanders and asked,
I just can't figure it out.
Someone in the crowd replied. Soldak held the horse's reins with one hand and the whip with the other, pointing to the vast land and lakes in the distance, and said to the commanders,
Soon this will become our land. The land here is fertile and the products are rich. Also has excellent water resources. But what I consider is the comprehensive resources and sustainable development of this land. I let these giant red-backed turtles leave because I hope they can enrich the population of monsters in Qiandao Lake, and their existence will also become a rich resource here. In the future we will build small towns here, and Qiandao Lake in the south will be the closest hunting ground to us. I believe that by then, many people will have studied the weaknesses of the red-backed giant turtle, and there will be a large number of adventure groups coming to Sanha Plain for hunting in Qiandao Lake.
Hearing what Cerdak said, all the commanders were filled with longing.
If the summer rainy season comes, Loon Lake and Thousand Island Lake are connected, and those red-backed giant turtles come back again. What should we do?
A young officer standing in the back row asked Soldak loudly. Cerdak looked up at him. All the commanders of the Lord's army looked at the young officer, who raised the question with surprised eyes. The young officer then realized that he had asked a stupid question and immediately covered his mouth. Almost all of the hunted red-backed giant tortoises were sold on the battlefield to merchants accompanying the army, who bid against each other. When cleaning the battlefield, a group of quartermasters from the logistics department were like auctioneers in an auction hall. Behind them were a group of businessmen. They completely ignored the mess and mud on the battlefield and walked up to one after another, in front of the red-backed giant tortoise holding a small flag. The quartermaster first needs to record the name of the hunter, and then allocates merit points based on the name on it. The next step is to check the condition of the entire red-backed giant turtle, the degree of damage, the integrity of the precious leather, etc., and then based on the previous auction price, a relatively low base price is given on the spot. This kind of price evaluation is basically done by senior quartermasters. They held a small hammer in their hands and stood next to the dead giant red-backed turtle, shouting at the top of their lungs.
The starting price is 500 magic crystals. Those who are willing to increase the price raise their hands. Once you bid, You can't go back on it.
The merchants who followed him around him quickly opened their bids. The valuable materials on this hill-like red-backed giant turtle could basically be sold for 500 magic crystals. If the dismemberment was more precise, the remaining scraps would be the profit of each merchant accompanying the army. As long as everything goes well when disassembling the giant red-backed turtle, it will definitely be a business that will make a profit without losing any money. This is the violence of war. Victory in a battle will not only make a lot of money for the Lord's army, but also often make huge profits for the merchant groups that follow the army. The on-site auction on the battlefield is very fair, and these red-backed giant tortoises are basically awarded to the highest bidder, unless a certain red-backed giant tortoise is of interest to Lord Serdek. These red-backed giant tortoises will be individually marked and put up for auction at the end. These mutilated red-backed giant tortoises are often auctioned off to business groups that have made some special contributions to the Lord's army. Of course, there are some prerequisites for becoming a business group that is qualified to participate in the on-site auction. Those who can participate in the on-site auction are basically those merchant groups who have become Lord Serdek's army. This qualification requires caravans who need to submit an application to Serdek and also invest part of the cost in the early stages of the war to hope to obtain it. Each complete red-backed giant turtle carcass is often carried to about 600 magic crystals. Any higher, and there is no profit margin. There are a lot of red-backed giant tortoises on the battlefield, and the business groups do not need to fight in the bidding process. Often when the price reaches a certain level, the quartermasters acting as auctioneers will clamor to prepare for the next red-backed giant tortoise. Over there with the turtle. Moreover, the loot captured this time is not that there are more wolves and less meat. Probably all the business groups accompanying the army will be full, and the remaining leftovers will be left to the ordinary business groups behind. And the starting price will be set very high. The Battle of Loon Lake in the southern part of the Three Rivers Plain lasted for 1.5 months. The biggest harvest was not only the large fertile land around Loon Lake, but also 137 red-backed giant tortoises that were like small hills. In order to catch up before the giant turtles were quickly dismembered before their flesh and blood could rot, the military merchant group sent almost everyone who had worked as a butcher to rush forward. Facts have proved that the potential of the Bena people is still unlimited. The red-backed giant turtles harvested in each battle are quickly decomposed. The best meat and leather are put into the magic sealing box, and the remaining lower-level ones are boiled. Cook it in jars, or simply dry it in the sun. The only thing that is a little inconvenient to transport is those giant turtle LS. It is said that these turtle LS can become a very good magic material after being ground into powder. However, there are a lot of turtle LS harvested this time, which may easily affect the price of the turtle L powder sold in the magic market. Although Serdek did not participate in carving up the large territory of the Three Rivers Plain this time, the profit from this part of the Red Ridge giant turtle was enough to reach 50,000 magic crystals. After fighting in the Sanha Plain for a month, they finally succeeded in regaining the Sanha Plain this spring. The next step is to wait for the clerk of the territorial administration in Wilk City to come and measure the actual land area. Then, according to the 433 land allocation method, the lords select the best quality land to become their own territory. Serdek is already preparing to withdraw his troops, but the commanders of each lord's army still have to stay on the Three Rivers Plain, using boundary markers to mark out their respective territorial areas. And a group of troops must be left to garrison on the Three Rivers Plain. However, the main force of the Alliance lords in the Ganbu Plain wants to evacuate the Belan Plain before summer comes. After 2 months of rush construction on the Three Rivers Plain, the main part of the dam has been fully formed. But there are still a lot of trivial finishing work left. This time Ong San was transferred back from Ruth City by Serdek. Also, for someone can take charge here. On the day that Serdek's Lord army arrived in Wilk City, the Malacom merchants, who went to the imperial capital to purchase sky-shooting crossbows, also returned to Wilk City through the portal. When the Malacom merchant learned that Serdek had arrived in Wilk City, he immediately ran over to invite Serdek in person, and wanted to sit at his home no matter what. Serdek might be able to ignore such invitations from other merchants accompanying the military merchant group. But Merchant Malacom can be said to be the big businessman who cooperates most closely with Serdek, and his Thunder Rhino caravan almost takes over all the invitations, in addition to the entire transportation business of copper and iron ore ingots, as well as the general purchase of large-scale military supplies. Soldek Rajuan has left it to Malacom. This time, at Soldek's request, he went to San Carlos City to purchase a batch of sky-shooting crossbows. Therefore, Soldek still needs to give some face to the Merchant Malacom's invitation. And recently Soldek had a complete stalemate with the lords of the Belan Plain. When he came to Wilk City, In addition to being able to apart from going to the military headquarters and meeting and chatting with the great swordsman Chester, there was almost nowhere to go. The procedure for the Lord's army to pass through the portal still needs to be approved by the military department and the House of Representatives of Wilkes. It is actually not a bad idea to take advantage of this free time to visit the merchant's house in Malcolm. The businessman Malcolm has a large house in Wilkes City, but he is not qualified to live in the aristocratic area. The house is located in the merchant residential area of the city. Chapter 1338 Surprise. The dusk in Wilkes City reveals the breath of spring. The white willows that have just sprouted buds on the street are swaying in the breeze. The entire neighborhood is filled with a faint aroma of resin. Pedestrians have secretly changed into thinner clothes. The young girls even took off their woolen socks under their skirts and took off their bloated clothes to show off their beautiful figures. The streets were rendered with a hint of twilight, and the setting sun had completely sunk below the horizon. The carriages on the street seemed to be traveling faster, and everyone was hurrying to get home before dark. However, there are dozens of gorgeous carriages parked in front of the house of the merchant Malcolm. These carriages also have gold and silver patterns on the exterior. Compared with the carriages of the nobles, they just lack some emblems that show the family heritage. This is the largest home in Wilkes City owned by the Malcolm merchants. Although the house at number 51 Collins Street is not the most gorgeous house on the shopping street, it is still one of the top mansions on the shopping street. In the past, Merchant Malcolm even felt that he would be under some inexplicable pressure living in this house. He watched the business of the Thunder Rhinoceros merchant group shrink a little bit, and the number of Thunder Rhinoceros in normal service in the merchant group was reduced one by one. He sat alone in the pavilion in the back garden and smoked. But now, in just 3 years, the Malcolm businessman has transformed into one of the top businessmen in Wilkes City. There is no doubt that in the past 3 years, he has been closely following the footsteps of Lord Surdak step by step. Unknowingly, his family's business group has expanded to what it is now. He just started from they rushed back from the imperial capital. This time they not only purchased 200 sky-shooting crossbows in San Carlos City, but also purchased a large amount of supplies in the imperial capital. The amount of magic crystals spent alone was nearly 100,000. It seems impossible to tell how much money Malcolm merchants spent. In the Green Empire, 3 copper coins can buy 1 pound of wheat flour. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 10,000 copper coins, and 1 magic crystal can buy 1 pound of wheat flour. Exchanged into 7 gold coins, it used to be 10. The outbreak of the Plain War caused the exchange rate between magic crystals and gold coins to decrease. Then 100,000 magic crystals is equivalent to 700,000 gold coins. If exchanged into copper plates, it may be regarded as 710 small golds. Merchants who make large-scale purchases often have close ties with the Lord's army. The Malcolm merchants spent so much money this time basically for the purpose of purchasing for Serdak's Lord army. This time, Serdak's gains from the battle in the Darkworm Valley, combined with the gains from hunting new ghost snakes, were probably enough to make up the figure of 100,000 magic crystals. Of course, the subsequent pensions, merit awards, and war allowances would require him to spend a large sum of money. Fortunately, the Battle of Loon Lake in the southern part of the Three Rivers Plain allowed Serdak to make up for this amount. Although war is a hugely profitable industry, Lord Surdak bought 200 sky-shooting crossbows in order to defend against the Northern Rocks, which can be regarded as a huge investment. These sky-shooting crossbows will be arranged in the area of the Darkworm Valley and the 2 mines. At the same time, Suldak also plans to allocate 37 sky-shooting crossbows to the 37 Aboriginal tribes in the Invercargill Forest, to ward off those northern pungs. The Malcolm merchants arrived in Wilkes City with 200 sky-shooting crossbows. Lord Serdak's army also just arrived here. These Lord's army plans to return to Benes City through the portal, and then rush back to Root City without stopping, and then return to the Gonbu Plain. The Malcolm businessman, dressed in gorgeous clothes, led his 11 wives to stand at the gate of the manor, welcoming the guests who came from the city. The house was brightly lit, and bursts of melodious music came from the courtyard. What followed was the sound of the clinking of glasses, the pop of the cork being removed from the oak barrel, and the sound of grease dripping on the charcoal fire. The guests he invited were almost all businessmen from Wilkes City. When they heard that Lord Suldak was going to be a guest at Malcolm's home, almost all Wilkes businessmen tried their best to get an invitation to the ball written by Malcolm himself. Some businessmen even planned to spend a lot of money to purchase the right to participate in the ball, just because Lord Surdak would appear at the ball. 3 years ago, Lin Fa Ming on the Bailin Plain had not even heard of the name Surdak. 2 years ago, The lords only knew that Soldak was the reckless noble viscount who competed with the magicians of the Alchemy Guild for the Invercargill Forest. Now, Cerdak has become the great lord of the Gonbu Plain, and organized a lord army last autumn, and then successively occupied the Three Rivers Plain and the Darkworm Valley in the Belan Plain. Now Cerdak Lordko has become the lord with the largest land area in Belan Plain. This time Lord Cerdak's army swept across the northern occupied area of Belan Plain. The only ones who don't get along so well with Lord Cerdak are the other lords of the Belan Plain. The various grievances between Cerdak and the lords of the Belan Plain cannot affect the eagerness of the merchants in Wilk City to visit Lord Cerdak. Everyone knows that as long as you follow Lord Cerdak's army, you can make money. The business groups that entered the battlefield this time all made money this time. Especially businessman Malcolm, who made a lot of money. Seeing the merchant Malcolm standing at the gate with his face glowing, smiling and greeting the businessmen who entered the house in a long line. Many businessmen who had rejected Malcolm before felt a little uncomfortable at this time. Investment vision is really important. This time, merchant Malcolm has not only returned to the heyday of the Thunder Rhino business group decades ago, but she is also currently expanding the Thunder Rhino business group. With the current development momentum, Malcolm has become the largest trading house in the transportation industry in the northern region of the Belan Plain. More than 80% of the iron and copper ingots in Wilk City are produced by Malcolm. The Moo Merchant Group is responsible for the transportation. Even the businessmen who would immediately yell at Malcolm when they met him in the past would wear a smiling mask and come here to drink the soup tonight. Cerdak's Lord Army is now stationed outside Wilk City. The large military tent almost completely covers a small sand hill outside the city. The noble lords in the city, who usually constantly curse Cerdak, we all lost our voices collectively at this time. The merchants and Malcolm were chatting at the door. No one was in a hurry to enter the yard, so more and more people gathered at the gate. A detachment of cavalry appeared on Collins Street at dusk. The clear sound of horse hoofs trampling on the stone slabs could be heard from a distance. Cerdak was riding a magic-patterned horse at the front. Samira and Gary Decker accompanied him to attend the dance. They were all wearing the tight-fitting light armor they usually wear. Cerdak was also wearing a magic-patterned structure and did not wear a noble dress. A team of construct knights followed the three of them, very conspicuous as they walked on the street. Although he was not that familiar with Wilk City, Soldak had been here at least several times, so it was natural for him to introduce the buildings on both sides of the street to Samira and Gary Decker. In front of the Lacombe merchant's house, I discovered that there were more than 100 people waiting at the door, seeing Lord Cerdak riding a horse at the front. Many merchants who participated in this plain war immediately introduced to their companions.
Look at the person riding a horse walking at the front. That is Lord Cerdak.
Merchant Malcolm was the first to welcome him out, bringing his 11 wives to Cerdak's horse, and even offered to lead Cerdak's horse. Cerdak looked around at the gorgeously dressed merchants, jumped off his horse nimbly, threw the reins of the war horse in his hand to the construct knight guard behind him, patted the Malcolm merchant's shoulder very affectionately, and smiled at him said,
Malcolm, did your trip to the imperial capital go well? Lord Cerdak, it's going very well. The businessmen in San Carlos City heard that our plain wars have been successful one after another. This time they brought a large amount of magic crystals, and they will shoot the sky almost the same day. Crossbow packing truck, the merchant Malcolm said very respectfully. Then they brought a group of wives to salute Soldak, and the group walked into the manor surrounded by Soldak, Samira and Gary Decker. The youngest and most beautiful wife of the Malcolm merchant even took the initiative to accompany Cerdak. Her white dress was like an unbloomed lily bud, wrapped in a piece of watery, tender ivory, and her long golden hair was like the golden stamens exude a refreshing fragrance. Regarding the shameless behavior of the Malcolm merchants, the merchants following the team were both jealous and envious. Cerdak, however, looked intently at the road ahead, chatting with Malcolm from time to time, mainly about the purchase of military supplies. He put his hand on Malcolm's shoulder, and the two of them intimately walked into the front garden filled with colorful lights. A group of female dependents were waiting in the courtyard. Soldak could tell that these female dependents should be the female companions brought by other businessmen. Some were young and beautiful, and some were mature and charming. The woman saw a group of people surrounding Malcolm, and a group of people, a constructed knight, who didn't know that this person in front of him was Lord Soldak, standing on both sides of the garden corridor. The female relatives rushed forward. Everyone wanted to see the appearance of Lord Cerdak. The burly figure is very evocative, and the knife-carved face with shallow scars and stubble exudes the aura of a strong man. Many young ladies crowded on the young road even want to close their eyes.
The eyes just stick together. It's just that there are many people who think this way. You pull my corset strap, and I pull your lace collar. No one is willing to give this position to others. Instead, Surdak quickly passes through this corridor. Road. It was the first time for Suldak to participate in this kind of merchant's dance. Compared with the restraint of noble ladies and the looseness of noble women, these merchant ladies did not have such great aura. But the scene was very joyful, and everyone would know it. Put down your airs and enjoy the beauty of youth happily. Surdak just sat at the ball for a while, saying low to a dozen businessmen who were introduced by Malcolm himself. They all sat down and chatted casually. And then Malcolm invited more people. In the quieter inner house guest room, Malcolm and Suldak were sitting on the sofa on the second floor terrace. From here through the marble fence, they could just see the lively dance floor in the front garden. There were several pots of green plants on the terrace, which were very hidden from the outside view. There were several plates of exquisite dried fruits on the small coffee table, and the cups were filled with craft ale. Malcolm's two youngest wives accompanied him. On the side, it is obvious that he is deeply favored by Malcolm.
I heard that the magic crossbows in the Imperial capital can be mass-produced,
Surdak asked Malcolm.
That's true. And the price of this giant magic crossbow is very low. Nowadays, the hand-engraved magic crossbows in the Imperial capital have almost disappeared. The market is full of such low-priced and stable magic crossbows. This time I placed a big order with them and purchased 100,000 of them,
Malcolm said.
Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to take a bite?
Suldak took a sip of the ale and looked at Malcolm.
If you can't eat it, put it in my warehouse. Sooner or later, your lord's army will have a fierce battle with the Northern Rock. Magic crossbows are necessary to kill the Rock,
Malcolm said without even raising his head. Peeling pine nuts one by one, he said slowly.
Samira, did you hear that? This time Malcolm ordered 100,000 magic crossbow arrows for you from the Imperial capital. You have to find a way to use these 100,000 magic crossbow arrows to earn back my capital,
Surdak said to the half-elf archer sitting next to him. Samira rolled her eyes and said nothing.
Is anyone taking the order for the magic airship?
Suldak asked Malcolm again.
The core floating magic devices of the large magic airship involve some hex technology, and they are basically shipped back from the Dwarf Kingdom. Although the three-masted magic airship only has 12 floating devices, it still needs to be made by dwarves. So this kind of large-scale airship customization basically has a 1-year delivery time,
Malcolm said to Suldak.
This time, I went to the airport town in the Imperial capital. There are only workshops that can produce magic airships. There were 7.
And I found the one with the best reputation.
Surdak nodded.
By the way, I'm at a grand magic item auction in the Imperial capital this time. So I brought you a surprise.
Merchant Malcolm said to Suldak with a mysterious face.
Really? The surprise you gave me last time was a group of indigenous maids. I hope you won't have such a surprise this time.
Suldak reminded half-jokingly.
Of course not.
With that said, he stood up and asked Surdak to follow him. Surdak followed the merchant Malcolm and walked through the long corridor to an underground warehouse. Malcolm opened 3 large iron doors with complicated designs, and finally took Surdak and others away, entering the warehouse. When the servants lit the torches on the walls of the warehouse, the light suddenly returned to the warehouse. The spacious warehouse was actually filled with magic sealing boxes. After a casual glance, Surdak knew that this place was at least there are hundreds of number 2 demon sealing boxes. Malcolm stepped forward and asked the servant to bring down a magic sealing box. And then he opened the lid of the box with his own hands. A set of armor engraved with magic patterns was wrapped in translucent oil paper and lay quietly inside. Chapter 1339 The Waving Flag. Surdak's fingertips touched the magic pattern structure separated by a layer of oil paper, and the cold touch was filled with circles of magic halo.
Magic pattern structure?
Surdak asked, obviously in surprise. This kind of primary magic pattern structure is very popular in the magic market of the Green Empire. Many noble lords form the constructed knights, and they need to purchase this kind of magic pattern structure in large quantities, because the magic pattern structure has always been handmade by inscription masters. Production. So the output of the Green Empire's magic pattern structures is not high, which is also the fundamental reason why the price of primary magic pattern structures has remained high.
Yes, these are brand new standard magic pattern structures.
Merchant Malcolm answered respectfully while standing aside, with some expectation faintly revealed in his eyes.
Are these standard magic pattern structures?
Surdak emphasized the word standard. The Malcolm merchant nodded and explained.
Well, the attributes of all magic pattern structures are the same. These are magic pattern structures that increase primary power.
Serdek pointed to the hundreds of magic sealing boxes piled up in the underground warehouse and asked,
You mean these are all magic pattern structures?
Malcolm spread his hands and showed Soldek.
That's right. I brought you 600 sets of magic pattern structures from the Imperial capital this time. Now all the magic pattern structures are placed here.
Although Serdek had already expected it, he still took a breath of air when he heard the Malachom merchant said this. But he also immediately raised his doubts.
600 sets of magic pattern structures mean that purchasing these you spent almost 100,000 magic crystals on the magic pattern construction. So how much magic crystals did you spend on the other 5 magic airships, sky-shooting crossbows, and 100,000 magic crossbow arrows?
The reason why Serdek asked this was because when the Malachom merchants went to the Imperial capital to purchase military supplies, they only took away 100,000 magic crystals. If he spent all this money on these magic pattern structures, where did the money come from to purchase 200 sky-shooting crossbows and 100,000 magic crossbow arrows? Also, Malachom also ordered 5 magic airships in the Imperial capital airport town. Serdek knew that merchant Malachom had spent almost all of his wealth on the expansion of the Thunder Rhinoceros business group, and he did not have the ability to advance funds. And if you advance money, this is not in line with the professionalism of a professional buying agent, because he only has the authority to purchase 100,000 magic crystals. Any high-value transaction must at least be discussed with Serdek. The merchant Malachom looked very proud and said to Soldek,
These 600 sets of magic pattern structures cost you a total of 50,000 magic crystals, and the 5 magic airships cost you 15,000 magic crystals.
200 sky-shooting crossbows cost 30,000 magic crystals, and 100,000 magic giant crossbow arrows cost 7,000 magic crystals. These 4 products add up to a total of 102,000 magic crystals.
Serdek was even more surprised and asked,
How can it be possible that 600 sets of magic pattern structures are only worth 50,000 magic crystals?
The merchant Malachom continued,
These magic pattern structures and magic crossbow arrows are purchased from a place called the Magic Factory. It is said that the owner of this factory is the son-in-law of Prince James, and he is a very great magician. Noble, it is said that this mage master has a huge team of junior inscription masters, and a large number of magic pattern structures are sold almost every month. Now the entire Imperial City Inscription Masters Guild is boycotting the magician's magic pattern construction. The lords in the Imperial City are worried about angering the local Inscription Masters Guild, so no one dares to buy these high-quality and low-priced junior materials at will. Magic pattern construction. So these magic pattern constructions are mainly bought in large quantities by business groups from other provinces. Luckily, last month when I rushed over to buy 100,000 magic crossbow bolts, the person in charge of the magic workshop over there happened to have 600 sets of magic pattern structures in his hands. They were originally going to be sent to the auction house, but they were when I saw it. I bought it directly with the magic crystal.
Having said this, he opened several more magic sealing boxes one after another. The magic pattern structures and the packaging methods of the oil paper inside were exactly the same.
50,000 magic crystals bought 600 sets of magic patterns. What a big surprise!
Serdek looked back at Gary Decker and Samira and murmured. For Serdek, this was like adding an army of constructed knights out of thin air. After the wars in the Three Rivers Plains and the Dark Worm Valley, many qualified first-turn knights emerged from Lord Soldek's army. As long as there are enough magic pattern constructs, a new construct knight order can be formed. And now, the merchant Malachom has brought back so many magic pattern structures from the Imperial capital. Seeing such magic pattern constructs placed casually in the underground warehouse, Soldek made a decision on the spot and asked Gary Decker and Samira to guard the entrance of the warehouse while he prepared these magic pattern constructs alone. Load it, and use the storage belt to transport it to the lava mine in Pudu Mountain. Just transporting these magic pattern structures kept Serdek busy for almost half the night. After all this was done, Soldek and merchant Malachom returned to the dance again. The dance in the front garden was coming to an end. Only yellow sheep skeletons were left on many barbecue racks, and the waiters' trays and cups were replaced with sweet wine. Some exquisite pastries and fruits were placed on the table covered with white tablecloths, and many drunk people were helped away from the dance by the attendants. Perhaps due to the effect of alcohol, some men and women on the dance floor began to hug each other. It was only the merchants of Malachom who announced that the dance was over. These businessmen were about to take the women back home in a magic caravan to talk. The remaining sober merchants finally waited until Serdek and the Malacom merchants appeared side by side at the ball. Lord Serdek seemed to have changed into a red leather armor suit, and his face looked a little tired. Malacom's two young wives still followed the group obediently, which inevitably made everyone present. The merchants made some associations, and some even speculated that the merchant Malacom entertained the lord with several wives to make a second-level strongman so tired. At the end of the dance, Serdek indeed walked onto the dance floor holding hands with the youngest wife of the Malacom merchant. After the last dance, he rode on his horse and left the merchant's house in Malacom with a group of guards. It can be seen that Lord Serdek is quite satisfied with this trip. Merchant Malacom sent Lord Serdek to the gate with a glowing face. This made the merchants in Wilk City even more confident about the strong cooperative relationship between Serdek and the merchants of Malacom. In the next period of time, as long as they can catch up with Malacom's business group and catch up with Lord Serdek, everyone will surely make huge profits on the plain battlefield. Watching Count Serdek disappear into the dark night surrounded by a group of construct knights, the Malacom merchants quickly began to see off other merchants attending the ball. At this time, a few words before parting can often determine the future cooperative relationship between the two parties. Serdek originally wanted to stay one night in a hotel in Wilk City, and then leave the city and return to the military camp tomorrow morning. Before returning to the hotel where he was staying, Lorenzo, the adjutant next to Chester Great Sword, found Serdek. Serdek had fought with Lorenzo's adjutant several times and knew that he was Chester Great Sword. The cronies beside the soldier pulled the reins of the war horse and stopped.
Lord Serdek, if you are not drunk, Lord Chester would like to have a few more drinks with you,
Lorenzo said respectfully to Serdek. He has been with the great swordsman of Chester for almost 5 years. In the past 3 years, he has seen with his own eyes that Serdek has grown from a humble cavalryman with only 500 to now commanding an army of 100,000 lords. The great lord of the plain. Even though there is the full support of Marquis Luther, it is also inseparable from Serdek's strength and luck.
Lorenzo, lead the way,
Serdek said cheerfully. He knew that great swordsman Chester was not a drinker. If he invited him for a drink at this time, he must have something to discuss in private. Lorenzo rode ahead and actually led Serdek through most of Wilk City and hurried to a tavern in the Magic District. In the dark night, the tall tower of the Magic Guild not far away still exudes the faint light of magic. There are also many magic shops on the block here, but except for the tavern, most of the shops are closed at the moment. In the clean tavern, there were only a few magicians sitting in the corner chatting in low voices. There were not many wine glasses on their tables, just like a place where friends needed to chat. Serdek walked into the tavern with Gary Decker and Samira. At a glance, he saw the great swordsman Chester sitting in front of the bar, chatting with a female magician who was bartending. It was obvious that the two of them he should be very familiar, and his demeanor is very casual when chatting. When the female magician saw a guest coming in, she was about to speak. When she saw Lorenzo's figure, she immediately shut her mouth. She picked up the goblet hanging above her head, wiped it vigorously with a rag a few times, and divided it according to the number of people. Cups were placed on the bar. The great swordsman Chester saw the female magician's expression and turned around to find that Serdek had come closer. The two hugged, and then Serdek joked to the great swordsman Chester.
I didn't even know you had such a place for recreation in Wilk City.
Swordsman Chester was also a free and easygoing person, and he immediately explained to Serdek the female magician Hester in front of him. Serdek could see that the two of them had a subtle friendship of not being lovers yet. The great swordsman Chester drank golden cider. When Serdek ordered a glass of ale, the female magician Hester was obviously stunned, but she still turned around and walked to the inner room to pour a glass of ale. On the contrary, Gary Decker likes to drink stronger rum, and when drinking, he also likes to light the wine. The flame burns in the wine glass. Insert a straw into the bottom of the glass, and suck the wine under the flame in one breath. Put it in your stomach, then close your eyes and enjoy it. Samira didn't usually drink alcoholic drinks, so she ordered a glass of papaya juice. Everyone sat down, and everyone had a glass of wine in front of them. Then the great swordsman Chester asked Serdek,
How long will you stay in Rit City this time? When can you return to Belan? At least next year.
Serdek looked at the orange-yellow liquid in the cup, with white foam exuding a faint aroma of wheat.
When you come back, are you going to launch a war against the Pingyu in the north?
Great swordsman Chester asked. This question is probably something that all Wilk's people are concerned about, but others don't dare to ask it.
I remember that the Lutheran army's garrison period will also end next year.
Serdek did not answer directly, but asked a question to the great swordsman of Chester. Swordsman Chester smiled slightly and said casually,
Yes, I may be transferred from the Wilkes military headquarters. Are you interested in taking the vacant seat here? Me?
Soldak was slightly startled. Great Swordsman Chester nodded and said,
Your lord's army can be stationed in various towns in the northern occupied area. In this way, even if you want to launch a war against the northern Pingyao, the rear will be completely under your control.
Soldak took a sip of wine and then said,
Of course I want it. But I don't think the lords in Wilk City will be willing to give up the next garrison mission. We have no intention of discussing it with them.
Great Swordsman Chester laughed and said with great momentum. Then he asked Cerdak,
In addition, running back and forth between the two plains of Gonbu and Belan, will it be a little harder? Young people always have something to pursue. Right.
Soldak raised his wine glass and said to the Great Swordsman Chester,
You really work hard enough.
Swordsman Chester raised his glass and said with a smile, Soldak's 100,000 Lord army has been resting in Wilk City for nearly a week. The portal pass in Wilk City has not been approved for a long time. Of course, the military department has an unimpeded journey. The problem is the approval process here in the House of Representatives. The lords in Wilk City are waiting and watching. And everyone wants to know how Soldak will solve this matter. Many lords speculated that Cerdak would seek support from Bena City. But what everyone didn't expect was that Lord Cerdak didn't seem to be in a hurry. During the time he was stationed outside Wilk City, Cerdak unexpectedly began to reorganize the Lord's army. And a group of outstanding first-turn knights changed into magic pattern structures outside Wilk City. Cerdak re-established 2 construct knights outside Wilk City. The biggest difference between the 2 construct knights is the 500 green scale horses and the 500 magic pattern war horses. In addition, the new construct knights, they all wore the same magic pattern structure. The black armor paired with the magic copper pattern made the entire construct knights look murderous. The 2 construct knights brought great benefits to the lords of Wilk City. Pressure. These war horses have ghost patterned hard armor on their bodies. Construct the standard knight's lance, knight sword and light shield. On the sand hill outside the city, the flag of Lord Soldak's army was flying. In the end, the lords in the city couldn't keep their composure and finally sent the portal pass to Lord Cerdak. Chapter 1340 War Concept. When Lord Cerdak's army entered the Belan Plain last year, Cerdak only had 240 construct knights in Doden town. Now that this lord's army has left Belan, Cerdak's lord's private army of constructed knights has grown to nearly 1,000 people, forming 2 complete constructed knights. Of these 2 constructed knights, one will stay in the Belan Plain and continue to be stationed in Doden town. This first knight will be led by Andrew, and the other constructed knights will return with Cerdak. In the Gonbu Plain, this time Gary Decker and Samira return to Rit City with Cerdak. So the second knights will be led by Gary Decker. The huge profits earned from the Plain War have given Cerdak the capital to expand his army. The Darkworm Valley he occupies will continue to send out ghost-marked red ants every month. These red ants will become Cerdak's army. A stable income. 100,000 Lord Army soldiers marched through the portal in Wilk City, passed through the back garden of Duke Newman's mansion, and quickly left the city through the north gate of Bena City. They also had to rest in a temporary barracks outside the city for 3 days. Cerdak did not need to pay a toll when entering the Belan Plain, but during the return process, he needed to pay a high toll to the Bena province. Although Cerdak has now become the largest lord in the Belan Plain, the Belan Plain is actually owned by the Newman family. It is just that the Newman family has no energy to develop this plain in recent years. So the Belan Plain has been created. There are many nobles and lords gathered, but there is no real leader. This is very different from the Gonbu Plain. Most of the territory of the Gonbu Plain currently belongs to Cerdak, so he is also the manager of this plain. Between Makuso City and Rit City in the Gonbu Plain, the portal maintenance fees and a series of benefits are all owned by Cerdak. In the past year or so, this portal has brought almost no income to Cerdak. Almost all the taxes collected by the business groups through the portal were thrown into the daily maintenance of the portal and the loss of magic crystals. The cave does not require Cerdak to put money into it, which already makes Cerdak very satisfied. The Lord's army entered Bena City just around dusk in the evening, and there were still a large number of pedestrians on the street. In order to ensure that the Lord army could leave Bena City smoothly, the entire road from Duke Newman's palace to the north gate of the city was guarded by the knights of the Bena City Guard camp. The residents of the city only heard that this was an army from the Belan Plain. The returning Lord army had won a great victory in the Belan Plain, although the information they knew was very limited. It did not prevent them from flocking to the streets to cheer for the triumphant Lord army. The province of Bina lacks such a victory, especially since Duke Numan and the Bina army are still stuck in the Warsaw Plain and cannot break out of that quagmire. The people in the Bina province are tired of the war and have reached its peak. In fact, Duke Numan's prestige has continued to decline during this period. The people of Bina already have mixed praise and criticism for this duke. Cerdak was the last to leave Duke Numan's mansion. He and each captain of the Lord's army checked the number of soldiers passing through the portal to ensure that none of these Lord's army soldiers returned to Bina city. After these matters were dealt with, Gary Decker and Samira returned to the temporary military camp outside Bina city, and Soldak also made a trip to the Marquis Luther's mansion. Currently, Cerdak's army of 100,000 lords is considered a force that cannot be underestimated in the Bina province. For the rapid rise of Cerdak, many old nobles in the Bina province could not even react. The army was expanding too fast. And this was a coalition of lords, including the Collins family and the Owen family, the Langdon family, a large lord who occupies a city in the Bina province. If you want to suppress this army of lords, you must definitely consider whether the other big lords will counterattack accordingly. The name Lord Cerdak also spread from the mouths of these family members. After all, no one would hide the news of victory. This war to expand the territory of the Belan Plain went so smoothly. There was no reason not to publicize it to the outside world. In the end, some nobles from Bina city came to Marquis Luther to inquire about Soldak. When they heard that Soldak's noble status was due to Marquis Luther, a joint letter of recommendation was sent to His Majesty Charles. And the nobles who had received special approval could not help but praise Marquis Luther for his accuracy in judging people. Soldak rode his horse to the Marquis Luther's mansion alone, and found that the spacious front courtyard was actually filled with all kinds of gorgeous magic caravans. Butler Kenneth stood at the door, seemingly waiting for it. Cerdak. He saw Soldak coming on horseback alone, and immediately hurried up to meet him. Count Soldak, the Marquis is waiting for you in the living room. Many nobles came to the Marquis mansion today. Butler Kenneth had a very good memory. He almost introduced the nobles waiting for Cerdak in the living room in detail, and also described their appearance and characteristics very clearly. When Cerdak followed Kin, Butler Nice walked into the hall of the Marquis mansion. Soldak first saluted Marquis Luther, and then politely greeted the nobles in the hall very naturally. What surprised everyone was that they had only met once or twice, and some people had never even seen Cerdak. But Cerdak could still accurately name them, which made these nobles feel deeply great respect. These people are almost all thinking the same thing. Look, Lord Cerdak actually remembers me. Look, Lord Cerdak actually knows me. In fact, among the noble lords in the hall, if it hadn't been for Butler Kenneth's temporary reminder, not many of them would have been able to call out their names. The first sentence you say makes people feel very happy, and the subsequent chat will become very enjoyable. Many nobles have a very good first impression of Cerdak. At least he is not the kind of arrogant, lonely, eccentric young noble general who is only good at fighting but not good at socializing. Moreover, he clearly bears the traces of the Luther family. Label, standing next to Marquis Luther, putting on a very humble look, with a faint smile on his face, which immediately won the recognition of many lords. Luther, we are really impressed by your ability to look at people. You know that I have a total of 19 daughters. And now I have married 17 of them, and all their husbands combined can't compare to you. This son-in-law, a white-haired old nobleman standing next to Marquis Luther, said with a smile. Job, do you want to introduce your little daughter to Duck in front of me? Marquis Luther joked. I do have such an idea. The two seemed to have a very familiar relationship and spoke very casually. Lord Dark, I heard that you have opened up a large area of land to the northeast in Belen this time. Do you have any plans for the next step? Some other nobles couldn't help but take the opportunity to ask. Well, for the time being, the army may need to rest for a while. Besides, I have provoked the northern rocks this time. For a long time to come, I will mainly focus on defending against the northern rocks. Soldak stood beside Marquis Luther. Around him, he patiently dealt with the nobles who crowded forward and asked him about his recent battle plan. The nobles were obviously not satisfied with Cerdak's answer. You suddenly led your army back to Gonbu this time. Are you ready for the next battle target? The nobles asked. Cerdak pondered for a moment before saying, in fact, no. This time I led the army back to Gonbu just to further stabilize the situation in the Gonbu plain. In addition, I returned to Rit City this time to rest for a while. They chatted until very late, but the nobles were unable to get any useful information from Cerdak. In fact,
The reason why Surdak returned to River City early this time was really to accompany Hathaway during her pregnancy. This approach is simply unimaginable in the eyes of the Bena nobles. Even Marquis Luther felt that Suldak doted on Hathaway a little too much. Almost every noble lord of the Bena province has several wives. If they are like Surdak, and every wife has to come back to accompany her when she is about to give birth, then most noble lords will either accompany their wives to give birth or go home to accompany their wives to give birth. Marquis Luther also implicitly said that Surdak did not need to do this. But this did not shake Surdak's determination to return to Lut City. After all, this child was his true love after he came to this world. Bloodline. But Suldak didn't think so. No matter what, he hoped to be there when the child was born. In fact, Marquis Luther is also looking forward to this child. No matter whether Hathaway is a boy or a girl, this child is the future successor of the Luther family in the true sense. Suldak always accompanied Marquis Luther, and the two of them sent these noble lords out of the Marquis mansion. It wasn't until the last nobleman left in the magic caravan that Marquis Luther let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Suldak with admiration. Returning to the Marquis mansion, the servants in the mansion, led by the housekeeper, began to clean up the messy hall.
If you're not sleepy, come with me upstairs and sit for a while,
Marquis Luther said to Suldak.
I thought you would follow closely and deal with the group of rocks in the north.
Marquis Luther was sitting on the sofa on the second-floor terrace. The maid brought a plate of fragrant black tea, and he said to Suldak. Suldak sat opposite Marquis Luther, shook his head and said,
For the time being, we do not have the conditions to deal with the Pignot. The sky-shooting crossbows purchased last week just arrived in Wilkes. We want to use these sky-shooting crossbows.
It will take at least 3 months for it to be fully settled. In addition, I have also ordered 5 magic airships. The delivery period will be 1 year later. I think that at least until these 5 magic airships arrive in the Belan Plain, we will have some foothold in the sky and be able to fight in the air battle. Show some power. Otherwise, if we just advance from the ground, we won't pose much of a threat to those rock birds in the north.
Suldak held hot tea and glanced at the brightly lit Bena city in the distance. Marquis Luther said at this time,
I was worried that you would be carried away by these 2 victories and want to rush to the north. I didn't expect that you were more rational than me. Your analysis is not wrong at all. Those Pung the bird's habitat is not accessible to us cavalry and infantry. Their nest is called Eagle's Nest Mountain, which is located on the top of the northern cliff. I don't know if a magic airship can fly there. Back then, a great swordsman who was half a step into the legend discovered the nest of the northern rock. It was he who also assisted the Bena Legion in establishing such a large occupied area in the Belan Plain. He was also working with the Rock King at that time. We signed an agreement not to interfere with each other. Now the great swordsman has already entered the 4th level of the legendary Holy Sword. He entered the Outer Realm and traveled among the stars decades ago. No one in Bena province currently knows the specific location of the Eagle's Nest.
Surdak didn't speak for a long time, and after being silent for a while, he said,
I plan to build a line of defense on the Thorny Mountain to resist those rocks. I will build more than a dozen anti-air defense fortresses on the Thorny Mountain. The local tribes and aborigines will control the access to the air. The mountain path at the top of the mountain. The Thorny Mountains are so long. A few defensive fortresses can't stop those rocks.
Marquis Luther shook his head and rejected Suldak's proposal. At this time, Lady Marian walked into the terrace from the arch and asked Marquis Luther,
Would you like to prepare something for you to eat? No. Dark and I will just sit here for a while.
Marquis Luther patted Madame Marian's hand, and then said,
He was worried about Hathaway, so he hastily ended by Lynn's Plain. War. Rushing back to Rith City. I simply don't know what to say to him. If you can stay in the Belan Plain for 2 more months, there will be a large area of land around the 3 Rivers Plain waiting for you to add to your territory.
Marquis Luther said the latter sentence to Suldak. Surdak smiled and responded,
I have given up the entire 3 Rivers Plain to other lords. What's the point of fighting for the corner of the land? The land in the Belan Plain is so big. If you want to expand the territory, whether it's Invercargill Forest to the west or the 3 Rivers Plains to the south, it's easy.
Seeing that Suldak was confident, Marquis Luther asked,
So, are you going to go west or south next? I haven't thought about it yet. I launched the Plain War this time. In fact, I just wanted to raise a startup fund for Leite City's Hanging Garden and Talapagan Highway. So the next step should be to build Leite City and Makuso City. Strive to transform the Gombu Plain into a plain suitable for tourism.
Suldak smiled, and once again told Marquis Luther his original intention. Although he had said it many times, Marquis Luther listened the most seriously this time.
So you returned to Lit City this time just to settle down and start construction?
Marquis Luther asked. Soldak nodded, and then added,
Of course. The construction of Invercargill Forest and Darkworm Valley in the White Forest Plain will not be left behind.
Marquis Luther looked at Soldak speechlessly, and suddenly found that he could not say a word. Chapter 1341 Return to Ruth. Soldak stayed one night in the tower room where Hathaway used to live. The furnishings were still as they were before. It could be seen that the servants often cleaned this room. The herbs on the windowsill grew very lushly, with countless leaf stems hanging from the windowsill. It looks like a green waterfall. You can also see the beautiful night view of the whole city when you open the window. This dimly lit city is still extremely brilliant. The top shops on the main streets are almost always open all night, and the real rest time is from dawn to noon. After once again rejecting the maid arranged by Lady Marian, Marquis Luther and Lady Marian saw the lights in the room on the tower go out. They walked back to the bedroom from the window. Under the service of the maid, Lady Marian changed into nightgown. Marquis Luther sat back on the sofa, one arm resting on the back of the sofa, the other hand pinching his eyebrows, and said slowly,
Back then, Duke Newman and the Bena army were not confident enough to completely eradicate the ant nest of the red ants with ghost stripes. Do you know the reason?
Mrs. Marian dismissed the maid beside her, adjusted the tassels of her silk shawl, walked to Marquis Luther and sat down. Without speaking, she knew that what Marquis Luther needed at this time was an audience who would not reveal any secrets. And she did a better job than Mabel and Cece at this point. Marquis Luther opened his eyes, picked up the water glass on the coffee table, took a sip of warm tea, and continued.
When the constructed swordsmen of the Bena Legion entered the ant nests to fight, they found that the ant nests were the main battlefield of the ghost-marked red ants. The swarms of red ants could continuously pour in from all directions, and the underground ant nests were like a huge in the underground palace. There are not hundreds of thousands of warriors who cannot fill the battlefield there. So we retreated from the ant nest in the Darkworm Valley.
After hearing what Marquis Luther said, Lady Marian understood that victory in this plain war did not seem to be that easy.
Didn't Kiki win the war?
Asked Mrs. Marian. Marquis Luther nodded and said,
That's why he impressed the lords in Bena City. No one thought that he could succeed this time. In fact, with the current combat strength of his lord army, he can include the Three Rivers Plain. Even if the territory is a big profit, he has shown good water control ability in the deserted land of Helensa City. When he went to Milan, he once said to me, If you want to occupy the Three Rivers Plain, pinch it. These three rivers hold the lifeblood of the entire plain. Whether it is the group of newts, ghost snakes, giant swamp crocodiles, or giant red-backed turtles, once they leave the waters where they live, their combat power will be greatly weakened. It is only a matter of time before they capture the Three Rivers Plain.
Mrs. Marian sat aside and listened quietly.
In the 2 years since he was stationed in Milan, he has seen many things more clearly than I can. In order to control the rivers in the Three Rivers Plain, he built a large dam on the upper reaches of the river, and even whimsically connected the canyons into one reservoir. I didn't even know he had such a large number of outstanding craftsmen under him.
Marquis Luther sighed softly. Mrs. Marian asked strangely,
He performed so well on the battlefield. Wasn't it exactly what you expected? But why are you still frowning?
Marquis Luther waved his hand and said to Mrs. Marian,
Archduke Newman wrote me a letter. The Warsaw Plain needs someone to break the situation. He asked me in detail about some of Dark's situation.
Madame Marian covered her mouth with her hands and asked with a surprised look on her face.
You mean Archduke Newman wants to transfer him to the Warsaw Plain?
Marquis Luther sighed and nodded slightly.
What does Duck think?
Mrs. Marian asked with a worried look. Marquis Luther sighed and said,
You may not know yet, but he served 4 years of military service in the Warsaw Plain. It is said that the heavy armored infantry regiment he was in was completely destroyed in the Battle of Moenling. So this matter has always been stuck in his heart. And his response is to advance to the Warsaw Plain after Hathaway successfully gives birth to the child.
Mrs. Marian was stunned. This answer was so natural, but it came a little suddenly. She walked to Marquis Luther and rested her head on Marquis Luther's shoulder. She did not say any words to comfort him. Nor did Marquis Luther need her to comfort. On the contrary, Marquis Luther spoke to comfort Lady Marian at this time, saying,
He is now the great lord of the plain, and he has several very good followers around him. So there is no need to worry about his safety.
Mrs. Marian asked again,
What should Bai Lin do?
Marquis Luther waved his hand and then said,
"The power he has there is much greater than you think. Do you know where the most elite warriors of his lord army come from? Those from the Belan Plain. The Aborigines joined on their own initiative. One thing I have never understood is why those Aborigines are proud to join Lord Serdak's army."
After hearing Marquis Luther say this, Lady Marian had an almost completely new understanding of Serdak. She was a little excited and worried at the same time, and sighed.
"Our women marry really good people,"
Marquis Luther also said with deep emotion.
"Yes, based on what he has done so far. His name is destined to be engraved on the monument in the Heroes Square in Bena City."
1. No words at night. Serdak did not stay longer in Bena City. As the great lord of the Ganbu Plain, he needed to return to his territory quickly after the Plain War ended. At the airport terminal outside Bena City, Serdak directly rented a magic airship and returned to Rit City with Gulaitam, Samira, Gary Decker, and 500 construct knights. The 100,000 lords' army staying in the dying camp, as well as the large number of military equipment and equipment traveling with the army, will return to Rit City by land. This time Serdak won a great victory in the Belan Plain, so he took action with great courage. The large army of the Lord Army marched on land, and actually entrusted the military trading company to hire nearly 2,000 four-wheeled trucks. In addition, the Thunder Rhinoceros trading group of merchant Malacom followed behind. Serdak was still in the Belan Plain this time. 5,000 ancient Borai war horses were purchased on the pasture. These means of transportation allowed all the Lord Army soldiers to ride in carriages on their way back, and some of them rode horses. The Lord's army returned to Lut City in mighty force. The captain of the magic airship ordered his people to clean the most luxurious room on the airship and graciously invited Lord Serdak to move in. I originally thought that Samira and Gary Decker were the women around Serdak, and arranged for them to stay in this luxurious room. Then I discovered that those two beautiful ladies were actually Lord Serdak followers. Obviously, Lord Serdak was not satisfied with this, and actually asked the crew about the airship captain in private. After some alert crew members informed the captain of the news, the airship captain immediately hid in the captain's cabin and did not dare to show up easily. Amidst the buzzing sound of the floating device, the airship slowly passed through the clouds and rose into the high-altitude wind layer. During the process of searching for the channel, half of the sails raised by the 5 masts of the airship continued to bulge, making the airship appear a little bumpy. Serdak pushed the door open and walked out of the cabin, just in time to see the two-headed ogre sitting on the deck chewing on the crunchy red ant legs. When he saw Serdak coming out, shaking the crunchy red ant legs in his hand, he signaled to Su Erdak, "Let's eat together." Serdak immediately waved his hand. He knew, the ogre is only really polite to you when you invite others to eat together. Turn around and walk into the cabin below the deck. The cabin here can accommodate 4 people in one room. There are more than 50 rooms on the first floor. There are 2 floors below the deck, and there are 4 floors above the deck where the crew basically live. On the second level below the deck. Below the deck does not seem depressing, but the space is very small, and Serdak needs to lower his head all the way to pass through the corridor. Most of the construct knights were lying on single beds in the cabin, and some were sitting by the circular windows, looking at the sea of clouds outside. Serdak walked around on the next level, and he told these knights, after the airship enters the wind and flow layer and flies smoothly, you can walk around on the deck more. In addition, the restaurant on the magic airship will be available all day long. Open, and told them not to forget to order a delicious dinner for themselves while admiring the sea of clouds. The construct knights on the ship were greatly moved by Lord Serdak's reminder. These people are basically the elite knights of the rebel army in the Ganbu Plain. They stood out in several battles, and were lucky enough to be selected as the constructed knights when Serdak formed the constructed knights this time. Serdak inspected the ship before ascending to the 4th floor of the ship and walked into the captain's cabin, which was not too big. When the captain saw Lord Serdak coming to him in person so quickly, he was so frightened that his hands shook violently when he entered the door. But his face was immediately filled with a flattering smile. Generally speaking, noble lords who can afford airship travel are very powerful, and these noble lords are also not petty. Serdak walked into the captain's cabin. The blonde captain immediately handed the steering wheel to the first mate and walked up to Serdak himself. Before he could speak, Serdak asked him,
"How many floating devices does your magic airship have? How many people can it carry at most?"
The blonde captain was obviously startled, and then he realized that Serdak might not be here to trouble him, and he immediately replied very humbly,
"With 16 floating devices, 500 constructed knights, and war horses is its maximum load capacity. This magic airship is still a little behind the large airships. but it is already a passenger airship with very good performance. In fact, when Serdek rented the magic airship, he chose the magic airship with the largest carrying capacity at the airport terminal. Serdek nodded slightly, and then asked, I want to know the difference between magic airships and military magic airships. I mean those airships that can fight in the air. Only then did the airship captain realize that the Lord was more interested in magic airships. So he said diligently, Do you want to know about those floating battleships? Compared with this kind of civilian magic airship. First of all, it does not have magic cannons, and it does not have a defensive magic pattern array. The strongest point of the floating battleship is that the entire ship is at least there must be a large defensive array with more than 10 layers to ensure sufficient resistance when attacked by the enemy. Another difference is that the carrying principle of civilian magic airships is that the airship relies on a floating device to enter the wind and flow layer in the sky, which is what we usually call the sky channel, and relies on sails to move quickly in the wind and flow layer. It is necessary to adjust the course and use the power of the wind to make the airship reach its destination. The only source of magical power is to supply 16 flotation devices to keep the airship floating stably in the air. But this is not the case for aerial battleships. The power source is several times larger than that of civilians, and it is divided into various parts, which respectively supply aeronautical devices, defensive arrays, boosters, and magic cannons. Aerial battleships may usually be it relies on the wind layer to fly, but when fighting, it requires a powerful magic booster, and once it enters combat mode, it consumes an unusually large amount of magic crystals, which is the biggest reason why floating battleships are so rare. As far as I know, in our Bena City, only Archduke Newman has 7 floating battleships, and they are still parked at his private airport dock all year round and rarely used. Serdek said with some surprise. You seem to know these things very well. The captain made no secret of it, patted his chest directly, gave Serdek a military salute and said, Of course, I was a second-class crew member on the Newman Archduke 6 floating battleship, and later retired. Only then did he become the captain of this airship. In the eyes of the other crew members on the magic airship, Lord Serdek seemed to enjoy chatting with their captain. After the airship entered the channel, the captain asked the first mate to control the airship, while he personally took Serdek to visit the entire airship, and diligently introduced to him the main structure of each part of the entire airship, and gestured around, explained some of the arrangements on those floating battleships. Only then did Serdek know that the Green Empire actually had such floating battleships for a long time. However, these floating battleships were not only expensive to build, but once they were in operation, they simply used magic crystals as briquettes to burn. The Grand Dukes with rich families would not easily dispatch floating battleships. Serdek and the captain got on very well with each other, so Serdek felt that the journey passed very quickly, and he arrived at Ruth City without even realizing it. The Ruth City airport terminal is still the same as before, except that there are some round marble columns on the city walls around the airport pier. These marble columns are carved with exquisite reliefs, and on the top of the columns, some 20 spans are being erected, arched stone beams of several meters. The platforms of these stone beams are even as high as the platforms of the airport terminal towers. There are at least 1,000 of these marble columns erected on the city walls throughout the city. Chapter 1342 Tourism Commune. The fields were filled with fresh green, with only the area of the abandoned mine still looking desolate. A road just passed through that area, and the other end of the road should connect the Eusebius Manor and the small town of Hammond. Some shops and warehouses have been built on both sides of the road near Ruth City. Many vehicles are driving on this avenue, especially four-wheeled carriages transporting volcanic ash and some stones. It became a long queue. The new leaves grown on the trees in the city have already formed a shade. The airport terminal next to the West City Wall and the surrounding streets were crowded with people who came to attend the welcoming ceremony. Those who gathered near the airport terminal were basically some nobles were dressed in gorgeous clothes, and the crowd scattered in the surrounding streets and alleys were citizens. Many citizens even stood on the roofs around the airport terminal. Some people sat cautiously on the roof ridges, while others held their hands on the chimneys of their houses and waved to the magic airship slowly falling in the sky. The entire business district of Ruth City was packed with people, standing on the side of the ship. Serdek could clearly hear the cheers coming from below. When the magic airship stopped steadily on the platform of the airport terminal, the huge hull and the platform's anti-collision plate shook violently. The crew immediately threw the ropes from the ship to the platform. On the platform, the dock workers tied the ropes to the iron on the pile. As the winch on the iron pile rotated a little bit,
The magic airship leaned tightly against the platform's collision plate. Then the door on the ship's side was opened, and the crew carried the wooden passage from the deck. At this moment, groups of construct knights were standing neatly on the airship deck. Surdak, Samira, and Gary Decker were the first to step off the magic airship. The moment Surdak stepped off the airship, a wave of cheers erupted at the airport terminal. Among the Lut City officials waiting on the airport platform, Financial Officer Kurt Lady, Logistics Minister Alan Benton, and Guard Battalion Chief Nathaniel Molly stood at the front. Barentino, Charlie, and Luke were also standing in the crowd. All the nobles in Rit City, and some nobles who came from Makuso City after hearing the news, stood on both sides of the corridor at the airport terminal. Everyone was rushing to greet Suldak when they returned from Benes City. Obviously, it was this expedition to the Belan Plain that allowed Surdak to completely secure his position as the consul of Lut City and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, in front of a great lord with a large army. The petty affairs among nobles are not worth mentioning. Thea and Beatrice, who were dressed in costumes, were also waiting at the front of the fighting stage. When they saw Surdak coming down, Beatrice stepped forward and gave Surdak a warm hug and a kiss. Beatrice closed her eyes and was a little intoxicated. Then came Sia with a bright face. This Jana girl is now more and more familiar with imperial costumes. She is obviously as beautiful as an airport, but she uses a tight corset to squeeze out a piece of snow-white chest. The Empire's Loka dress actually allowed Surdak to see a deep groove that belonged to her.
How are you doing?
Suldak asked.
Very good, but it would be better if you came back,
Thea said with a smile. And then she followed Beatrice's example and walked up to Samira and Carrie Decker, giving them a big hug. Embrace.
Are the government affairs going smoothly in Rit City?
Suldak asked Financial Officer Kurt, who was standing aside.
Lord Consul, everything goes well.
Financial Officer Kurt bowed and saluted. Surdak looked around, and then walked down the high tower of the airport terminal surrounded by everyone. Almost all the nobles in the city came to attend the welcoming ceremony, especially some young noble ladies, almost all of whom were dressed in the most beautiful clothes. Dress, squeezed into the front of the crowd, holding flowers in hand to welcome Surdak. They were also very much looking forward to the fact that it's such a grand welcome ceremony. The Archon's male hormones would erupt like a volcano, just like other triumphant heroes who would hug a young and beautiful girl and kiss her passionately. Even in the street, it doesn't matter how rude the action is. For them, although the chance of being selected is a bit small, this is also a rare and good opportunity to marry this great lord. However, it was obvious that these noble ladies had made a wrong calculation. They knew the women accompanying Surdak on the left and right sides. The Miss C on the left was the assistant to the consul of Surdak in Lut City, and the one on the right, that one was Lady Beatrice, the wife of the consul of Surdak. The flowers and applause along the way made Suldak completely feel the joy of victory. Surdak walked out of the airport terminal and did not deliver a triumphal speech to the citizens. Instead, he hurriedly boarded a magic caravan and galloped on the narrow road, returning to the castle in Rit City without stopping. Seeing that Archon Suldak did not stay at the airport terminal, the citizens realized that this Archon seemed to miss his pregnant wife at home as rumored. So he ended the war in the Belan Plain early. Seeing the gorgeous magic caravan disappearing around the corner of the street, all the nobles and commoners couldn't help but look at each other. Hathaway stood in front of the steps of the castle. She saw the magic airship slowly falling from the airport terminal in the distance. She also knew that Surdak must be on that airship, but she didn't expect that Surdak would be like this. Hurry back. Not even 2/4 of an hour has passed since the magic airship slowly descended to Suldak, appearing in front of her eyes. Hathaway was wearing a loose long skirt, holding her heavy belly slightly with her hands. Just like that. Standing on the steps with a smile. The smile in her eyes was so gentle. Although her beautiful face was slightly swollen and her figure was greatly out of shape, her smile did not change at all. Suldak jumped out of the carriage, quickly climbed up the steps in front of the castle, and quickly came to Hathaway. He was panting slightly, but that was definitely not because of crossing the dozens of steps in front of him. As a second-level expert, he would not be out of breath even if he climbed a high mountain on foot. He was a little excited and didn't know where to put his hands. He could feel a living life growing in Hathaway's belly. His body suddenly felt a suffocating shiver, as if his naked body had been poured over his head with a basin of cold water. Hathaway raised her head and looked at Suldak's stubbled face, tears of joy flashing in her eyes, and her pursed lips raised slightly. Surdak knelt on one knee in front of her, put his head on her belly, and listened quietly to the weak heartbeat. Every time the little heart beat, It seemed to jump into his heart.
Our child is very healthy.
Hathaway rubbed Soldak's hair with both hands and said to him gently,
Oh, he seemed to know that I was back. He moved in his stomach and welcomed me.
Soldak said loudly in surprise.
I didn't know he actually liked children so much.
Sia, who was standing behind, said with some amusement. She lowered her head and looked at her belly, imagining whether the hybrid she gave birth to from the Empire would also be Jana. Thinking of this, she felt a little envious of Samira. At least if she combined with a half-elf, there wouldn't be any blood. Many humans are even proud of their elven blood.
Dak is different from other Imperial people,
Beatrice said with some pride, standing next to Thea. Thea turned her head and looked at Samira beside her, then at Beatrice, and said like a proud princess,
Of course. We all know this.
Beatrice gently tugged on the hem of her skirt with one hand, thinking about how she could work harder at night. Soldak soon fell into the rhythm of life of the nobles. He would sleep until he woke up naturally every day, and then go to the city hall to deal with not too many official duties. In fact, Root City's city hall has become accustomed to the days without Soldak. Everyone performs their duties, and nothing big has happened recently. So Soldak sat in the office and just looked at Sia, holding a stack of papers, running back and forth between sections. After he finished a small plate of berries and was about to move around, he found that Sia had come back in a hurry, quickly packed up his desk, and then said to Soldak,
Okay, here it is. The matter has been dealt with. Let's go!
So while sitting in the magic caravan, Soldak couldn't help but sigh at what a wise choice it was to let Thea stay. She seemed to be able to handle these government affairs easily, and her eyes, as blue as lake water, remained the same. It's so clear.
Thea, how is your plan to save the mermaid going?
Sitting on the soft leather sofa in the carriage, Soldak asked Thea, who was touching up her makeup opposite. Sia put down the small mirror in her hand and said very proudly,
I am still continuing to do it. I have invested almost all my savings in this. At present, I have bought back nearly 500 Janus tribes one after another, just from each sea area.
There are all of them. There are more in the Endless Sea and the Seven Realms Sea, and there are also those captured from the Twin Seas. But it is rare to buy male Jana. And now a small community has formed in Lake Noma.
The coachman raised his whip at the crossroads ahead, and the horse suddenly turned left. This direction was not the way back to the castle, but to the city center.
Where are we going? Makuso?
Soldak asked Sia. She raised her pointed chin and patted her fair neck with powder. Soldak knew that the beauty products developed by Sia and Hathaway were very popular among the ladies of Bina province and had great ability to attract money. But he did not expect that she would buy 500 of them without knowing it. Jana slaves. You must know that these Jana female slaves in the Bina province are not cheap. When Soldak saw Sia put in a glass jar and carried to the auction stage, he had no idea of buying it. The main reason was that it was expensive.
No. Let you take a look at our newly established tourism commune,
Sia replied, putting the mirror into her small shoulder bag.
Who are you with?
Soldak asked curiously. Thea said matter-of-factly,
Of course, it's Hathaway and Beatrice. With their participation, our travel commune can travel unimpeded in the Ganbu Plain, and it will also be protected by the official.
The carriage drove to the central square of Rit City. The portal was still exuding a halo of magic, and a large number of carriages were lining up to enter the portal.
It's quite lively here now,
Soldak said with emotion as he looked at the lively scene outside the car window. Sia casually replied,
Of course. These young adventure groups all want to try their luck in the collapsed land. Anyway, apart from the dangerous terrain, there are no other dangers there. So many newly formed adventure groups are love going there.
The magic caravan is in front of a 2-story building, which is directly opposite the square portal. The words Lit City Tourism Commune are hung on the plaque at the door. Soldak was the first to open the door and walk in, and saw 2 beautiful female receptionists in the hall. One was a young girl dressed as a rebel on the dry cloth plain. She was hung with simple fabrics, vines and leather, the mixed rainforest attire. The exposed skin has a natural wheat color, and the eyes have a wildness from the jungle. At a glance, you can tell that he is a southern native of the dry cloth plain. He has a very unique personality. The other one is even more special, standing under a waterfall. Only people coming from the door will emerge from the waterfall. It was a beautiful Jana. Her lower body still had a fishtail covered with scales. Her mermaid line and navel were exposed. There were 2 scallop LS attached to the bear. It looked heavy. It was much more material than Xiaku. She walking out of the waterfall. With wet hair. He smiled appropriately at the door. Sia, who was following Serdek, walked out, and the two girls obviously breathed a sigh of relief. How is business today?
Sia asked the two female receptionists. The Jana mermaid said in a somewhat convoluted imperial dialect.
We have just sent away 2 waves. The trip to the Sai Roman Plateau has been quite popular recently. Boss, you have to consider raising the price. Let's do this for now,
Sia said casually. Xia did not introduce Serdak's identity, but took out 2 picture albums and introduced to him the tourism projects of the tourism commune in detail. In fact, Xia's tourism commune currently only has 2 tourist routes. One is all the way north via Makusuo, arrive at Bella Norma Lake on the Salomon Plateau, and go along the Norma Glacier to see the waterfalls in the upper reaches. The other one is from Makuso City, passing Hatangata town, Takalai ruins, and arriving in Bansk go to the town to visit the collapsed land. Follow the river on the edge of Black Crow Ridge in the rainforest, and take a boat to the canyon town. In Soldak's opinion, of these 2 tourist routes, the second route is obviously more interesting. But since there is a group of Jana mermaids in Noma Lake, most tourists will choose to go to Noma River to see the snow-capped mountains and waterfalls.
How many tour groups can you have here a week?
Soldak asked Sia. Sia replied,
There are 1 or 2 almost every day. There are about 10 people in a tour group, which can just fill a magic caravan. If there are more people, it will be more picky. Such a small group is just right. In fact, many young adventure groups also choose our tour group.
While we were chatting, a group of young people opened the door and walked in outside. Chapter 1343 Ritz City. After these young people walked into the tourist commune, they walked straight to the front desk. They were wearing light leather armor, with some accessories hanging on the weapons on their waists, and exquisite gold and silver jewelry on their wrists. There was a sense of lightness in their steps. Serdak couldn't help but take a second look at the 2 beautiful girls. In fact, he was not attracted by the beauty of the young girl. In terms of pretty faces, few girls could compare to Thea and Samira. After all, one was a Jana mermaid, and the other was a half-elf. Soldak just saw the shadow of Hathaway and Beatrice in them. It seemed that they had just walked out of the Swordsman Academy. They were still relatively fresh, curious, and a little arrogant when facing the outside world. Several young men next to them took good care of them. Among them, the young swordsman who looked the most shrewd and capable asked the waitress in front of the bar.
Hello. If we want to go to the Noma River to see the waterfalls, how much does each person need to pay?
The mermaid lady of the Jana tribe was covered with wet water drops, and they kept dripping down. The charm of the alien race was infinitely amplified on her body. She introduced in a strange imperial language.
If you don't need any additional items, each person only needs 3 gold coins. The travel period will be about 3 weeks. We will arrange professional tour guides to provide you with professional services throughout the journey. These 3 gold coins include the 2 gold coins required to cross the portal. The other gold coin will cover your 3 simple meals a day, the cost of the magic caravan, and the accommodation expenses along the way. Stay in the most comfortable hotels in each town. Of course, if you want to eat something different along the way, you can choose to go out and find something to eat at a fancy restaurant. Or you can choose our luxury catering service, which is guaranteed to let you appreciate the charm of every small town along the way. Delicious food. If you have any ideas about a hotel with 4 people per room, you can also choose luxury accommodation service, where one person can stay in one room for the whole trip. If after arriving at Lake Noma, you still want to enjoy the sunset on the grassland with those mermaid ladies, this part of the cost will be calculated separately.
It can be seen that she has said these words many times, and she can even recite them fluently with her eyes closed. Sia was not in the hall at this time. She had just walked up to the second floor to handle some official business. Serdek was nestled alone on the sofa in the lounge area of the hall, with a cup of black tea on the table in front of him. He was also listening to the introduction from the mermaid lady of the Jana tribe. He didn't expect that Xia's travel agency was so cheap. For a journey across plains, ordinary people would have to spend at least 2 gold coins if they wanted to pass through the portal. The remaining 1 gold coin has to bear 21 days of living expenses and transportation expenses. It is difficult to imagine where the profit point of this tourism commune is. Is it also mandatory consumption? Serdek thought for a while and planned to mention it to Sia later. If this kind of thing is done too much, it may have a certain impact on local tourism. Just when he lowered his head and thought about something, a gentle voice suddenly came from beside him.
Mr. Knight, Are you also planning to travel to Ganbu? If you are going to visit Noma Lake, we will be together. No, I chose another route. I want to try my luck in the collapsed land.
Serdek raised his head, nodded slightly to the sweet-looking young female swordsman, and said casually. The young female swordsman showed a regretful expression and stepped back lightly. Her big white legs exposed under the leather armor moved like a nimble deer. But when she walked back to her companion, her voice was not so gentle. She covered her face with her hands to relieve her embarrassment, and said with some complaint,
Jackatru, why don't we go to the canyon town to see those strange houses on the rock wall?
The smart and capable male swordsman said gently.
Didn't everyone agree to go to Lake Noma to watch Miss Mermaid's water dance performance last night?
Someone on the side immediately echoed.
Please, let's not argue about this anymore.
Another young man took the opportunity to say,
Actually, I think the most worthwhile place to visit in the Ganbu Plain now is neither the canyon town nor Lake Noma, but Makuso on the other side of the portal. The streets there are now full of fresh elements. It's not easy to go to Makuso. As long as we line up, we can cross the gate.
The young swordsman named Jackatru said casually. Although the voices of their chat were kept low, it still could not escape Serdek's ears. A group of young people quickly paid the deposit, and Jackatru actually took out 3 magic crystals. When they reached the door of the tourist commune, the sweet-looking girl suddenly turned around, strode towards Serdek, and said softly,
Mr. Knight, can I have lunch with you? I know there is a restaurant not too far away that is very good for barbecue.
Serdek was just thinking about how to reject this group of young people from out of town when he saw Sia walking downstairs. She gently held up her sharp patterned dress with one hand and wore light makeup on her face, showing off a hint of a suppressive smile, and then said,
Sorry, he already promised to have lunch with me.
The young female swordsman looked at Sia and then at Serdek, her face showing a hint of indignation and disappointment towards Sia. She pouted her lips and turned around to leave without saying a word. Sia sat elegantly next to Serdek and teased him.
I didn't expect you to be quite popular with little girls.
When Serdek and Sia left the tourist commune, they saw several young people walking in together. They were also dressed as members of an adventure group, and they were also talking about traveling to the Ganbu Plain. Prepare some daily necessities here in Tekung. Many products here are very cheap. Serdek opened the window and waited until the carriage drove away from the street and merged into the traffic on the street, then smiled and asked Sia,
Do you provide any free services to young adventure group members? Why do so many adventure group members come to you?
Sia narrowed her big blue eyes and stared at Serdek suspiciously for a while, then explained,
I will teach them how to save money and enjoy better services when living outside. Whether it is there is a lot of knowledge involved in choosing a restaurant or a hotel. That's all?
Serdek didn't believe it. Sia, however, patted her chest and assured,
Well, that's it. It's very simple, isn't it? Many people are afraid of trouble, so they choose simpler ways when traveling. After all, 3 gold coins are valuable to many rich people. It's nothing at all. Didn't you drag the guests into a small wooden house and not allow them to come out without paying for some rocks?
Serdek asked tentatively.
Why do you have such evil thoughts?
Sia glanced at Serdek with disdain. Serdek said,
I just feel that the cost of 3 gold coins is not enough for them to complete a 3-week journey to the plain.
The topic returned to how to save money. Sia seemed to have a lot of experience with this. She clasped her fingers that were as white as mutton-fat jade and carefully considered it to Serdek.
Actually, it's okay to save money. Tour groups when passing through the portal. We only pay the toll tax for a passenger magic caravan. In fact, it only costs 5 gold coins. In addition, each town hotel and restaurant has a negotiated price. The magic caravan is our own. And a coachman, you only need to pay 60 silver coins per month with a guide. This is the highest commission standard in the industry in Rit City, so you still have to make money. But the profit is smaller. But you also said that when we move the dry cloth plain, the reputation has spread. And more people will be willing to come here to play in the future. And there will be more and more profit points. What we have to do now is to build up the reputation. What's more, those who are willing to join this kind of tour group always hope to live better and eat better.
Speaking of this, Sia chuckled like a cunning fox. Serdek thought about the tourism industry that was about to be developed in the Ganbu Plain, and said,
Yes, in the future, the Ganbu Plain will have to establish a reputation for tourism. The streets will be clean and tidy, and hotels, restaurants, and even street food will have some quality. We need to make great efforts to build some public facilities and at least make the roads smoother.
The magic caravan left the central square. There were many vehicles on the streets of Root City, half of which were trucks carrying various supplies. When such trucks passed through the portal, they still enjoyed the subsidies from Makuso City. That is, the toll tax can be deducted from the commercial tax of Makuso City. The central square is very lively, with many people busy here. It's hard to see those idle homeless people on the streets. It is said that these homeless people are currently under the unified management of the City Sanitation Bureau. As long as they can still work, they have to go out to sweep the road and take out the garbage every early morning. There are no stray children on the street. According to Serdak's requirements, all these children must be rescued by Root City. When they become adults, they must work for this city, or simply be transferred to a small town in the Ganbu Plain. He works as a civil servant until he pays off all the debts he owes before he can regain his freedom. Therefore, the public benches on the streets of this city are not beds for homeless people. The trash cans and alleys behind restaurants are not dining tables for homeless children. And the bridges under the bridge are not temporary residences for homeless elderly people. Although these systems have been implemented, and Soldak will mobilize a large amount of expenditure every month, there is no detailed research on the specific effects. Anyway, at least it's hard to see those homeless people on the streets anymore. The magic caravan arrived at the dining plaza. Today, the dining plaza has been completely built. The entire food plaza has public drinking water facilities and toilets, as well as public dining areas. Rows of shops wish they could have their kitchens outside. The smell of barbecue and seafood flooded throughout the streets. The entire dining area was crowded with diners, and the bustling crowd gathered into a stream of people and poured into the food square. This place has become the most prosperous place in Root City. Soldak and Sia did not follow the crowd into the restaurant square. They sat in the magic caravan and looked at the lively scene inside through the car window. It was just a magic caravan that was parked on the street. Soon this attracted the attention of the patrolling knights of the guard camp. Sia asked with some envy,
How did you know that this place will become more and more lively? Although this is a slum area, it is located near the gate of Root City. It has a natural geographical advantage. This is the first place that foreign businessmen see when entering Root City. And when it comes to catering, many restaurants have to only by concentrating them together can we have a competitive advantage. Because when many people want to eat something good, they actually don't know what they want to eat. It's always good to have more choices. So there is such a dining plaza,
Soldak said slowly.
There is another group of consumers here,
which are some foreign businessmen. Look at that group of people. They have just arrived in Root City and are new here. They will naturally choose to eat in crowded places. Because restaurants with many people, it won't taste too bad. Since these restaurants are open to the general public and are not specifically designed to serve the nobility. Of course, they must be built in places with the largest customer flow.
Serdak looked at the bustling street market and could no longer remember the way the steelwork shops looked with their chimneys.
This has become the most lively place in Root City at night.
Tia continued to sigh. 2 guard camp knights riding horses slowly came over and stopped next to the magic caravan. Serdak's magic caravan didn't have any noble emblems, and it looked just a little more luxurious than the magic caravans that could be hired on the streets. The guard camp knight came over, knocked on the window with his knuckles, and made a look inside the car. A gesture to leave quickly. Another knight from the guard camp said to the coachman seriously,
There is so much traffic here. Why are you still parking here? Do you recognize the sign in front of the no parking area? Leave as soon as possible. Otherwise you will be fined.
The coachman was slightly startled, and just as he was about to open his mouth to identify himself, the front window of the carriage behind was pushed open by Soldak with his hand, and Soldak was heard saying to the 2 knights,
We'll leave here.
When the coachman heard what Archon Soldak said, he glanced at the 2 knights of the guard camp speechlessly, raised his whip and pointed it on the horse's buttocks. The magic caravan began to move forward slowly, and then merged into the crowded traffic.
Hey! There are actually some knights in the guard camp who don't recognize you.
Sia sat in the carriage, covering her mouth and laughing.
What's so strange about this? You can't expect that every one of the 3,000 knights in the guard camp will know me. Besides, even if they know me, there's nothing wrong with enforcing the law like this. I have to abide by these rules.
Serdak leaned on the leather sofa in the carriage and replied in a good mood. Chapter 1344 Golden Whistle. The magic caravan stopped at the south gate of Root City. Serdak took the lead in opening the door and jumped out of the car. Looking up at the tall city gate, there are 6 magic bed crossbows placed side by side on the huge arrow tower at the top. However, These magic weapons are covered by tarpaulins and tied with black chains. Under the city wall are some warehouses for military supplies. Although the entire city wall, it has been well repaired, and many dilapidated areas have been filled with porcelainic cement. And craftsmen have also retained the original wall gaps. The sky garden at the city gate has almost been built. Stone pillars more than 20 meters high rise from the city wall, dragging huge arched stone beams. These stone beams form a huge aerial corridor above the city wall. The dense construction wooden frames have been removed one after another, exposing the entire city gate. At the top of the city gate is a beautiful hanging garden. Many businessmen from other places who come to Root City for the first time will be attracted by the magnificent buildings above the city gate. The passage at the city gate was busy with traffic. A large number of four-wheeled carriages carrying supplies entered Root City in a long queue from outside. Surdak saw that these four-wheeled carriages were not only loaded with food, but also some meat and dry goods, cloth, ironware. The items are very miscellaneous, and it can be seen that they are all transported to the dry cloth plain,
where are so many supplies shipped every day.
Surdak didn't think the residents of the Ganbu Plain had such a high spending power.
Well, the war against the low-level demons in the Ganbu Plain was victorious. Many lords of Tarapa Gan would also secretly go to Makuso City. It is said that they wanted to learn some details of the battle at that time in the city. After all, it was not necessarily where God. They will also encounter similar situations.
Sia said as usual.
First it was the lords. And then, there were some knights and adventure groups who wanted to enter Ganbu and visit some of the famous war sites. In fact, our travel commune also has such tourism projects. And the war sites along the way are all visited by us. Attractions. Otherwise, why do you think there would be adventure groups willing to come to us? Currently, the permanent population of Makuso is less than 500,000. And the floating population is nearly 300,000. Even the townhouses in the outer city are almost full of residents. In addition, the repair of your outer city wall has been suspended. It has been parked for so long and has not been repaired. I heard that many citizens are complaining about this. You may not know yet, because Makuso City has implemented a transmission toll tax subsidy. And after the main road to Hammond Town was opened, supplies will be transported from the small towns around Makuso City to Makuso City. Is far less expensive than transporting supplies from the southern area of Tarapagan around Root City. So many businessmen will purchase supplies from Tanon and send them to Makuso. At least half of the daily necessities of the 800,000 citizens will be transported from Root City, which is why there are so many trucks in the city now.
After hearing what Thea said, Surdak slapped his forehead. The original purpose of these planes was to import resources into the Green Empire and maintain the prosperity of the Green Empire. Once the resources of these subplanes were exhausted, they would be overthrown by the lords. They abandoned. Unexpectedly, the current Ganbu plane is completely going in the opposite direction, and is currently absorbing various resources in Tanon to feed itself back. However, it is precisely this kind of business model that allowed Root City and Makuso City to return to their previous appearance in just 2 years, and even became much more prosperous than before. Now there are many commercial banks in the two cities, and the vitality can be felt throughout the city. Surdak climbed up the city wall along the narrow steps. There is currently no vertical lift in the Sky Garden. If you want to climb up to the Sky Garden, in addition to using the steps on the city wall, you have to climb 6 floors. A tall, simple wooden ladder. At present, the construction section at the city gate has been basically completed, and the Sky Garden has taken on what it should look like. In early spring, many green plants have been transplanted to the beams of the arch bridge. In the Soldak plan, the pillars and construction bridge will be covered with ivy, and 2 rows of tall hibiscus trees will need to be planted in the corridor above. A sky garden will surround half of Root City. Now that the part that has been repaired has exposed the tip of the iceberg, the citizens know that Surdak is so generous, and that in order to raise money to build the hanging garden, he still launched a plane war. Last autumn, there were still countless people who criticized this matter, but with the victory of the plane war, these objections were washed away by the tide of cheers after the victory. It was only in the spring of this year that many rooters began to take a closer look at the building under construction.
It's really grand,
Sia complained as she knocked her legs halfway up. It is definitely a cruel thing for a Janasi tribe to use their transformed legs to climb stairs. Surdak stopped, hovering on the wooden steps, and said to Thea,
"In my design blueprint, this hanging garden has more than 1 floor. However, in this Belan plane war, at most, this floor can be built.
Thea asked in surprise.
How many layers should it have in your plan? 4th floor.
Serdak replied. Baron Martino walked down the wooden stairs and said with a serious face,
If you build it higher, the lowest stone pillar will not be able to bear the weight of the top.
Serdak did not respond, but pointed to the 18 marble-covered pillars that had been built in front of him and expressed his appreciation.
Martino, you have built this garden very well. It has exceeded my expectations. Especially the reliefs on the columns are exquisite.
Baron Martino said indifferently.
You can continuously transport volcanic ash cement from a deserted land. I am only responsible for supervising the construction. How is it difficult? As for those reliefs, they are just masons carving reliefs on the stone slabs. These relief stone slabs are then glued to the columns with pozzolana cement.
He is a stubborn person and a very thoughtful architect. Once he decides on something, he must argue whether it is right or wrong.
But what you just said is to continue to build this hanging garden upwards. I don't agree with this.
Martino said to Soldak again.
These columns are only so thick. If you want to continue building blocks upwards, below we need to add new load-bearing columns. Unless I can find those floating stones used to make floating devices. If there are enough floating stones, theoretically a palace can float in the air.
Serdak turned around and interrupted Baron Martino. Baron Martino was slightly startled. He could not argue with Soldak's idea because it was theoretically possible. But the biggest and only problem with this idea is the floating stone. Martino said,
I know. But the 3 major floating mines in the Green Empire were all abandoned many years ago. So this idea is simply impossible to realize. Come on. Let's go and see the road leading to Tarbay.
Baron Menino stepped forward, pointed to a road heading straight north outside the city, and said to Soldak on the suspended wooden staircase. The group of people climbed up the wooden stairs to the main corridor of the hanging garden. The view here became quite wide, and the road leading to the north of Tarapagan came into view more clearly. Luke and Charlie, who were supervising the work at the Sky Garden construction site, heard that Soldak had come to inspect the progress of the project, and hurried over from the construction site where cement columns were poured. These 2 young people who came out of the village of Wall expanded the Makusuo 1st Engineering Construction Team to nearly 10,000 people. They are the actual managers of this huge engineering team. Now they have settled their families in Luit City. The group of people went to the cement stone pillars under construction, and Soldak learned about the construction conditions on site. Here, Soldak once again felt the jungle woven with reinforced concrete, full of the modern atmosphere in his memory. He held onto the gray-white cement wall with one hand and looked at the concrete pillars surrounded by wooden boards. He couldn't help but close his eyes and sense the last remaining memory fragments in the deep sea of spiritual consciousness. After a long time, Soldak opened his eyes and looked around with a somewhat lonely expression. Before leaving here, he invited Charlie, Luke and Baron Martino to go back to the castle for dinner. On the way back to the castle, a few magic caravans at the crossroads ahead caused traffic jams. This is the only way to enter the noble district. If you want to take a detour, you have to walk along the inner city wall to the east and west walls. Only then can you enter the noble area through the passage over there. The coachman originally wanted to jump out of the car and run to the front to see what was going on. Sia used the sight spell in the carriage, and happened to see that the cause of the congestion was due to the protruding decorations of 2 magic caravans with noble emblems being twisted together. The fastest way to deal with it was to twist the twisted caravans together. They were cut off at the same place, but the carriage drivers on both sides seemed to be quarreling, and the nobles in the carriage refused to come forward, so they could only block it there for a while. Serdak didn't want to judge the right or wrong of this kind of thing. According to the practice of nobles, it is your fault that your status is low. But now the 2 sides were in a stalemate, which seemed to be very troublesome. So he decisively waved his hand and asked the coachman to drive the magic caravan around the east wall. The road here is relatively narrow, and the road condition is relatively poor. The magic caravans of the nobles rarely go this way. The magic caravan drove slowly in the middle of the road. On both sides of the street were stalls set up by some vendors. Some craftsmen who came down from the city walls were scattered on the street. They probably all had some spare money in their hands. They were walking on the street. While walking around, I would buy some snacks from street stalls. The whole street is filled with the strong smoke of fireworks, and many residents of Root City will also come here to buy snacks. Pedestrians almost all gave way to the magic caravan when they saw it. Soldak also teased Charlie whether the food at the construction site was mediocre, which was why so many craftsmen came out to buy street food. Charlie could only complaints about the influx of large amounts of supplies into Rit City have directly led to the rich variety and low prices of these street snacks. There are always some craftsmen who get tired of the food on the construction site and will come out to change their taste.
When several people were sitting in the magic caravan chatting, Sia suddenly let out a cry of surprise, then reached out and pulled the bell to ask the carriage driver to stop. Without saying anything, she opened the door, jumped out of the car, and walked back quickly. Surdak turned his head and looked through the rear window, just in time to see a slightly familiar figure sitting on the street crying, with black iron chains on his hands. 3 knights from the guard camp were riding beside him, urging her. It seemed that they were going to kill her. Take it wherever you want. Several knights from the guard camp saw Thea walking over. Apparently the leader knew her and was explaining something. Surdak looked at the dusty figure sitting on the ground again, and then he remembered that he had seen him in the tourist commune in the morning. It was the sweet-looking female swordsman who came over to chat with her. Unexpectedly, she was now being caught. The guard camp was locked up. He hesitated for a while, then walked out of the carriage, came to Sia and asked,
"What happened?"
A knight from the guard camp saw Surdak wearing a magic pattern structure and immediately responded,
"Sir, this group of people were stealing in the city and were caught by us. According to the laws of Rit City, their mastermind will be imprisoned and the other accomplices will be expelled from Rit City."
Those young people were clearly a group of young swordsmen who had just graduated from the academy. Their eyes looked forward to the adventurous life. It could even be said that they knew nothing about the outside world and could not look like thieves at all.
"What did they steal?"
Surdak asked calmly.
"A bag of gold,"
replied the knight of the guard camp. Surdak glanced at the female swordsman sitting on the ground and asked the guard camp knight,
"Is the evidence conclusive?" "Yes."
The guard camp knight continued. Soldak's voice became heavier and he said,
"Let them stay here and wait. You go and show me the court notes."
Seeing that Soldak had no intention of revealing his identity, Sia showed her identity card to the 3 guard camp knights, probably after seeing the duties of the West Asia City Hall. The knight captain of the guard battalion standing in the middle quickly stood up and said,
"There was no court hearing and the verdict was handed down on the spot. Here are the verdict notes."
Then he took out the palm-sized parchment notebook in his arms. There were only a few sentences on it. Surdak took it and took a casual look. He raised his head and asked the knight captain,
"The notebook said they stole service.
A pocket of gold coins from Baron C?"
Without waiting for the knight captain of the guard camp to answer, he turned around and asked the female swordsman sitting on the ground,
"What do you want to say?"
The female swordsman raised her head and saw Soldak, and immediately remembered that he was the construct knight she had seen at the travel commune in the morning. Then, as if grasping the last straw,
she said quickly, "That pocket of gold coins belongs to us. We didn't steal. They forced us to write those records. If we don't write them, we will be put in jail."
Her voice was full of grievance, and it was obvious that this was her first time experiencing this kind of thing. Surdak didn't look at the 3 guard camp knights next to him who had already come back to their senses. Seeing that Surdak had a straight face and no intention of continuing, she immediately blew the whistle hanging on her chest, the golden whistle on the front. Hearing this whistle, the 3 guard battalion knights standing aside could certainly hear it. On the first day of their tenure, they would be specially trained to memorize several unique whistle sounds. This was to signal the guard battalion knights and the security officers of the security brigade in the surrounding area. They put down everything at hand and immediately went to the place where the whistle occurred. There are 2 unique whistles of this kind in Rit City. They should be in the hands of the consul and the Speaker of the House of Representatives respectively. However, these 2 highest positions in Rit City are held by one person. Then they thought of something. The Archon of Rit City came back yesterday. Although I just glanced at it from a distance yesterday, the blurry figure overlapped infinitely with the construct knight in front of me.
And the construct knight captain's face became paler. Chapter 1345 Cleaning. The sound of horse hooves was immediately heard from both ends of the street. A group of guard battalion knights rushed over from the edge of the city wall, headed by a knight squadron leader with a fair face. They relied on their superb riding skills to forcibly shuttle through the crowded streets, forcing pedestrians on the streets to dodge to both sides. Some of the small stalls that were not occupied properly were also knocked to the ground. With the shouts of people and the neighing of war horses, the whole street was in chaos. Following closely were the city defense guards of the Public Security Brigade. This street was right next to the city wall. They quickly mobilized their men to rush down from the city wall and come towards this side to provide support. Even the archers on the city wall aimed their arrows at the inner city. Rows of archers, all with their bows fully drawn, appeared neatly on the city wall towers. The scene was even more silent. Cerdak stood there with a dark face. He ignored the team of guard camp knights, who arrived immediately. The knight squadron leader hurried over with the combat team. When he saw that there was no sign of fighting here, he was about to get angry. However, he still endured the temper that was about to explode. He dismounted and shouted at the 3 guard battalion knights standing aside.
What's going on? Who is blowing the golden whistle here?
The captain of the guard battalion glanced at Sia, and the squadron leader's eyes also fell on Sia. Then he immediately recognized Sia's identity. In the past 6 months, Sia was undoubtedly sewer in the city hall, spokesperson for Archon Dark. The captain of the knight squadron handed the war horse to the subordinates behind him and walked quickly to Sia. His eyes passed over Soldak's face, but he failed to recognize the consul. He asked Sia,
Miss Sia, Captain Albin Bain of the 7th Squadron of the 2nd Battalion of the Guard Battalion is here to report. Is there anything I can do for you? I need you to bring everyone recorded on this note here.
Thea handed the palm-sized sheepskin book to Captain Albin and said to him. Captain Albin Bain was slightly startled when he picked up the sheepskin book. He turned back and glanced at the guard battalion captain beside him. His name was clearly written on the cover of the sheepskin book. By this time, the city defense team had arrived, making the street even more crowded. Thea then said to squadron leader Albin Bain,
Oh, and could you please go and invite Baron Service here? Yes, Sir Thea.
Captain Albin Bain narrowed his eyes and said with a sharp gaze. He saw the young sword woman sitting on the ground and took the opportunity to turn around and secretly glared at the guard battalion captain. At first glance, I blamed him for not being able to handle such a small matter well. In fact, it was him who had just dealt with this matter, and Baron Service was also his close friend. They just happened to meet a brand new adventuring group while eating at a restaurant at noon, and they happened to have a few gold coins in their pockets. It's enough money. I think this fat sheep is pretty good, seeing that he didn't make any move. Thea added.
Also, please go and invite Chief Nathaniel here, too.
Albin Bain frowned. He didn't think it was necessary to alarm Mr. Nathaniel Mully about this matter. Although the president will definitely protect him, he will also lower his impression in his heart.
Lord Thea, if you have any doubts about this matter, you can go to the Guard Battalion headquarters to apply for a review. There is no need to create such a big chaos, and the golden whistle in your hand is not used like this.
Albin Bain asked, Thea said.
Albin, shut up. Don't you even know Lord Prior Cerdak? He is Lord Cerdak.
An officer squeezed out from the crowd, who was the city defense guard of an officer. As he spoke, he quickly walked up to Cerdak, stood up straight and saluted Cerdak, and then said loudly,
Lancelot, the city defense guard, meets the consul of Cerdak.
Cerdak had a dark face and showed some impatience. He waved his hand to Lancelot and motioned for him to stand aside. Then he said,
I'll just wait here and ask Nathaniel Mully to come over quickly, as well as Baron Service, and the other members of this adventure group. Go quickly and don't affect my dinner.
Albin Bain's eyes darkened, and his heart suddenly tightened and relaxed. He never thought that his matter would be caught by the Archon of Cerdak. I heard that the Archon of Cerdak was very strict and would do anything. It's a shame that I lost my position as squadron leader and got scolded by my elders at home.
Yes, sir.
He didn't even dare to look at Soldak, and immediately bowed and retreated. He took the horse's reins from his subordinates, secretly making gestures to the captain of the guard battalion to calm down, and thinking about how he would explain to Chief Nathaniel later, and what gift he would use to impress him and let him protect yourself. Albin Bain gritted his teeth, thinking that if it didn't work out, he would just agree to marry the president's fat daughter. He had to overcome the current difficulties. Then a murderous intention surged in his heart. If those young people were put to death in prison, it would be said that they committed suicide out of fear of crime. There was a noble among those young people. Once a murder case was involved, the Magic Union might not be able to enforce the law. The team will send personnel to investigate. Guard battalion night squads poured into this street one after another, and this street, which was not originally wide, became more and more congested. The knights from the guard camp, who came behind, did not hear the sound of the golden whistle, but heard that someone here blew the golden whistle, and everyone ran over. The traffic on this street has been completely paralyzed. Among the small traders and citizens who were crowded in the street, some stood and watched the excitement, while others wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak out. The knights in the guard camp crowded outside didn't even know what was going on here, so they could only ask each other. Chief Nathaniel came over on horseback, and behind him was Captain Amos of the 2nd Brigade of the Guard Battalion, who was Albin Bain's immediate boss. Baron Service didn't dare to come over at all. After hearing the news delivered by Albin Bain, he immediately packed some bags and planned to hide out for the night and take the magic airship to his aunt in Benna City tomorrow morning. Go home and hide. However, the young adventurers, who were escorted to the guard camp prison, were sent here early. Serdek didn't even need to ask. This was done very roughly, but in a more secretive manner, to scare these young people so that they would not dare to complain. He didn't want to track down the planner at any time, and he didn't need to know about the execution. Everyone has it, because these situations are completely unnecessary for Serdek. Chief Nathaniel jumped off his horse from a distance, and a group of knights from the guard camp surrounded him, opening a passage for him. Let him run up to Serdek panting with his fat belly. Such an embarrassed look seemed to be able to win some sympathy from Serdek, and even make him calm down a little. Chief Nathaniel knew what kind of people he had under his command. There were outstanding knight captains, and some were noble children from various families in the city. Albin Bain was one of them. However, he had always been interested in this fair-skinned young man, had a good impression. I didn't expect that he would make such a big mistake today. On the way here, he had a hasty discussion with Albin Bain. Since this matter was discovered by Archon Soldak and a thorough investigation was required on the spot, it would be impossible to resolve it. In this case, someone has to take the blame. If Albin Bain doesn't want to take the blame, let his friend Baron Service take the blame. Anyway, that kid doesn't plan to live in Litter City anymore. And Lord Consul Soldak doesn't want to take the blame either. He won't always worry about such a small thing, and wait until he forgets it after a while, then notify Service to come back. Chief Nathaniel thought this countermeasure was acceptable, so he hurried over with Captain Amos of the 2nd Battalion.
Lord Consul Soldak, this may be a misunderstanding caused by the negligence of the knights in my guard camp. I have already sent someone to summon Baron Service. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and punish him severely. Everyone involved,
Chief Nathaniel said breathlessly. His posture was very low, and he even knelt down on one knee to salute Serdek. However, in full view of everyone, he did not wait for Serdek's help. He knelt there in embarrassment, with sweat streaming down his chubby forehead. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at Serdek. At this time, Serdek actually passed over Chief Nathaniel and shouted loudly to a group of guard camp knights following him.
I called you here today. I don't want to accuse any of you, but since this kind of thing has appeared, it is very likely that you or your colleagues have done it, and you have participated, or you have not participated, informed, or not informed at all. I am here to tell you responsibly that this kind of malfeasance is not allowed to occur in Rit City, and I summoned you here, and I also want to take this opportunity to tell you that the city of Rit has given you the power to enforce the law. What you represent is the scepter and shield in the hands of the heroic statue at the gate of the city hall. But look now how many of you are using this power to line your own pockets. Now, Lut City and Makuso City are almost connected as one. I need these two cities to restore their previous prosperity from the war. I need outside businessmen and adventure groups to inject life into these two cities. I want to tell everyone people of Benna, the future Ganbu Plain will become a resort. And you are precisely the face of this city of Rut. The meaning of your existence is to treat everyone fairly and justly. Since you have now allowed the scepter given to you by this city to be tarnished, you will also lose the meaning of your existence. Using this matter, I want you to understand that I don't need law enforcers who dare to damage the reputation of Rit City. At the same time, I don't need your apology. It's not just you. Since I want to clean this scepter from top to bottom. All of you. From the commander of the guard battalion, Nathaniel Molly, to the bottom from the concierge to the guard, the groom, the kitchen cook. All of them will go to the military camp in Atangana town on the Ganbu Plain to undergo transformation. Anyone who feels that he does not deserve this grievance and is unwilling to endure this hardship should get out of here immediately. But I hope that these people who want to get out of here can move out of Rit City as soon as possible in the next period of time. It is best not to let me catch any violations of law and discipline. Otherwise, I will unceremoniously remove you all, arrest you and make you squat in the prison of the guard camp. And you must confess to the cold wall every day the mistakes you committed in the first half of your life. Don't feel how wronged you are. You people are desecrating the uniform you are wearing whether you do it or turn a blind eye. Don't tell me that you don't know. If you don't know, it only proves that you are not a qualified guard camp knight at all.
I will give you one night to pack your luggage and gather at the Central Square portal tomorrow morning. I hope that all departments will be fully prepared with the materials they need to hand over."
Hearing what Governor Soldak said, the Guard Battalion Commander Nathaniel Molly, who was kneeling on one knee, was completely dumbfounded. In the history of the province of Bena, there have been cases where the knights of the guard camp collectively made mistakes and were demoted collectively, or when the consul took office and collectively dismissed all the officers of the squadron leader or above in the guard camp. But in this case, everyone was demoted. Going to the military camp on the Ganbu Plain to undergo transformation is a bit too harsh a punishment.
Lord Praetor Surdak,
the chief of the security battalion, Nathaniel Molly, shouted in a panic. He felt that his voice had changed a bit. Soldak waved his hand impatiently, bent down to Nathaniel's fat ear and said sternly,
"If you still want the Molly family to continue to have a foothold in Luyite City, then accept this sentence honestly, whether you know it or not. I will blame it on you. If you know it and don't care, it means that you should be punished. And since you didn't know about it, I have to question your ability to run the guard camp."
Chief Nathaniel's face was red. But at this time, he did not dare to say anything or make any protest. Even the knights in the surrounding guard camp were in an uproar. The biggest difference between Archon Soldak and other Archons is that he has a powerful army in his hands, and is also a great lord of the Ganbu Plain.
Anyone who dares to stand up and question Surdak now will be denounced by the noble lords of the entire plain. Surdak didn't even want to know the specific details of this matter. As more and more people gathered on the street, Surdak climbed on the roof of the magic caravan and shouted loudly at the slowly surging crowd. Shouted,
"Here! I, Surdak, the current governor of Rit City, and the great lord of the Ganbu Plain, promise you adventure groups and business groups that I will strengthen Rit City and the public security management of the Ganbu Plain. Anyone who violates the local public security regulations will be severely punished. If a law enforcer violates the public security regulations, the entire department will be transferred to the border military camp to receive military training and rectification. I want to transform this place into a city of Rut with stable order, fairness and justice, civilization and harmony. All foreign business groups and adventure groups will be accepted here. You will not be treated unfairly just because you are outsiders. If anyone dares to violate the laws here, tell me their name, and I will let you they were punished in the harshest way possible. At the same time, I would also like to issue a warning to those who like to challenge the guard knights and sheriffs. Please do not try to touch the security regulations of Rit City. Although the prison of the Rit City guard camp is not big, it is what the city lacks most is workers like you who don't need to be paid."
Chapter 1346 The Great Lord. This group of guard camp knights came from all directions in the city, but they did not expect that Archon Soldak would pronounce, "Okay," to all of them. Those guard camp knights who took advantage of their positions to seek various benefits in the city of Rut. This time completely dragged all the current guard camp knights into the water. No matter whether they did it or not, whether they knew it or not, they would all have to endure the same consequences. Punishment. Even the commander of the guard camp, Nathaniel Molly, could not avoid it. Everyone had to undergo military training and rectification at the military camp in Hatanga town. The Green Empire can be said to be a grand alliance composed of the royal family and great nobles. For example, the Newman family controls the province of Bena, and the Ally family controls the province of Soit. It can be said that the Newman family is the local emperor of the Bena province, and Duke Newman can command the great nobles of the entire Bena province. Similarly, the province of Bena is an alliance formed by the Newman family and local nobles. Every city in the Bena province is occupied by major nobles. Originally, the plain of Ganbu and the city of Rut belonged to the MacDonald family, but now the surname MacDonald has been removed from the nobles. And under Marquis Luther, with the help of others, Surdak controlled the plain of Ganbu and the city of Rut. Although Rut City has a House of Representatives like other cities, all laws in the city will basically be voted on by the noble members of the House of Representatives to decide whether to implement them, so that the laws promulgated will agree with the wishes of the majority of nobles. But this is not absolute. The military power currently possessed by Surdak can completely crush the noble lords of Rit City. Even if they reach a consensus and form an alliance, it is impossible to defeat the lords of Surdak army. Then Surdak's voice in this city will become infinite. He is fully capable of overturning any law here. He can even drive the noble lords in the city away from Rit City. The method is very simple, and that is to declare war on the family of that noble lord. Surdak was not prepared to subtly change a series of problems that already existed in the city. He is not even willing to slowly reduce the accumulated tumors that already exist in the city. He does not want to spend most of his energy here. Since he has a sharp sword in his hand, he will cut it with one stroke, even though it may cause other nobles to feel the pain. But it is the best and fastest way to heal. The guard battalion of Root City is basically composed of nobles in the city who hold positions of squadron leader or above, and the knights serve as ordinary guard knights. In every city, the knights of the guard battalion have a much higher status than the city defense and security brigade. Serdak's knife was considered to have cut into the bodies of many nobles in Root City. As the constructed knights that Serdak brought back this time entered this street and completely controlled the situation, Serdak took Sia and his party to leave in a magic caravan. Before leaving, he did not talk to the knights. The young people in the adventure group greeted each other without even saying a word of comfort. The city defense guards of the City Defense Security Brigade also evacuated from this street immediately. Each of these city defense guards felt a cold feeling on their backs. On the way out, these people were thinking about whether they or their companions had done anything wrong. What happened? Almost everyone left with a feeling of trepidation. The young adventure group that was originally at the center of the vortex storm was just thrown on the street by everyone. No one even told them whether they needed to go through any further procedures later. However, the bag of gold coins that was snatched away has been returned, and the amount is a penny. But the money bag is not the same as before. This group of young people watched the crowd gathered on this street disperse little by little. They looked westward along the long street, where the setting sun was immersed in red clouds, and they seemed to feel a little warmth from the afterglow of the setting sun. After hearing about this incident, the main culprit, Baron Serves, was not arrested, but ran away secretly, until a construct knight came over on a magic-patterned war horse, raised the whip in his hand and pointed at the street, signaling that they could leave. The young talents, who had been exhausted from the torture, helped each other out of the street as if they had received an amnesty. The city residents who had witnessed the whole incident stood on the roadside, reaching out and patting their shoulders to express comfort. Inside the adventure group, the two girls had already burst into tears. The last ray of setting sun stretched their shadows so long, and seemed to coat them with a layer of golden light. As for the knights in the guard camp, they all stayed in place with their heads downcast, waiting for Commander Nathaniel to make the next arrangement.
Let everyone go home and pack their luggage. Those who are willing to accept the military camp training will gather at the central square tomorrow morning. Those who do not want to participate in the training will leave Leite City as soon as possible and never come back.
Nathaniel Ma, chief of the guard battalion, stood there with his eyes closed and his head raised as he gave instructions to Captain Amos of the 2nd Battalion next to him. He didn't even bother to look at Albin Bane, who was standing there stunned. In fact, he was not resenting Albin Bane. In fact, he knew very well that this kind of thing was very common in the guard camp. But other people will not be so rough. They will often use various gimmicks, or leave a little room for maneuver. This is the most common method used by the knights in the guard camp to make money. Chief Nathaniel knew that when Consul Soldak returned this time, he would take a series of measures to govern Root City. He has been thinking about how to cover up the problems in the guard camp these days. I heard that the Lord Archon was a guard camp knight in Helensa City before. He thought that he should treat other guard camp knights. He had a good impression. But his guess was quite wrong. It was because he had served in the guard camp in Helensa City that Serdak understood the various shortcomings in the guard camp. And almost all of these problems could not be easily solved. So he cut them off in one fell swoop. The entire guard camp. The specific affairs of the Root City guard camp are temporarily taken over by the constructed knights. And Gary Decker will temporarily serve as the chief of guards in Root City. This night, many noble families and knights in Root City could not sleep. They were all seriously thinking about whether to stay or leave. Chief Nathaniel's last words were to leave as soon as possible if you wanted to leave. But really, what if we leave our family business here, abandon our current status and identity, and go to other cities? Will you seek refuge with relatives or start from scratch? That night, many nobles sat at home to discuss countermeasures. They did not want the young people at home to go to the Gonbu Plain and suffer. But they also did not want to ruin their existing lives. Many nobles who had family members serving in the guard camp went to the homes of officials in important positions in the city hall, trying to negotiate terms through various connections. However, when the officials of the city hall heard that they were going to intercede with Serdak, they immediately refused decisively. The consul returned from the Belan Plain and made it clear that he wanted to take heavy measures to rectify the city of Root. This time, the guard camp was right in the crosshairs of the gun. Anyone who dared to get into trouble at this time would be rejected without even thinking about it. I don't know how many people were hiding at home, cursing Archon Soldak. At this moment, Soldak took Luke and Charlie and asked in detail about the progress of the Rith City Hanging Garden and the Makuso City Outer Wall project. The project of the Makuso Outer City Wall was mentioned by Baron Martino. Project? Soldak asked Luke and Charlie to organize craftsmen immediately to speed up the progress of the project construction. Now Charlie and Luke can almost stand alone. Seeing that the two of them looked embarrassed, Soldak said,
"If there is a problem with the final payment of the Makuso project in Makuso City, don't worry. I can say hello to Basil Hooten."
Luke quickly waved his hand and said,
"It's not about the final payment of the project, but that we have transferred all the great craftsmen to Leite City. The foundation part of the Makuso City Wall has been completed. Originally, the construction of the outer city wall was to be handed over. We are responsible for Ong San, but you transferred Ong San to the Belan Plain to build the dam. We don't have enough craftsmen here. After all, we are building the city wall, and we don't dare to be sloppy. So we can only do it during this period. Set aside."
Soldak didn't expect that Charlie and Luke's engineering team would also face a shortage of craftsmen. A problem that he really couldn't solve for a while. Thea was by his side, holding a parchment notebook in her hand, and would make some notes on it from time to time. Chapter 1347 Triumph. Before the early morning fog had cleared, the central square of Rooter City was crowded with knights from the guard camp who came to report. There were 5 brigades in the Rooter guard camp, and each brigade occupied a corner of the square. The knights led Gubwa's war horses, wearing standard armor, with long swords hanging on their waists and light shields on their backs. Everyone was talking about what happened yesterday. This extortion case has been told over and over again by the knights countless times, and everyone knows the truth. Knight Albin Bane of the 2nd Battalion has now become a celebrity in the guard camp. In the eyes of many knights in the guard camp, what he did was serious. According to the laws of Rith City, the most he could do after this was exposed was to be fined and paraded through the streets, and to lose his honorable job as a guard camp knight. But now, the entire guard battalion has to be sent to the Ganbu Plain, and everyone is quite critical of the punishment imposed by Archon Soldak, knowing that it was this Knight Albin Bane who blackmailed an adventuring group, causing everyone to go to the town of Hatangada to suffer. It is inevitable that the other knights would be a little resentful. Many people think that the Knight Albin Bane is stupid. The most important thing is that he has too bad luck. Now everyone is suffering together, and everyone wants to throw a rotten egg in his face. In the square, Chief Nathaniel was riding in a magic caravan with curtains on the glass windows. He didn't even get out of the car. He just sat silently in the car. The 5 captains of the guard battalion began to count the knights of the guard battalion present. Surprisingly, the count revealed that only 5 personnel serving in the guard battalion were not present. These 5 employees are not knights in the guard camp. One is a temporarily hired gardener. There are 2 helpers in the kitchen, and 2 old men guarding the concierge. No one in total has not rushed to the central square, and the rest everyone is here. Almost all the young people who tried to find connections to stay in Rith City last night were holding their horses and lining up in the queue. Temporary martial law was imposed around the square in the early morning, clearing an empty space for the knights of the guard camp. There were many people seeing him off, and everyone was standing on the edge of the square waving goodbye to their relatives. Some people were sending farewell blessings while cursing Soldak. When 3,000 guard camp knights were waiting in the square with their horses, the square was immediately crowded with guard camp knights and horses. When the guard at the teleportation gate signaled that the guard camp knights could pass through the teleportation gate, the knights rode on Gubwa one after another. The war horses passed through the portal filled with magical aura and disappeared into the mirror one by one. The portal in the central square of Rith City is considered a smaller one among the plain portals, compared to the several-storied portal in the back garden of Duke Newman's palace. This portal has a total building height of only 12 meters. Up to 1 magic caravan can be allowed to pass. It is simply impossible to let the Thunder Rhinoceros of Merchant Malacom's Thunder Rhinoceros Merchant Group pass through this portal. Moreover, this kind of portal only has the ability to transmit in one direction during operation. Seeing these guard camp knights entering Makuso City in dejection, the crowd outside the venue finally could not suppress the sounds of crying and cursing. Chief Nathaniel's magic caravan was the last one to enter Makuso City. He had actually been waiting for Soldak to persuade him to stay, and then he stayed with the tide, even if he later handed over the actual power of the guard camp. After a period of time, the position of chief executive was also handed over. But what made him feel a little cold was that Soldak ignored him at all. Or in other words, He had been forgotten by the Archon at this moment. The constructed knights officially took over the guard camp last night. The entire city was not as Chief Nathaniel thought. There would be chaotic scenes on various streets and intersections in the morning. The sun still rose as usual. And the small vendors they set up stalls at the street entrance in the morning. And then the shops on both sides of the street began to open for business. There was a busy scene everywhere. No different from every morning in Root City in the past. Before the magic caravan entered the teleportation gate, Chief Nathaniel Molly looked back at Root City again before the carriage was completely swallowed up by the teleportation gate. The nobles in Root City finally saw Lord Serdak's tough tactics. In the past few days, Count Mickey Mend, the commander of the City Defense and Security Brigade, has been having a hard time. He has been awake all night recently. What he worries most about every day is that Archon Soldak sends people to attack the City Defense and Security Brigade. Taken over. Like all commanders of the City Defense and Security Brigade, Count Mickey Mend also did some tricks on the logistics materials in the City Defense Brigade warehouse. Although he didn't take much. But counting the messy debts left behind. Serda if Kujin sends someone to check the warehouse supplies of the City Defense and Security Brigade, Mickey Mend will lose his position as the commander of the City Defense and Security Brigade. According to the guesses of the nobles in Root City, Consul Soldak wanted to hold all the guard battalions and the City Defense and Security Brigade in his hands. Now that the Belen Plain War has subsided, Lord Serdak has 100,000 lords' troops. Although nearly 50,000 lords' troops are considered allies of other lords, Lord Serdak currently still has to control them. There are nearly 50,000 lords' private troops, not counting the permanent troops in the Gonbu Plain. In other words, Lord Serdak currently has such a large number of troops that need to be relocated. Even if he gets all the positions in the Root City Defense Brigade and Guard Battalion, Lord Serdak can still eat them all in one go. Mickey Mend even wondered whether Hamas, the commander of the security battalion in Makuso City, would be so worried again. The end of the Plain War means that a large number of officers and soldiers with meritorious service will withdraw from the army. If Lord Soldak wants to place these meritorious officers, the guard camp and the City Defense and Security Brigade are naturally the first choice. The entire city of Root was panicked by this incident, and the Knight Alban Bane was even spurned by the entire Root aristocratic circle. The Lord army finally arrived at Leite City in early June. All the soldiers returned to Leite City by carriage this time. Although they were not injured along the way, the convoy rushed from Bena City to Leite City. It also took a full 4 weeks, as a large number of convoys carrying supplies entered the city of Lut. And the mountains and plains outside the city were filled with warriors who had returned triumphantly. The residents of the city suddenly became excited. It seemed that everyone was looking forward to the safe return of the victorious army. But when the convoy of the Lord's army transporting supplies entered Root City, everyone felt that things happened suddenly. In the Green Empire, everyone knows that only continuous expansion can maintain the prosperity of the empire. But as a Luiter, I haven't felt this kind of victory for a long time. What exactly does it feel like? When trucks carrying a large amount of supplies crowded the central square of the city, and even caused a lot of congestion on the central street, countless businessmen stood on the street and cheered, because everyone knew that this time they were coming to Shandong. It was a good bet to do business in Leite City. Lord Serdak was willing to bring back so many trophies, no doubt to promote trade between Lut City and Makuso City. This can also be regarded as a benefit to local businessmen. Then I saw a large number of convoys carrying Lord's army soldiers. These vehicles did not even enter the city. They just left the Lord's army soldiers outside the city and turned around and left. It didn't take long for the Lord's army soldiers, who got off the carriage, to form a square formation on the roadside outside the city. The Lord's army soldiers could be seen everywhere in the mountains and fields outside the city. In order to welcome these victorious warriors, Soldak and the pregnant Hathaway appeared at the gate of Root City at the same time. Serdak also invited the noble lords in Root City. The nobles stood on the city wall and could see clearly. Countless warriors stood outside the city like a mountain and sea, and they were all silent, like the calm before the storm. The kind of depression even made people unable to breathe. The officers were commanding their respective battle groups and entered Root in order with the material convoy. When these Lord army soldiers entered the city, they stepped on the suspension bridge at the gate of the city with neat steps. At this moment, it seemed that every officer would shout, "Raise your head and salute." All Lord army soldiers will salute Serdak before entering the city of Root. So Serdak can't even be lazy, and can only stand next to the wall and return the military salute to each phalanx that passes by. The residents of the city have never seen such a neat army. Their steps are almost exactly the same.
and there is a huge earthquake under their feet every time they take a step. Kakaka. The phalanx of infantry soldiers of the Lord's army entered the city, and residents on both sides of the street were forced to retreat. Although Hathaway was sitting on the city wall at the gate of the city, and only occasionally stood up to take a look outside the city, the sharp-eyed warriors still saw Hathaway. Ordinary warriors did not recognize Mrs. Hathaway. Among the officers in the Lord's army, someone knew her identity and saw her appearing on the tower with a big belly. So they introduced her in a low voice to the soldiers below. Then, there were people excitedly raising their weapons and shouting. This kind of cheering can be quickly contagious, especially in such an exciting situation. Soon everyone, including the residents of the city, were raising their arms and shouting together with the Lord's army soldiers. Victory! The huge and powerful sound made the whole city tremble. Immediately afterwards, the mages of the Root City Magic Guild rode magic harpoons through the sky. They were worried that someone would take the opportunity to cause trouble. The traditional aristocrats and magical aristocrats in the city have always been at odds with each other. But the magicians in the Root City Magic Guild got along very well with Lord Serdek. This is not a city controlled by a parliament controlled by nobles. There is only one real person in power here, and that is Lord Serdek. Suldek held Hathaway's hand and waved to the Lord's troops entering the city. Suddenly, there was an overwhelming applause from all around. The lords in Root City finally knew how huge the mountain pressing on their heads was. Many people even felt that the air around them was solid.
This is our home, and I want to make it like a garden,
Suldek said with emotion. Hathaway glanced at the completed hanging garden above her head, and seemed to understand some of Suldek's thoughts. Before that, she was opposed to Serdek spending huge sums of money to build a hanging garden. But she never said anything, nor did she question Serdek. Now she found that she seemed to understand Suldek a little bit. This was their home. Hathaway held her somewhat heavy belly with one hand, pursed her lips slightly, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. Suldek pointed to the direction of the central square and continued to Hathaway.
And that is our back garden. Most of my accumulated wealth will be gathered there in the future. Every time I am away from now on, you will keep an eye on it for me.
Hathaway knew that Serdek was talking about the plain of Gonbu. In fact, for the Gonbu plain, which does not have any mineral resources, it is somewhat unreasonable to define it as barren. But it is definitely not rich. She knew that Serdek wanted to develop the Gonbu plain, and he spent a lot of thought on this. The city of Makuso was almost rebuilt on the ruins, but Hathaway never thought that Serdek actually likes the Gonbu plain so much. Suldek tightened his hold on Hathaway's hand, and then said,
If anyone dares to be dishonest, drive them out.
It can be seen that Serdek was very serious when he said this.
I know. I will take good care of my home,
Hathaway promised. The Lord's army did not stop at Root City. They did not even station outside the city. Instead, they passed through Root City and returned to the Gonbu plain overnight. 100,000 troops and all supplies entered the city of Makusuo in a mighty manner. The gate of Root City was not closed all night, and until the next morning, there were still troops that were left behind passing through the city. The small traders in the city suddenly discovered a good business opportunity. They stood with their goods where the army passed by. As long as they handed the goods in their hands to the Lord Army soldiers, someone would definitely take them. And eventually the incredible thing is that they actually give money. Food, fruits, and drinks are the most popular here. And some exquisite small gifts are also acceptable. The soldiers of the Lord Army are very generous with their gifts. They don't even have the habit of carrying copper plates with them. They always hand over a silver ingot. Son. This caused the small vendors to exchange a large amount of change. Later, when there was no change to exchange, the small vendors discovered that in fact, these soldiers did not mind buying more. So throughout the morning, the streets where the Lord's Army soldiers passed by in the city were almost crowded with various small traders. The most egregious ones are the bakers holding magic sticks. They want to stuff a whole magic stick that can knock people unconscious into every soldier's hand. And the person who pays for the bread is often the captain of the team. A lucky warrior team can also buy fluffy white bread and even drink a glass of milk with sugar. Those who are unlucky can only hold the baguette. It cannot be chewed with your mouth without tearing it apart. Even so, there are many people who are willing to buy one. When these Lord Army soldiers who passed through the portal with their French sticks saw the long table placed in Makuso Heroes Square and the mountains of free breakfast on it, everyone regretted it. Subsequently, each Lord Army battle group was notified that the celebration of this plain war will be held in Makuso City. At that time, Lord Serdek will be present. Chapter 1348 Holding Hands.
At the celebration held in Makuso City, almost all the residents of Makuso City ran to the streets to participate in the parade. A grand military parade was held in the Heroes Square in front of the City Hall. 100,000 Lord troops gathered in the military camp. A grand celebration cocktail party was held for.
It's okay.
By the time the cocktail party ended, it was already midnight. For the residents of Makuso City, the celebration ceremony is far from over, and there are still a large number of people gathering on the streets. It seemed that the entire city's liquor store had been drank up by the residents of the city that night. The merchants urgently transported barrels of ale from Root City. These oak barrels were transported out of the portal. Directly in the center, the cork was cut open in the square, and the turbid wine gave off a strong smell of wine. It seemed that Gulitem was not planning to return to Root City. He was drinking with a group of infantry soldiers around a barbecue grill. Gulitem had drunk too much, but his good brother was still awake enough to know how to grab the iron skewer that pierced the meat and stuff the large piece of roasted mutton into his mouth. The ogre's belly was slightly bulging, and the totem magic patterns on his body were also exuding a halo of power. It was obvious that after being drunk, he could not suppress the power in his body. Good brother Nailware dare not drink like this. As a magician, the most important thing is the coordination of spells and hand-painted magic circles. Excessive drinking will make the hands and feet less flexible. Since Lord Surdak likes ale, drinking ale is now popular throughout Makuso City. Today's Makuso has a new scene everywhere. Street trees and shrub low walls are planted on both sides of the neat and clean streets. In addition, there are trash cans and wooden benches on each road. These benches have been painted with white paint. Looks very eye-catching. There is a free public water tank at the intersection of every avenue. There is a water-gathering magic rune board locked in the stone platform above the water tank. This rune board gathers clean water into the water pool day and night. The rune is there is only the simplest magic circle on the board, so the water flowing out is just a trickle. When pedestrians pass by on the street, it is no problem to wash their faces and drink some water. But it is completely impossible to use this water to water the flowers. Not enough. In order to maintain the water supply in these reservoirs, Makusuo City spends nearly 50 magic crystals every month. However, this move can be regarded as a complete solution to the problem that foreigners often cannot find water when they come to Makuso City. Soldak wants to develop the tourism industry in Makuso City and needs to build a large number of public facilities in the city. As a half-elf archer, Samira is very self-disciplined. Unlike the elves, she basically does not drink alcohol, even the sap wine and berry-flavored fruit wine brewed by the elves. Her diet is relatively simple, and she occasionally eats a little grilled fish and mostly just some fruits and vegetables. This time she and Thea accompanied Soldak to the celebration reception. As Soldak's assistant, Thea had to help Surdak with the wine, so she also drank a lot of ale. Although Jana had a lot of Shia's strong water control ability, but alcohol gradually invaded Sia's sober consciousness. When the reception was about to end, almost half of Sia's body was hanging on Soldak's shoulders. Surdak's magic caravan was parked next to the Heroes Square. There was a 6-hour time difference between the Gonbu Plain in summer and the Green Empire on Roland Continent. In the Gonbu Plain, the alternation between day and night is shorter than in the Green Empire, so it is already midnight in the Gonbu Plain, while it is just evening here in Root City. Surdak took a carriage to Root City and saw the setting sun just setting through the stone arch hole in the sky garden on the west side of the city wall. Thinking that Gary Decker had just taken over the guard camp in Root City, he decided to go to the guard camp headquarters in Root City. He had already communicated with the bearded Edgar at the celebration reception. And 2 days later, bearded Edgar will lead 3,000 cavalry and join the Lutter City Guard Battalion. The magic caravan passed by the intersection of 7th Street in the Magic District. Surdak was squinting his eyes slightly and resting his head on the back of the sofa. The drunk Thea rested her head on Surdak's shoulder, sleeping very soundly. Samira was sitting on the sofa opposite the carriage. This time she was not wearing light leather armor or magic pattern structure. Instead, she was rarely wearing a white gauze skirt often worn by elven women. And she was also wearing a pair of somewhat hard crystal sandals. Although she didn't wear any expensive jewelry, she looked like an otherworldly elf. She put some light pink lip gloss on her lips, and her whole face became extremely vivid. If it weren't for the fact that she was by Soldak's side, and those officers didn't dare to get close to him easily, maybe she would have been completely surrounded by those officers tonight. The wind outside the window blew her long hair that was spread over her shoulders, and the hair undulated back and forth between her cheeks. The reflection of the shop windows on the long street flowed in her eyes. At this moment, Soldek felt a lot in his heart. He remembered some stories he had seen in the newspapers, which were said to be news, but maybe just fabricated stories. They were about a man who suffered a lot and did many great things when he was young. As a high-ranking official, when he sat on the high position, he fell silent in those gentle towns and could not extricate himself in just a few years. At that time, he couldn't understand it. Why did those people's control become less firm as they got older? Thinking about it now, I can only laugh at myself. But I can't look away from Samira's charming eyes. Seeing Soldek's fiery eyes, Samira did not dodge, but instead met her with more determination. The two of them faced each other in the carriage, and the ambiguous atmosphere became more and more intense. Soldek stretched out his hand to hold the back of Samira's hand hanging by his side, but he vaguely saw a figure entering the alley through the glass window. The figure was wearing a black robe with a hood attached to it, almost covering the whole body, covering his entire face. His step seemed small, but his moving speed was very fast, and it was fleeting in Soldek's eyes. What caught Soldek's attention was not his black robe, but the faint aura coming from him. Although the aura was very, very weak. As a second-level powerhouse, Soldek's body was filled with the power of holy light, so he felt the weak aura very keenly. He exudes an aura that spreads outward like ripples. This aura has been felt by Soldek more than once in Count Fornak and Naomi. It should be the aura of death that only the undead have. So Soldek Dark suspected that he might be a necromancer. The law promulgated by Rit City clearly stipulates that all necromancers in the city must register with the guard camp. In Soldek's impression, there is no undead warlock in Rit City. And looking at his back, it seems that he is not the Naomi he is familiar with. Naomi's figure is much smaller than his, and Naomi's limbs are stiff, and it is difficult for her arms and legs to be so coordinated when walking. So she looks very unnatural. But the pedestrian wearing a black robe has a very flexible body. If it weren't for Naomi, Soldek would have decided to chase her out at the next moment. He immediately let go of Samira's hand, held Sia's head to the other side, and then quickly pushed open the carriage door. The magic caravan was still speeding on the street, and Soldek jumped onto the street. His body stepped over the low shrub wall, landed lightly on the sidewalk, and ran quickly towards the alley over there. The pedestrians on the street didn't even react, and Soldek had already disappeared without a trace. Samira also saw that figure, but she didn't want that person to affect her, so she chose to turn a blind eye. Unexpectedly, Soldek only took a glance and realized something was wrong, and chased after him without hesitation. Samira hated that figure in her heart. She kicked her feet casually, took off her high-heeled crystal shoes, held the hem of her gauze skirt with both hands, and jumped out of the magic caravan with her bare feet following Soldek. A faint magic pattern appeared on her face, and the next moment she fell onto the street more gracefully than Soldek. Just as she flew out, she didn't forget to close the carriage door with her foot. There was almost no need for the two of them to communicate. The moment Soldek rushed into the alley, Samira chose to jump on the roof and go directly from the roof ridge of the side street to the front, with the magic pattern of life illuminated. Samira's body like a dragonfly flying in the wind. Every time it clicks on the ridge of the roof, it jumps forward 7 or 8 meters and disappears in the blink of an eye. Soldek rushed into the alley, with a halo of enthusiasm spreading out from under his feet, and the trace of that person was lost in his eyes. He could just feel a trace of death flowing in the air. He chased forward very quickly for a while, and then jumped onto a high wall. As for the sound behind him on the crowded street next door, he saw it, at him, moving very quickly through the crowd. Soldek put his hand on the hilt of his sword, jumped directly from the high wall to the street opposite, and chased after the figure. Soldek was wearing a noble dress. He was running wildly on the street like this. Anyone with eyes would know that he was a noble. Pedestrians on the street ducked to both sides. Seeing the pursuit getting closer, Soldek put one hand on the hilt of his sword and the other on the shoulder of the man running in front. On the street where people were coming and going, the man continued to run forward without looking back. Soldek pulled hard, and one sleeve of the black robe was removed by Soldek. There was actually a white bone arm inside. The man in front also stopped. He turned his head, and the hood covering his head fell down, revealing a skull face shining with soul fire in the afterglow. There was even a trace of ruthlessness in the steaming blue flames. The skeleton warrior no longer ran, but raised his skeletal arms and rushed towards Soldek. Soldek drew out his broadsword the next moment, and the blade exuded a faint holy light. When he swung the sword, The afterimages of 5 sword blades appeared at the same time. The skeleton warrior's bone arm was just stiff. He blocked the first sword blade struck by Serdek, and was immediately shattered by the sword shadow behind him. The broadsword did not stop because of this. And then the afterimage slashed on the forehead of the skeleton warrior. The forehead skull suddenly cracked. The holy light on the blade met the soul fire in the eye socket. And then the soul fire fell like a falling sword. Like the snowflakes in the pond. They were instantly melted by the holy light. As the soul fire in the skeleton warrior's eye sockets went out, the skeleton warrior instantly shattered into bones on the ground. And the torn black robe was also piled on the ground. Pedestrians around were stunned by this unexpected incident. Everyone was staring at Soldak in stunned silence. The knights from the guard camp, who heard the sound of fighting in the distance, also rushed towards this side on horseback. Serdek squatted down and picked up the tattered clothes with a long sword in his hand. The pile of bones on the ground almost turned into broken bones. He was unable to find any useful clues from the broken bones and remains. At this time, the crowd of onlookers slowly began to gather here, and 2 guard battalion construct knights had also rushed over at this moment. Serdek didn't know that the most he would pursue were stand-in puppets. The person he was really chasing had already taken advantage of the chaos. But Samira hadn't come to join him for so long. Soldak guessed that Samira hadn't lost him. At this time, the constructing knights of the guard camp had recognized Serdek's identity, and were about to dismount and salute. Serdek quickly waved his hand and said,
"You guys help me take care of this side. I'll go to the front and take a look." "Yes, sir."
The construct knight quickly dismounted, saluted, and watched Serdek leave. However, only a pile of dead bones was left at the scene. The construct knight did not neglect, took out a cloth bag from the horse's back, and packed all the dead bones and tattered robes. "Go in and clean up the place quickly." When Soldak found Samira, he found her standing on the edge of the river in a daze.
"Where are the people?"
Serdek asked Samira, looking around, but found no prisoners or wounded. Samira pointed to the small river in front of her, which was not very wide, and said to Soldak,
"Jump into the river and disappear."
Serdek searched the riverside for a while, but did not feel the special death atmosphere around him. Samira regretted that she did not wear a magic pattern structure. Even if she wore a salamander light leather armor, the target would not jump into the river. Thinking of this, she tightened her grip on the sky strike bow in her hand.
"What should I do?"
Samira asked Serdek.
Let's go. Let's go see Carrie Decker and ask her to arrange for manpower to investigate in the city." "Oh, the manpower in the guard camp should not be enough these days. It will be fine in 2 days."
Soldak pulled Sarah. Mira walked back. Samira lowered her head. She didn't know how red her face was at the moment, but her hand was held tightly by Soldak. The two walked to the street step by step. The coachman drove the magic caravan and finally came over. Soldak opened the door and got into the carriage. He found that Sia was still sleeping soundly on the sofa, oblivious to the things happening outside. "No." Samira followed Soldak into the carriage, but she did not sit on the opposite side. Instead, she sat with Serdek naturally. The setting sun in the evening completely entered the horizon, and a red cloud appeared on the horizon. Samira's mood was extremely bright at this moment. Chapter 1349 Cemetery. Gary Decker sat on the back chair in the office of the Chief of Guard Battalion, with his 2 long legs hanging on the edge of the desk. His shiny long leather boots exuded the luster of leather under the reflection of the magic light, and a tight pair of the tight leather pants stretched on her legs highlighted her slender thighs. A wide belt was tied around her waist, and Santa's famous shotgun was hung on the wall nearby. Her long black hair was cascading down her back. She looked at the piles of files on her desk, and knew that she probably wouldn't have much vacation in the recent period. Thinking of this, she felt a little irritated. In the past 2 days, she was a little overwhelmed with the trivial matters in the guard camp. She dealt with all kinds of trivial matters in the guard camp, which was not what she was good at.
"Ellie, go call Knight Wilson over here."
Carrie Decker knocked on the armrest of the chair with her right hand and ordered to the assistant in the cubicle outside the door.
"But Mr. President, Knight Wilson and the others have already left at this time. Do you want to send someone to call them back?"
Ellie looked towards Gary Decker in the room and asked. At this time, Gary Decker knocked his head, glanced at the darkening sky, waved his hand and said,
"Forget it. I forgot this is not a military camp."
After she finished speaking, she added,
"Ellie, you can leave now. I want to sit here for a while, so you don't have to wait for me."
Ellie had actually been waiting for Carrie Decker to say these words, so that she could go home early. When she heard Carrie Decker say this, she immediately stood up and responded,
Okay, Carrie Chief Lee Decker. You should also go to bed early.
After saying that, she stood up. Her table had already been cleared.
Yeah,
Carrie Decker replied. Ellie left Carrie Decker's office quietly, with a look of relief on her face. She didn't let out a long breath until she walked into the corridor, and walked quickly towards the stairs. When she walked to the gate of the headquarters, Ellie happened to see Count Cerdak and Captain Samira walking in from the outside. She quickly stood at the door and saluted to Cerdak and Samira. Samira knew Carrie Decker, the assistant, so she asked,
Ellie, is Carrie Decker in there? Yes, Captain Samira.
Ellie answered obediently and waited aside. If Samira asked her to lead the way, she would turn around and walk back. But this time Samira just nodded slightly and walked towards the stairs with Cerdak without letting her lead the way. Ellie also took a break and quickly walked out of the guard camp headquarters building. There were no lights in the corridor, and the light was a little dark. The office door at the end was open, and a ray of light came from inside. When Cerdak and Samira walked to the door, they saw Carrie Decker holding a volume of documents to be signed and reading them carefully. Her delicate frown made her appear somewhat heroic, a touch of feminine grace.
It seems that our president is very diligent.
Samira stood at the door and teased. In recent times, the relationship between the two has become much closer, and even making some teasing jokes seems very casual. When Carrie Decker heard Samira's voice, he put down the documents in his hand and raised his head to look at the door. I happened to see Cerdak and Samira standing side by side. They stood up with surprise on their faces and said excitedly,
Boss, why are Samira you guys here? I thought you left me here.
Just ignore me.
Cerdak knew that Carrie Decker needed more encouragement at this time. So he said,
Ho ho, including Tego, I have a total of 3 second-level knights. If there were no suitable candidates, how could I have placed you here? But no matter what, you have to help me keep an eye on this place during this period. Just hold on for a few more days, and I'm going to transfer the bearded Edgar over and let him be your deputy. He will usually handle the daily chores in the guard camp. He will also bring over 3,000 cavalry. And then, you can let the constructed knights withdraw completely. But you will still be the commander of the security battalion.
Carrie Decker did not expect that Cerdak had already arranged the next things. Thinking that this difficult day would not last long, he suddenly said excitedly,
Great. When will Edgar come over? We'll probably arrive the day after tomorrow.
Cerdak thought about it and said. Carrie Decker excitedly crossed over the desk, hugged Samira tightly, and said excitedly,
I knew you wouldn't abandon me.
Samira pushed away Carrie Decker, who was more than half a head taller than her, walked to Carrie Decker's chair and sat down. While looking at the office, she asked,
Hey, these two people have been there recently.
God, how was your time in the guard camp? Did you feel the charm of power? Forget it. There are endless chores to deal with every day.
Carrie Decker moved a chair and asked Cerdak to sit down. She wanted to call Ollie to prepare 2 cups of black tea. But then she remembered that Ollie had already left. Cerdak sat down and asked Carrie Decker,
How are you working here? Are you not used to it? Have you encountered any problems recently? There are just a lot of trivial matters, and I haven't encountered any problems.
Carrie Decker replied. He looked at the sky outside and it turned dark, and then said,
Have you had dinner? Boss, seeing as I have been working so hard lately, why don't you invite me?
Let me have dinner.
Cerdak thought about it and agreed.
Okay. I know there is a good barbecue restaurant.
Carrie Decker walked to the closet in the room and quickly took off his uniform. Summer had just arrived. Under Carrie Decker's uniform jacket, there was only a corset, and a large area of white skin on her shoulders was exposed. It could even be seen to the shallow magic lines. Cerdak withdrew his gaze and stared at the desk. He casually looked through the report scrolls on the table. He picked up the scroll. The report said that in the past 2 months or so in Rith City, the city had a strange thing has been happening here one after another. Some people will actually sponsor a kind of coffin for free to poor families. When someone from these poor families dies, someone will come to the door and offer to bury their relatives in his cemetery. Then he could provide them with free coffins. Regarding this matter, Carrie Decker sent a construct knight to the slums to investigate. But the report was unremarkable. It is nothing more than that many poor people are very grateful to the cemetery owner who sponsored free coffins.
Have you found anything?
Cerdak asked Carrie Decker, pointing to the file in his hand.
Carrie Decker said casually, No. The feedback from the slums is relatively normal.
Chapter 13, 50 Night Talk. Walking out of the guard camp headquarters building. The street scene outside is already full of lights. Root City has attracted a large number of business groups in the past 2 years. The streets and alleys are crowded with various shops. And most of these goods are transported. Enter the dry cloth plane. The bustle of the night makes the city full of vitality. The closer it gets to night, the more people there are on the street. Surdak suddenly stopped before bending down to get into the magic caravan, and said to Samira, who was following behind,
Samira, I leave this matter to you to investigate.
Samira said absently. Oh. After sitting in the carriage, Sia was still curled up on the soft leather sofa and sleeping soundly. Soldak sat down next to Sia, and then lowered his voice slightly and said,
I always feel that this case is related to the person we just saw. What happened just now? What happened to you just now?
Gary Decker was the last one to get into the car and asked Samira. Samira told what had just happened. Gary Decker frowned slightly, took out the investigation report and looked at it again, and asked,
Do you think there is any relationship between the cemetery owner and the necromancer?
Relation? They are the only ones who like to deal with dead people,
Soldak said. Samira lowered her head and glanced at the glass slippers on her feet with a sigh. If she had just worn leather boots that she usually wore, maybe that person wouldn't have been able to run away. The restaurant was not too far away. Soldak and Samira had just returned from the dance and had little appetite. They just had a simple meal with Gary Decker. After dinner, Surdak took Thea, who had been waiting in the carriage obediently since she woke up, back to the castle. Gary Decker didn't want to return to the military camp so early, so he took Samira for a walk on the streets of Root City. Gary Decker was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and was considered very tall among women, especially wearing tight-fitting leather armor and having long and straight heads. He is extremely eye-catching when walking on the street, wearing a beautiful white gauze skirt. Samira looked a bit petite in Gary Decker, but her elf-like face easily became the focus of the eyes of passers-by on the street. Samira was used to being watched secretly by others, and turned a blind eye to those people. However, after Gary Decker was promoted to the commander of the guard battalion, he saw patrolling knights from the guard battalion on the street. Every time he saw them stopping to salute when riding past, Gary Decker would also stop and return the salute. She has only been the leader of the Construct Knights for more than a month, and has not yet established enough prestige in the hearts of these Construct Knights. She does not want to become an arrogant and rude leader in the eyes of these Construct Knights. So I usually pay attention to these details. The second constructed knights formed by Surdak are basically the elite warriors in the Lord Army of the Ganbu Plain. These warriors have experienced the H.L. Demon War in the Ganbu Plain and have a great influence on Surdak. High loyalty. Hathaway was walking beside Gary Decker, but she kept thinking about the scene in the magic caravan in the evening. If it hadn't been for the undead warlock, he might have kissed her. Her cheeks were a little warm.
I think the best time to go to the cemetery to investigate and get some information is at night. If you don't want to go back to bed so early, why don't you go and have a look later?
Gary Decker said. Face asked Samira excitedly.
Okay.
Samira came back from her trance and replied.
Samira, do you know that there seem to be some changes in you recently?
Gary Decker said casually as he walked in front.
What?
The half-elf archer asked Gary Decker. Gary Decker lowered his head and got close to Samira's ear, and said to her mysteriously,
You look like a silly sweetheart in love who worries about gains and losses.
Samira stood in the street with a stunned look on her face. Hathaway was lying on a soft big bed. Her belly was obviously bulging and hidden under the silky brocade quilt. She put her hands on both sides of her belly, turned her body over with some difficulty, and let herself lie on her side for a while. Her labor date was getting closer. The closer she gets, the huge belly puts a lot of burden on her body. Even when she sleeps, she has to turn over frequently to relieve the pressure of her belly on her body. She smiled and looked at Soldak sitting beside her, her eyes as gentle as water. Soldak would take a short while every night. He would hold a book and read a short paragraph before Hathaway fell asleep. Sometimes, he would wait for Hathaway to fall asleep before leaving, worried about accidentally touching Hathaway's belly. Soldak almost always sleeps on Beatrice's side these days. Soldak has been quite busy recently, so before falling asleep, it can be said to be a rare time for the two of them to get together. Soldak put his head close to her belly, and could feel that the little guy inside was very dishonest.
The nobles in the city have been talking about you all day long. They complained that your punishment of the knights in the guard camp was a bit too harsh. They said that you harmed the interests of the nobles in order to win the support of the civilians in Root City.
Hathaway tells Surdak the latest news.
I heard that when some old families talk about you, they always add the prefix of cruelty or dictatorship.
Then, she added in a pretendingly relaxed tone. Soldak kissed Hathaway's smooth forehead, and then said with a smile,
Are you saying that I was originally born as a commoner? So although I was canonized as a noble, I still have the disadvantages of being a commoner in my bones. This time when I came back from the Belan Plain and passed through Bena City, Marquis Luther also reminded me that I need to properly repair the tense relationships with these old families. Speaking of which, I have no prejudice against anyone. I just hope it can be a little fair. I don't want anyone to hinder the development of Rith City. Whoever stands in the way,
I will step up and kick them away.
Surdak expressed his thoughts. There was nothing wrong with the second half of this sentence. A great lord should have such courage. But the first half of the sentence might cause some trouble to the nobles. Because in the Green Empire, there was no inequality between nobles and civilians. In the Green Empire, there are several codes specially revised for nobles. Hathaway finally saw Soldak's stubborn side. Sometimes, Surdak would regard many of the long-standing privileges of the nobility as inequality for the common people. This was the problem. But these topics should not be overly discussed between two people. Hathaway smiled faintly and said to Soldak,
Old Earl Benton has passed away. The news has been officially transmitted in the afternoon.
This old Earl Benton is the father of the Minister of Logistics, Alan Benton, and is also an influential old nobleman in Lutter City. His biggest regret in his life is that his achievements did not allow him to be promoted to the rank of Marquis.
How could it happen that he died at this time? Are there any young people from the Benton family in the guard camp?
Soldak asked with a frown. He was worried that someone would make a fuss about this matter, such as the Consul of Soldak dismantled the guard camp of Rooter City, causing Earl Benton to die of illness.
The logistics department and the guard camp have always been at odds. There is no way that Alan Benton would send his family members to the guard camp.
Hathaway said to Soldak. It can be seen that Hathaway has now successfully entered the circle of ladies. Soldak put down the book in his hand, thought for a while and asked,
When is the funeral?
The maid brought over a glass of milk to help with sleep. Soldak took it and helped Hathaway sit on the head of the bed.
There will be a farewell ceremony tomorrow morning, and then he will be buried in the Benton family cemetery.
Hathaway said.
Do I need to attend?
Surdak asked.
Of course. And you are required to give a speech at the funeral. Unless you are busy with official duties. Then I will go for you. And of course, I don't have to give a speech.
Hathaway said.
I'd better go in person.
Soldak said without any choice. Then he walked to the terrace of Hathaway's room and said to Thea, who was swimming in the swimming pool,
Thea, put off all the things in the morning. If you can't put off, change the time.
Thea had just sobered up and was lying on the marble at the bottom of the swimming pool blowing bubbles. When she heard Soldak shout, she quickly got out of the water and agreed loudly.
New.
The water surface of the swimming pool suddenly sparkled.
Chapter 1351 at the funeral. In the early morning, when the sky was just getting bright, the lavender color in the night sky had not completely faded. The morning star was still hanging stubbornly in the sky, and a light mist filled the outside of Ruth City. A black magic caravan passed through the woods, and Surdak sat in the car. This magic caravan without a family emblem has been pasted by the people from the city hall, with the emblem representing the city hall on the outside of the car. In this way, this magic caravan has become very recognizable. No matter where it goes, the nobles everyone will know that Archon Soldak is here. Surdak didn't care about such small things. He walked out of the magic caravan wearing a black dress. Thea also wore a dark and simple long skirt and sat opposite Surdak. Passing through a red pine forest, we came to a slope outside the city. This is the territory of the Benton family, and the woodland on the hillside is the Benton family cemetery. Dozens of magic caravans have gathered in the open space below the hillside, and some nobles have gathered below the hillside. Many people walked up the stone steps that extended to the middle of the mountain. Several young people from the Benton family were at the foot of the mountain beside the stone steps, greeting the nobles who came to mourn the old earl. Some nobles walked along the stone steps towards the cemetery, halfway up the mountain. Many nobles were already standing on the long stone steps. Everyone was standing on both sides of the stone steps. Some were whispering and chatting, while others were standing silently. Only then did Soldak notice that the coffin of old Earl Benton was stopped at the starting point of the stone steps, and the Minister of Logistics, Earl Alan Benton, was standing next to the coffin. Standing with Minister Allen, they were three nobles with badges of honor on their chests. and they seemed very natural when chatting. It seemed that he was not sad about the departure of old Earl Benton, and he continued to make gestures with his hands while chatting. The Benton family should be considered a big family in Ruth City, with a large number of family members. However, there have not been any outstanding figures in these Benton families in recent years. Minister Alan Benton is the first in line of the Benton family. Heir, but only a first-class earl. Soldak walked out of the carriage and immediately walked towards Alan Benton. The nobles who were chatting just now stopped talking and looked at Cerdak, who came down from the magic caravan. When Cerdak passed by them, the nobles began to give false greetings to please them. With a hint of caution, the MC at the funeral did not let Cerdak come to the coffin, but led him to the cemetery on the hillside. When Soldak reached the entrance of the cemetery, the sound of dang 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 bells came from the foot of the mountain. Soldak's eyesight was very sharp, and he suddenly saw the coffin bearer starting to carry the coffin at the foot of the mountain. The gorgeous coffin slowly walked up the steps. The nobles standing on both sides of the steps became serious and stopped talking. Soldak saw that the Benton family all wore family crests on their chests, and a large group of people stood at the entrance to the cemetery, including many female relatives. The master of ceremonies introduced to Soldak that the women standing at the front of the crowd were all the wives of old Benton. When Cerdak saw the three old ladies, he didn't think it was anything. When he saw that the other women in the front row looked very young, he realized that the old Earl Benton really knew how to enjoy life. Among the many wives of old Earl Benton, there is actually a wife with light makeup on her face. Under the black dress and headscarf, her face looks a bit charming, and her body is extremely hot, which gives people the first impression. Like a ripe peach, Cerdak stood at the highest point of the steps, and his position was particularly conspicuous. Looking away from the woman seemed to feel Soldak's gaze. She boldly raised her head and looked at Cerdak, with even a hint of teasing in her eyes. Cerdak glanced behind him and realized that among the wives of old Earl Benton, the youngest woman's eyes were very pure and green, and there was sadness in her eyes. Soldak withdrew his gaze and waited quietly for the coffin to be carried to the cemetery by Minister Allen and others. When the coffin was carried to the cemetery, the children of the Benton family walked in surrounded by the coffin. Soldak found that even Minister Alan Benton had no sad expression in his eyes, especially the young nobles. Among the crowd, only the young wife waiting at the back was extremely pale, looking very sad, and gained the sympathy of many nobles. Someone had already dug the grave in the cemetery, and the coffin was placed in the pit. The nobles who came to mourn each held a bouquet of flowers, walked around the coffin that had not been covered with soil, and finally put the coffin in their hands. Flowers were placed on the coffin. Due to the large number of people, it didn't take long for the coffin to be covered with golden sunflowers. Cerdak waited aside, and after everyone circled around the coffin, they gathered again in front of the tomb. At this time, the master of ceremonies asked Soldak to come forward and deliver a condolence speech to Earl Benton. Soldak was not polite and walked to the front happily, under the gaze of a group of nobles and members of the Benton family. He said to everyone,
I know that he is an earl with outstanding military exploits. When he was young, he owned an army of lords with outstanding military exploits. He has always been the pride of the Benton family and the greatest glory of the Benton family. Now he finally finished his glorious life, and now he lies peacefully in this cemetery, living here with the ancestors of the Benton family.
In fact, Soldak was not familiar with the old Earl of Benton, but his condolence speech made it impossible to find anything wrong with him. In the end, Alan Benton also stood up and said something, and the whole funeral was completed after most of the breakfast. Looking at the pieces of soil being backfilled into the grave, Soldak realized that the funeral was about to end. He exhaled slightly and prepared to chat with the Minister of Logistics, Earl Alan Benton, after it was over. At this moment, a faint smell of jasmine perfume spread into Soldak's nose, and the charming-faced Mrs. Benton actually boldly approached Cerdak. If it weren't for Samira stopping, Mrs. Benton seemed to be about to collide with Soldak.
Lord Consul Soldak, can I treat you to a cup of afternoon tea?
The charming-looking Mrs. Benton asked Soldak. Soldak turned his head and glanced at Sia, who immediately opened the notebook and said in a pretentious manner,
You have to go to Eusebia's manor later. I can't seem to find any free time. Sorry.
Soldak turned to Mrs. Benton and said regretfully, Chapter 1352 Grave Robbers. At the funeral, the young wife that old Earl Benton married in the last period of his life stood at the edge, looking a little haggard and very pale. She stood helplessly on the edge of the tombstone, her fingers so white that they were almost translucent. stroking the obsidian tombstone, with a hint of loneliness in her eyes. There was a faint wry smile on her lips, and there seemed to be a touch of self-deprecation in her eyes. Soldak walked up and said a few words to old Earl Benton's first wife, which was nothing more than comfort before leaving. At this time, Alan Benton also came up and expressed his gratitude to Soldak for coming to attend his father's wedding. After the funeral, he expressed his gratitude. His mother was the first wife of the old Earl Benton, and he would officially become the patriarch of the Benton family after the funeral, saying that he hoped that Soldak could participate in the power ceremony. Minister Alan Benton's words revealed a sense of dependence. He knew that the first nobleman to extend an olive branch in Litter City was the Ludwig family. In just 1 year, Ludwig, under the protection of Serdek, an army of lords formed by the De family, achieved great results on the battlefield of the Belan Plain. The first thing Minister Alan Benton did after taking control of the Benton family was to bring the family to the big ship of Lord Soldak. Serdek smiled and nodded. The group of people left the cemetery and walked along the stone steps to the foot of the mountain, where everyone's magic caravan was parked. The wives of old Earl Benton and members of the family stood at the entrance of the cemetery, bidding farewell to the nobles attending the funeral. Behind a charming-looking Mrs. Benton, there were several young people from the Benton family standing, looking at they behaved frivolously, and kept whispering to the young people behind them. Soldak could see that the charming Mrs. Benton might be the most excluded, and she was also the most restless. He didn't want to provoke such a woman, but before leaving, he saw the youngest Mrs. Benton again. Serdek gave her a slight nod as he left. The young Mrs. Benton seemed to have fallen into a self-enclosed consciousness, standing blankly in the crowd. When walking down the steps, several nobles following Serdek were also talking in low voices as they walked. Unknown to them, Soldak, who was just 10 meters away in front, listened to the conversation between them word for word.
"It's so pitiful to be widowed at such a young age,"
the middle-aged nobleman with a hoarse voice sighed and said with a sense of pity. They went down the mountain not fast, but they were still out of breath and looked a little weak.
"Speaking of it, old Benton was really blessed in his later years,"
another nobleman also echoed. However, the third person spoke more normally, which made Soldak feel that they had not forgotten their aristocratic status after all.
"Now that old Benton is no longer around, Alan should be in charge of the Benton family next. It seems that old Benton is better."
He pushed Alan to the position of the logistics minister of Root City, and transferred the Benton family's industry to Alan bit by bit. The current Benton family still has a strong cohesion. This time our tyrant attended old Benton's funeral, obviously because he wanted to have a closer relationship with the Benton family.
The noble who liked to agree followed, but the hoarse voice suddenly interjected.
"What do you think Alan will do with these young widows of old Benton? Since they have no heirs, will they be driven out of the Benton family?"
The noble who spoke more normally asked.
"So you want to try the old Benton's taste? Your suggestion is not impossible."
The hoarse voice laughed dryly. The nobleman who spoke relatively normally quickly interrupted the conversation between the three of them and said in a teasing tone,
"Hey, we haven't left the Benton family cemetery yet. If you say this, you might kill old Benton."
"I was so angry that I crawled out from under the tombstone and ran to your house to look for you."
After saying this, the three of them laughed softly. Serdek felt that the worst thing about becoming a level 2 powerhouse was that, after possessing 5 senses that were beyond ordinary people, there would always be some secret words and noisy sounds that would inadvertently reach his ears. He would hear these words whether he wanted to hear them or not. Some of them would annoy him and make him want to turn around and pick up a stick and stick it into the mouth of the hoarse noble. He was a little curious about the names of several nobles. He turned around and glanced at Sia, who was following him. Serdek hesitated to speak. Sia was holding a parchment notebook in her arms, taking advantage of the break while going down the mountain to help herself plan her next trip. This Miss Jana Mermaid has to deal with a lot more things every day than Serdek imagined. The beauty products she jointly operates with Hathaway and Beatrice are almost all prepared by her herself. And she also runs a travel agency. Each tour group needs to be reviewed by her personally. In addition, she wanted to turn her share of the profits into magic crystals and let the slave traders buy them all from the Jana mermaids in the Binnock City market. Serdek banned the slave trade in Root City and the Gonbu Plain as early as last year, so there is no slave market in Root City. However, this move did not actually affect the local nobles' purchase of slaves. They often went to the slave market in Lincheng. Therefore, there was a group of underground slave traders in Root City, and Sia often dealt with them. In this slave trading circle, it is no secret that this female assistant of Lord Serdek likes to collect beautiful Jana mermaids. In addition, Serdak's official duties at the City Hall and the meetings he needs to attend at the House of Representatives will be reported to Sia first. For some simple process matters, Sia would even sign and hand them over directly. Only some relatively major things will be fed back to Serdak. So although Serdak wanted to know the names of the three nobles, he thought of how busy Thea was. So he didn't say anything else. Returning to the City Hall, Samira, who had not slept all night last night, was lying on the long sofa in the lounge area of his office to catch up on her sleep. When she heard the sound of the door opening, Samira sat up from the sofa sleepily. Then he walked to the tea table nearby and got himself a cup of cold black tea. Serdak walked in and asked Samira,
"How did you gain last night?"
Samira was slightly startled. Her hand holding the teacup stopped in place. Turned to Serdak and asked,
"How did you know that I went to investigate last night?" "Yes, I know you won't leave the question until the next day."
Serdak smiled and threw her a purple fruit, which was similar to a plum. But the taste was more sour, and the pulp was a little crispy. Samira caught the fruit easily, holding black tea in one hand, standing in a sunny place by the window, and said,
"In fact, nothing was found. Everything in the cemetery looks normal, and there are no undead. The smell is even a little too clean."
Serdak was sitting at his desk and started to deal with today's official business. He was slightly startled when he heard Samira's words.
"Oh, so? What are your plans next?" "The person who knows the necromancers best is of course the necromancers. So I plan to go to the abandoned mine area to ask Naomi for help. Do you think she will help me?"
Samira put her hands on the windowsill and asked Soldak Road.
"Maybe."
Soldak was not sure either.
"I'm going to find Naomi. I won't be back until tomorrow."
After saying that, Samira leaned back and fell out of the window. Then she flew across the flower bed like a swift, stood firmly in the courtyard, and walked out of the inner courtyard of the City Hall in a few steps. The early morning sunlight fell into the room through the gauze curtains blown up by the wind. Beatrice was like an octopus, her white arms and thighs tightly wrapped around Soldak. The thin white quilt had slipped to the floor, and there was only the sound of even breathing in the room. Suddenly there was a rapid knock on the bedroom door. Soldak woke up from his sleep and carefully moved Beatrice's arm. Then Soldak put on his pajamas and walked to the door. When he opened the door, he saw Thea and Gary Decker standing in the west, next to Ya. He looked at Soldak with some embarrassment. Before Soldak could speak, Gary Decker whispered to Soldak,
"Boss, last night, old Earl Benton, the body was stolen."
Serdak's sleepiness disappeared in an instant, and he asked,
"When did this happen?"
Gary Decker said quickly,
"It must have been midnight. The gravekeeper in the cemetery heard the dog barking a few times outside and ran outside to check the situation. As a result, he saw several gravediggers sneaking in and waiting for him to signal to Benton. The guards of the manor and the gravediggers hurried away. When he checked the cemetery, he discovered that the grave of old Earl Benton, who had just been buried, had been dug up and the coffin was missing."
Soldak turned around and took the leather jacket from the clothes hanger. After putting it on, he took Gary Decker to the living room.
"Tell me the specific situation."
Chapter 1353 Investigation. The Benton family of Root City could be considered a wealthy aristocracy if we go back a few decades. The family has thousands of lords and private armies. There are different opinions among the nobles of Root City as to how the Benton family's lord army disappeared. Some say that old Benton disbanded the lord army on the spot after discovering that Lord MacDonald had the idea of defecting to the Green Empire. Some people say that Lord MacDonald collected this army. The Benton family did not choose to join Lord MacDonald's rebel army. If they wanted to live under the eyes of Lord MacDonald in Root City, they could not have too many lord's troops. This is how the Benton family survived the Battle of Talapagan, by always maintaining a neutral stance. If anyone feels that the Benton family's heritage has been hollowed out, they are sadly mistaken. This aristocratic family can continue in the empire for hundreds of years, and there are bound to be some secrets hidden in the family. The history of the Benton family can be traced back to the founding of the Green Empire. The ancestor of the Benton family was once a great swordsman in the constructed swordsman corps of the first Duke Newman. He was injured in the battle and returned home, and later settled in Lut City. Hundreds of years have passed by in a flash. Although the Benton family has not produced extremely talented swordsmen in recent years, there are people in every generation who can become constructed swordsmen. So the Benton family can continue. The old servant who guards the Benton family cemetery is no reclusive master. He is just a manservant who is brave enough to live in the cemetery. He lives in the cemetery because there is basically no work required here. It is far more comfortable than in the manor. The time is basically in his own hands, and he lives more casually, more sexual. In order to avoid making mistakes, these gravediggers also arranged a soothing circle around the cemetery guard's cabin. Although the circle is not like those magic barriers that can isolate all sounds, light and shadow outside the barrier, it can play a strong role in promoting sleep. The effect means that if someone is affected by the soothing circle at night, they will soon fall asleep. This group of tomb robbers never expected that although they put the tombkeeper into a deep sleep, they tried to steal the coffin without anyone noticing. But it was a native dog that accompanied the gravekeeper to guard the cemetery that discovered them, and then started barking in front of the gravekeeper's house. Originally, the tomb robbers wanted to sneak into the tombkeeper's house and stab the old servant to death. But the first thing the tombkeeper did when he walked out of the room was to release a magic flare into the night sky. These grave diggers, the person fled the cemetery in a hurry. The night guards of the Benton family, who arrived later, found that Earl Benton's body had been stolen and immediately reported it to Minister Alan Benton. This news also reached the ears of Gary Decker before dawn. Gary Decker originally wanted to handle it personally, but thinking that Cerdak attached great importance to the undead warlock last night, he personally ran to Reuter Castle and reported the news to Cerdak. After hearing Gary Decker recount the details of last night, Cerdak sat on the sofa and took a cup of milk tea brought by the maid. He said to Gary Decker,
I guess you haven't had breakfast yet. Why don't you just eat some with me? Okay.
In the restaurant, the maid brought warm white towels. Gary Decker sat on a chair, wiped his face with a towel, and wiped his hands. Then he imitated Cerdak's movements, tore up a piece of wheat cake, and put it into a large bowl. Lee Decker was a little confused. And then the maid brought a large basin of hot broth and placed it on the dining table. Seeing Cerdak's signal, he poured the hot milky white broth on top, and cooked the mincemeat until it piled up on the scones. Cerdak also added a touch of fine salt to his bowl. Then he held a huge soup bowl, and used a silver spoon to put the soup cake into his mouth. Gary Decker was not as picky as Samira, so he followed Cerdak and ate a big bowl. Thea walked in from outside and said to Cerdak,
The magic caravan is ready.
When Cerdak saw that Gary Decker had finished eating, he stood up and said,
Then let's go out of the city to visit the cemetery.
When he walked to the door of the restaurant, he turned to Gary Decker and asked,
Is Samira back? Not yet,
replied Gary Decker. Cerdak ordered Sia,
Send someone to Makusuo to call Edgar over, and ask him to come to the Leite City Guard camp immediately to organize daily work. His one-day vacation is over.
Thea immediately ran out quickly again. Gary Decker said somewhat unnaturally,
Sorry, boss. I didn't manage the guard camp well.
Seeing that Gary Decker looked a little depressed, Cerdak put his hand on the shoulder of the tall female warrior and said to her with a smile,
What does this have to do with you? I just feel that this matter may not be as simple as it seems. Next, you and Samira will investigate this matter. If necessary, you can call Guitem over at any time.
After saying that the two of them had already walked down the steps of the castle, Cerdak took the lead in boarding the magic caravan and ordered the coachman,
Let's go to the Benton family cemetery first.
The coachman waved his whip and made the magic caravan circle around the pool in the front courtyard before heading towards the gate. Just when the carriage was about to leave the courtyard, Sia hurriedly caught up from behind. When she ran, she stepped on a wave of waves with every step, as if there was something under her feet holding her forward. This is the water magic of the Jana tribe, walking on the waves, and Sia uses it very skillfully. After Thea got into the carriage of the magic caravan, the coachman raised his whip again and urged the two Gubwa horses forward. In the early morning of Ruth City, there were very few magic caravans on the streets. Cerdak's magic caravan sped all the way, and after leaving the city, it headed north to the cemetery in the southern part of the Benton family's territory. At this moment, there were thousands of Lord's private troops gathered around the foot of the cemetery hill, and these Lord soldiers were eating breakfast. Cerdak saw Alan Benton leaning on the steps to rest with a tired face from a distance. He stepped off the magic caravan and came to Alan Benton. At this time, Earl Alan Benton was next to him. His cronies pushed him awake and reminded him in his ear,
Sir, the Consul of Cerdak and the Chief of Guards, Lord Gary Decker, are here.
Alan Benton suddenly woke up. His eyes were full of red bloodshot eyes, full of exhaustion and anxiety. Cerdak immediately walked up, reached out and patted his arm, comforting him.
Don't worry. I will keep an eye on this matter personally this time, and I will definitely get to the bottom of it.
Earl Alan Benton looked grateful.
Have your people found any clues?
Soldak asked Alan Benton. Earl Alan Benton shook his head, his expression gloomy. Chapter 1354 Viscount Douay. Soldak walked towards the cemetery and followed the stone steps to the cemetery, halfway up the mountain. The old servant guarding the tomb of the Benton family sat at the door of the cemetery, with a somewhat depressed look. The place was already guarded by the knights of the Benton family. Surrounded by a group of knights, no excitement could be seen on the faces of the knights. Cerdak knew that after working for most of the night, this group of knights had not gained anything. Gary Decker and Thea accompanied Soldak, followed by a team of construct knights. Cerdak walked towards the old servant guarding the tomb. The body of a native dog lay in front of him. The neck of the native dog was pierced by a sharp arrow, and the exposed blood from the wound had already condensed. It could be seen that the tomb guard, the old servant, had a deep affection for the native dog. He sat at the gate of the cemetery, staring directly at the dead dog's body without saying a word. Cerdak walked to the side of the native dog and looked at it with some surprise. There was no hair on its body, and its skin was covered with wrinkles. It looked like someone had shaved off all the dog hair on its body, revealing a very ugly look. Its body, just on its exposed skin, actually has faint lava lines, although it can't feel any fire element breath. Cerdak knows that there must be a trace of H.L. dog mixed in its body. Bloodline. This should be a hunting dog that was hybridized between H.Lounds and local native dogs. Cerdak took out a dagger and tilted its sharp edge into its mouth. As expected, the sharp teeth had some demonic patterns. The old servant guarding the tomb looked at Soldak in surprise and asked in surprise,
"Sir, do you know the Naroja hound?"
Cerdak shook his head, wiped the dagger on the native dog, then put it back into the scabbard before saying,
"I just felt a trace of demonic aura on it. No wonder it can withstand the pacification circle,"
Gary Decker said while standing in Cerdak.
"Carrie Decker, take someone to check around the cemetery and see if you can find any clues,"
Soldak ordered her. Gary Decker turned around very neatly and led the construct knights towards the outside of the cemetery. Soldak said to Earl Alan Benton,
"Can your people take me to the tomb of old Earl Benton to have a look?"
Alan Benton had been following Cerdak. When he heard Cerdak say this, he immediately came to the front and personally guided Soldak. At this time, Soldak began to ask the old servant about last night's events. The old servant guarding the tomb responded with information that was almost the same as what Gary Decker said. Soldak walked to the front of the tomb and discovered that the tomb where old Earl Benton was buried yesterday had been dug up again. What makes Cerdak a little strange is that these gravediggers actually put the soil dug out from the grave on a piece of linen cloth. The grave was dug very neatly, and the green grass around it was not damaged much, just enough to cover the grave. The coffin is moved out. The gravediggers even wrapped linen around the tombstones, apparently trying to restore the tomb intact so they could steal the coffin without anyone noticing. There were only a few simple footprints around, and it was impossible to tell whether they belonged to the gravediggers. It's a pity that Tygo and Bonita didn't follow Cerdak back to Root this time. Otherwise Bonita could have relied on her keen sense of smell to track down the tomb robbers. Soldak once again asked the old servant guarding the tomb about the linen on the tombstone, and confirmed that these should have been done by the gravedigger, and then nodded slightly. Seeing that Soldak took this tomb robbing incident so seriously, the logistics minister Alan Benton, who was completely humiliated, also showed a grateful expression at this moment. Who would have thought that on the first night after the funeral, someone would sneak into the cemetery and steal his father's body and coffin? This simply caused the Benton family to lose face. Gary Decker returned from the periphery of the cemetery with the construct knights, but did not find any new discoveries. They are all soldiers who have returned from the battlefield and still lack experience in investigating this kind of case. Before leaving the cemetery, Soldak kept comforting Alan Benton, saying that the Rig Guard camp would definitely follow up on this matter and would not let these gravediggers go unpunished. A provocation issued by the aristocratic circle of its city. On the way back to the city, Soldak sat in the magic caravan and asked Gary Decker and Thea,
"Why do you think these gravediggers dug Earl Benton's grave?"
The lush scenery on both sides keeps moving backwards from outside the car window, and the forest road here looks very quiet. This large area of land is the territory of the Benton family. Carrie Decker leaned against the car, blocking the window with her arm. She frowned and thought about it seriously, and said,
"Maybe it's to get some valuable funerary objects in the coffin."
Cerdak shook his head and denied Gary Decker's speculation, saying,
"They spent so much effort, not only using the primary magic circle, but also preparing to restore the tomb. It seems that they don't want people to know that they will. I don't think it's that simple to dig up the coffin from the tomb. I want to visit that cemetery. Can you still find that cemetery?
Soldak asked Gary Decker. Gary Decker nodded and said with certainty,
Of course. Samira and I just went to investigate the night before yesterday. Although the cemetery is a bit far away, I definitely remember the road.
Soldak sat up straight, reached out and pulled the bell, and the coachman stopped the magic caravan on the side of the road. Soldak pushed aside the carriages and jumped out. The construct knights behind followed him. He took the reins of the horse from one of the construct knights and said to Gary Decker, who jumped out of the carriage after him,
Take me to take a look.
Gary Decker readily mounted another horse and rushed to the front of the team. Soldak did not expect that the so-called civilian cemetery would be built so far away from Root City, and it would take half a day to walk on horseback. For the poor people in Root City, if they want to come to the cemetery to pay homage to their loved ones, even taking a carriage will take a whole day, and they may miss the time to enter the city and have to stay one night outside the city. The dense forests along the road were mostly composed of red pine trees. When we arrived at the civilian cemetery, a patch of black locust trees was planted around it. The cemetery is very clean, and each area is divided neatly. The tombstones are all uniform, ordinary stone tablets. In addition to the name of the tomb owner, there is also a short epitaph on it. The entire cemetery is very standardized, and there is a guard at the door. The tombkeeper was also very conscientious. When he saw someone entering the cemetery, he not only came out to greet them, but also accompanied them throughout the process and introduced the entire cemetery area to Soldak. Soldak jumped off the horse, threw the reins to the construct knight behind, and then walked into the depths of the tombstone forest. He found that there was a flat stone slab behind each tombstone, probably for the purpose of sealing the tomb. It's just that the power of holy light overflowing from his body showed no signs of dissolution in this cemetery, because he could hardly feel the breath of death here. Large areas were empty, with the breath of death and the remaining souls. No breath, or negative emotions such as resentment and hatred, can be felt in this cemetery at all. It is as if someone has completely washed the place with a great purification technique. If Gary Decker hadn't said that this was the cemetery, it would have been hard for Soldak to believe that this cemetery was for civilians. Apart from being far away from Root City, there are no other disadvantages.
Whose territory is this?
Soldak asked, because there was no such expense at the city hall. So the only answer was that this land was probably private territory. The tombkeeper with a shovel in his hand replied respectfully to Soldak.
This is the territory of Viscount Dew, and he also manages this cemetery. This Viscount often helps the poor in the city and has a very good reputation in Rooter City.
Soldak stopped and responded doubtfully.
Oh!
He had never heard this man's name in the city hall. After walking around the cemetery, Soldak said to Gary Decker with a lack of interest,
Let's go! Don't you want to look again?
Gary Decker was surprised that Soldak had walked such a long way, just walking around in the cemetery, and planned to go home. The moment Soldak walked out of the cemetery, he turned around and seemed to be looking back at the tombkeeper, but his eyes swept across the entire cemetery. And then he said,
Forget it. There's nothing more to see.
Gary Decker guessed that Soldak had found the answer, but she still didn't see what was wrong with the cemetery. In a mansion in the noble district of Root City, dozens of nobles gathered in the hall. On the table in the center of the room, a somewhat skinny middle-aged aristocrat stood in the center. His eyelids were painted with thick smoky eyeshadow, and even his lips were purple. He was wearing an expensive dress, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. All focused on him. He held a golden cane in his hand. The handle of the cane was inlaid with a ruby. The light shone through the gaps between his fingers, dazzling the people around him. His eyes became a little gloomy and negative, but he said in a metallic voice,
I often wonder, what is the meaning of human life?
He looked around and then continued,
We are nobles since we were born. We have grown up in a privileged environment and enjoyed a luxurious life. We live like this year after year, day after day, until we grow old and then lie in a coffin and be passed down by our descendants, buried in the soil. Our names are engraved on the tombstones, until our descendants also lie down in the cemetery. And finally, the words on the tombstones are covered by the grass, and we are completely forgotten by the world.
He sighed lightly and continued,
This is the ordinary life that many nobles will experience. What we are facing now is a crisis we have never encountered in so many years. It has even affected the foundation of the entire Root nobility. Yes, all of us here. I don't know if you have the same worries as me. The profits of the shops we operate are almost reduced to the point where we can only sustain the workers' capital. The crops produced in the manors outside the city are also subject to price restrictions. The large areas of land in the abandoned mining areas have been restricted this time. It was cut in half by a road. And now that he can divide this land into two, it will be possible to cut it into 4 and 8 parts in the future. I agree that we can help the poor when we are able. But this does not mean that we have to reduce the income of our nobles. And it does not mean that we should donate the land that should belong to us. So we can no longer remain silent. We must rise up and resist. For the benefit of our family, and for ourselves to make a wonderful life.
After the middle-aged nobleman finished speaking, he poured the red wine in his hand into his mouth, and then walked down the podium in an elegant manner. The nobles in the hall were deeply touched at this time, and everyone was talking about the recent changes that the family had encountered, due to the influx of a large number of business groups in Root City. The business turnover of the local noble shops has continued to shrink. Everyone was originally trying to find a way to boycott this group of foreign businessmen. But now Viscount Dewey suddenly stood up and loudly called on everyone to unite to deal with the new policies implemented by Soldek. Official.
Dewey, what are you going to do?
Someone asked loudly in the audience.
I want to reshuffle the entire city of Lut.
Viscount Dewey sat in his seat and shouted while raising his wine glass. His friends around him laughed loudly, thinking that what he said was just a joke. Some nobles even directly said loudly,
"He has an army of 100,000 lords in his hands. And he has the support of so many big lords. And he also controls the plain of Ganbu. All of us here, even if we use all our strength, it will be difficult to compete with him.
The Lord's army is fighting against him. What's more, behind him is Marquis Luther. You don't know that just 3 years ago, Luther's army single-handedly defeated the entire Tarapa."
Speaking of Marquis Luther behind Archon Soldek, the nobles in the hall fell silent for a moment. In the past few years, Archduke Newman has been focusing on the war between the Bena army and the Warsaw Plain, and has always left the affairs of the Bena province alone. In fact, it was because the warlords kept Marquis Luther behind. In Bena city, his legion has always been ready to go to war at any time. And in the past few years, he has repeatedly won victories in large and small plain wars in the Bena province. Now Marquis Luther has become a banner of the war faction in Bena province. Anyone who knows anything about Cerdak knows that he is likely to become the successor of the Luther Legion in the future. That's why Cerdak was so powerful in Rit City, and even sent Chief Nathaniel to the town of Hatangada in the Ganbu Plain, while the Mali family didn't even dare to fart.
We can incite the poor and launch citywide protests. I am planning to organize a citywide march in the middle of this month. By inviting you here this time, I want to use your influence to mobilize those around you. Come join this march.
Viscount Dewey said loudly to the nobles in the hall. Chapter 1355 Naomi. In fact, the nobles of Rit City did not have the courage to fight against Lord Soldak. Viscount Dewey stepped forward and proposed to these nobles to organize a massive parade. But unfortunately, there were very few responders. The nobles were even more worried that Lord Cerdak would launch a series of counteractions after the parade incident. At the beginning of the gathering, everyone was still fiercely criticizing Soldak. However, after Viscount Dewey revealed the parade plan, the nobles fell silent. Then someone slipped away quietly. Soon, there were only a few nobles who had good personal relationships with Viscount Dewey among the guests in the hall. Seeing that they were also restless, Viscount Dewey knew that this lobbying was a complete failure. Even if it was only in Ray, they didn't dare to hold a march in Special City.
Viscount Dewey, we also say goodbye.
After hesitating for a moment, the last few nobles also came up and said to Viscount Dewey. When the nobles left one after another, the hall immediately became empty. The rows of tables and chairs seemed a bit messy, and there was still wine left on the table. The servants began to clean up the messy living room. Viscount Dewey sat on the sofa in the lounge a little tiredly. He pinched the corners of his eyes with one hand and closed his eyes in disappointment. When he opened his eyes again, there was a world-weary sternness in his eyes. The butler stood behind him silently. Viscount Dewey didn't even turn around and asked the butler behind him,
"How are the preparations for the ceremony at the manor?"
The butler took a step forward, bent down to Viscount Dewey's ear, and whispered,
"Everything is ready. We can hold a soul awakening ceremony for Earl Benton tonight."
Viscount Dewey nodded, lying on his side on the sofa, and said,
"The city has recently changed a group of guard camp knights. Please tell those warlocks to be careful these days, and try not to go out if possible."
The butler immediately agreed and said,
"I understand, sir."
Dewey suddenly sat up from the sofa and began to look at the calendar on the coffee table. He took out a quill pen and scribbled on the dates originally circled in red. And then said,
"Let them pour medicine into all the wells in the slums in the city before dawn tomorrow. This time, the dosage will be increased. The corpses sent to the cemetery are starting to be insufficient."
The steward agreed.
"Okay. I will inform them personally."
Viscount Dewey paused for a moment and then asked,
"Who is in charge of the noble area? Let's start taking action tomorrow." The housekeeper hesitated and said,
"Early tomorrow morning? The nobles in the city may not have time to evacuate."
Viscount Dewey showed a disappointed expression on his face. And after a while he said,
"They have already lost the courage to resist. I have given them a chance. Since they don't have the courage, let them perish with this city." "Understood, sir."
The butler agreed. The room fell silent again. Samira walked into the castle with a man wrapped in a linen cloak. The man walked into the castle and lifted the hood on his head, revealing a livid face with faint corpse spots. She walked a little unnaturally, and her steps were very stiff. She looked curiously at the gorgeous decorations in the castle. Her eyes moved from the rock sculptures in the corridor to the oil paintings hanging on the walls, with a look of surprise in her eyes. When Cerdak, who was waiting in the study, saw Naomi, he found that her body was still further turning into a corpse. But she didn't seem to care about it. There was no fluctuation in Naomi's eyes, and she couldn't even squeeze out a smile on her stiff face. Soldak stood in front of the desk, asked Naomi to sit down in the chair opposite the desk, and then said,
"Recently, several things have happened in Ritz City that we can't understand. I'm very sorry for disturbing your peaceful life, although I don't know if I can help. It's an honor for you to think of me when you are in trouble."
Naomi's voice was hoarse, but she was extremely calm. Soldak mentioned that he met a necromancer in the city the day before yesterday. The necromancer cleverly used a substitute to escape in front of Soldak, and used the inland river in the city to escape Samira's pursuit. Naomi's pupils shrank slightly. Cerdak said to Naomi,
"I want to find them. I know he must be hiding in the city, although I don't know why he is in Ritz City. I think they are probably not willing to hide in the Magic Guild."
"Activities right under your nose. I want to know why the necromancers came, and I want to find them out of this city."
Naomi, who was sitting in the armchair, said expressionlessly,
"As far as I know, there are no necromancers near Ritz City. Moreover, it is very inconvenient for them to move in areas where people gather, unless they are not good at summoning, and they operate during the day. It is difficult to cover up their aura, so they are usually active at night."
Soldak then talked about the tomb robbery incident in the Benton family cemetery.
"I don't think they were ordinary gravediggers just to steal the grave goods in the tomb,"
Soldak finally said.
"Samira, I guess they are bound to do something in the city next, since they like to be active at night. You may have to work harder at night recently."
The half-elf archer immediately stood up and said,
"I understand."
Soldak then ordered to Gary Decker,
"Callie Decker, I said people to keep an eye on the slums. As long as someone dies there, they must register with the guard camp. I suspect that there are people over there in the slums."
"After the dead were buried in that cemetery, those graves were almost all graves. I am sure that their bodies were no longer in the graves long ago. So I suspect that they had planned this for a long time."
Gary Decker nodded in agreement with a serious face. She had just assumed the position of commander of the security battalion of Ritz City, and she encountered such a thing, which made this second-level strongman feel very unhappy.
"Thea, have Edgar and his cavalry arrived?"
Soldak asked Thea, who was standing aside.
"We have arrived at the guard camp. The cavalry has already started handing over positions with the construct knights. This time Edgar has borrowed 1,000 guard camp knights from the guard camp in Makuso City,"
Sia said. Cerdak did not expect that Edgar was worried that his cavalry had no experience in managing urban security. So he actually seconded a group of guard battalion knights from Makuso, and then told Gary Decker again,
"I actually know this guy. Mars. Gary Decker. Please ask Edgar to increase the number of patrolling knights in the city." "Naomi, is there any way to find old Earl Benton?"
Seeing Naomi stop thinking, Soldak asked her. Naomi still said expressionlessly,
"Yes, but you need the deceased's belongings before death. You can use necromancy magic to find his breath and find his hiding place."
Soldak said to Naomi,
"Then you will follow me to the Benton family later. I want to get old Earl Benton back. It's best to wait until night and prepare sacrifices,"
Naomi said in a hoarse voice. Then everyone split up. Naomi did not stay in the guest room that Soldak had prepared for her. Instead, she asked Soldak to prepare an unused cellar for her, and she waited in the cellar for dark. The Benton family is in chaos. Many young family members are guarding with family nights, and are investigating the whereabouts of old Earl Benton outside. Within the family, Alan Benton's uncles came over and asked Alan Benton to give everyone an explanation. This is the first time the Benton family has encountered this kind of tomb robbery in so many years. Several wives of old Earl Benton were sitting in the living room of the back house, praying constantly to the golden-winged scepter hanging on the wall that symbolized the protective light of the Statue of Liberty. Although their prayers did not count big, but very clear, and has the same rhythm as reciting poetry. Alan Benton saw that his mother and several other ladies were in relatively stable moods, so he immediately stopped and gave up his plan to comfort his mother. He had to return to the living room to entertain his friends, who came from all over to help. When passing by the side hall, Alan Benton saw his stepmother Marilena sitting at the dining table. There was a glass of golden cider in front of this beautiful woman. She originally planned to leave Ruth today, but now that something like this happened, Alan Benton stopped him. No one could leave the manor until the matter was investigated clearly. On the other hand, her stepmother Jenny, who was much younger than herself, sat on the terrace on the second floor the whole day. She seldom spoke and rarely walked out of the room. After the death of old Benton, she also seemed very calm. There was no intention of leaving Benton Manor, perhaps because she hadn't rested well recently. Her cheeks were so pale that they were almost transparent. I have to say that Jenny has a very special temperament. The more cold and lonely she looks, the more people want to read her heart. If old Benton hadn't struck faster, Alan Benton could only sigh softly when he looked at Jenny's side face.
Your Majesty, Lord Consul Soldak is here to visit.
The butler appeared at the end of the corridor and walked up to Alan Benton and said. Alan Benton did not expect Lord Soldak to visit at this time, and was a little stunned, thinking that he actually came to the scene in person in the morning. I thought it was just a formality. Investigating this matter should have been the responsibility of the security battalion. Unexpectedly, it was so late that Cerdak came to visit again.
Please invite Archon Soldak to come in. I'll greet you personally.
Alan Benton straightened his collar and cuffs and hurried out to greet him. The butler immediately followed Alan Benton.
Your Excellency, Earl Soldak.
This time, Alan Benton walked down the steps and said earnestly when he saw Soldak. Soldak pointed at Naomi, who hid her face in her hood, and quickly introduced to Alan Benton.
This is my friend Miss Naomi, a warlock who is proficient in necromancy. The purpose of coming here with her this time is to track down the specific whereabouts of old Earl Benton.
For a moment, Alan Benton didn't know how to express his gratitude to Soldak. Cerdak has an undead friend. This is no secret in Rit City. There are even stories circulating in this city. When he was outside Makusuo City, he faced the chaotic Lord MacDonald's army and troops outside the city. As a low-level legion of the H.L. demons, Cerdak asked his undead friends to fight their way out of the city, in order to investigate the theft of the tomb. Now he actually brought this great friend here in person, which moved Earl Alan Benton even more. The undead warlock wrapped in a black cloak was standing next to Soldak. Her figure looked a bit petite, and she should be a lady. She didn't speak or even make any movement, and her head was covered with a hood, making it impossible to see her face clearly.
Lord Consul Soldak, do you have any way to trace the whereabouts of my father's body?
Eileen Benton asked in a low voice.
I'm not entirely sure, but it's at least worth a try.
When Soldak revealed his method of inquiry, Alan Benton said without saying a word, just like a maid behind him ordered.
Come in quickly. Dasha, go find my mother and bring over a relic from her lifetime. It must be something that my father always had on hand when he was alive.
The maid saluted.
Yes, sir.
Then he ordered the butler.
Go and clear out the pavilion by the pool in the back garden. I will take the distinguished guests there later.
After waiting for a while, the maid did not return, so Alan Benton could only wait patiently and quietly. Not long after, about a quarter of an hour, a plump and beautiful lady came from the end of the corridor carrying a wooden tray. Alan Benton looked over and saw that it was a person sitting in the restaurant drinking. Marilena, sighed her stepmother, looked a little bad, as if she was frightened by this incident. She didn't know why she came to the front hall with a tray this time. At this time, Cerdak also saw that this beautiful lady was the woman who wanted to seduce him at the funeral yesterday. After being introduced by Earl Alan Benton, Soldak learned that her name was Marilena.
This cloak is what your father usually wears. He usually puts it at my place. Madam asked me to bring it to you.
The madam in Mrs. Marilena's mouth refers to Alan Benton's mother. Alan Benton just nodded and thanked him very perfunctorily. then handed the cloak to Soldak and asked,
Lord Archon, do you think this cloak is okay?
Soldak deliberately did not look at Mrs. Marilena, took the cloak and handed it to Naomi, who was standing aside. When Naomi nodded slightly, he said,
Okay.
Alan Benton took Soldak to a relatively clean pavilion in the backyard. All the people in the back garden were cleared away. The yard seemed quiet, and only the manor house seemed brightly lit. Naomi looked down at the clean slate floor. Without much hesitation, she took out a few small jars from her backpack, poured some of the dye inside into a saucer, and then smashed it hard with a pebble, smashed it up, and finally poured out a few drops of viscous blood from a test tube and mixed it with the dye to form an even thicker muddy dye. Then Naomi squatted on the stone floor and began to set up the undead tracking array. Chapter 1356 Tracking. To put it simply, the undead tracking array is an undead array that summons a medium. And then the medium searches for the scent of the items in front of the deceased and traces the corpse within a certain range. The undead tracking circle requires 3 essential elements. First, it needs enough sacrifices to summon the medium. Second, it needs items with the breath of the deceased. And the last point is the soul mark on the corpse. It has not been erased, but it still needs to be within the detection range of the medium. Of course, since the summoned mediums are very different in strength, the detection range is not a fixed range. Naomi squatted in the pavilion in the back garden of Benton's manor, using a paint that was as red as blood, and drew a 6-pointed star-shaped magic array on the ground with countless strange magic runes. The entire array is only 3 meters in diameter, and the entire pattern is very symmetrical. The array is filled with the power of death and curse. When Cerdak wanted to take a closer look, he felt countless holy auras overflowing from his body, giving his body a faint shimmer. As long as those deathly auras and cursed auras floated over, they would be immediately destroyed by the sacred aura on Cerdak's body. Melt away. Soldak was worried that the aura on his body would affect Naomi, so he immediately took a few steps towards the outside. Naomi quickly set up the magic circle. She stood in the center of the magic circle, holding a round crystal skull in her hand, and kept chanting magic spells that Cerdak could not understand. The magic circle was activated bit by bit in the sound of spells, and the 6 sharp corners were completely in darkness. However, a small area suddenly shattered from the stone floor, and a white bone hand stretched out from the soil below. The 6 skeletal hands, with a faint aura of death, grabbed Naomi at the center of the circle. Naomi placed the 6 L dog heads in the direction of the 6 sharp corners of the star-shaped array. Her white bone hand seemed to have found the scent of the sacrifice, and instantly grabbed the L dog's head into her hand. And then the L dog's head was sucked into a gray-white skull in a matter of moments, and the large amount of vitality and soul preserved on the sacrifice disappeared. As this inexplicable power poured into the magic circle, amidst Naomi's spells, a large amount of death air emerged from the center of the magic circle, and a ghost slowly emerged from the center of the magic circle. It was a ghost with a hollow pattern on its cloak and a crown on its head. It even held a death scythe several meters long in its hand. The ghostly fire in its eyes was burning with fighting intent, and it was being summoned. The moment it appeared, it even let out an angry wail from its mouth. Under this wailing, Naomi's body stooped, and she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. However, it seems that it was precisely because of the backlash from the ghost summoned by Naomi that all the runes around the magic circle suddenly rose into a wall of runes. These walls with countless runes actually absorbed the wails of the ghosts. The sharp sound did not spread, and this powerful magic circle can produce countless shackles. And the shackles, burning with the power of the soul, are wrapped around the ghost one after another. The ghost howled miserably again, but this time Naomi slowly straightened up amidst the howl. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the sacrifice on the ground that turned into bones almost instantly with some disbelief. This was given to her by Cerdak. At that time, what she wanted from Cerdak were 6 sacrifices that could support the normal summoning of the undead tracking circle. At least level 2 peak stage monsters. Now, Naomi feels that these 6 heads are likely to be the heads of peak level 3 monsters. Seeing the dazzling crown on the ghost's head, Naomi also shook her body. Unexpectedly, a simple search for the magic circle actually summoned the Ghost King, and the contract of this magic circle was still in effect. Now this Ghost King needs to complete the contract of the magic circle before he can return to the world of the dead. Although the moment the Ghost King appeared, her soul fire was strongly impacted. But the Ghost King also suffered the backlash of the magic circle contract because it hurt the summoner of the ritual. As the Ghost King fell silent, the soul shackles on it did not disappear. It is the medium summoned by Naomi. According to the contract, it needs to help Naomi find the target. Naomi put the cloak that old Earl Benton often wore around the medium. The Ghost King still has his soul shackles locked all over his body, slowly rising into the night sky. At the same time, somewhere on the battlefield in the world of the undead, two ghost armies are fighting in a land of bones. The attackers' ghosts all have hollow patterns on their bodies. This is an extremely powerful ghost army. The soul fire of all ghost warriors is extremely condensed. The army broke through the 27 lines of defense in Earl Fonak's territory with overwhelming force. The leader of the Ghost Lord holds a sickle in his hand. When he swings out the sword, hundreds of ghosts will be annihilated in an instant. Count Fonak knew that he could not avoid this battle, so he could only lead the last remaining ghost army to face it. Count Fonak held the scepter high in his hand. The soul fire in his eye sockets was almost dying, and his body became almost completely transparent. As long as the Ghost Lord opposite was slashing at him with a giant scythe, he was destined to die. He was chopped into ashes and annihilated by this Ghost Lord. But at such a critical moment, a summoning circle appeared at the feet of the Ghost Lord holding the death scythe in his hand. Although the Ghost Lord opposite tried his best to resist the huge summoning power, his body was still sucked into the summons. In the passage, at the moment before it disappeared, Lord Fonak even heard the unwilling soul scream. The Ghost Lord just disappeared in front of Count Fonak's eyes. Although Count Fonak was a little confused, he still responded quickly. Although his undead army was at a disadvantage, this moment was his only chance to make a comeback. He swallowed a piece of blood crystal without hesitation, and then an unusually powerful aura erupted from his body. He then waved the scepter in his hand, and at his feet a light blue magic vortex appears. Almost all the ghost warriors belonging to Fornak's side on the battlefield had light blue magic whirlpools appearing on their bodies. The soul power of all ghost warriors is instantly restored. Count Fonak let out a soul scream, and countless ghost warriors launched a counterattack on Count Fonak's territory. The medium transformed by the Ghost King wandered around the Benton family's manor for a long time. After Naomi's urging several times, he flew towards the night outside the manor. Although it was very fast, it couldn't get too far away from Naomi. Surdak and Naomi also mounted their war horses, leading a team of construct knights to chase after the medium. Earl Alan Benton saw a ghost wearing the old Earl's cloak flying out of the manor. He thought it was the remnant soul of the old Earl Benton, and immediately followed Soldak with the night guards of his family. Although the forest path was a bit difficult to walk in the dark night, Soldak led the way. Along the way, although there were some minor situations, Soldak and Naomi kept chasing behind the medium. The construct knights passed through a small mountain range, walked far along a lake, and crossed a river. When Surdak was about to walk forward, he saw the boundary marker of the Benton family's territory. Surdak suddenly realized that he had just left the territory of the Benton family. This place is a little remote, but Soldak remembers the mountainous terrain nearby, because he just came here yesterday. This is the territory of Viscount Douay. This Viscount Douay even helped the poor in his own territory. We built a very good cemetery. Not only is the geographical location very good, but the cemetery is also very well built. It is on the south slope, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The only drawback of the cemetery is that the tombs with names engraved on the tombstones are empty. Seeing the medium suddenly rising into the sky in front of a dense forest, Soldak followed him without hesitation. This dense forest is almost covered with dense pine trees, and there is a lot of dead grass crowded between the pine trees. If a road is not opened, the war horses will not be able to enter this dense forest at all. If it were an ordinary constructed knight, his progress might have been blocked by this dense forest. But the knights in Surdak's constructed knights were originally rebels from the Gonbu Plain, and they were elite warriors in the rebel army. The rebels in the Gonbu Plain live in the rainforest in the southwest all year round. This jungle is full of grass and dense forests. There is usually no way out when walking, so the rebels are very good at carving a way out of the woods. Seeing that the dense forest was blocking the way, the construct knights in front quickly took out their long-handled machetes and began to clean up the weeds in the woods in front of them, almost without Soldak's instructions. Although the pace of advancement slowed down, Surdak could feel the deathly energy overflowing from the depths of the forest. When he rode into the pine forest, his feeling of that atmosphere became more and more intense. Naomi obviously also inquired about the situation ahead, so she turned to look at Soldak.
Everyone be on alert.
Surdak gave the order. Not long afterward, ripples of death came from the forest in front, and the breath of death and the power of the soul could no longer be hidden. At this time, Naomi said to Soldak,
The medium met the enemy in front. Let's go take a look.
Soldak became even more anxious after hearing what Naomi said, and quickly ordered the construct knight.
We don't need to clear a large area for this horse. We just need to clear a small path.
As he spoke, he urged the war horse under his crotch, and with the hard armor on his body, he rushed towards the weeds. Seeing Soldak squeeze out a path with the body of his war horse, the knight behind followed closely, and used the long sword in his hand to clear away the dense weeds on both sides of the path. In fact, this dense patch of weeds in the woods is only a few dozen meters wide, and there are not that many weeds in the woods inside. When Soldak walked out of the weeds in the forest and entered the red pine forest, under the leadership of Naomi, he quickly came to a coffin. The coffin had been pried open, and it was empty inside. But Soldak recognized it at first sight. This coffin was the one in which old Earl Benton was buried. Naomi jumped off the horse at this time, and immediately burned a ball of soul fire in her hand to burn the entire coffin. It was brightly illuminated, and these magic pattern formations were actually engraved on the coffin lid and the side walls inside the coffin.
These are magic circles that keep a person's soul from leaving the body after death. Such magic circles that imprison the soul can quickly turn the corpse in the coffin into a zombie.
Naomi introduced to Soldak. Soldak was in a daze, and couldn't understand why the Benton family still needed to use soul confinement in the coffin they ordered for the old Earl. Waiting for Alan Benton to catch up with the night guards of the Benton family, Soldak pointed to the coffin in front of him and asked Alan Benton,
"Why is there a magic circle in it?"
When Earl Alan Benton came up, he saw that Soldak actually led his men to find the coffin where his father was buried. He was filled with anger and indescribable excitement in his heart. Just seeing that the coffin was empty, his mood suddenly became extremely bad again, and his face turned red and white because of this. And he didn't hear what Naomi said when Soldak asked him,
"Why is there a magic pattern array in the coffin?"
Earl Alan Benton came in from the weeds of the dense forest. Naturally, he was in a state of embarrassment. He explained,
"This coffin was prepared by my father for himself, when the nobles in Rit City were buried. I hope the coffin can be more ornate."
Soldak nodded noncommittally, and there was another strong magic wave in front of him. Naomi didn't say anything more and hurried forward with all her strength. Soldak followed closely with the construct knights. They walked nearly 100 meters deep into the jungle and crossed a ridge. The long face in front of them suddenly surprised Soldak. I saw that the Ghost King was already floating on a monster, and countless rich death auras were emanating from this monster. Moreover, this monster also used its countless arms to grab the ghost's ethereal body, constantly trying to tear the Ghost King floating in the air. A huge mouth was open on his body, trying to swallow the ghost into its belly. It's just that the ghost has no intention of fighting at this moment. It seems that because it has found the location of old Earl Benton, the magic restraint on it has disappeared. A time and space channel even appeared next to it. This ghost wanted to quickly return to the world of the dead, but unfortunately its body was entangled by a huge monster. In a short period of time, it was almost impossible for the ghost to defeat the monster and win. The ghost was a little impatient now, so he waved the giant sickle in his hand again, cutting towards the hem of his skirt. After a while, the ghost finally got into the passage with his mutilated body and returned to the world of the dead. And the monster here got the ghost's skirt and swallowed it into its stomach. Suddenly the monster's death energy became much stronger. Chapter 1357 Stitch Monster. When the monster saw the knights breaking into the forest glade, there was an explosion of broken bones in the monster's body. Bits of pus continued to drip from his body, and he made a gurgling sound in his throat. But there was a lot of death energy steaming from his body like smoke. Seeing the ghost summoned by Naomi that was filled with death energy, he almost escaped and returned to the world of the dead. Soldak could only think that the ghost was probably frightened by this monster, as tall as a small building. The monster staggered towards Soldak, and when it was still more than 10 meters away from him, it blew out a strong breath of death towards Soldak. Soldak held a broadsword and shield. He did not rush towards the monster immediately, but looked around vigilantly. The darkness of night could not block Sardak's view. In the forest in front of us, the passage emerging from the void is gradually collapsing. Below is a huge stone platform. 6 undead warlocks stand around the stone platform. The center of the dark purple magic circle shines with dim light. The undead warlocks, they looked at these intruders with surprise. It was originally because of the intrusion of ghosts that the undead warlocks, who were merging, were suspended. Facing the sudden arrival of the construct knights, their first instinctive reaction was to escape. Countless war horses emerged from the dark dense forest. Come out. The Stitch monster, with a lot of death energy coming out of its body, rushed towards the construct knight.
It is absorbing some of the death energy left by the Ghost King, and its body is like a burning mountain of flames. Serdek used the green firelight that filled the monster's body to see clearly that it was an undead creature sewn together from hundreds of corpses. Almost every corpse was tightly sewn together with magic patterned silk threads. Corpse liquid is constantly flowing, and it is as high as a 2-story building. The Stitch monster looked at Serdek and his group. It dragged its huge body, like an obese giant, and rushed towards the Construct Knights, twisting and turning. Serdek was originally going to chase the undead warlocks, but when he saw the 2 Construct Knights around him being grabbed by the strange hands of the monster and violently swung out, Serdek gave up chasing the undead warlocks. Planning, he rushed in front of the monster's belly and slashed one of the monster's arms with his broadsword. The sword light flashed, and an arm on the monster fell down. But this also successfully attracted the attention of the suture monster. Looking at the broken arm, the monster did not react at all. He was like a numb zombie. 3 more arms suddenly appeared from his body and clawed at Serdek. Come! Serdek waved the broadsword in his hand. White hot. 5 consecutive sword rays cut off all 3 arms. But in the next second, the monster suddenly stretched out an arm covered with corpse liquid from its belly, and actually grabbed one of Serdek's arms, and then just dragged him into the suture monster's body. The magic pattern structure on Serdek's body lit up with magical light, and he felt another force pouring into his body. He made a cut on the suture monster's belly with his backhand. The Stitch monster immediately threw Serdek violently. Serdek immediately felt like the world was spinning, and he flew out, and the horse under him also neighed in fear. Naomi rode the ancient Bolai horse past the huge suture monster and chased the undead warlock on the altar. Behind her were several Construct Knights. Count Alan Benton, who was following from behind, looked at the Stitch monster in shock. Through the green firelight, he could see the head of the Stitch monster at a glance. At that time, there was an old man with a ferocious face, his eyes burning with the blue soul fire. Although his appearance was terrifying, Earl Alan Benton could still see it at a glance and heard him shout, "Father!" The body of the Stitch monster that was about to chase Serdek paused, and he turned to look at Earl Alan Benton looking over. After a moment of struggle to stitch the twisted face of the monster, he actually shouted, "Alan." The voice was a little blurry, and the breath on the face of the Stitch monster instantly became extremely ferocious again. Several arms appeared on the body again, rushing towards Earl Alan Benton, grabbing Alan Benton and the guards who were counting around him. A guard knight. These guarding knights of the Benton family immediately drew their swords and slashed at the arms blazing with black flames. However, the arms that were easily cut off in Serdek became as tough as vines before their eyes. The long sword fell on from the top. Only a few centimeters can be cut in. Some of the guarding knights were thrown away by their arms, but some were unable to dodge and were grabbed by the giant hand of the Stitch monster and dragged into its huge body. Although Earl Alan Benton was rescued by the guard knight, he still looked at the head at the top of the Stitch monster with a horrified expression. Serdek's body hit a tree heavily. He had a 2nd-level magic pattern structure. The force of the collision was almost reduced by half. Serdek adjusted his posture in the air and hit the tree trunk. The second before he climbed up, he used Gerda's shield to buffer him, and then landed steadily under the tree. At first glance, Serdek did not see who the tiny head on the suture monster's body was. But when Alan Benton shouted the word "Father," and the Stitch monster shouted, "Alan," Serdek suddenly discovered that the head at the top of the Stitch monster happened to be old Earl Benton. Face. It seems that his body has been integrated into the body of the Stitch monster, and his head seems to have become the brain of the Stitch monster. Not only is he dominant, but he also seems to have an occasional hint of self-awareness. After the Stitch monster devoured the 4 guard knights, its body was filled with power, and these powers formed more intense black flames on the surface of the monster's body. Earl Alan Benton brought a large number of guarding knights. When they saw Earl Alan Benton being protected and retreating, they instinctively rushed forward on their horses, trying to surround this huge suture monster. But they misjudged the strength of the Stitch monsters, or their own strength was somewhat insufficient. More and more big hands emerged from the Stitch monster's body. The guard knights who rushed up rashly were caught by the big hands and pulled off their horses. Countless cracks appeared on the Stitch monster's body, swallowing up the guards bit by bit. Night. Serdek didn't expect that the suture monster could continue to evolve on the battlefield. Old Earl Benton's head exuded a crazy aura. It looked like a war fortress. By constantly devouring the corpses of the guarding knights, it could continuously strengthen itself. The rich death aura formed a black color on his body.
Flame Mountain. Surdak knew that the power of holy light in his body could restrain these death auras. The broadsword in his hand emits a faint sacred aura, emitting a pure white light in the dark night. Surdak rushed forward again, and the construct knight guarding him immediately launched an attack. The power of holy light instantly dissolved a large amount of death energy in the body of the stitched monster. Unfortunately, the body of the stitched monster was too huge and was still growing. Dozens of arms have grown around the stitched monster's body. With the power of the magic pattern construct, the construct knights are able to withstand the stitched monster's arms. Only Surdak stepped on the aura of fanaticism and cut off the 4 arms of the stitched monster again. But dozens of the guarding knights of the Benton family were devoured. The construct knights lined up in a row, holding knight spears, and charged towards the stitched monster. At this moment, countless rotten arms emerged from the soil in the forest. The zombie-like rotten arms grabbed the legs of the war horses. One by one, the construct knights fell off their horses during the charge. The dirt rolled awkwardly. Naomi saw 6 necromancers releasing necromancy spells, and some construct knights fell from their horses in embarrassment. She stopped and recited a spell quickly, and a magic pattern formation formed in front of her. Then she reached out and pulled out a rib without hesitation, as if the rib was not in her body, but stored in his backpack. The sharp ribs turned into a white bone spear in Naomi's hands, and she threw it towards an undead warlock. The bone spear not only carried a strong death aura, but also had a large number of magic patterns on its surface. It could easily tear apart the space in the air, suddenly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, and appeared in front of an undead warlock in the next second. There was a pop sound. The bone spear was inserted into the chest of the undead warlock, and the undead warlock fell down. The other 5 necromancers immediately noticed Naomi. At this time, Naomi had already pulled out the second rib and threw it towards a necromancer again. The 5 necromancers immediately chanted incantations and summoned a wall of bones in front of them. Some even summoned several zombies. Bone spurs appeared in front of an undead warlock's body, shattering the bone wall in front of him, and then piercing the undead warlock's shoulder. Several zombies rushed towards Naomi. Naomi was not walking fast. She saw zombies coming around her, and immediately began to recite a spell. She waved the soul fire condensed in her hand, and spread it out into the soil. Several skeleton warriors suddenly emerged, and the soul fire penetrated into the eye sockets of the skeleton warriors. Several zombies were fighting with the skeleton warriors, and Naomi easily jumped over these zombies and chased the undead warlocks. The black shadow arrow fell on Naomi's body, and Naomi's body only swayed slightly. Although corrosive wounds appeared on her shoulders, they did not stop her progress. When the necromancer saw that Naomi was so brave and that several spells could not pose a threat to her, he immediately wanted to retreat. Just as the undead warlocks turned around and fled, a white bone hand grabbed the ankle of one of the undead warlocks, causing him to fall to the ground. Naomi caught up and stepped hard on the undead warlock's back with her zombie-like legs. The stitched monster stared at Surdak, who was exuding holy light. It stretched out countless arms and tried to tear Surdak into pieces. However, Surdak was holding a sword and shield, and was extremely flexible in close combat. Those big hands could not even grasp it. It couldn't reach the corner of Surdak's clothes. On the battlefield, as the summoning circle laid out by the necromancer before escaping continued to take effect, zombies crawled out of the soil one after another. The construct knight had to deal with these zombies crawling out of the soil, and was unable to siege the suture monster for a while. Alan Benton stood aside stupidly, watching the fierce battle taking place in the forest. Although a group of guard knights gathered around him, at least 30 guard knights were devoured by the suture monster. He could clearly see the face of Stitch Monster. He remembered that his father had been very interested in necromancy in recent years. He thought that this was his father trying to relieve his fear of facing death. Only now did he think clearly about what his father had said to him in the past few years. With those words, my father was frantically pursuing the deceased's eternal life. Although he succeeded, he seemed to have failed, because the stitched monster in front of him seemed to have completely lost its human nature. The suture monster threw Surdak out again. Although Surdak had cut off more than 20 arms of the suture monster, its body continued to grow during the battle as it continued to devour the guard knights. It is like a furnace of flesh and blood that can grow. As long as it keeps devouring corpses, it can make itself stronger. At this moment, there is not much power of holy light left in Surdak's body. Even if it is squeezed out, it is impossible to defeat this monster. 2 more guarding knights were dragged into the body by the stitching monster's big hands, and together with the fallen horses around them, they became nourishment for the stitching monster's body. This Stitch monster was only as tall as a two-story building at first, but now it has grown to be as big as a thunder rhinoceros. Seeing the constructed knights being pushed back in front of the Stitch monster, the knight spears in their hands pierced into the Stitch monster's body, and the Stitch monster actually seemed not to be injured at all, facing such a powerful undead monster. And in the dark night, Serdek did not hesitate to pick up the bone whistle hanging on his chest. A shrill whistle sounded. The bloody gate slowly rose in a magic pattern. But this time, there were no white bone hands at the entrance of the bloody gate. The entire bloody door looked dilapidated, and even the lintel was still dripping with blood. Count Fornak walked out of it with a tired look on his face. He was holding a broken scepter in his hand. His body had become infinitely close to nothingness, and was dilapidated, and the soul fire in his body was extremely weak. But when he saw Suldek, who was even more embarrassed than he was, climbing out of the muddy water with his sword and shield, his eyes immediately noticed the suture monster in the center of the battlefield. Count Fornak immediately began to recite a spell. The vines transformed by countless death auras almost savagely entangled the suture monster. The Stitch monster struggled hard, and more death vines grew. The Stitch monster seemed to be struggling in the thick grass, but the vines in the grass had tied its body, just in time to catch up with Naomi's return. She pulled out the third bone spur and threw it towards the suture tube. The bone spur with countless magic patterns penetrated into the suture monster's body and exploded immediately. Stitches looked like a drunkard, swaying under the tangle of vines. Serdek took the opportunity to raise the broadsword above his head. He released all the power of holy light accumulated in his body, and the broadsword in his hand emitted an almost divine brilliance. Holy thunder! Several holy light bullets hit the suture monster at the moment Suldek recited the language of runes. Boom! 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 With several loud noises, the Stitch monster fell to the forest clearing with a trace of arcs all over his body. Chapter 1358 Stitch Monster 2. The suture monster that fell to the ground did not die immediately. The death energy continued to leak out of its body, and it quickly repaired the wounds caused by the explosion of the bone spear. Its body's strength was also rapidly restored, and several arms on its body held down some death vines. Torn, struggling to get up from the ground. Old Earl Benton's face had been completely distorted, and countless human faces appeared on the Stitch monster's body at the same time. Count Fornak was floating in the night sky, holding the scepter in his hand. His figure was almost dim to the extreme. He shouted towards Suldek. Dak! Chop off his head! The magic pattern structure on Serdek's body was stained with mud and water. He had not been this embarrassed for a long time. His whole body was thrown to pieces, as if falling apart. He was holding a broadsword in one hand, and didn't know where his shield had been thrown. He ran towards the Stitch monster. Just when he was about to raise his broadsword and kill old Benton with one sword, Earl Allen Benton rushed out from a group of guarding knights, hugged one of Suldek's arms with both hands, and begged loudly and painfully. Lord Archon Suldek, please don't kill him. He is my father. Suldek hit him hard on the chest with the hilt of his sword, knocked back Earl Allen Benton, and shouted to him coldly. Your father is dead, and what is in front of you now is just a monster resurrected using his body. Do you think it can be your father? My father is dead? Allen Benton was knocked to the ground by Suldek. He looked at the suture monster with a blank expression and murmured. Suldek no longer paid attention to Earl Allen Benton. Although the power of holy light in his body was on the verge of drying up, he still raised the broadsword in his hand, and an angel shadow appeared behind him. This figure appeared in the night sky. The angel's 3 pairs of wings were fully unfolded, and countless feathers composed of holy light and sound fell from the sky. A ray of holy light fell along with the sword light. The body of the Stitch monster quickly disappeared under the holy light. Countless souls imprisoned in the Stitch monster's body turned into streaks of light blue light, and flew out of the Stitch monster's body, like fish escaping from the net, disappeared into the night sky. Large areas of death energy began to spread around like surging black mist. When those souls dissipated, countless Stitch corpses quickly melted into blood and flowed into the soil in the forest. Old Benton's body slowly emerged from the corpse water. The rich death energy in his body was constantly burning. He seemed to be in great pain. His face was constantly distorted under the black flames of death energy, showing emotions, anger, sorrow, joy, and all kinds of negativity. Mood. Earl Allen Benton crawled towards old Benton's body, but the guarding knights of the Benton family held Earl Allen Benton back and prevented him from rushing into the body of water. The surrounding construct knights began to clean up the zombies and ghouls that emerged from the ground. Alan Benton saw old Benton suffering under the flames of death, and rushed towards old Benton desperately. But his feet were filled with corrosive corpse water. He knelt down beside old Benton and cried bitterly. Seeing old Benton, Benton's body struggled in the black flames. He tried to extinguish the black flames, but the flames contaminated him and began to burn on his body. At this moment, old Benton, who had a distorted face, suddenly seemed to be completely awake, seeing his son still holding his body and crying under the black fire. Old Earl Benton tried to reach out and touch Alan Benton's face, and said in a soft and hoarse voice, "Alan, you must live well and lead the Benton family to the next peak." When he said these two sentences, old Benton's body was burned by the black fire, and his limbs had been turned into ashes. Even the black fire on Alan Benton's body was miraculously extinguished. Old Benton used his last strength and said to Alan Benton,
"I was completely lost under the temptation of the desire for eternal life. Now that I think about it, actually gaining eternal life is both ridiculous and sad. You can handle family issues better than I did when I was young, and you can go further than me. So you have to live well and let all the Benton family members enjoy the glory of the family."
Before the next words were spoken, the black flames completely swallowed up old Benton, and all the black flames on Alan Benton were extinguished. The soul power that was floating around was continuously absorbed into the body by the magic vortex around Count Fonak's body. Count Fonak's body became clear at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the dying soul fire in his eyes became fierce again. Burn up. After defeating the Stitch monster, his body was like a dry sponge, quickly absorbing the soul power emitted by the Stitch monster. The power returned to his body. Count Fonak swooped down and fished out a fist-sized white crystal core from the corpse water with his arm. He turned to Dak and said,
"This crystal core is very useful to me, so I took it away. I'm over there.
There's still something to be busy with."
After saying that, without waiting for Surdak to respond, he floated towards the bloody door. At the moment when the bloody door opened, Count Fonak turned back to Naomi, who was standing in the distance, and asked,
"Naomi, do you want to go to the world of the dead with me to see the world of the dead?"
"Me?
Forget it this time."
Naomi decisively refused. Count Fonak quickly pushed open the door. The moment the door was opened, Soldak could clearly see ghost warriors strangled together on a battlefield covered with bones. By the time he wanted to see clearly what was going on inside, the bloody door had been completely closed. On the battlefield here, the construct knights cleared away the zombies and ghouls crawling out of the soil. Earl Alan Benton was lying under a tree with dozens of guard knights guarding him. Soldak ignored Earl Alan Benton, walked past him, and came to arrange the magic. Next to the boulder of the pattern formation, an undead warlock was lying in a pool of blood. There was a large pool of blood under his body. The body was completely cold. Another undead warlock's shoulder was blown to pieces by Naomi's bone spear, and a skeleton bound his limbs in place. Soldak and Naomi walked up to him. The necromancer's face was pale, and he appeared to be dying from excessive blood loss. When he saw the two standing in front of him, he closed his eyes.
"Where do you and your companions usually hide?"
Surdak knelt down and patted the necromancer's cheek hard to wake him up from the semi-coma with his eyes closed. A trace of the power of holy light gathered in his palm and poured into the necromancer's shoulders. The power of the holy light touched the necromancer's shoulder, but there was no corrosive effect. Surdak could conclude that the necromancer's body had not transformed into a corpse. Here they used the corpse to create a suture monster. The necromancer's pupils shrank into pinholes and his body was trembling, but he closed his mouth tightly and refused to say anything. Chapter 1359 Interrogation. Pine tar torches were already lit all around the woodland. In the fierce firelight, Surdak finally saw that this forest glade was actually a corpse hiding place. According to the circular tomb specially prepared for the poor not far away, almost all the corpses in the tomb should have been buried in this woodland. That cemetery is relatively far away from Ritz City, and it takes almost half a day to get here by carriage. This means that it is actually very difficult for the poor in the city to go here to visit the graves. Not only do they have to spend money to hire a carriage, but they may also have to stay in a hotel outside the city for one night. For the poor, many poor people cannot afford it. Of this money, the poor people in Rip bury their relatives in this free cemetery. In fact, only a small number of people can afford to visit the graves here. Almost all the bodies buried in the cemetery were dug up again and transported here after being buried. And those zombies and ghouls crawling out of the soil should be the owners of the tombs in the slum cemetery. to say that these necromancers have nothing to do with Viscount Dewey. Soldak was the first to not believe it. The altar here was obviously built for these undead warlocks to create suture monsters. Seeing that the undead warlock in front of him had his mouth tightly closed, Soldak did not continue to ask any more questions, but quickly bandaged the wound on the undead warlock's shoulder, and then counted the construct knights brought over in the forest. Once again, he asked 2 guard knights to send Earl Allen Benton, who was about to collapse, back to the manor. Afterwards, Soldak didn't hesitate anymore. The morning fog had not yet cleared, and the knights with the constructs surrounded Viscount Dew's manor a few miles away. It was only when Soldak rode into the manor that he realized that the entire manor was now in chaos. Soldak rode his horse into the gate of the manor, and saw dozens of servants carrying luggage inside the manor, planning to sneak out of the manor. Soldak easily occupied the Viscount Dew manor without even taking action. No resistance was encountered during the process, and even the servants who were about to leave the manor were all stopped by Soldak. When the female relatives in the manor saw Soldak coming in with the army, they were all frightened and panicked, and they hid in the inner houses of the manor. Soldak entered the manor and waved his hand, and pairs of construct knights rushed into the manor and began to search for the undead warlocks and Viscount Dewey. After a search, neither the pathless necromancer nor Viscount Dewey could be found. Soldak was about to interrogate a housekeeper and 4 servants in the manor, together with the seriously injured necromancer. The 6 people were escorted to the door of the study by the construct knights. The bodies of several servants began to tremble continuously, and their eyes the panic and fear are hard to conceal. At this time, Soldak was sitting in Viscount Dew's study. He stood in front of the bookshelf and pulled out a Yala adventure notebook from a row of books. His eyes fell on the books in the top row. They were actually books related to the undead, and even had descriptions. Tome of the Scourge. He was not in a hurry to let those people into the study. Aphrodite reluctantly stepped out of the void gate and saw Soldak beside the bookshelf. She lazily walked to the long sofa and lay down. She was already very pregnant, but I heard that Aphrodite said that the succubus has a special constitution and the pregnancy period is about 16 months. So the due date is probably around April next year. And Hathaway's delivery date is approaching. Probably around this weekend. I don't think there is any need to approach me for this kind of thing. Do you think there are still people in this manor who are innocent? Aphrodite said lazily. You can ask all the people in the manor individually and tell lies at will. Kill a few of them, and then you can hear the truth. It's too troublesome. Soldak put down the travel journal in his hand and said, I really want to know where Viscount Dewey and the other necromancers have gone. Help me ask them. Aphrodite asked in surprise. Why didn't you already suspect Viscount Dew yesterday? Soldak said somewhat depressedly. Before we arrived, Viscount Dewey had already escaped. Aphrodite immediately laughed and said, This is the true strength of the Empire's constructed knights? It is far worse than the Demon Doom Guards. Hey! I called you here to ask for your help, not to listen to your sarcasm. Soldak sat opposite Aphrodite. Aphrodite curled her lips, and finally did not continue talking. Instead, she changed the topic and said, Hypnosis and charm cannot affect necromancers. If you use mind reading, you can't expect them to wake up later. Okay, just hurry up. Soldak didn't want to keep this undead warlock either. Seeing that Aphrodite agreed, Soldak immediately signaled the construct knight outside the door to bring people in. The first person brought in was the undead warlock with an injury on his shoulder. When the undead warlock walked into the study, he suddenly raised his head and saw a huge eyeball floating under the chandelier above his head. The eyeball looked towards him, and the necromancer heard another hypnotic spell in his ears, and he immediately fell into a coma. Just when the undead warlock was about to fall to the ground, Soldak took a step forward, held the undead warlock with both hands, and helped him into a single sofa. The necromancer seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. At this time, Aphrodite took out a rattle. She lay on the sofa and gently shook the bell in her hand. Just hearing a crisp sound of ding, the undead warlock who entered the comatose state immediately sat up mechanically. Although his eyes were closed, Aphrodite asked, Hey, you just pushed away. What did you see at that door? I saw a group of construct knights breaking into the altar. They were brought in by a ghost. The ghost entered the altar and wanted to absorb the power of Abomination. But due to carelessness, it was grabbed by Abomination. In order to escape, that ghost decisively cut off part of its own power. The necromancer replied with his eyes closed. Aphrodite then asked slowly, Did you create this Abomination? In order to create Abomination, you must have been preparing for a long time. Yes,
in order to create it. We not only worked hard to collect hundreds of corpses, but also found a deceased person with strong soul power to take the lead.
Aphrodite asked.
So you chose Earl Benton to lead the hatred?
The necromancer calmly replied.
Yes. The power of his family's bloodline gives him a soul power that is different from ordinary people. Why did you create hatred?
Aphrodite glanced at Surdak and continued to ask.
We are ready to overthrow the rule of Root City.
The necromancer continued to answer. Chapter 1360 Root's morning. There is an extremely weird and huge eyeball floating under the ceiling chandelier in the study. The eyeball under the amber-mottled skin exudes a dizzying aura, and you will have a strong feeling of drowsiness when you look at it. And now the eyeball shoots a ray, covering the undead warlock. Aphrodite stood in front of the necromancer and used words to bring him into the dream in his heart.
You? Just because of this hatred and the ghoul hiding underground. You want to stir up trouble in the city of Root with a population of 700,000?
Aphrodite questioned the necromancer. The undead warlock closed his eyes, and the raised corners of his mouth showed a strong confidence.
He is an abomination with unlimited potential and the ability to devour. His body is like a powerful soul furnace. As long as he keeps eating sacrifices, every time he eats a fresh corpse, the furnace will transform the corpse into soul power to nourish himself, and his power will gradually increase. They need to be carefully cultivated to become extremely powerful.
In his dream, the suture monster had not yet been killed, and the undead warlock had strong confidence in this abomination.
How many of these suture monsters have you created in total?
Aphrodite asked. There was a trace of struggle on the face of the undead warlock, as if he was about to wake up from a dream. There was a trace of pain on his face, and then it slowly calmed down. And then he said,
It is the only one. A vehicle with a powerful soul.
Too few. And it took us a lot of effort to convince Earl Benton to become an immortal.
Aphrodite glanced at Surdak again, and then asked,
But your fusion seems to have failed.
The undead warlock also showed a sympathetic expression and complained.
Because time is too urgent. Viscount Due wants to wake it up tonight. If it is carefully cultivated for a period of time, I believe it will have a clearer consciousness.
Aphrodite held her belly in her hands this time, and walked slowly to the necromancer. She leaned close to the necromancer's ear, and asked in an extremely charming voice.
You are tired, so you want to go home and rest for a while.
Take a bath, and have a good sleep. When you walked back, what did you see as you walked?
The struggling expression on the face of the undead warlock became more and more obvious, and the expression became more and more painful, like a person who fell into a nightmare and wanted to wake up from the dream. The light from the floating eyeballs in the study intensified, and a drowsy atmosphere filled the entire room. The necromancer failed to wake up in the end, and he said slowly,
I got out of the woods, and walked along the mountain road to Viscount Due's manor. I entered the manor through the east gate. My bedroom is in the small building next to the stables. We usually live in the basement over there.
Hearing this, Soldak immediately walked out of the study and told a construct knight captain guarding the door.
Take a few construct knights to the small building next to the stable on the east side to check out what's going on there.
In the basement, pay attention to safety, and if necessary, send a signal immediately and wait for support. Yes, sir.
The construct knight captain saluted Surdak. The housekeeper and 4 servants waiting outside all had panicked expressions as if something had been leaked. Although they quickly lowered their heads, the reactions on their faces clearly fell into Surdak's eyes.
Viscount Due went out alone in the morning. Do you know where he went?
Aphrodite whispered in the ear of the necromancer again.
He went to Root City. Today is the first day for us to implement the plan.
The undead warlock replied without thinking.
What are your plans to do in the city?
Aphrodite continued to ask in a low voice. At this point, the undead warlock's struggling expression seemed to be suffering from infinite pain. He wanted to wake up, but he was trapped in a dream and couldn't extricate himself. Extremely unstable magic power fluctuations were already surging in his body. Seeing him struggling too hard, his floating eyeballs began to shake all over his body, and Aphrodite's purple eyeballs also kept showing red aura. That is the succubus' innate ability charm. The necromancer finally failed to escape from the dream and said slowly,
The companions who are ambushing Root City will pour the blood plague into all the wells in the city this morning. It won't be long before the entire city will become a city of plague. By then, we only need to bring hatred to the city. Inside, let it continue to devour these plague-infected lives and continue to grow itself.
Hearing this, Surdak's back became cold. He never expected that Root City would be targeted by such a group of crazy guys. Surdak walked to the door of the study again and ordered to another construct knight.
Now you find a higher mountain and send a magic signal to Root City to put the city on alert. I will rush back to deal with it as soon as possible. Hurry up.
The construct knight shuddered slightly and immediately said,
Yes, sir.
After saying that, he actually jumped out of the corridor window, mounted a green-scaled horse in the inner courtyard of the manor, and quickly rushed out of the manor. Surdak was in no mood to wait for the results of other inquiries. He and Avroth could communicate spiritually, so there was no need for him to stay here. Aphrodite was also very aware of Surdak's inner thoughts at this time. So she said,
Hurry back to the city and leave this place to me and Naomi. Okay. If there is any new situation here, be sure to notify me as soon as possible.
Surdak said without hesitation, and strode outside. Dak, Aphrodite shouted from behind. Surdak stopped, turned towards Aphrodite and said,
Don't worry. I have the power of holy light to restrain the power of darkness. And it should be too late to go back now.
Aphrodite nodded. Then she turned her head and glanced at the undead warlock, who was bleeding from all his orifices under the pressure of the powerful mind-reading ability. She waved to the construct knights outside the study and motioned for them to escort the housekeeper into the study. The necromancer was lying on the carpet in the study room. His body had not yet completely cooled down. However, this time Aphrodite did not hypnotize the necromancer as carefully as she did with the necromancer. She walked directly to the housekeeper and asked condescendingly,
Tell me, where is Viscount Dewey?
The housekeeper looked pale and hesitated on what to say. But when he saw Aphrodite's purple eyes, he immediately stood still. In the morning of Root City, a light mist shrouded the civilian areas in the city. But the city above the mountainside was not shrouded in morning fog. If someone is standing on the top of a bell tower in the city like Samira at this moment, they can see the endless thick fog slowly rolling over the vast land outside Lut City, with only the high mountains and the mountainside of Lut City above. Only part of it was exposed outside the thick fog. Samira yawned and was about to jump off the tall clock tower when she saw a bunch of magic flares flashing in the sky far to the north. And that magic flare was an emergency warning signal for the entire regiment in Lord Surdak's army to be on alert. Samira stood there with a solemn face. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a police whistle was blown on the street. Carrie Decker was originally investigating suspicious factors in the slums of the city. The morning fog hindered their investigation work, so she took these construct knights to have breakfast in the restaurant plaza while waiting for the morning fog to dissipate as soon as possible. Start the next investigation work. The restaurant square is located in the lowest part of Root City, and it is also the place with the thickest fog. Hearing the whistle of general alert, all the knights stood up from the dining table. Gary Decker took out a few silver coins and left enough money for breakfast on the table. All the construct knights quickly came outside the square, mounted their horses, and rushed towards the direction where the police whistle sounded. Root City has been firmly controlled by the knights of the guard camp since last night. Edgar brought 3,000 guard camp knights from Makuso City and took over the streets of Root City almost overnight, although he did not understand what Surdak was investigating, but still carried out his orders to the letter. This was a habit of absolute obedience developed in the Lord's army. In cooperation with Gary Decker's deployment, the Guard Battalion Knights were stationed at almost every intersection outside the slums. For Guard Battalion Knights were stationed at almost every intersection. In addition, there were knights patrolling every avenue. Edgar the Bearded sent out almost 2/3 of the knights of the Guard Battalion. The undead warlocks lurking in the dark had no chance to get close to the wells at the entrances of the city. However, these undead warlocks were secretly glad that the morning fog came just in time. Although this season, 10 people in Root City, it can be foggy in the morning for 8 days. But this morning's heavy fog made them so excited that they wanted to yell. They got out of the hidden rental houses one after another, took advantage of the cover of the morning fog to come to the street, and rushed to the water wells at various street corners according to the task areas assigned last night. Standing on the tall bell tower, Samira saw the warning magic flare, and then heard the whistle from the city wall. On the streets of Root City, under the cover of morning mist, a group of men in black robes riding magic harpoons emerged from houses everywhere. Samira never thought that there were so many undead warlocks with magic harpoons hiding in the city. With her insight, she could clearly see the flight trajectories of those people through the thick fog. However, there were so many people that Samira could only focus on the necromancer closest to her, jumping from the top of the clock tower more than 50 meters high to the street. Root City is built on a hillside, and only the slums at the foot of the mountain have water wells. Citizens in the merchant neighborhoods and night neighborhoods halfway up the mountain almost all use water from public reservoirs. while the aristocratic neighborhoods also have water wells at the street entrance. There are many public water sources, but most of us have water gathering magic arrays at home. It is somewhat unrealistic to pour the blood plague into the reservoirs of noble families one by one. The only thing that can be done is to pour the blood plague into public water sources and inland rivers. Of course, if the amount is too small, it will be diluted to have no effect. The blood plague is a disease that is infected using corpses and blood as the vector. So only by continuously creating a steady stream of dead people can this plague spread quickly. In the aristocratic area of Root City, it was a bit difficult to walk down the street with 1 or 2 dead bodies, but it could still be done by throwing 1 or 2 dead cattle and sheep into the inland river, just beside the inland river on the west side of the castle in the noble district of Root City. A gorgeous magic caravan slowly stopped. At this time, inside the wall, the two-headed ogre woke up in the first ray of sunshine in the morning. The first thing he did when he woke up every day was to find food. Recently he had eaten a lot of ghost-striped bread and eggs, which made him grow. He exerted a lot of strength and felt a faint sense of breakthrough, which made his 5 senses extremely sharp, especially for some specific smells, like the smell of blood. Ghoul-item rubbed his eyes and walked quickly to the wall of the castle. He stood on an observation deck and looked towards the street outside the wall. There were few pedestrians on the street in the morning, and a magic caravan was parked on the edge of the inland river. 2 servants in linen robes were taking out a dead yellow sheep from the magic caravan. They moved the sheep out of the car, and even sprinkled a bottle of strange potion into the belly of the dead yellow sheep, and then threw the yellow sheep away into the river. There was a pop. Then the 2 servants in linen robes quickly got into the car, and the magic caravan walked downstream along the inland river. Ghoul-item asked. There was a faint fishy smell in the air, and his intuition told him that the people in the magic caravan had not done anything good. He knew that Serdek, Samira, and Gary Decker were no longer in the castle at this time. Gary Decker specifically told him last night that he would be responsible for the safety here for the time being, although he did not think that the blind guy would come over and cause trouble. He still guarded the yard very responsibly. Thinking of this, the tall and bulky body of the two-headed ogre was thrown from the high watchtower like a heavy cannonball, and crashed into the front of the magic caravan, right next to the 2 ancient Bolai horses. The people were so frightened that they stood up and neighed. Ghoul-item didn't give them any chance to escape. He slapped a horse on the head with one hand, killing an ancient Bolin horse, and then slammed his shoulder into the front of the speeding magic caravan. He used brute force to stop the magic caravan, before he could step forward to ask. The 2 servants in linen robes rushed out of the carriage. Although these 2 servants ran very fast, they had no speed advantage in front of the 3-meter-tall two-headed ogre. Ghoul-item could reach 7 or 8 meters in one step. He stretched out his big hand to grab one of them. Collar. The other person happened to be separated from this person and fled. Just as he was about to jump into the moat, he was stopped in place by a ring of ice. Ghoul-item calmly held the man by his collar, and before he could struggle, he slashed the back of his neck with his knife, knocking him out completely. Then he fished out the yellow sheep that was constantly leaking rotting blood from the river. He stood in front of the servant, who was frozen in place by the ice ring, half crouched, and asked angrily, "Tell me, what is this?